All of our Dark Souls lore in one huge 10+ hour video. The characters, the story, the deep lore. All right here. Enjoy.
Havel didn't have a Lord Soul, he only had a will of stone, but by will alone, he became a monster. The beginnings of Havel's life are obscure. Who was he? The man who rose up to stand alongside the gods? We do not know where he came from, where he was born, or even if he was human. But we do know that from as early as he could hold a weapon, he must have trained, endlessly pushing himself, endlessly gaining in strength and endurance, and keeping unwavering faith in the warrior he would become. And by the war against the ancient dragons, he had earned his place on the battlefield as a compatriot of Lord Gwyn. When this war broke out, he had proven himself a mighty warrior, though he was not one of Gwyn's 4 knights. But during the war, he proved himself to be one of Anor Londo's greatest assets. For Havel had become a monster, and he had waited for this day, for a true challenge. After all, monsters seek out monsters. Havel favoured a weapon and shield. He disliked artifice. He distrusted conjurers and magicians. The intellect and its fiddling had no place on the battlefield. Try to be too clever and you would slip up, and one slip up meant death. Faith was something he could understand better, and on rare occasions he could be persuaded to use miracles. Peers would suggest he heal up before he returned to battle, and Havel would sometimes oblige them, but that was as far as it went. Gwyn's Silver Knights may have thrown the miracle of lightning, but Havel would rely solely on his strength. And it worked. He crushed the mineral dragons mercilessly beneath his blows. These lizards, who called themselves stone, had now met rock. He slew countless dragons, but one duel pushed Havel to his limits. In a battle to shake the foundations of the earth, Havel slew his mightiest foe yet. And from the corpse of this marvellous specimen, he decided to take a memento. Casting aside the trusty weapon he had been using, one forged by the gods, he would take up a new weapon. From the jaw of his slain foe, Havel wrapped his hands around it and heaved with all his strength. He wrenched it out from the root, drawing it from the eternal jaw. Only Havel was ever able to draw a tooth from an ancient dragon. It was unbreakable, and it would now be his eternal weapon. But Havel didn't only wield a tooth, he crafted much more from stone. To show his faith in rock, he made a ring decorated simply with this element. His shield was hewn from stone, and seemed to be almost scaled, as though it was carved from the joints of a stone dragon. His armour was stone, enormous and jagged, almost like the bones of an enormous stone spine. Havel the monster wastes nothing. It was the first time Havel would draw from the power of dragons to make it his own, and marked the start of a complicated relationship. Havel inspired others with his prowess on the battlefield. Many gravitated to him. Devotees of Havel were ready to follow in his footsteps, and so Havel became a leader, not just a soldier. He would train his men and gift them the secrets of combat, and in return they would show unwavering faith by donning his ring and carrying the heaviest of loads. But with the Great War over and battles far between, the great leader Havel would have to adapt. Havel had begun to have faith in more than stone. As a compatriot of Gwyn, he had seen the Lord of Light conquer dragons. He had watched him grow a civilization and create a great sun under which all could rest. Just as his men had faith in him, he had faith in his leader, Gwyn. He had fought for the gods and would continue to stand by them in new ways in times of peace. He became a bishop of the Way of White, the Way of Gwyn. As bishop, he would serve the light, but others had also been given new roles since the war. A dragon, Havel's former enemy, had been granted dukedom after betraying his own. Havel, who had shown no mercy on dragons, found it a bitter pill to swallow. That a treacherous, serpent-legged dragon could be allowed among the ranks of the gods didn't sit right with Havel. As the years went on, this resentment soured. In time, Seath may have won the hand of Gwyn's daughter and became even more involved with the gods. The influence of the serpent dragon grew, as did his knowledge, as he studied for long years in the archives. And Havel, who had always rejected magic, grew wary of what could be going on at the top of the mountain. Havel turned away from Seath. He did not acknowledge him in public life and wanted nothing to do with him in private. His disdain for magic increased as the grandfather of sorcery shared his discoveries with others. With time, the power of sorcery grew ever stronger. Great schools flourished, and scholars and heroes discovered yet more about the secrets of magic. Havel realized the power of sorcery was too great to ignore. He realized that he would have to craft a means to counteract this growing threat. After all, Seath had betrayed a ruling faction once already. Havel turned his mind to the problem. He couldn't rely on his armaments against magic, and would have to fight fire with fire. He had to invent a counterspell. While this was not Havel's talent, he was no Logan. He had a will of stone. He would not stop until he found a solution. And once again, his will of rock succeeded. He developed a new defense against sorcery that drew on faith. Defense, after all, was one of Havel's specialties. He channeled his love of it and his faith in it into a new miracle. And so, Magic Barrier was born. An impressive miracle, but Havel had carved rock for years. He was a man of persistence. He knew he could do better. Havel continued to hone his understanding and his faith, and with time he created Great Magic Barrier. A remarkable miracle which boasted powerful magic defense. He would now be ready to face any spellcaster, while still relying on his time-proven dragon tooth to deal the finishing blow. For his warriors who couldn't wield his newest creation, he would teach the simpler yet more reliable miracle. His followers now stood ready to counter physical and magic attacks. And so the bishop's life went on, and while he disliked and distrusted Seath, it had not turned to hatred. Yet. For it would take much more than suspicion for Havel to make Seath his sworn enemy. Slowly the sun faded. Eventually, gods began to leave. A few at first, then more and more departed, their shadows long in the dimming light. Havel stayed, loyal to Lord Gwyn. Deep below Laudren were other problems. The demons of Izalith were stirring. They were stealing from the flow of humanity. Havel had begun to have his doubts about the use of humanity as fuel, but under Gwyn there was at least some balance, and the demons disturbed it. Gwyn had to do what was necessary. Did Havel stand by Gwyn's side once more in the fight against the demons? Did he crush the Chaos Demons beneath his Dragon Tooth hammer? Did his armor of stone hold off the firestorms of Izalith? If he fought in this way, he did not go on to join his lord to be burnt in the rekindling. Instead, Bishop Havel continued to do his duty in the surviving society of Laudren, and he did this through the many years of Laudren dimming, doing his duty as part of a noble but lost cause, guided by his unbending will. War became a distant memory. Havel had been for centuries a man of the church, a family man, but this memory still flickered inside him, a flame that would never go out. But in a time of peace, he had to ignore these memories. Those times were past, and yet he could not say he was satisfied with his life of routine, until one day, a beautiful member of his congregation drew his attention. This maiden kindled something in Havel, and he in her. The two of them fell in love, and kept it secret from the church. In a whirlwind romance, they took whatever moment they could to spend time together. During the events of the church, there would often be excuses to meet, if only for a short time. Or if paths were to cross during two pilgrimages, by chance, of course. In a secret gesture of love, Havel gave a ring, the ring of the bishop. This delicate ring could not be identified from afar. It was simple. It could be anyone's. But it was his, and it meant the world to her. It symbolized their love, and she wore it everywhere, whether at the most stately church ceremony or on missions in faraway lands. As a bishop, Havel could not be seen having a relationship with a woman of the church, and in the end, their secret would bring tragedy, but not in an expected way. Atop the mountain, Seath's experiments were becoming more and more bizarre. He had begun experimenting on human women. Whispers of his madness had begun to spread, but no one believed the rumours that his research could be this depraved. Seath had a specific set of parameters when choosing test subjects. He would send his channelers to abduct young women, but not just any young women, for Seath required them to be unmarried and preferably with no romantic history at all, because Seath, for reasons known only to himself, needed a guarantee that the women in his experiments were not pregnant. Havel's lover had kept her relationship secret, so secret that no one knew she may not have fit Seath's requirements. To a channeler, this was a young woman of the church on a pilgrimage. She had to be unmarried. A lover was not permitted. She was perfect for abduction. Delivering the woman to Seath, the old dragon believed he had a guarantee that she was not with child. However, little could Seath know that he was about to kindle a hatred within Havel that would change the fate of Laudren. Seath imprisoned Havel's love in the archives. She would be next in line for his experimentation, but this time it would not go unnoticed. Havel found out she was missing when she did not arrive at their next meeting, but perhaps a member of the clergy had asked her where she was going and she had to cancel. He would not worry, for a while at least. Time passed. Then word came to him that a member of a congregation had vanished. Havel asked for a name, and held still as a rock while they gave the name of his true love. Rumours that women had been leaving the church had been going on for some time. People wondered if these women had fallen in love and wanted to escape the church rules, but Havel now knew otherwise. She loved him, so she wouldn't run away for a lover when he was already within the church itself. Something more sinister had happened. But what? Havel couldn't know where she was, and so he could not rescue her. In the archives, she must have wondered if Havel could find her, hoped that he didn't forget her, asked the gods why he had not rescued her. These thoughts circled her mind as she waited for the man she loved, tormenting her. With horrific experiments waiting for her below, and still no Havel to save her, she grew panicked in her cell. The noises of those who had been just like her, now writhing like serpents in their cages, meant she couldn't sleep, she couldn't eat. Her mind began to warp. Did she hollow in the end? Or did she prefer to die by her own hand, rather than survive to become one of Seath's mistakes? Once Havel found out his love had passed on, he swore Seath would be his enemy until one of them was dead. This also marked the end of his devotion to the Way of White. The Way of White had allowed the one he loved to be captured instead of protecting her. Here, Havel's faith in the gods was broken, and he began to question their actions. If the gods could let a traitorous snake like Seath into the heart of Anor Londo, to live among them, to abduct their people, do nothing to stop his twisted experiments, and then abandon their duty when Laudren darkened, these were not gods, but fickle overlords. The use of humanity began to disgust Havel. The gods were no different from demons. They still consumed the innocent. They were just better at the art of illusion. Havel would no longer take part in the sanctified consumption of the innocent. The humans may have dark within them, but to shepherd them in such high numbers, or to maintain a faded sun, had no honour. Gwyn had at least sacrificed himself, but since Gwyn's departure, Anor Londo had become corrupted. There was no greater good anymore. The rampant corruption led Havel to have even more doubts. Doubts about his old enemies, the ancient dragons. Doubts about the state of the world, the relationship between humanity and lords. Something wasn't right. Something needed to be fixed. And Havel thought of a solution: to take the power back. With his faithful men, Havel began plotting to overthrow the gods. In the Undead Burg, a squalid collection of residences where the lords would not think to look, Havel set up his meetings. Havel would do anything to overthrow the tyrants, even align himself with those many would call evil. One such man was the Earl of Kareem, famed for experiments almost as gruesome as Seath, but with undeniable results. Some of Havel's loyal men joined him too, those whose faith were beyond question. They were only violent on the battlefield, unlike the Earl. A knightess, who swore not to tell her bumbling husband the plot, was a mighty warrior ready to do battle for the cause. Another was Domhnall, a curious man who Havel saw as an independent thinker. This collector said he was willing to help. His mind was sharp, and his breadth of knowledge helped a great deal with the plans, even if Havel had his misgivings. He could always sense that part of Domhnall's motivations were to keep treasure after the overthrow of the gods. This proved a grave mistake, for Domhnall's greed for rare treasures could be used by others. Sat around at tables, the plotters would discuss through the night, whispering in hushed voices, the dingy room lit by candles. As they discussed the mounting injustices of the rule without Gwyn, Havel became more and more appalled that he had served so long as bishop. He would now try to fight against injustice, instead of being at the head of a church that spread it. Among the group at the table was one who had discovered a secret entrance that could be of use, an entrance to Havel's ancient battleground. The plan slowly took form, and the number of plotters grew, if only by a little. The plan was simple. The power of the gods rests upon the agreements between them. Nito had agreed to hold safe the right of kindling, a power only provided to the gods. This was the power with which the lords channeled the energy from humanity into themselves. It was the key to their rule. Steal it, and the shackle on humanity could be removed. Or the power gained from their energy could be redirected to form a new society. Havel and his co-conspirators travelled down through the Great Hollow and trained in secret there, beneath the world they would overthrow. As they did so, Havel reflected upon his might, his strength, and how much of it was thanks to dragons. His trusty tooth had never broken. His armour had never cracked. Wielding his tooth in preparation of his rebellion, he thought about his old enemy. The dragons were different to mortals in many ways. They did not need to take advantage of each other to survive. They did not have to endlessly chase the good and avoid the bad. Disparity brought heat, but also cold. Perhaps disparity brought too much suffering, and as the sun faded, the suffering was not outweighed by joy, and the good was shared amongst too few. Another battle compatriot may have joined at this point with similar doubts, the firstborn son. Armed with the spear that once pierced dragons, he had also come to doubt the righteousness of his past conquests. In the entire Age of Fire, humanity had done nothing but suffer for the sake of a few lords, who squabbled amongst themselves, falling out with each other, fickle in love, envious of power instead of happy with their lot. Havel and the god of war were kindred spirits, both trusted in their prowess, and now shared doubts. And while they travelled together below the earth, did they find something else? Today, at the end of a sand dune flanked by crystal waters, is hidden an ancient dragon. Did Havel meet this creature? Did he become him? Was this creature placed there later by Seath? Did Havel and his clan worship this dragon? Only Havel knows. Did this new cult give scales in devotion to the dragon? The same scales that they so readily peeled in the previous war. How things had changed. They had destroyed the dragons to have disparity rule supreme, and now they dreamed to leave disparity, to live forever. And this was not pride, it was not immortality that tempted them, but an escape from the vicious cycle of pain and pleasure, to achieve enlightenment. And they did not seek it only for themselves, they sought to bring an end to the harsh cycles of disparity to all the living. With leaders such as Havel, this new world could be built, but not while the old gods stood in their way. After much preparation and training, Havel and his band of rebels were ready to carry out their plans. Havel made sure to stash his treasures deep within Anor Londo, where his old allies would not find them. He could not be seen wearing his famous armor and weapon during the rebellion. If it succeeded, he would retrieve his treasures in the empty palace of the gods. But for now, he must go not as Havel, but disguised as one of many seeking to overthrow the gods. He left an occult club protected inside a mimic. This caused extra harm to the gods and their kin. Should the plot fail and he managed to return to Lordran unidentified, he could pretend that nothing had happened. He could still have this weapon ready to finish his plans from inside the capital. So Havel returned to Ash Lake, meeting his allies down below. All were quiet. They had trained long enough. barely a word was spoken as they climbed up the hollow arch tree that led to Nito's domain. The clunk of stone armor and the rattle of the Earl's purging stones at his belt were the only sounds that broke the silence. One of their number was missing. Domhnall. Where had that fancy treasure hunter got to? It didn't matter now. Let the magpie hunt elsewhere. Now was the time for warriors, not adventurers. As they climbed, the air grew cold. The opening became clear up ahead, but it was only a grim cave, barely lit by the odd torch. Except something was wrong. Was it too silent? Was the scent in the air that came from Nito's domain of those yet living? Or was it an echo from back below the arch tree that they had heard? Havel couldn't say, but in that moment, he knew they had walked into an ambush. He had survived too many to ignore the signs. He broke the silence, shouting the order to his men to charge, and he charged with them, out in front. The arrows of Anolondo's soldiers rained down upon them, impossible to block in the darkness. But the armor of the rebels was strong enough to survive the first wave. Soon, the forces met in hand-to-hand combat. Havel and his rebels cut down many of Anolondo's troops, but the numbers they faced were too great to conquer. They had been planning to enter Nito's domain in secret with only a small force. They were not ready to face an army. They retreated back down the arch tree, fighting as they went. To channel the enemy army into the narrow arch tree meant that the better fighters would have an advantage. Havel was an expert tactician, and this was so simple it might save them. But there was one problem. There was a second force attacking them from below, the forces of Seath. It was at this point that Havel knew they had been betrayed. He should have known. A dragon worshipper who craved treasure. Greed was disparity, and Domhnall had been tempted away by the promise of treasure. Havel sensed defeat was near. With the rebels fighting on two fronts, they couldn't last long. As his force fragmented, they lost each other in the darkness. Many perished to Seath's creatures down below, dying in the sand. Others died within the tree, and some fell in Nito's domain. Then, by sheer force of miracles, magic, and perhaps dragonfire that raged within the arch tree split. With the support for the land above broken, a portion of Nito's domain fell with the arch tree, and the light flooded the domain of the dead. All who were fighting within the fallen piece of the arch tree died as it tumbled into the sea. The fight was over. Some who fought on solid ground managed to flee through Nito's domain, finding refuge and hiding out ever since. Some may have capitalized on the chaos. Some may have made it back out from the beach below, escaping Seath's minions. But the rest died. Was Havel the Rock cut down that day? Or did he live on to pursue his dream, to become one with his old enemy, the ancient dragons? Certainly, we see those who look like Havel in the ages since. Some turn to dark, and some turn to dragons, along with the nameless king. Havel was mighty, but could he have resisted the strength of Seath and the gods combined? What is certain is that if he worshipped the ancient dragon of Ash Lake, that dragon has now been discovered by Seath, who has survived to this day. If Havel had lived, would he not have taken his revenge? It has been more than a century since Havel's rebellion, and Seath lives on. Havel wouldn't forgive his arch-nemesis a second offense, but Havel is patient, and he is as old as the Age of Fire itself. Perhaps he is only biding his time. While the mystery of his whereabouts remains, what is certain is that his legacy lives on. Though his rebellion failed, he will always be remembered as the mightiest of heroes, and the ages since prove it. The number of his devotees has not waned through countless cycles. Even now, the legends of his prowess inspire fledgling warriors. The thought of fighting him still sends fear down the spine, and the faith that Havel will one day return lives on.
Demons had a beginning that was unlike the they forms of life that came from the dark. It is widely known that the emergence of demons was later than the gods, or lords. Indeed, the Witch of Izalith is the mother of all demons, so she must exist first. In addition, To attempt to recreate the first flame, she also needed to have found her own Lord Soul. What is not broadly understood is just how early the creation of the Flame of Chaos was after both of these necessary events. Once she had her Lord Soul, it was not long after challenging the dragons, and perhaps even before, that the Witch of Izalith attempted to recreate the first flame. I have mentioned in the timeline video that we appeared to be watching the ritual of the creation of the Flame of Chaos in the intro. The witch cradles her piece of the first flame, ready to light the kindling at the core of the earth in Izalith. There are also 2 daughters with staves either side of her, just as we find 2 magic-imbued staves in the boss battle, who likely become part of the Bed of Chaos. There is also demonic script around these staves, and you see that they are catalysts very clearly when you destroy them and in the short cinematic that follows. This demonic text only appears around the witch, Ceaseless Discharge, and Quelaag, i.e. the witch or her direct offspring. The Witch of Izalith fails in creating an identical copy as intended, creating instead the Chaos Flame. Contrary to popular belief, however, she succeeded in controlling it. It was unstable at first, but she brought it to stability and kept it under control. This is shown by the phrase "wasn't yet stable" in the Designworks interview, which implies that it became stable after its creation. We also know she controlled it as she produced demons, such as the Demon Fire Sage, before the supposed engulfment occurred. The Demon Fire Sage was the first demon, and the last master of the original fire arts before the Witch of Izalith was engulfed by chaos, creating pyromancy. This shows that there was a demon before both pyromancy and engulfment. I believe Dark Souls uses the phrase engulfment to mean its secondary definition of powerfully affecting someone or overwhelming. It does not mean being flooded over by the Chaos Flame or by lava, which is what most imagine. I believe that the witch gave in to her desire for the demonic, for corrupting forces such as sadness and anger, and committed fully to demonhood emotionally. She didn't lose control of the flame, rather, she lost control of herself. I will get to what may have caused this in a moment. The lava that floods the area actually comes from Ceaseless and his sores, further supporting the idea that the obvious notion of engulfment is incorrect. After the flame stabilizes, the witch then decides to create demons. This was not a manic production beyond her control, but an active choice. She had Ceaseless while the flame was still unstable, and continues to become the mother of others after it is stable. Only Ceaseless is covered with chaos sores, as other demons were born from a stable flame. However, most demons are not produced in the same biological sense as the witch's daughters and Ceaseless, and perhaps other sons, where I believe there was a father. She may have been pregnant with Ceaseless during the time when the Chaos Flame was created, explaining why Ceaseless was born while the flame was unstable, and yet was still a true sibling of Quelana and her sisters. All demons have the witch as their mother, but in most cases it was not in the same sense as Ceaseless, her daughters, or perhaps her other sons. Instead, she bound beings together through the Chaos Flame, or produced the parasites which would allow the host to become a demon. The Guardian Soul supports this, stating that the Guardian is akin to a demon, in that it seems to be formed of more than one creature. A parasite is created from the Chaos Flame and given or applied to a host. A successful demon amalgamation would be achieved once the parasite had truly merged with the host. She nurtured them as this process went on, shown by the Japanese name for the Bed of Chaos, which translates to Nursery of Chaos. That the life of the Chaos Flame produced was parasitic and needed to merge with the host is no surprise. Let us consider what the Chaos Flame is. It was produced through a piece of the first flame. The Chaos Flame could not be in existence without the first flame. It is, in a sense, dependent on the first flame. That is to say, it's parasitic. The first flame brought life, true life. Therefore, what form of life would the Chaos Flame create? The first flame creates life, and the Chaos Flame, which is dependent on the first flame, creates life which is dependent on true life, parasitic life. The beings the Bed of Chaos creates have just the same relationship with living beings as the Flame of Chaos has with the first flame. The Chaos Flame also feeds on humanity, so in the same way that a parasite feeds off its host, the flame itself must absorb pieces of the first flame to continue. Therefore, the Sisters of Chaos, the Egg Bearers, and the Crag Spiders are all examples of welded creatures through original forms and parasitic ones that have fused. Cut content shows a brain bug which seems to progress along several stages of parasitic fusing to reach the Crag Spider. The Chaos Sisters were once humanoid and now are welded. The Egg Bearers are hosts, and we ourselves can become like them. The cut content has an item which refers to the parasite you can receive from the Egg Bearers. The description states that an egg implanted on the head by a type of parasite bearing eggs on the back. The nightmare begins with a slight itch of the head, and soon the parasite will be siphoning the souls of slain enemies. Siphoning the souls. It becomes part of you, and eventually you work together as one creature. Even the witch herself, at her very core, has a parasitic insect. It is so fused with her that to fully kill her, to get the witch's very soul, it also needs to be killed. It also appears as though it exhausts her, with the witch slumped over with the toll the parasite takes on her. A relationship where she can't live without it, and yet it costs her dearly. An addiction to chaos. There is likely more to her broken, defeated physicality that I will get to shortly. Sometime after the birth of Ceaseless, some of her daughters elected, of their own free will, to become the spider demons we meet. I believe that it was likely they were gifted with special parasites that the Chaos Flame produced. They slowly fuse with these parasites and grow into the half-spider, half-witch creatures that we encounter. There was no panicked mutation where the beautiful, innocent daughters became grotesque monsters. Most demonic production was a result of choice. There is a great deal of evidence for this, simply by looking at the behaviour the demons exhibit while playing Dark Souls. Right up to the present day, Quelaag, her sister, and all the demons, except a small group who betrayed their kind, are pro-demon survival, growth, and flourishing, and protect the Chaos Flame. They have no wish to revert back to any former state, and in fact wish more demons to be born. Anyone who says otherwise, even if it happens to be another daughter of Chaos, is lying. To realise this, we must simply notice the signs that have always been there. First is that during the witch's control of the Chaos Flame, she produces and becomes the mother of many demons before either pyromancy or engulfment comes about. The witch was perfectly in control. Engulfment was a dedication or addiction to the demonic at all costs due to a later event. The demons enjoyed a flourishing culture before both the engulfment and pyromancy. This means that the witch was choosing to have the demon offspring. Quelana stays in Izalith for some time after demons are produced. We know this, as she doesn't leave until some time after her brother is born, grows, is gifted a ring, drops it, and so on, as shown by Ceaseless mourning what he believes to be her body. The description of the orange charred ring shows Ceaseless was gifted the ring by his sisters, i.e. the whole group of them, not a portion of them, with one missing. Similarly, Ceaseless is referred to by Miyazaki as the first demon, therefore he must be born before his sisters become the spider demons we meet, so Quelana cannot flee with the knowledge of her sisters being spider demons without also knowing of Ceaseless. All these things show that Quelana does not leave Izalith as the Chaos Flame is created and that it is controlled. Eventually, Quelana does leave however, faking her death for the sake of her brother and forsaking the rest of her family. She does this after the Lords challenge the dragons, but well before the war against the demons, and either just before the Age of Fire or just after it comes about. With regards to Ceaseless, there is no evidence that Ceaseless was the only son. He is just the only son there is proof for. The potential for other brothers also chimes with the idea that Vamos could have been from Izalith, and from the same royal line. With golden yellow on his helm, demonic tendril bones on his face, a knowledge of how to use ancient embers that were lost to Izalith, and a royal bloodline. Furthermore, there is a Prince Izalith in the game text files, which I will get to in a moment. More evidence of this loyalty to demonhood held by all, except Quelana and the Batwing demons, is the culture that is shown everywhere. It is easy to disregard it when faced with the animalistic nature of the demons. We assume they are lowly beasts, and that the surrounding culture must have been before the onset of demons, and a vestige of Izalith. Rather, Izalith has demon culture at its core. From the demonic statues to the bed of chaos at Izalith's deepest point, demon culture is all around us, and it brought new forms of magic, lifted this art to chaos form over time, and developed smithing. The Old Witch's Ring shows that there is not only a spoken language, but a written language as well. Using the ring, we can speak this demonic language with the fair lady. The script of this language is not only on the ring, but on the space where faces should be on the Titanite demons, flowing up around Ceaseless Discharge, Quelaag, and the staves either side of the bed of chaos. In addition to language, they have a social hierarchy, from lesser Taurus and Capra demons, lesser Batwing demons, to a Fire Sage whose name literally means Flame Priest, which is close enough to Fire Sage. What's interesting is that the way his name is arranged means he is Flame Priest to the demons, not just another demon who happens to be a priest. It indicates a much higher authority in the demonhood than your average animal demon, and shows he holds a high station amongst the demons. Furthermore, his name shows that there was a demon religion that he had a high standing in, a stamp of even existential questions in the culture. This hierarchy goes right up to the witch, the Queen of Izalith. In addition, the basement key advises us to be wary of the dogs that serve the Capra demon, implying the demons have the intelligence to train lesser beings. The existence of this developed demon culture in society is further supported by the DesignWorks interview. At one point, Miyazaki is asked by an artist about putting symbols into the design successfully. Miyazaki praises the demon designs and says that the symbols worked well, mentioning that the Capra demon's head is an example of this. It gives a sense of ceremony and long-held tradition, which in turn hints at developed culture. From Software, as they always do, merely hint, but look and you shall find, and developed culture it is. Developed enough to grow in all these ways, have language, religion, wage war with Gwyn, resolve it in pacts, and when the Four Kings default on their agreement and the humanity cycle stops working, the demons are wise enough to attempt to stop Frampton Gwyndolin's expedient solution of the undead legend. The demons are aware that Frampton Gwendolyn believe that the Witch of Izalith has outlived her usefulness. Therefore, they act in the interest of self-preservation. They attempt to stop the progress of any undead in order to protect their queen and mother. This is shown by the fact that the Capra demon has made his way into the undead burg to halt your progress. The Taurus too, with the bridge smashed up enough to show he has stopped a great deal of us advancing already. These are both recent developments, as shown by the undead merchant dialogue, who states that it has gotten treacherous in these parts, and that demons have moved in. This pairs perfectly with the recent creation of the undead legend. In addition, the DesignWorks interview reveals that the centipede demon was originally intended to guard the first bell, which is another example of the demons stopping us fulfilling the prophecy, with demons protecting both bells. The undead asylum is also guarded by an asylum demon, who fights to stop the passage of the undead fleeing to follow the legend. They have their own intentions and motivations, and they work together as a community with a shared plan. From one of the oldest demons in existence, showing that religion and sorcery existed all those years ago, right up to the present day, their culture has survived. The lords rose and fell, the dragons are no more, but the demons are still unified and very much alive. Therefore, the demons are not monsters or animals, but have an interest in going on living and maintaining their culture, and they certainly don't want to be put out of their misery, as Quelana implies. Let us move back to the first stages of demonhood and focus on the Daughters of Chaos. Evidence that becoming a spider demon was a choice, and not being caught in a chaos flame growing out of control, is evident through the fact that Quelana and the eldest daughter are still human. All the daughters were close to their mother, and likely took part in the ritual. In fact, we find the eldest daughter closer to the chaos flame than anyone else, far below her spider sisters, and yet she is still human. This was not luck or fleeing in time, since she is still at the heart of chaos and she's wielding its magic. The eldest daughter did not flee, and is not a demon. Therefore, those who didn't transform exercised a free choice to not do so. There is no engulfment, but rather an emotional engulfment, a willingness to be subsumed. Demon is a modern spelling of the word demon, which is defined as, in ancient Greek belief, a divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. This fits with a great deal of Greek mythology inspiration that is present in Dark Souls. It also fits with another foundational inspiration for Dark Souls, Berserk. I advise you to skip forward if you wish to read or watch any Berserk and you don't want to hear any spoilers. In Berserk, there is a moment where Guts is talking to Griffith about the shock of seeing a demon, something they wouldn't have believed to have existed just days before. Griffith says to Guts, "I would say that it could be something like a god," to which Guts says, "More like a demon." Griffith replies, "Who knows? Is there a difference?" Here is the series episode where he says this about 10 minutes in, or, alternatively, this scene is at the end of book 5 of the manga. This implies or reveals the concept of who is to say there should be a distinction between such levels of power. Why should becoming a spider demon be less compelling than becoming a lord in Dark Souls? Because it's more grotesque aesthetically? The Guardian Soul description also mentions that the Guardian is like the beings known as demons because he is an amalgamation of creatures. The phrase known as implies that the term demon is not a necessary or true name. They are not inherently demonic or monstrous as the negative term implies. Instead, it is the term used by those who view them as monsters. In the lands of humans or lords, they may use this term to animalize or demean the inhabitants of Izalith to the level of senseless beasts, rather than those who have a flourishing culture and may match Lordran's might. If we look at Berserk once more, we find further support by discovering that every demon in Berserk chose to become one. All minor demons and all members of the God Hand, including Griffith, chose power and forsook their humanity. In a similar way, I believe that Quelaag, her sister the Fair Lady, and many others chose to transform. I believe the only one without a choice was Ceaseless Discharge, who was born so early that the witch did not have full control of the flame yet. This would make even more sense if she was pregnant when creating the flame, or gave birth when it was unstable. In Berserk, Casca is pregnant when she is overcome by demonhood, and her child is born demonic and malformed. Once again, Ceaseless is likely the same, an unfortunate case of timing, and I believe this to be why Quelana pities him. This is why she takes the trouble when she leaves to trick him into thinking she has died, when actually she has forsaken them all. She also does not request him to be killed, perhaps the only one who would actually want to be put out of his misery, though she is quick to invoke this concept for her sisters, who are in no pain other than those caused by the human realm. When looking at Berserk, those who wish to become demons must sacrifice something dear to them, something that they love the most. Perhaps this is why Quelana finally felt she had to leave and forsake her family, since she couldn't abide by these actions. Even if the two stays by the bed of chaos are two of the Chaos Sisters, there is still one sister that is unaccounted for. It does beg the question of what happened to her with regards to these sacrifices that may have been made. Perhaps this explains Quelana's wishes for only putting certain members of her family out of their misery. This is speculation though, of course. In addition to the definition of demon, inspiration from Greek mythology and Berserk, let us look at more direct evidence for demons having wished to become demons. What about the present day though? Everyone we encounter, except Quelana, are in support of the Chaos Flame, demons, and even creating more demons. What is Ceaseless Discharge doing in addition to looking over the corpse of his sister? He is looking over the Chaos Flame. What does Quelaag do when you enter the boss room? She pats her demonic half affectionately. During the fight, she hugs herself to cast a spell. She is affectionate to her demon side and does not view it as a curse. What does Kirk do in addition to collecting humanity? He serves the wishes of the Fair Lady. He may even be in love with her. What does he die doing? He protects the bed of chaos to the very end. What is the name of the covenant that you can join? The Servants of Chaos. What do you give to it in the Fair Lady? Humanity, reinforcing the concept of demons being between gods and humans. What happens to chaos weapons as you add humanity? They become stronger, just as the demons in Berserk do with human sacrifice. The Fair Lady unlocks a shortcut to Izalith, and Kirk can reach it. They are residing where they stay by choice, not because they fled, as Quelana claims. They guard the bell in order to protect their mother, so they have made their home higher up. What does the eldest daughter die doing? Protecting the bed of chaos. What can you undertake as a member of the Servants of Chaos, and what does Ingi congratulate you for? Becoming a host for a parasite. What does the item Egg Vermifuge state? That the egg bearers have chosen to serve the flame of chaos. What does the Fair Lady say to you when she believes you are her sister? Sister, it hurts. The eggs have gone still. I fear it may be too late. I'm so sorry, dear sister. The Fair Lady wishes the eggs and parasites, all potential future demons, to live and grow and multiply. Are any of these long lists the actions of those who are mutated against their will? Rather, it seems they are happy to be in this state and are actively worshipping and protecting the flame responsible. They are constantly working on creating more demons and are deeply sad when potential eggs may have died. All this contributes to a resounding message. The demons are exactly what they want to be, and they want more demons to come into existence. Let us talk briefly about the influence of pyromancy on the world outside of Izalith. Quelana learns the language of Laudren, and long after leaving Izalith teaches pyromancy to Salamon. Laurentius' sash has language on it that looks akin to demonic runes. Perhaps this shows that Laurentius is a student, or of the same student-teacher lineage as Quelana, Salamon, and Carmina. Blighttown, however, is not the same as the Great Swamp. This is for several reasons. First, and this piece of evidence is sufficient proof alone, Laurentius needs to be told where to find Quelana, and how to get to the base of Blighttown, by you. He is from the Great Swamp, so it should be easy to return home if the swamp and Blighttown were one and the same. He has travelled far to get to Laudren from the Great Swamp since becoming undead. Far is not from Blighttown to Firelink. In addition to this, he goes hollow in Blighttown, which implies that he was not capable of traversing it. It is doubtful Laurentius could not survive a stay at his own home. His hollowing may have been more complex, however, but I will get to that. Further proof is that we find the poison mist pyromancy on a corpse in the swamp at the base of Blighttown. We know Ingi and others were cast out from the Great Swamp as heretics for such pyromancy. It is therefore unlikely that those who were exiled died in the very place they were banished from. Further evidence is that Siegmeyer calls Blighttown the Poison Swamp, not the Great Swamp. The Tattered Cloth Manchette also states that pyromancers were driven out into hinterlands, the definition of which is an area lying beyond what is visible or known. Right below Firelink Shrine is unlikely to be a hinterland, and this item is also found along with the spell of an exile, further confirming that Blighttown is not this hinterland. Finally, there has been a lineage of pyromancers in the Great Swamp, but we find no one but Quelana in Blighttown. Laurentius tells us that he imagines his teacher still resides in the Great Swamp, yet we find no such teacher in Blighttown. Also, as discussed in the timeline video, there is one healer of New Londo who originates from Blighttown and returns to it after giving up on her duty. And we know pyromancy only emerged to the outside world via Salamon, not long before the Four Kings were trapped. Therefore, it is unlikely that Blighttown is the Great Swamp if it is already populated so soon after pyromancy has been taught to Salamon. Laurentius also mentions that his home, the Great Swamp, is a great store of nature, and Blighttown certainly does not seem this way. A swamp can be a fertile marshland, not a poisoned bog. Blighttown is stagnant and has no store of life at all. Finally, Laurentius says to us that in this land, i.e. Lordran, pyromancers earn a certain respect. Therefore, the land of Lordran is distinct from the land which holds the Great Swamp within it. Let us focus now solely on Quelana. We have established that she leaves after challenging the dragons, but before the Age of Fire truly comes about, or certainly not far into it. This is well before Chaos Pyromancy developed, as she has not learnt any. This may be why she is referenced as having latent power, as she has not yet learned to invoke Chaos Flame. But why does she leave? Perhaps she feels that becoming a demon is a mistake. Perhaps she falls out with her sisters. It is difficult to know, but I believe it is not an amicable departure, and that she resents or even hates her mothers and sisters. Perhaps her father also. She fakes her death when she leaves, likely for the sake of her brother, Ceaseless, who did not choose his fate and was a demon by birth. She leaves for some time, but other than the teaching of Salamon and perhaps an involvement with the war, what does she get up to? We find her at the base of a poisoned swamp. Not a place to live by choice, surely. So what is she doing very close to the realm of her sisters? This may be answered by examining what she asks us to do. She requests that we put her mother and sisters out of their misery. However, I have established her sisters are in no misery except through a poison introduced from outside their realm. This benevolence of Quelana's appears questionable when Quelaag is happy as a demon. Even non-demons, Kirk and the eldest daughter of Chaos, die protecting the Witch of Islip. So, Quelana begins to seem more suspect. What is more suspect is that she omits asking us to put Ceaseless Discharge out of his misery, despite her brother undoubtedly living in constant pain. Finally, if you return having completed her morbid request, her reaction speaks volumes. Quelana's first words, after you killed her mother, and they are calmly spoken, are, "Outstanding. You have done very well." This is not the emotional response expected from a daughter hearing her mother is dead, however much misery the mother may have been in. This coldness may reveal the desire to do harm that the kind voice and intelligence of Quelana masks from us. Perhaps we were charmed, and charmed may be the right word here, as we are dealing with a witch. Let us think for a moment about the pain the fair lady is in. This came from outside of Quelaag's domain. It came about from Quelana teaching pyromancy to the outside world, perhaps much later, but the poison pyromancy would not have come about without Quelana teaching Salamon all those years ago. But look closer. Just how indirect was the poisoning of the fair lady? How responsible is Quelana really? Ingi asks us in his dialogue whether we have heard of Lost Quelana, and yet mentions that no one has ever seen her. He does not speak the language of the fair lady, so how would he know of Quelana's existence? Indeed, Quelana faked her death, so it is likely that Quelaag and the fair lady do not even know that their sister is alive. So how does Ingi have a knowledge about this invisible witch? He may not even know how he knows. Ingi poisoned the fair lady through her self-sacrifice, but was it by chance that he bungled into Quelaag's lair? let us look at the final piece of the puzzle, an item Quelana sells. Undead Rapport. This is a pyromancy which charms undead and gains temporary allies. It makes them spellbound, witless, and under her control. In addition, this is an advanced pyromancy of Quelana. She not only sells it, she invented it. What business does she have manipulating the undead? Why would someone feigning ablution concern themselves with undead mind control? Why is enchanting the undead so important that she would go to the lengths of creating a spell? The spell also mentions, despite there being no gender mechanic in Dark Souls, that it is usable by either gender. This implies that Quelana created it and has been using it as it has worked for the female gender in the past. Now, Quelana permanently lurking outside her sister's domain seems more sinister. What happens when we tell Laurentius where to find Quelana? We find him later, apparently hollow. As Laurentius showed in his dialogue that he was pro the Witch of Izalith, perhaps Quelana did not take kindly to him. Did he go hollow through his own incompetence, or was he enchanted? Wandering around the swamp, spellbound by a daughter of chaos, until poison overcame him. Laurentius may have been just another victim of Quelana's, turned away from Izalith due to his esteem for the witch. Ingi now seems not coincidental at all. Quelana funneled a poison-bearing Ingi towards her sisters with evil intent. Her sister does not die, so later she sends a violent, chosen undead who specializes in killing lords. Ingi may have invented the poison that afflicts the fair lady, but Quelana directed the poison and Ingi into her domain. In the same way that the undead we use Undead Rapport on wake back up after a time, Ingi does the same, having no idea what happened and becoming truly loyal to the fair lady. However, perhaps some vague memory does remain. What proof of his interaction with Quelana could there be if there is only a subconscious flicker left? It is shown to us by his knowledge of Quelana. How could he know of her without some interaction? He cannot speak the language of his mistresses, yet asks if we have heard of a lost Quelana, who no one has ever seen, a witch wandering the poison swamp. He hasn't seen her, yet he knows of her, as her mind possessed his. Perhaps even Salomon was bewitched too. Quelana herself admits Salomon was bungling. Perhaps he was chosen not for his great competence, but for his great incompetence and potential to be manipulated. And finally, we have ourselves, a foolish undead rolling amongst the swamp, pursuing a false undead legend. We are charmed into doing Quelana's bidding and used to murder her family. Hers is the only web of the Daughters of Chaos that we are truly caught in, and we become just another fool. Let us return to the run-up to the war that occurs between Chaos Demons and Laudren. It is likely that the demon consumption of humanity was a competition for resources, until the lack of supply was such that Gwyn went to war with the demons. It is likely consumption increased with the growth of the population of demons. A pact was reached after the battle to keep to their respective realms, or enforced when Gwyn gained the upper hand. He may have done this with Quelana's help, as a defector, translator, or intermediary. Whether it was through Quelana's help or not, Laudren gained the upper hand by bringing over to their side the demons we find in Anolondo. We can tell these demons defected to Gwyn through the description of their spear, their presence in Anolondo, and their use of lightning. They are named lesser demons, so likely did not rank highly in the society of Izalith, and therefore were likely to rebel to a society which promised to treat them better. Their weapon explicitly states that they are chaos demons, so their natural home is down below, in Izalith. It also states that their weapons are imbued with lightning. Lightning is a gift Gwyn bestows, and every other normal demon weapon is referenced as only having a great weight, or power if used with great strength. The bat demons are once again unique. Finally, these demons help you progress to Anolondo, carrying you up. Every other demon tries to stop you in the path that ends with the death of their mother. We can therefore conclude that these demons betrayed their kind for Gwyn, much as Seath did against the dragons. The tide turned with the betrayal of these demons, perhaps with the help of Quelana to translate their secrets. The demons finally conceded to a pact after it was evident that they had to compromise or be defeated as the dragons were. The pact likely involved humanity consumption and keeping to their realm, just as Quelaag mentions in her cut dialogue. Keeping to different realms would also fix the competition for humanity. Finally, the Bel Quelaag Guards served a purpose before its use as a part of the undead legend. It was likely linked to offerings for the Four Kings, or to send a signal when they required more humanity from the production line overseen by the Four Kings. You may have noticed that we have been led to the question of a father and a king. I believe that the father of the daughters, and likely some sons too, was Xanthus King Jeremiah. Let us first analyse the name. Xanthus is not a place, but in fact means yellow. This is misleading and often causes people to conclude that he is from some exotic, unknown part of the land. It simply refers to the colour of the clothes he wears. King, of course, implies he was a king, but this requires a kingdom. The name Jeremiah may help us in finding this kingdom. Jeremiah is the name of a major Hebrew prophet who foresaw the fall of Assyria and the conquest of his country by Egypt and Babylon. This name implies that he could be from Izalith, and warned Izalith of the potential invasion by Laurentius. Izalith was invaded by another power just as Assyria was. Tenuous? Let's go further. Jeremiah also wields chaos pyromancies which even Quelana does not wield, as she left before pyromancy had developed to the chaos level. What chaos pyromancy does he also wield that is exclusive to only one other character? Chaos Firewhip, wielded by the eldest daughter of the Witch of Izalith, the daughter that is the deepest in supposedly lost Izalith. It is assumed that she created it as she wields it, but equally the spell could have been a gift from her father. Whichever way you look at it, it is a remarkably rare spell and it certainly implies a connection. Furthermore, if King Jeremiah is exiled, where is he exiled from? Given his strong links to pyromancy and access to chaos pyromancies, the obvious answer is Izalith. What is Izalith lacking? A king and father to the daughters. There is also further support in previous works of From Software. In Demon's Souls, some of you may remember the old monk boss. The old monk's robe, which becomes a headpiece, is remarkably similar to the one King Jeremiah wears. This has often been referred to as a little nod to fans of Demon's Souls, but there is more here. In Demon's Souls, the king of Latria has been kicked out of the kingdom by the queen, and he also uses this yellow cloth in the boss battle. This once again implies that Jeremiah not only looks like the old monk boss battle by chance, but reflects the lore behind the story in Demon's Souls as well. Both characters were exiled from the land by their queens. In fact, the Bed of Chaos boss battle was almost very similar to the Demon's Souls old monk battle too. Waragi stated in the Designworks interview that in a previous version, the Bed of Chaos lies sprawled on the floor and waves its hands, while the king sitting on the throne looks on. Miyazaki confirms this and talks about later changes. Just like in the old monk fight, where the king on the throne does not actually fight you while a PvPer controlled by the headcloth fights the player, this old version of the Bed of Chaos boss battle is similar. The Bed of Chaos fights while the king sits. The cloth, the format of the battle, the lore, and the missing king all match. And then we have his appearance in the Painted World. Miyazaki has said that the Painted World was a place where they put ideas that were cut from the game, or semi-cut, which they still wanted to have. Perhaps he just couldn't let go of his good ideas. We know that there was a King Izalith that was cut from the Designworks interview, and a king appears in the Painted World. This king was cut at a very late moment, so they would have become attached to the character, its design, and the lore surrounding it. It is likely, therefore, that it would be placed in the Painted World. He also mentions that the Painted World is a place where someone who's being chased to might go to escape, and references Priscilla while saying this. However, in the same way, the Painted World also suits our exiled King Jeremiah. Furthermore, the wall-hugging parasite in Blighttown in the text files is called Prince Izalith. It has been frequently mentioned that perhaps this enemy could be more than it appears. This could be another son, like Ceaseless, overwhelmed by a demon parasite. He guards power within on a corpse, so the prince is not Carmina, but this pyromancy does emphasize the concept of excessive power, eating away the life force of its caster, rather like the power of demonhood. The shape of the prince's head matches with his potential father. There is also a whip near this Prince Izalith. And what does King Jeremiah wield? A whip. Like father, like son. Jeremiah is the only character to wield a whip in the game. a notched whip, which is effective against flesh, perfect for fighting demons or keeping those he ruled over under control. And what does Ceaseless Discharge appear to use as another son of Jeremiah? It may be his arm, but it is certainly whip-like, a long, single limb that flies down the canyon. The king taught his sons how to fight. Also, look closely at Jeremiah's headscarf. Look at the Designworks images. Underneath this yellow bandage is blood and strange spikes or threads that seem to come from within. This isn't a fashion choice, it's hiding something. Underneath is a demon growth just like the Prince Izalith enemy. He has partaken of the fruits of the Flame of Chaos and is welded with a parasite. From Software passively confirms this through the game code. This is because the headpiece is not able to be removed. Every character's face can be discovered and the headpiece is removed to reveal what lies underneath, except a notable few. From Software worked on designing faces even though they knew most people would never see or appreciate them. True Dark Souls. However, in the notable exceptions, From Software does not want to give such easy solutions to lore questions. For these few, the helms are not removable. Jeremiah, Kieran, and Marvelous Chester cannot be seen without their helms. Chester is cursed, so it has become his face. Kieran may or may not be a Cyclops of some form, and Dark Souls isn't going to give an easy answer. The face the community touts as being Kieran's was a placeholder model for a demo or debug, and hence it is completely basic, bald, and without features. In the actual game there is no face that you can access. We are deliberately left in the dark, so we have to reach our own conclusions on our own merit. Then there is Jeremiah, another deliberately held back face model. Why? Because underneath the cloth is not a simple face, but a grotesque growth, much like that found on the Prince Izalith enemy. To allow us to see this demonic growth would give us the lore that he is the king of Izalith too easily. However, if Jeremiah was living in Izalith long enough to learn Chaos Pyromancies, what led him to be exiled? I have already mentioned that he may have just been acting under his namesake. After predicting the war would come, his queen and all of Izalith may have become tired of him croaking like a Cassandra, but this is too simplistic. We have another possibility. The queen exiled him because he betrayed her. We have established that the queen must have exiled him due to the fact that she would be the only one with such authority in Izalith. Who else could exile the king? This is further confirmed through the demon soul similarities, but there is more support for betrayal in examining what Jeremiah wears. Covered in bright yellow, the headpiece formed a painful embrace that stings the eyes, which reminds us of another character. Lautrec, clad in burnished gold, with arms that protect him and yet appear to entrap him, have a similar yellow melancholy to his outfit. Lautrec is, or was, in love with Fina. We know from the Ring of Favour and Protection that Fina possesses fateful beauty. We can also infer, from the fact that the ring breaks if removed, that she is fickle with her affections. It is likely this fickle nature meant it was inevitable that her beauty would affect many men and gods, and she would not keep to one admirer. The fact that we can acquire another Ring of Favour and Protection from Snuggly in a single playthrough confirms this, proving that she gave her affections to multiple individuals, which leads into further evidence for Jeremiah's betrayal of his queen. It is worth noting, however, that the witch may not be without sin either. We think that the father of Ceaseless is in fact someone other than Jeremiah, but I shall expand on that in our Stories of the Gods episode. The item required to give Snuggly if you wish to receive Fina's Ring of Favour and Protection is the Xanthus Crown. The more we have studied the lore, the more Snuggly's choices of gifts seem non-random, but planned by the developers as links to confirm lore that is buried very deeply. The story of Lautrec is surely too inconsequential to have the fateful consequences that are mentioned in the Ring of Favour and Protection. Instead, Jeremiah fell for Fina's beauty, and this love and betrayal of the Witch of Izalith was discovered. The Queen, heartbroken, exiled him. But the fateful consequences did not stop there. The betrayal led to corrupting emotions of sadness and anger, which in turn led to the engulfment that is mentioned. This caused an exponential growth of the demons and the inevitable war, as the witch indulged in chaos, throwing caution to the wind. Fina's beauty may have led to the chain of events, much like in Berserk, with the broken individual choosing demonhood and power over all else. The bed of chaos we meet, head lolling on the floor, arms barely raised, strikes one as defeated and heartbroken. She may have preferred to bring on war and calamity than go on, committing to demonhood in order to flee from the pain her humanity caused her.
Hawkeye Gough hits a dragon against the wind from a mile away, and he is blind. After gaming's greatest shot of all time, he celebrates by sitting back down and continuing his wood carving. Welcome to Hawkshaw's take on Hawkeye Gough. Black Iron Tarkus is a heavy boy. Havel is a heavier boy. Smough is even chunkier. But Gough is the heaviest of all heavy boys. Gough can't see. He isn't faking it. His hand delicately feels for his bow, and if we go quiet while fighting, or wear the slumbering dragon crest ring, he strains to hear us, and belly flops the air. This leaves us with two mysteries. What is the cause of his blindness? Is it because of his eyes, or because of his helmet? And second, how on earth does he make this shot? The second mystery can be answered. Gough listens. Watch him. He cocks his head to one side, waiting for the sound of the dragon's wings. Once he has heard the dragon taking off, he draws back his bow. He needs to do this in advance so the noise doesn't interfere with listening to the dragon. And it is noisy. Gough draws back this mighty bow with all his strength. And if Gough the giant grunts like that, then the arrow is going to hit hard. With his bow drawn, he stays stock still, silent. He is listening again. He knows the dragon's routine. He hears the dragon every day of his imprisonment. He listens and waits until just the right moment. So Gough helps us to defeat Calamite, but he helps the Dark Souls community with much more, with lore and wisdom. Gough was dismissed as brutish, but we don't think of him this way. But the first mystery remains. Is it his eyes or his helmet that make him blind? And if it's his helmet, why doesn't he take it off? Gough's first impression surprised us. He looks very different from the other giants we meet. He has very unique fashion soles. He has a gold medallion chained around his torso that puts all sunlight medals to shame. I mean, that thing is a goddamn dinner plate for a drake. That much gold is probably worth more than a mansion in prime Anor Londo real estate. The next unique fashion soles is a pauldron on his shoulder. This pauldron is made of a dragon bone. Big boy Gough doesn't just have a dragon tooth, he wears a whole goddamn bone. Next is his helmet. This is remarkably unique, and that's even before noticing the streaks of resin. And finally, he wears the hawk ring. Our next impression of Hawkeye Gough is when we talk to him, his voice. It is very unique, and we personally found it quite soothing, though we've heard it has been thought of as boring, kind, and even scary.
A visitor, have we?
This is the sound of the original voice recording of the original voice actor, which we think is just as beautiful.
That old friend he was. Thanks to thee, he left this world with honor intact.
You can probably hear that this is the same voice actor who played Beor of the Twin Fangs in Demon Souls, and also Blacksmith Ed and Blacksmith Baldwin in the same game. By the time we met Gough, we knew about Faris, who, despite being a human, ranked alongside Gough. It seems that archers all have an interest in fashion souls, with Faris wielding the unique black bow and wearing his famous hat, universally popular among children. Faris brings us the idea of rank. In the ancient past, before the chaos of Lordran today, rank was very important, and one of our obsessions is who was the leader of the Four Knights of Gwyn. Gough himself is a serious contender for this position. Why? He's explicitly called the leader of the Dragon Slayers in his bow's description. Not only that, his armour is built of a similar material as the Silver Knight armour. Now, back in time there were only Silver Knights. Black Knights did not exist at the time of the War of the Dragons. The metal being similar to the Silver Knights implies some sort of connection.
Furthermore, Gough's placement in the DLC is remarkably close to an old Silver Knight training ground. It feels as though Gough may have been involved in the training of soldiers as well as a leader. All this does lead us to think that Gough had a strong chance of being the leader of the Four Knights, as it would follow that the top knight commanded the force of Silver Knights. Artorias and Kieran could technically be the leaders, but we feel that Kieran is a very unlikely leader, as she is the Lord's blade, an assassin. Assassins can rarely be leaders due to the fact that leaders must be known by their troops, and assassins must work in the shadows. And speaking of shadows, such as the Abyss, Artorias seems to consistently go on quests that were solitary and ill-advised, which is hardly the behaviour of a leader. Which leads to the last option, Ornstein. To stay defending the capital is certainly the job of a leader, though some may argue that he was only an illusion. His armour states Ornstein is believed to be the captain of the Four Knights. So once again, we have a description implying leadership, and this time it is explicitly of the Four Knights, not only of the Dragon Slayers. However, the phrasing "believed to be" makes us question, could this be a mistaken belief of modern times? Ornstein also drops the soul that was given to all four of the knights by Gwyn, again hinting at a higher status. But we like the idea that Gough was the wise leader of the emotional Four Knights, and so for Gough's video, that's what we will choose to believe. In terms of literal strength, we can actually compare them, and set Gough to fight Ornstein or Artorias, though note, Gough is doing a no-weapon challenge in each of these duels. Of course, leadership will not have been chosen by who was the strongest. What we can say for certain is that Gough fought alongside his fellow knights in the ancient Dragon War, and the absolute leader was Gwyn, and all of them were among his faithful knights.
Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights.
Gough would have been a nightmare for the dragons. With his huge HP and massive damage output we see in action against Calamite, we can experience it ourselves if we are unwise enough to fight him. Though what sick madman would think of attacking Gough, we just don't know. Gwyn treated his knight Gough with great respect. He gave Gough his position. The enormous gold medallion was also given by Gwyn. Gough's armour says, "The medallion, bequeathed by the Lord himself, and the dragonbone pauldrons are symbols of the highest honours." All of Gough's items repeatedly mention honour, as if they're making a point. Gough seems to have done nothing but gain glory for Anor Londo, but plenty of evidence suggests that many did not follow Gwyn's example. Many disrespected him. While his helm was given as a decoration of knightly honour, we can see that the eye holes are stuffed with resin. It was done by those who dismissed Gough as a brutish giant. We don't know when the eye holes were blocked, but whether during the time of the DLC or the early Age of Fire, it was a land of prejudice against giants. The DLC is dripping in prejudice. We face rudeness about being human with almost every character. We smell human, but not intolerably so.
Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable.
We are told that it's typical human nature to be violent and aggressive.
You humans, always taking what you please.
Faris ranks alongside Gough despite being human, and this likely refers to more than just strength. It seems that humans are the lowest in the hierarchy, with giants being slightly above them, and then the race or beings that we call lords above them. And the prejudice towards giants weighs on Gough. In the past he was dismissed as brutish, and in the present he is locked up. Despite his good behaviour, he is still treated badly. He is not allowed to escape his status of giant. The Dark Souls guidebook says giant slaves, which adds up with what we see in game. Yet the Tomb of the Giants is also deeper down in the earth and closer to Nito's domain. Nito, the first of the dead, is also giant-like. This makes us question whether giants came before, or at least died before, the lords. From Software frequently makes titans or giants or larger creatures inhabit the world before they gradually shrink until the modern day. This primordial nature of the giants may lead to prejudice. Primordial things are often more brutish, and we have to admit that some other giants aren't exactly Socrates.
Forge weapons, big shiny, more
However, perhaps the giants are simply not afforded the opportunity to learn in the culture of Lordran, and the giant blacksmith, while simple in words, is perhaps the most advanced blacksmith in-game, and uses his hammer like no one else. We see prejudice beyond Gough. Giants are forced to do menial labour, pulling chains and rolling boulders. Blacksmithing is the highest role we can find. Many are chained in place. And Gough, the greatest of them all, is locked up. Gough does not deserve his treatment. Despite being a giant, Gough treats us with more humanity than perhaps any other being in Dark Souls. He shows enormous empathy for his fellow knights.
If thine was the blade to which Artorias fell, then thou must be wary of Kiran. She had strong feelings for the great Artorias. The poor girl.
For Manos.
They awoke that thing themselves and drove it mad.
And for ourselves.
Tomorrow, the black dragon posing me duress?
Alas, a lot of the nuances of Lordran's ancient culture will never be found out, but we bet that Gough didn't deserve his mistreatment. If an evil-minded Dark Souls player did attack and kill Gough, he will drop his remarkable bow. This is the mightiest great bow in Dark Souls. It does more damage than even the Dragonslayer great bow of Gough's Silver Knight archers. It also has that sweet B scaling. However, from far distances, it does less damage than the Dragonslayer bow. This gives us extra lore. Gough got right up in the dragon's business when firing his arrows. Interestingly, Gough's handmade arrows are less powerful than his Dragonslayer archer's arrows. We wonder why this is. Gough makes his arrows by hand with tree bark and stone. This sounds suspiciously like dragon scales and arch trees, the foundational part of the old dragon world. Has anyone experimented with his arrows specifically against dragon-type enemies? From Software games sometimes have a theme of like being effective against like. Stone can be effective against stone. Perhaps these arrows are super effective against what Gough shot at, the stone dragons. Do note that he will also give you his bow if you just go through his questline peacefully. And it's not the only useful thing for PvP he gives us. He gives us his infamous carvings, heads made from arch trees. In Dark Souls, player communication is limited. Online players can write messages with soapstones, but we are limited to specific words. While these combinations can be funny, we are still silent. But Gough's carved heads allow us to show emotion. Thanks to him, we can greet each other audibly in co-op.
Hello!
Then, after a successful co-op, should we invade our old friend's world accidentally, we can tell them,
I'm sorry.
But these heads aren't as useful in PvE as they are rumoured to be. There is a rumour that if you're on a ledge and you throw a head, if you can hear hello clearly, it is safe.
Hello!
If you hear nothing, then the fall will be deadly. It is not true. You can hear Gough's carvings even if the fall is deadly, so best stick to prism stones. This wood carving has been a pastime of Gough at least since he was locked up. But who locked him up? We know one thing. It was not Gwyn. Not only did Gwyn gift so many symbols of honour to Gough that it's very unlikely that their relationship would sour, but we can logically deduce that Gwyn had already left for the First Flame by the time of the DLC and Gough's imprisonment. We can tell by the presence of pyromancy in the DLC. Pyromancy spread to the real world only after Gwyn's war against demons, and Gwyn left immediately after this war to the kiln of the First Flame. So the next question is, could Gough have been part of the plot against the gods, and locked up as a consequence? Once again, this is not the case. The Undead Burg, a place where planning the plot against the gods took place, did not exist in the time of the DLC. So we still don't know why or when exactly Gough was locked up. The one time Gough seems to get truly angry is when he references Manos.
Seduced by a dark serpent or no, they awoke that thing themselves and drove it mad.
Could it be that he was in Ulasil training Silver Knights, but took a stance against the Ulasil townfolk? Or can the lore of his wood carvings help us with an answer? One carving says, in Gough's voice,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The description says, this head says, I'm sorry. Have another look. Isn't that an expression of atonement? Why would Gough be making this carving? Does he blame himself for something? Did he do something wrong? We think it's unlikely. Or maybe he's apologizing for something else. The poor inmate sells dung pies. Is that because he has nowhere to go? And on that note, how does he eat? And where does he get the wood he carves? Let's just assume that Gough is enlightened, and all things come naturally to him. Once again, Dark Souls gives us an eternal mystery that will never quite be solved. What we do know is that Gough has turned to a quest of personal enlightenment. He is mastering wood carvings, and through it, mastering himself. We don't know if he can escape. It seems he has chosen not to. He is, quote, retired.
What good is a dog with no hands to hunt?
He knows he is blind and imprisoned, but he seems to accept everything. This leads us to the most important part of Gough's lore. Gough's lore isn't really about when he was locked up or the wars he fought. It's about what he teaches us. Gough is a stoic, and this answers the helmet mystery. His eyes may work perfectly, but he chooses to wear the helmet stuffed with resin. This is because he lives by a philosophy of acceptance, perhaps to show others that he could be delicate and accurate, even once they blinded him, to show that they were the ones blinded by prejudice. When he is locked in prison, he faces it stoically. He does not try to escape. Instead, he finds freedom through carving. Like the sage in the mountains, Gough trades a cave for a prison, and he is finding enlightenment. Almost all NPCs have more freedom, and yet they are more unhappy than Gough. The most unhappy NPC is the one with the most choices. Even when we unlock the door, which would give any prisoner some hope of change, Gough simply continues carving, undisturbed. Gough accepts and flows with what life brings. He is not brutish, he is wise. When we tell him our plans, he responds with kindness and wisdom. If we tell him we don't want to fight the dragon, he says he agrees, calmly saying,
A wise choice.
If we choose to fight, he says,
Good, good. What is bravery without a dash of recklessness?
And yet, if we change our minds, he calmly agrees the other way.
Yes, surely that is best.
Each time his response is open, in case we change our minds. He does not push us or correct us, and when he sells us his wares, we see more evidence of his stoicism. He has homeward bones. It seems that he likes the calm that this imprisonment has allowed him. He would rather stay here in peace until the dust from his carving falls off him like snow. But there is one more question about Gough. If this is the past, is Gough still alive in the present? Kieran is dead. Artorias is dead. Ornstein is gone or killed by us. So what of Gough? Ulasil is Darkroot Garden back in time, and the area where Gough was imprisoned seems to have been swallowed by the abyss. However, there are those that love him to this day. The giant blacksmith. Behind the blacksmith, behind all his other tools, hidden in a chest, is Gough's ring. If the Hawk ring was swallowed by the abyss, how could Gough's friend still have it? Could it be that he escaped his prison cell and gifted it to the giant blacksmith in person, before leaving for a life of solitude and meditation? The truth is, we will never know. We like to think Gough is sitting in the sunlight outside a mountain cave, carving away. And if a lone adventurer stumbles upon him, you can be sure that Gough will not tell him what to do, and will not ask anything from him. But if he is asked, he will help them with guidance, and with wise advice. It is what he did for us. Gough is an example of why this game lives on in all of us, even all this time later.
Thou will understand one day. At thy twilight, the old thoughts return in great waves of nostalgia.
Welcome to the timeline of the world of Dark Souls. This is a thoroughly researched timeline and has examined every piece of evidence and dialogue in-game, as well as cut content, a broad number of interviews, inspirations for Dark Souls, mythology, work done previously by From Software, and some inevitable conjecture. However, the latter is kept to a minimum, and it will be clear where the leaps have been made. I will provide almost all the evidence I have for each timeline stage in an attempt to dispel future confusion and cement certain timeline events. Before beginning, there are a few timeline mechanics to consider, some that have been mentioned before and some that we have found in our own research. The first is from the White Sign Soapstone and Solaire's dialogue, which both state that the flow of time is distorted. However, I would like to note that it seems, despite difficulties when facing evidence that challenges assumptions, that the lore is remarkably consistent and this is really a multiplayer mechanic. Broadly, it can be approached in a classical cause and effect framework. Another is that the game was rushed out in a partially incomplete state, and therefore there are certain in-game inconsistencies and original game to DLC inconsistencies with regard to timeline. A third is that the complexity of Dark Souls lore includes characters with individual motivations. There is a degree of conflicting information which shows that it is likely that several key pieces of dialogue that mention amount of years are possible lies or used for manipulation. Finally, there is confusion given by in-game versus out-of-game information. This is not going to be a pocket-sized piece of lore sentimentalism, but a historical evidence-based video for the Dark Souls lore enthusiast. So strap in. First, there was the Age of Ancients. When the intro states that there are grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons, I believe that the dragons were the only creatures in existence, but in pure, everlasting form. There is no time, as there is no change. Then there came the first flame, but long before what we call the Age of Fire. It brings life, death, light, and dark, but also emotions, including corrupting emotions such as hunger, greed, anger, and so on. Time begins as disparity brings about change. Life, I believe, also allows everlasting dragons to reproduce, and it is likely that some dragons are corrupted into imperfect dragons. Perhaps primordial serpents are examples of this, created by greed. The word primordial is defined as existing at or from the beginning of time, and I believe therefore the primordial serpents come about when the first flame brings time, and simultaneously corrupts some dragons into these serpents. Primordial is also used to describe the crystal we find in-game that Seath uses, which I believe came about with the coming of life. The Alluring Skull states that souls are a concentration of life, and Homing Crystal Soulmass states that the mysteries of souls, crystals, and the sorceries are deeply intertwined. This shows that the crystal has a relationship with life, and therefore is likely a result of the disparity. In addition, crystals in reality are formed from molten rock, deep within the earth in most cases, which also implies that heat and cold had arrived to form it already. It has been asked why the dragons possessed both everlasting scales and a crystal that gives everlasting life, as surely the latter is unnecessary, but I believe they found the crystal once life emerged, for the reasons I have just mentioned. We have a video planned to focus on such topics as humanity, souls, crystals, life, and so on, so if you are interested in our interpretations of these cornerstones of the game, stay tuned for a video devoted to them. Manus is referenced as primeval man, which means of the earliest time in history, and therefore humans came about after the first flame, as we have mentioned that time had not begun before it. However, the deliberate change in wording from primordial to primeval may imply a later date in the sense that some form of referencing time has begun. I will get to what this distinction may imply in a moment. Seath is born imperfect due to the corrupting aspects of life. He was without scales, is partially sighted, though only with a lack of sight, not blind, as I will discuss another time, and has serpentine legs, symbolizing he is a partially imperfect dragon. The Gaping Dragon is born, as it is a descendant, not an original ancient dragon that existed before fire. It is still a mineral being, however. He begins to be corrupted by hunger, as Miyazaki told us in the Designworks interview, and is warped by desire into the being we meet much later in the game. Then, from the dark, they came. They are created by the emergence of life. They were not hiding. The Dragon Covenant talks of seeking the perpetuity of the ancient dragons, and I believe these other life forms that came were not immortal like the dragons in the Age of Ancients, and instead were created in the disparity of life. I don't believe they were humans, but giants, among other forms of life, of course. The they may actually refer to the variety of humanoid life that emerged, but humans are not those referenced. In the time of the DLC, giants are dismissed as brutish, and yet Elizabeth says, "Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable." In addition, Kieran forgives you for being human, as well as all the negative appraisals of human nature when you engage her in a fight. There must therefore be one or more separate castes, if two, those being humans and giants, are simultaneously derided. For reasons of similarities to Greek mythology, I think the giants are akin to the titans, and the lords are like the gods. They are related to each other, but it is more like a step in evolution. I will go more into depth on this in the upcoming Stories of the Gods series. Humans, I believe, are likely created. All-Father Lloyd has this epithet, but why? He is not the father of Gwyn or any other lords to our knowledge, but he has an affiliation with the human world despite evidently not being human himself. Thus, it is likely he created man in the same manner that gods have always created humans in mythology. As previously mentioned, the choice of word primeval, I believe, supports this, as it implies it is at the beginning of record keeping, as opposed to simply the beginning of time, and therefore after the advent of they coming from the dark. Soon, culture begins to develop. The massive structures surrounding the kiln of the First Flame imply the architecture was originally built by and for giants. It certainly wouldn't have been built just for Gwyn's rekindling, and this was likely a city of the giants for a time. Nito dies, and at the very least becomes first of the dead in the sense of being foremost amongst them. However, the Gravelord Sword Miracle states that it is known only by servants of the First Dead, an item description which is often missed when discussing his title. A very likely interpretation of this is that he was also the first ever to die. Whichever you choose, it is necessary for his death to be very early on. He is the Grave King in the Tomb of Giants, and his huge size makes likely that he was a giant himself. The Witch of Izalith is likely a giant too, given how she towers over her children in the intro, who we later see are human size. Unless one guesses that they are all children in this moment, from perhaps all being born simultaneously, this must mean that the witch is a giant. However, we know from the Chaos Firewit pyromancy that they weren't all born at the same time, since there is an eldest daughter. The culture spreads into Lordran, where, according to Solaire, Gwyn was born. Lords, or the slightly different race to giants, emerge. An Orlando is built along with the archives, as when Seath is granted access to them for betraying his kind, the phrase implies they exist already and are not his. They are also already named the Regal Archives, i.e. they are not Seath's, as he is only granted dukedom by Gwyn, a rank below royalty. The archives had therefore been around for a long time before this, implying culture, academia and so on well before Seath's turning. During this spread of culture, roles in society come about. Knights are in existence before challenging the dragons, and miracles are as well, as shown by both the Silver Knights and Lightning Spear miracle in the intro. Therefore, at least some form of religion is likely being developed already. This is further supported by the Dark Hand, which states that the ancients could sap the humanity of a replete saint, implying a faith that was followed in the time of the Age of Ancients. We cannot, however, be sure if it was the Way of White or some other religion. The firstborn son is born. I believe he fought against the dragons, as his Sunlight Blade stresses that it is very effective against dragons. In addition, the lightning spears which are thrown in great number in the intro are granted to followers of the Firstborn Son's Covenant, and are again emphasized to be effective against dragons. It is not the Sunlight Spear, as only Gwyn wields that power until he gives it to his children when he goes to kindle the flame. Gwyn also looks old enough to be a grandfather and is hardly a representation of a father-to-be. Furthermore, his broken statue shows a Dragonslayer spear akin to Ornstein's, which in the description of Ornstein's spear shows how it is designed to pierce scales of the dragons. In the Designworks interview, they also state that they based the design around the idea of stabbing the dragon and then using all your body weight to force the spear deeper. The firstborn son also used to wear an ancient ring, which does not necessarily refer to the Age of Ancients, but it is an interesting choice of words, as it does imply it. Finally, he is the god of war, and we are only certain of 2 wars in history, of which he is suited far more to the former than the war against the Chaos Demons. At least it seems that the firstborn son was born at the latest during the war and before Seath turned, so as to be involved enough to justify his dragon-slaying weapons and miracles. Gwyn is certain to grant ranks to at least Gough and Ornstein, as Ornstein is explicitly a dragon slayer and his weapon is designed for the task, and Gough is referenced as the leader of the dragon slayers. Whether Artorias and Kieran were alive and granted ranks at this stage it is difficult to know, as they have no notable dragon-slaying equipment. It is likely that the 4 knights developed gradually, and the number was not fixed, shown by Smough's unfulfilled wishes to be ranked alongside the 4 knights. It seems it is a tier which any number can be added to, as opposed to a fixed group. Silver Knights are trialled and trained, likely through Udacil, which is referenced as ancient. In addition, there is a trial watched over by a member of the gods which once led to ancient Anolonda, and in my opinion this is the god of war. For the Battle of Stoicism, each image in the gazebo shows Silver Knight statues, which implies that this was the ultimate goal, to become one of them. I don't believe Sen's Fortress is developed as a trial yet, as it requires a golem made from a dragon bone, who have not been challenged yet. Through whatever means, Silver Knights are recruited before challenging the dragons. Izalith comes about and develops, and the witch has her 7 daughters. Quelana is already wearing her gold hem set. There is culture and a population in Izalith, likely fuel for the transformation into the many demons we see, as shown by the humanoid nature of many demons. The Guardian Soul description implies that it is demon-like, due to it being a mix of different creatures. This shows that demons are an amalgamation of previously existing creatures. The witch, as ruler of Izalith, attempts to recreate the first flame. This is difficult to know for sure whether it was before or after challenging the dragons, but I will explain why I've committed to placing it before. I believe it is possible she attempted its recreation even before the war on the dragons, for several reasons. The first is that the Chaos Flame Ember, which is referenced as the Art of the Lost City of Izalith, is usable only by those who are versed in ancient methods, which implies that it may have been an ember used in the Age of Ancients. Further to this, the gold hemmed robe is stated to have been worn by Quelana before even the Age of Fire, which at first seems to be an irrelevant piece of information. However, it may imply a timeline for deserting the actual robe that you pick up in front of the ceaseless discharge, placing fleeing her home before the Age of Fire began or shortly afterwards. Given that Quelana possesses none of the art of the Flame of Chaos, i.e. she doesn't sell or use any Chaos pyromancies, this would imply that she did flee before the culture and advancements of Chaos began. This makes the choice of words of the gold hem set very significant as to whether this occurred before the Age of Fire. In addition, the name of the Witch of Izalith's children has always puzzled me, the Daughters of Chaos. Even in the introduction cinematic, they are referenced as of Chaos. The footage of the introduction of the witch and her daughters has always been assumed to be before the Chaos Flame's creation, but this name implies otherwise. In addition, all the daughters are significantly smaller than the Witch of Izalith, as I mentioned, which is odd if they are her children in a traditional sense. Perhaps they are of her and the Chaos Flame, a product of sharing the Chaos Flame that the witch controls and is a part of her, in the same way that one can share a pyromancy flame as a part of oneself. Therefore, they share an eternal bond, as the Chaos Flame was split amongst them. In the cut content, there is a Demon Flame Lord Soul, a 5th Lord Soul, which further hints to this possibility that Chaos power could be split as other Lord Souls can be. Further supporting the idea of inherent chaos in the daughters before becoming physical chaos demons is from Quelaag's two weapons. Quelaag's Fury Sword appears to be a part of the spider that we slew, perhaps a leg, and is said to have shells, spikes, and chaos fire as Quelaag's body does, implying her lower half. However, the Chaos Blade is said to have only the chaotic nature of Quelaag, which implies that she had chaos in her nature before she merged with the spider, becoming the demon that we meet. I am of the opinion that becoming the demon spider creature was no accident, and comes some time after the creation of the Chaos Flame. If demons interest you, all things demonic are our next video, so I won't go into too much detail here unless this is necessary, as we have some really great info I want to present properly in that episode. But back to the topic. We have also seen that women can be linked to flames without complications. Perhaps Seath's discharge was not born after the Chaos Flame was created, and the daughters before, but rather all of them were born before. The daughters can possess it without the damage it causes Ceaseless, as they are women, whereas he, as Miyazaki states in the Designworks interview, possesses the Chaos Flame, but can't control it. In addition, the Witch of Izalith's hands seem very burnt in the intro, almost as if she has been playing with fire, which leads me to the moment when she holds the flame in the intro. The intro has several moments which have been overlooked, and they perhaps signify more than what they first appear. Taking a closer look at the familiar image, she is surrounded by her daughters in what seems to be a ritual involving her flame. This is not fighting against the dragons, and is assumedly before the war, as we are shown this scene before the dragons are challenged in the prologue. It appears to me as though it could be a representation of the attempt to recreate the first flame, all splitting the Chaos Flame between them, standing deep within Izalith on the roots of the earth that would become the heart of chaos. We see in this clip the two daughters on either side of the Witch of Izalith holding staves, which we don't see anywhere else except in the Bed of Chaos boss battle. This does imply that we are seeing the ritual that in fact created the Bed of Chaos. What I think is far more certain than whether the creation of the Chaos Flame occurred before or after the Age of Fire is that the Witch of Izalith controls the Chaos Flame for some time. There is a very significant amount of time before the flame engulfed her, if indeed it ever did in the sense that we assumed. I will give some brief support for engulfment coming far after controlling the first flame. First, the Lord Soul she has is described as having created a being of chaos and fire, whose power formed a bed of life that would become the source of all demons. Would become implies a temporal delay at least between its creation and the demon's creation. Furthermore, I believe demons came about while she still controlled the flame. The demon Fire Sage, referenced as the first demon, is a master of flame sorceries, despite pyromancy being described as coming about at the moment the witch was engulfed. This places a demon before engulfment and pyromancy. She also has a son, Ceaseless Discharge, and it is stated that his sisters made him a ring so that the lava which inflamed his sores from birth wouldn't hurt. His sisters, plural, implies the complete group, i.e. all of the sisters, are still around. This places another demon before Quelana's departure, which she claims is upon her mother's engulfment. Miyazaki also states, in a contradiction to the description of the demon Fire Sage, that Ceaseless Discharge is the first demon, born so long ago that the flame wasn't yet stable. Wasn't yet stable implies it was eventually stabilized and controlled, in addition to the Great Age of Ceaseless, implying that his creation was long ago. Also, when Ceaseless dropped his orange charred ring, his lava swords flood the land below, burying the Chaos Ember, an ancient art known only by blacksmiths versed in ancient rites. These things taken together put the creation of the Chaos Flame very far back on the timeline. The sisters' transformation into demons is after challenging the dragons, however, which will be discussed later. Famos is around before the Chaos Ember is developed, as is versed in the ancient methods required to use it. However, from his dialogue we can tell he has never seen it. His helm also indicates that he is part of an ancient line, and he repeatedly references himself as old. It is certain from both the Large Flame and Chaos Flame Ember that he is exceptionally old, complaining about the state of modern embers. We can therefore safely put him before the war, when the Chaos Ember is likely flooded over. Havel is likely to be around in advance of becoming a battle compatriot with Gwyn. Considering he wields a dragon tooth which is likely pillaged from a dragon he kills, I believe he was a compatriot for this war. Anor Londo, the Archives, Knights, Religion, Izalith. In short, culture was fully developed before the challenging of the dragons. the Lord's souls are found. This is a very similar time to challenging the dragons, as both are referenced as marking the dawn of the Age of Fire. I believe the power of the Lord's souls tempted them to challenge the dragons, and do not believe that Seath tempted the Lords to challenge the dragons, as Seath allied with Lord Gwyn. This implies that there were already sides to ally too. Betraying his own also implies the same. As an example, can you roleplay siding with the mushrooms against the cats in Darkroot Garden? No, it doesn't make sense, they're not against each other. Therefore, Seath turned once the dragons and lords were already fighting. With the strength of lords, the dragons are challenged. Nito unleashes a miasma of death and disease, which is effective on the dragons as the emergence of life has made them vulnerable to such things. Some affected by this miasma become the undead dragons you see in-game, brought down by death and disease. However, not being split from their everlasting scales of immortality, they cling on, as undead it seems. Seath betrays his own, and it is likely that in the same move he pillages the primordial crystal. He is made a duke and embraced by royalty, and is also given access to the regal archives and allowed to pursue his research. He perhaps is given the bequeathed Lord Soul Shard now as a reward, though most descriptions of Gwyn splitting his soul to his clan are upon leaving to link the flame, so this is ambiguous. He could be granted the soul piece for turning against the dragons, but be given it years later. It is hard to tell exactly when. Without all the dragons being killed, enough are slain for the dragon's time to be past, and the time of lords to begin. So begins the Age of Fire. Alvina is born early in this age. If there were not the full set of 4 knights before the war, in the Age of Fire the set of Gwyn's 4 knights is completed, and the Lord's blades start killing Gwyn's enemies. It may be here that Smough grinds bones of victims and ruins his chances of being ranked among the 4 knights. Sen's Fortress is created as a trial to become a Silver Knight or as a training ground, either replacing Ulysseal or in conjunction with it. This is due to the fact that Silver Knight statues fill the rooms of Sen's Fortress, despite the fact that Silver Knights have remained at Anor Londo since Gwyn left to kindle the flame to protect the illusory goddess. Therefore, it is impossible for there to be Silver Knight armor here if Sen's Fortress was intended to shepherd the undead from the start, as if Gwyn orders the shepherding of the undead upon kindling the flame, the Silver Knights have remained at the capital since he left. Hence, the armor sets must have been there when Sen's Fortress served a different function, for example a training ground. This is pushed further by the fact that the armor is old, broken and rusted. Andre's dialogue shows that it was likely built before the undead legend, stating, "Sen's Fortress is an old proving ground built by the ancient gods. It was built by the gods, plural, which implies it was before the gods left, and Gwyn only tells his children to shepherd the humans on leaving to kindle the flame, by which time most gods have left. I will get to proving the gods leave before Gwyn kindles the flame in a moment." Why would the gods build a fortress as a trial for the undead so that they have their home invaded to succeed a leader who still is in power and at the capital? In addition, Dragonbone Fist shows that the core of the Iron Golem was made by the bone of an everlasting dragon by the gods. This once again shows that it, like the fortress, was made by multiple gods, and also makes likely that the golem was built shortly after defeating the ancient dragons. A painting of the fortress is also in a bedroom in Anor Londo, implying it existed and was used well before the gods left and the shepherding of the undead to Anor Londo began. The Iron Golem also slayed countless heroes who sought Anor Londo, which seems an overly positive term just for some undead. Tarkus and likely Lautrec seem to have both defeated the Iron Golem, and despite this we can kill it too after they already have, showing that it is a trial that can be reset over and over as it is not living. A golem is defined as a robot, automaton, or clay animated by magic. We see this sort of magic in Ulysseal in the DLC. The armour shows how it is just a vessel for the souls, further hinting at its puppet-like nature. It is not truly alive and can be reset to fight again and again, which is perfect both as a trial or as training. Therefore, we can conclude that Sen's Fortress has been recycled. It was once a trial or proving grounds to become a Silver Knight, Or it is also likely, given the number of spare armor sets, that it doubled as a training ground for the Silver Knights. It has now become a proving ground for the undead pilgrimage. Other regions developed that had not already come about. Demons are eventually produced in large number, likely from the original inhabitants of Izalith, and demon culture becomes more established. Support of the Flame of Chaos, of demons themselves, and likely even willful transformation into them is carried out by the witch and some daughters. All except, and rather suspiciously given her dialogue, Quelana, who is against the Flame of Chaos. Again, stay tuned for our demon video for more detail on this. Izalith is not in disorder. Demons have a hierarchy and culture, and there is no war waged upon them for some time. The Japanese name for Demon Fire Sage implies that he was a priest to the demons, and is high up in their ranks. And yes, it is not a transformed Daughter of Chaos. Sage, the English, and priest, the Japanese, are both male terms. Great Chaos Fireball and Chaos Flame Ember, among other items, are all described as the art of the Flame of Chaos. The inclusion of spells and smithing in the demon culture is hardly the stamp of a demon-ravaged ruin. The Chaos Flame Ember is an art of the lost city of Izalith. The ember is used to make demon weapons, and yet it is the art of the functioning city of Izalith. Izalith continues to flourish after the Chaos Flame and the demons come into being. The statues themselves in Izalith function as demonic guards. Quelaag and the Fair Lady show language developed as part of this culture. This is supported by the Old Witch's Ring description and the demonic script that appears around the Ceaseless Discharge and the Bed of Chaos boss battles. The Chaos Flame at some stage engulfs the Witch of Izalith and her daughters. This could be soon after challenging the dragons or a period into demon culture. It is hard to say. Furthermore, engulf could mean that they were powerfully affected or overwhelmed, as opposed to the traditional meaning of being swept over in a physical sense. This is important as it could imply a different process to manic transformation or flooding of lava, and instead mean being overcome in a power struggle, the development of an infatuation with the Chaos Flame, or the giving of allegiance to the Chaos Flame. This type of engulfment, that of infatuation or allegiance, may be supported by the fact that both Quelana and the eldest daughter, who is closest to the heart of chaos, are both unaffected by this engulfment and seem fully human. Furthermore, Quelaag and the Fair Lady are still loyal to the Chaos Flame, running the Servants of Chaos Covenant. It is also an interesting description, as only the Witch, unless two daughters are included in the boss fight, is part of the Bed of Chaos. The rest are free to roam. Perhaps after the engulfment, the consumption of humanity for the Chaos Flame, or the rate of production of demons, was too great for Gwyn not to take notice, and so was the catalyst for the war. But this moment, or process, needs to occur independently from the creation of the Chaos Flame, as the engulfment creates pyromancy. The Witch of Izalith becomes the godmother of pyromancy, a term that likely means she was the creator, but did not teach the art to the outside world. Quelana did teach it to the outside world, and is named the mother of pyromancy, but her introduction of it to Salomon is far later. Quelana is also referenced as not only the mother, but the founder of pyromancy. These varying terms could mean that the Witch of Izalith created pyromancy for Izalith, and Quelana had escaped before this stage and discovers it herself independently. There would therefore be two independent creators for two independent realms. This is supported by the fact that Quelana has no chaos pyromancies, unlike those used by the closest to the Witch of Izalith. In addition, if Quelana has inherent chaos, she could perhaps draw from this flame within her and then share it. This concept is supported by the fact that Quelana has latent power, power that has yet to be revealed or emerge. This could link either into whether she is playing a long, devious game, or just simply to the flame that is inherent within her. The cut dialogue of Quelaag shows that she knows that they are banished and accepts this pact. This implies that Quelaag and the Fair Lady likely fled the ruins or made their domain higher up after the war with Gwyn's knights. This links their fleeing not to the engulfment or production of demons, but long afterwards, having been part of demonic culture. They are still actively supporting the culture and the Chaos Flame. In addition, note that the only mention of Quelaag and the Fair Lady fleeing is from Ingi, who cannot even speak to them. The Way of White definitely has to be fully fledged in the Age of Fire, even if it did not begin in the previous age. They produced their first undead, Leroy, outside of Lordran, so likely Thoroland, as he has to travel to the land of the gods. This happens well before the kindling of the flame and before the nameless blacksmith deity leaves, as Grant and Sanctus are explicitly referenced as legendary weapons. Legendary weapons require a titanite slab to be forged, slabs being the domain of gods, and which are the heirlooms of the nameless blacksmith deity. However, these slabs have been long lost since the blacksmith deity's departure and have turned into myth, with the exception of those who may have been bequeathed them, which is another story. I believe that the nameless blacksmith deity forged these weapons for Leroy's mission, which places the mission far back on the timeline, before the kindling and the god's departure. The nameless blacksmith deity passes before the other gods, but I will get to that in a moment. Further support for this early timing of the first undead mission is found in Leroy's use of Wrath of the Gods, which tattered and devolved over a great period of time into the modern Force. The only other individual who possesses it is Rhea, descended from the House of Thoroland, and therefore from the foremost family in the church who has had it passed down the generations. From this stage, at the latest, I think undeath has been placed upon humans, or at least some form of humanoids, as we cannot be sure if Leroy was human. Nevertheless, undead are in existence. However, it has been placed upon the dragons for some time, it would seem. I also believe that Guinevere is likely born at this stage in the Age of Fire. She is revered as a symbol of bounty and fertility, and so it is likely she came about soon after the defeat of the dragons, and born as culture developed even further with the lords prospering as the dominant beings. However, she does in the cut content have a talisman named after her, which is called the Dragon Talisman. Perhaps this could have been a gift from the dragons in the time of peace. In addition, there is a divine blessing in a chest in the room with Guinevere's statue, and seems to have been guarded by the painting guardians for ages. If that were to be taken literally, this would put the painting in Guinevere's birth before the War on the Dragons, and perhaps even Priscilla's birth as well. Nevertheless, it can of course be argued that the content was cut for a lore reason, and so can't be fully grounded evidence for this theory. In fact, I also believe she may be the child at the statue at the Sunlight Altar, and many other locations, for several reasons. The mother stands on Anorlondo architecture and has a crown, just the same architecture as Gwyn and Guinevere stand on in their statues in the Anorlondo Cathedral. She is likely therefore at one stage the queen. Neither the firstborn or Gwyndolin wield a straight sword. We encounter Gwyndolin, who uses a catalyst and bow, and the statue of the firstborn son wields a dragonslayer spear. In addition, no statue of this mother and child is defaced, unlike that of the firstborn son. The statue is also included in the new cathedral, and is therefore unlikely to be showing the firstborn son since he is very old. The child cannot be Gwyn either, since he also doesn't use a straight sword. This same statue is also, even up to the present, actively worshipped at. We meet Rhea there when she arrives to pray at the church, and before this we find a firekeeper soul on the altar, which is perhaps evidence of a recent ritual or sacrifice. A statue of the firstborn son, who for a long time has had his deific status rescinded, is unlikely to draw such worship, whereas one cherished by all is more fitting to draw worship. Guinevere is also the Princess of Sunlight, which fits the statue being near the Sunlight Altar bonfire. Everyone analysing the statue seems to have become fixated upon this child being the firstborn son. Perhaps the desperation to prove Solaire to be the firstborn son, and the vague similarity of the Sunlight straight sword and the sword in the statue gave some credence to the theory. However, the developers stated firmly that the firstborn son is not in the game, and perhaps this left the legacy of the child still being the firstborn son, even if it wasn't Solaire anymore. A final proof of the child not being the firstborn son is that a follower of Gwyndolin is found buried in front of the same recurring statue in the catacombs. Gwyndolin mentions his sister and father, but at no point does he mention either his mother or brother. This is despite the God of War still being alive and having his status rescinded whilst Gwyndolin was alive too. Therefore, Gwyndolin either agrees with his brother's rescinded status or is unaware of his existence, either of which reasons makes it very unlikely that a Dark Moon follower would be buried beneath a statue of the outcast or stranger to Gwyndolin. If we can conclude that the statue is indeed of Guinevere, this would place her birth around the time the new church is built in replace of the old one. Guinevere grows and is cherished by all, revered as a goddess of bounty and fertility. Before the gods leave, and, as previously mentioned, perhaps even before the war, the painted world is created and Priscilla is trapped, or rather drawn, in the sense of being lured and then trapped. I will not go into too much detail here, but I think this is due to, roughly, the fact that she seems happy to stay within the world and is positive about the inhabitants. Also, in the Designworks interviews, they mention that the painting world is somewhere one might flee to if being chased. I believe it may be a case of the locked room that one is happy within and therefore never tests. She was drawn in for reasons that seemed appealing to her, perhaps so it could be a place of refuge, but the door was locked behind her, and hence she is also referenced as being trapped. I believe the world is created after Guinevere is born, as there is a large statue of her within the same room as the painting. It seems the painting guardians were rewarded with a divine blessing for their service, and so Guinevere must have been happy with their post. This would of course place the painting's creation and the guarding of it later than her birth. It also must have been this early, as in addition, Ariamis was likely a god, or at least had some relations with the gods, and therefore had to create the painting in Anor Londo, before Anor Londo is deserted. Yes, it was created by an individual. Priscilla states, Ariamis created this world. This leads me to the Guardians. They are referenced as having guarded the painting for ages, which is an interesting phrase. It could be interpreted as more than one age, i.e. since the Age of Ancients, but it could just mean a very long period of time. What's more, the painting guardianhood further states that they have passed their duty down for generations, although the reason for doing so passed from memory long ago. This implies an exceptionally long time, not only for the duty being generations old, but for them to forget why, it must be a very long time. Furthermore, Priscilla's dagger is said to be wielded in a style reminiscent of the painting guardians. I think this means it is reminiscent for us, the player, as we encounter the painting guardians before acquiring the dagger. However, I believe that the truth is the reverse of this, and the painting guardians worship or fear Priscilla, and therefore wield their blades in a style that she or her tail moves. From this we can conclude that the guarding of the painting can in fact be linked to Priscilla herself, and she has therefore been within the painting since at least this long ago. Sorcery is brought to the world by Seath, who is the grandfather of sorcery. This term may be similar to the Witch of Islith being the godmother of pyromancy. Seath may have taught it to someone who brought it to Vinheim. Vinheim and the Dragon School develop independently of Oolacile, shown by the fact that Oolacile magic has not been developed in Vinheim. This is supported by Dusk mentioning that the magic differs. However, I don't believe this implies that Vinheim and its sorcery develops after Oolacile. Instead, Oolacile is a sanctuary separated from other regions. This is supported by the existence of the sanctuary and its guardian. Finally, New Londo is flooded shortly after the time of Dusk's plotline by sorcerers. If sorcery outside of Oolacile developed afterwards, this would be too short a time frame for it to become advanced. Therefore, sorcery develops independently in the two realms, in quite different ways. Logan is not born at the stage that Seath brings sorcery to the world, however. This is because his soul spear is said to be on par with the lightning of Gwyn. This implies that it couldn't have been compared, as the soul spear was after Gwyn had left, and therefore one couldn't make such a comparison. However, the soul spear has been around long enough to pass into legend, which shows that Logan has been around for a long time. Further support for his great age is that he has been around long enough to be instrumental in sorcery's development. Before the gods leave Anor Londo, the nameless blacksmith deity passes. This is shown by the fact that demon titanite is found in a chest in a bedroom in Anor Londo. These can only be stolen from beasts that arise from slabs once the deity passes. There is a second chest with demon titanite in Anor Londo, near where one enters the painting room after the first gargoyle. There is also a prowling demon within Anor Londo. I believe the evidence of slabs and prowling demons also implies that he left before the war on the demons. Given a slab is found within Lost Izalith, and a prowling demon is there too, if the blacksmith deity left after the war against Izalith, it is unlikely he would leave heirlooms with those who have become enemies. War between the Knights of Anor Londo and the Chaos Demon begins, and the Knights' equipment is burnt black. It is likely that some demons ally with Gwyn, betraying their kind. All demon weapons have no power but the physical, except the weapons wielded by the Chaos Demons wandering Anor Londo. These are imbued with lightning, the power of the gods. Both the demons' location in Anor Londo and their unique lightning weapons hint at betrayal. Quelaag's cut dialogue implies that they are banished and accepted, although they do not have a say in the matter. Perhaps from this we can assume the demons lost the war. However, the demons also accept a pact that was likely formed after the war, so perhaps the pact was an agreement to keep to separate planes and stop fighting, as opposed to complete victory for Gwyn. Quelaag's dialogue is stated in the Designworks interview to have been cut as it didn't quite fit with her character's aura to be talking at you, not because it did not fit lore-wise. For this reason, I accept this cut dialogue as vital insight. This pact, I believe, is the 1,000 years of atonement that Quelana references, as it has not been 1,000 years since the creation of the Chaos Flame. This is supported by Frampt, stating that the Lord Vessel has been lost for 1,000 years, which puts the kindling of the flame shortly after the beginning of Atonement. The Atonement is therefore the pact and banishment that is made at the end of the war. It also ensures that Gwyn kindles the flame shortly after returning from war. This is likely as the Black Knights accompany Gwyn to the kiln, who were burnt black by the War on the Demons, not giving much time for reintegration with Silver Knights. However, both Quelana and Frampt are extremely suspect characters, and therefore both pieces of dialogue should be treated with caution. Seath goes mad. Whether this is mad in the truly irrational sense, or whether he is called mad because his motives are beyond understanding and his actions so horrific, is up for debate. The thorough and careful actions of Seath in-game makes me think that he is not mad in the traditional sense, but rather in the misunderstood sense, locking us up with the bonfire, having lizard men bring unwitting Sen's Fortress failures to him, and the presence of servants throughout Lordran carrying out tasks such as protecting the gaping dragon and capturing maidens shows he has some sort of long-term goals. I believe this period of madness can therefore be linked to the beginning of his experiments. This is supported by the Lady of the Darkling dialogue. She says that he became mad and the archives became a place for sinister experiments, which implies simultaneity. I put Seath's madness before the gods leave Anor Londo, as two of the Picassa, if that's how you pronounce it, are likely Guinevere's maidens. With no other maidens or servants of Guinevere encountered in-game, or even any of her Covenant followers, it is unlikely that the maidens were travelling at a later date through Lordran. Rather, they were taken before Guinevere herself left. A clan is exiled for the sin of avarice and are branded. This must be before the gods leave, as there are mimics in the deserted Anor Londo. It also must be before Havel's plot against the gods, as he uses a mimic to hide the occult club, or at least someone does.
Gwyndolin may be born here, to a different mother than Gwyn's other children most likely, as I believe the Firelink Shrine statue may be Gwyndolin and his mother. This woman is without a crown, in a different garb, and not upon Anor Londo architecture. She's therefore a different woman to the mother in the statue at the Sunlight Altar. Given the shrine commemorates the linking of the flame, one would assume the statue connects to Gwyn, and the only theory I can reconcile with the item descriptions. The gods leave Anor Londo. Guinevere leaves at a similar time to them,
though likely later, and likely not publicly.
The exact scale of the exodus is difficult to say. Most gods may leave all at once, it may be staggered, and so on. The firstborn son does not leave at this stage. He places a miracle on Gwyn's tomb, who links the flame after the gods have left. He could return to Anor Londo after leaving, but this seems unlikely. Silver and gold coins are hidden in mimics in Anor Londo. I believe this shows the desire of lords to leave for the outside world. The coins are likely of the human world, and at least the world outside of Lordran. Lloyd is at the head of this outside world, further reinforcing that it is a human world. The time of lords was passing, but one did not want to be caught changing allegiances to outside Lordran. Therefore, the currency of the outside world the lords intended to travel to was hidden. Evidence for Anor Londo being deserted before Gwyn leaves to kindle the flame is found in the Silver Night Helm. This states that they stayed behind in the Forsaken capital when Gwyn split the knights to kindle the flame. This shows that the capital was already forsaken at this time. This is supported by the Crown of the Great Lord, which mentions that its actual power has fully subsided. The Robe of the Great Lord again mentions that the crown is now bereft of power. These all show that there are no subjects to rule, Anor Londo is forsaken, and the crown no longer has any power. Gwyndolin also stays behind as a young child. I believe that Gwyn now returns from the war with his Black Knights. This is where it gets interesting. Miyazaki stated in the Designworks interview that Gwyndolin and his Covenant obsess over the idea of a dancing maiden in front of the moon. He mentions how Gwyndolin wants to look the way that he does, yet it also states in the Dark Moon Blade Covenant Ring description that Gwyndolin was all too aware of his repulsive, frail appearance, and so created an illusionary sister. I believe that at the stage of creating the illusion, he did feel repulsive. Gwendolyn was young, and the culture Miyazaki mentions he was a part of, which embraces his feminine appearance, had not developed. I believe he created an illusion of a sister Guinevere for Gwyn.
I believe Gwyn did not know of his young son Gwendolyn's existence,
and died not knowing it. The absence of a statue was not Gwyn disowning his feminine son, but evidence that he never knew him. I will get to justification in a moment. Gwyn returns with his Black Knights to the Forsaken capital and finds the Silver Knights, his firstborn, and what appears to be his daughter. Guinevere wished to leave to follow her heart, but couldn't be seen to betray her father. Gwendolyn did not want to be seen by a father who he felt he would disappoint with his frail, repulsive appearance. He loved his father in faith, without knowing him, and did not want to disappoint after the power and radiance of his siblings. They therefore agreed to fool everyone and create an illusion of Guinevere. Guinevere escapes, and Gwendolyn greets his father through a proxy, an illusion of his sister. Gwyn decides to kindle the flame and leaves. The knights split, with the Silver Knights staying in service of their illusionary goddess. This again supports the idea that Gwendolyn and Guinevere agreed this plot. Did the Silver Knights know she was an illusion? If so, why protect an illusion? Surely they would follow their true goddess. The Silver Knight shield states that they stayed behind in service of their goddess, but they only believe they protect her, as Guinevere fooled them all. New Londo is created at the latest by this point, as Gwyn gives a part of his soul to the four kings and grants them their ranks, which, of course, he cannot do after linking the flame. The four kings rule an undead city, as stated by the crestfallen warrior. The Japanese translation for them is official or public kings. Therefore, I believe this is how they act, as figurehead kings,
or puppet kings for the gods.
In the Designworks interview, Miyazaki says one of the earliest things that they worked on were the world, life, death, the meaning of fire, and the role of the four kings. This implies there was a lot more to their role than typical heads of a city, and are likely connected to the fire.
I believe they were puppet rulers that supplied a steady flow of humanity, farming the undead that inhabited the city for the gods, in proxy.
The idea of secret humanity farming for sustaining the flame, or insight into the use of undead, may have been the foresight that Gwyn rewarded the four kings for.
The architecture was inspired by Mont Saint-Michel. In the Designworks interview, it is stated that it is a more modern architecture than much of the rest of the world, which supports it being far less ancient than Anno Londo.
New Londo could imply a fresh start or new capital, with the old one having been deserted. Additionally, it is interesting that the inspiration for New Londo is a feudal society structure, which has God at the top, with the church at Mont Saint-Michel being above all else, just as the cathedral is in New Londo that Inglewood stands on. This further pushes the idea that the four kings still served the gods until they were tempted to dark, carrying out the crucial role that Miyazaki cryptically mentions.
Gwyn, if not having done some of these divisions before, splits his power of lightning among his children, his soul to his clan, Seath, the four kings, and a piece to his four knights. Ornstein's soul states that this piece, singular, was granted to all four. It may therefore be that he granted a single soul for the four of them, as opposed to a shard each. This means all four knights must be alive and in service to have anything bestowed explicitly to all four. Gwyn goes to kindle the flame, alone, with only his garb, crown, and greatsword as his companions. This solitude is stressed in multiple items, and yet the Black Knight Helm states that the knights followed Lord Gwyn when he departed to link the flame. I think followed is exactly what they did. Gwyn left alone and travelled alone, but the Black Knights followed of their own accord. The Silver Knight Helm states that when Gwyn departed to link the fire, his knights split into two groups. This is careful wording and is often misread to mean Gwyn split his knights. Rather, they split themselves. The Black Knights, having fought with Gwyn against the Chaos Demons, and loyal to the end, follow Gwyn in secret. Why would Gwyn, in an act of self-sacrifice, needlessly burn up the knights who have served him so well? Instead, they were burnt by accident, having followed him to the kiln. Or perhaps they willfully joined their leader in his sacrifice, against Gwyn's wishes. This may be 1,000 years ago. As Framp states, you have retrieved the Lord Vessel after 1,000 years. The Lord Vessel is also named by Carth as Lord Gwyn's heirloom, which implies it was passed down upon death. Unfortunately, Framp can hardly be trusted, as he is the definition of an unreliable account. It is supported by Quelana asking, is not 1,000 years of atonement enough? and I have already discussed why this reference is to the end of the war and the Pact. Gwyn therefore returns from his war with Chaos Demons to find the capital deserted, apart from his children, the blacksmith, Seath, and a few others. Unfortunately, Quelana is unreliable also, but we will take 1,000 years as a likely timeline point, due to these two separate and mutually supporting quotes. Frampton and Quelana are likely not in league. Gwyn rekindles the flame and burns his Black Knights, who wander as spirits as shown in the entrance to the kiln. The non-ghost-like spirits may be left to carry out his orders. Gwyndolin is a child when Gwyn leaves. I return to the statue at Firelink, to the woman with the child, without a crown. Perhaps the woman, not being the queen, fell pregnant just before Gwyn went to challenge the Chaos Demons. This ensures that Gwyn did not know of the child's existence. Gwyndolin is stressed as being a legitimate god, as he is the son of Gwyn. Why would his legitimacy need to be stressed? Perhaps because it might be questioned by some? Perhaps because he was an illegitimate child, born of another woman and not by the queen, Gwyn's wife. It is difficult to place who else could be the child and mother at Firelink, but even if it is another character, there is further support for Gwyndolin being a child when Gwyn kindles the flame. First is his ring, the Dark Moon Seance ring. Seance is a meeting where people attempt to contact the dead, something likely to be attempted by a son who never knew his father. In addition, the ring, and the name of Gwyndolin himself, are named as Dark Moon. Gwyndolin is the Dark Moon deity. Demon Souls has an item called Dark Moon Grass. The item description states that it is named after the lunar phase. The Dark Moon lunar phase is when there is no reflection from the sun. Gwyn is the Lord of Sunlight. Gwyndolin represents the moon and its power is strong in him, but Gwyndolin grows up in a metaphorical darkness. He is a dark moon, without this father of sunlight and reflecting no light. His Japanese translates as Son of the Shadows. To be in the shadows not only adds to the concept of being without a Lord of Sunlight, but is often used to mean something is little known or resides in secret, just as Gwyndolin likely did from his father when Gwyn returned from war. This theory is again supported by the Crown of the Dark Sun. The item states that it shows Gwyndolin's deep adoration of the sun and demands immeasurable faith of the wearer. However, the item requires no faith to wear, so this actually implied that it demanded great faith of Gwyndolin, the only other wearer in the item's history. I believe the faith that is required of Gwyndolin is to trust and love in his father as he does and as the crown represents, without ever having known him. Another piece of evidence that shows that Gwyndolin was not known by his father is that Gwyn splits the power of lightning amongst his children when he leaves, and yet Gwyndolin never uses such magic. Children is a deliberately ambiguous term. 2 out of 3 children would cause it to be plural. Therefore, if the power was split amongst Guinevere and the firstborn son, the item description would be the same. The fact that Gwyndolin never uses lightning leads me to think that the children who received the power was the firstborn son, who we know inherited it, and Guinevere, the goddess of sunlight, leaving Gwyndolin with only the power of the moon. And yet, support for Gwyndolin being a child upon Gwyn's departure does not end here. He was raised as a daughter. Who made this decision? If it was after Gwyn's departure, does it not seem all too convenient that as the seat of power becomes vulnerable, the firstborn son's status is rescinded, and the next son in line for the throne is decided to be raised as a daughter? In addition, in the Designworks interview, Gwyndolin and his covenant are stated to have developed in almost complete isolation, and have different customs, totally separate from the followers of Gwyn or the Way of White. Almost complete isolation. If he had reached adulthood by the time the gods left, it would be likely that he would honour the old customs, but if he grew up in isolation, it is far more likely that a unique culture would emerge. The brass set is described in the interview as originally being for a pagan knight. They instead made it for the Dark Moon Knightess, but kept the original design. This again reinforces the idea that the followers of Gwyndolin had a pagan or different culture to the one that came before, developing independently. The Dark Moon Seance ring also opens the door to Gwyn's tomb. The effect of the ring must be after the tomb is created therefore to function. Therefore, all followers of Gwyndolin, the Blades of the Dark Moon, have come about after Gwyn had died. In Anor Londo itself, there is also only 2 bedrooms. One has the colour red everywhere, the colour of war, anger, foolishness, all things associated with the firstborn son. There is a chest in this room with demon titanite used for weapon reinforcement. This implies a connection to the nameless blacksmith deity, a connection likely to be had by the god of war, who has respect only for arms. Therefore, this room is likely the bedroom of the firstborn son. The other room is green, the colour that represents fertility and life. Guinevere is the goddess of bounty and fertility. There is also a painting of Guinevere that implies it could be her room. Finally, the room is guarded by a silver knight, who serve Guinevere. Unlike in the firstborn son's room, the knight stays outside, where there is a chair for sitting. This reinforces the idea that it is a lady's chamber, with the guard respectfully staying outside and not intruding. For all these reasons, it is likely Guinevere's chamber. But there is no third bedroom for Gwyndolin. He was never a part of Anor Londo, perhaps through being born in secret. Outside the Grey Fog, where you can join the Dark Moon Covenant, there is a carpet with similar patterns to those in Gwyndolin's siblings' bedrooms, but with a new colour scheme. Unlike his brother, who has red and gold, and his sister, who has green and gold, Gwyndolin has purple and gold. Yet, this colour scheme is absent in the rest of Anor Londo. In addition, Gwyndolin has merely a unique soul, nothing more. He has no shard of Gwyn despite Gwyn having split his soul amongst all of his clan, which even by the most conservative definition includes one's children. Even Ornstein has a piece, yet Gwyndolин's soul is no more remarkable than any other low-grade boss. An unlikely consequence if Gwyn knew of his son's existence. Finally, and the biggest support for Gwyndolin being a child when Gwyn leaves, is an interesting back and forth in the Design Works interview. Mr. Nakamura says that he made a mistake while designing Gwyndolin and made his head a little bigger than usual. Nakamura says that when Miyazaki saw this he was delighted, saying that it made Gwyndolin look like a little girl and that I had to keep it. Nakamura then says that, to be honest, I just made a mistake when I copied and pasted it. Miyazaki continues to say that when he first saw that Nakamura had made Gwyndolin's head that size, he thought Nakamura was a genius, but the fact that it was an accident, I was hoping you'd take to your grave. This leaves us with several questions. Why was it such a stroke of genius? And why would one want to take the fact that it was an accident to the grave? To hope to take it to the grave, I believe, is because one would prefer to own such fantastic piece of design, rather than have it attributed to accident. It is genius because Gwyndolin looking like a child or little girl, with a slightly large head for his body, subtly hints at how he was left at Anor Londo as a child. He was deserted by his father and family, left alone and raised by who knows who. His legs could symbolise that serpents raised him, as he is physically raised by them now. The Moonlight Butterfly music plays while we fight him, which could imply Seath raised him. What is almost certain after all this is that he was a child when he was left in Anor Londo by his kin. I believe he was not disowned by Gwyn, but Gwyn never knew of him. I encourage you to look at the Black and Silver Knight items, Gwyndolин's items and Gwyn's items. This theory is the only one I can form to reconcile the items, which at first seem to contradict each other. It also fits with a great deal of other evidence that I have just given. With the key of Gwyndolin creating an illusionary sister for Gwyn's return, it all falls into place. Guinevere leaves, and child Gwyndolin, aware of his repulsive appearance, makes an illusion of her before Gwyn returns from Izalith. The Silver Knights stay in service to what they believe is their goddess, and Gwyn leaves, having never met his last-born son. After the flame is kindled, the firstborn son's deific status is rescinded. This is after Gwyn kindles the flame, as Great Lightning Spear shows that the son inherited the sunlight, which implies after death. Also, the Sunlight Blade was left on his father's tomb as a final farewell when his status was rescinded, which necessitates that it is after the kindling. Sorcery develops further. Logan is born long ago, and goes on to create the Soul Spear. I believe it is after the gods have left, but still long ago, as the spears are referenced repeatedly in legends. While Soul Spear is an old enough spell to enter legend, they are also said to be on par with Lord Gwyn's lightning. Said to be implies that a direct comparison was never made, or more likely was not possible to be made, as it was created after Gwyn left. Logan is also said to be key in the development of sorcery, so therefore must be very old to have such a fundamental influence. Dusk mentions that her sorceries are different from ours. However, these did not develop one after the other, but independently. Tin Banishment Catalyst shows that there were sorcerers sealing New Londo, which happened very soon after the fall of Ulasil, and altogether too brief time for advanced moon sorcery to develop. In addition, Ulasil is separated by a sanctuary, has a sanctuary guardian, and is repeatedly referenced as a land of peace. Therefore, it is more likely that Ulasil developed its sorcery in isolation, protected from the outside world. Other sorceries did not develop after dusk, but were kept away from Oolacile so that dusk did not encounter them. Undeath may be becoming more of a problem now, and I say the word problem tentatively. It is certainly becoming more widespread. This has to be the case here at the latest, because by the time of the DLC in Oolacile, there have already been undead hunts. This is shown by Kieran using a Lloyd's talisman against us, used by clerics hunting the undead. Hunts that are widely praised even then. Pyromancy is taught to Salamon by Quelana and brought to the outside world. The gold hem set shows she is the mother and founder of pyromancy. Quelana's dialogue places this over 200 years ago. I believe we can trust this, as Laurentius states pyromancy has a primitive aspect to it, and meshes poorly with advanced culture, which implies that its emergence to the outside world is in quite recent history. Pyromancy spreads to the outside world via Quelana before the DLC in Oolacile. Black Flame is a pyromancy in the DLC that was found by a wandering pyromancer. This shows that pyromancy has spread from Salamon to at least his pupils before the DLC. Pyromancy spreads to the Great Swamp, likely from Blighttown where it originally came from. The two places are different, and I will give ample evidence for this in the video about demons. Pyromancers are driven to the Great Swamp, likely because they are disliked, and Laurentius' dialogue supports this. From Salamon, pyromancy is passed to Carmina and other students of his. Power within is developed by Carmina and kept secret for a long time, though as mentioned the eons in the description can only be 200 to 300 years ago. Pyromancy eventually passes to the teacher of Laurentius, which could perhaps be in only a few human generations, as the teacher is an old withering frog. Or perhaps, given the great age of some characters, Laurentius' teacher could be an original student of Salamon, or even Salamon himself. After pyromancers reach the Great Swamp and have settled, Ingi is driven out for heresy. He flees to Blighttown, finding and serving the Fair Lady, who heals his poison against Quelaag's orders. Karth seduces the Oolacile residents. This must happen before the DLC, obviously. They upturn the grave of primeval man and torture him, turning him mad and causing his humanity to go wild. His wild humanity produces the Abyss. He was not evil, but was driven to madness as shown by his soul. On another note, his humanity is viscous, not vicious, a mistake I've seen a few times. Instead, his humanity is gentle, further stressing his non-aggressive nature before being meddled with. The Abyss causes the damage we see to the land and residents, but this takes some time and is not instant. Oolacile has fallen or begun to fall before we reach it. Gough is locked up and imprisoned in Oolacile, and his helm is packed with resin so he cannot see. He seems to know about Manus and Oolacile's history with regard to creating the Abyss, so I place his imprisonment after Manus was driven mad. He has been locked up there for quite some time for several reasons. He asks after the giant blacksmith and hopes his friend is still hammering away, which shows he hasn't been in touch for some time. When he stands up to shoot Calamite, there are a huge amount of wood shavings and dust all over him. This implies a great deal of time carving away, but also that he is unconcerned or resigned to his fate, as he hasn't been trying to escape for a long time. Perhaps he has given up on escape, or doesn't wish to deal with the outside world any longer, given its prejudice towards him. Gwyn is gone, and anti-giant sentiment has risen. No one would have challenged one so favoured by Gwyn while the Lord was still around. Gough also shows that Anor Londo is deserted, as he states that even Anor Londo dared not provoke his ire, i.e. Calamite's ire. Yet Calamite still exists to be challenged. Therefore, this use of past tense, i.e. dared instead of dares, means that Anor Londo no longer has the capacity to challenge. It is empty. Before we encounter Artorias, he makes a covenant with the beasts of the Abyss. It's difficult to say what these are. It may be serpents, as they are the only beasts we encounter, and I believe it cannot be the Four Kings, as they are corrupted after Oolacile. We find Oolacile in the DLC. This is 200 to 300 years ago, but after pyromancies which were over 200 years ago, so we can perhaps assume closer to 200 than 300. Dusk also references it as many centuries ago when she confuses your aura for what she believes is Artorias'. I believe Oolacile is before New Londo for several reasons. Darkroot Basin is called Darkroot, i.e. the root of dark. The basin is geographically near where we fought Manus, as shown by overlaying the Darkroot and Oolacile maps. Manus in Gough's dialogue is referenced as Father of the Abyss, and this title is used in both the Soul of Manus and Pursuers too. In addition, when you kill Manus, Elizabeth thanks you for stopping the spread of the Abyss. This implies not only that Oolacile is the root of the abyss, but also that it has not yet spread elsewhere. The dark emanates from Manus himself is also explicitly stated. Elizabeth also says that an abyss was begat of an ancient beast. Begat is the past tense of beget, which means either to bring a child into existence, or here, the more applicable definition, to cause or bring about. This further supports Oolacile as being the first place the abyss comes into. Artorias is killed by us. Kieran retires, giving us her equipment and telling us she has no more use for it. She dies, and her corpse is by the grave of Artorias when the chosen undead arrives on the scene. This perhaps implies that she loses the will to live once Artorias dies. Calamite, and therefore the last true ancient dragon, is killed. This is shown as Gough says there are no dragons left to hunt. This further supports my previous claim that Seath is not an original ancient dragon, but is an imperfect offspring. While Gough may not know about the stone dragon in Ash Lake, he must know of Seath and does not treat him as an ancient dragon. Manus is killed, and the spread of the abyss is temporarily stopped. Unfortunately, the proximity of the abyss to below New Londo ensures that Karth can tempt the Four Kings. After the DLC, we can assume that Gough dies due to his ring being found behind the giant blacksmith. He has at least left Lordran for good. Ornstein, by virtue of being the only one left, has public opinion believe he is the captain of the Four Knights. The description states that he is believed to be the captain, which implies that it is a mistaken belief. When this description is read with the Dragonslayer Greatbow, which mentions Gough as the captain of the Dragonslayers, it leads me to believe that Gough was the actual leader. This is supported by Gough's masterful shot that grounds a true ancient dragon, and his strong connection to Gwyn, which may even be a blood relation as previously mentioned. The Earl of Kareem begins making his bite rings and develops the Purging Stone, his secret treasure. He must make the rings before the flooding of New Londo, as a ring is guarded by a ghost in New Londo, likely implying the ghost wore it originally. This may seem like an odd point to include on the timeline, but the Earl's development of these devices, and when they were made public, are vital for reasons I will get to in future videos. Karth seduces the Four Kings, and after some time of the Darkwraith sapping humanity from the citizens, New Londo is flooded. This flooding was, I believe, to be decided upon by several different areas of Lordran, or the outside world, as opposed to members of New Londo itself. This is because those in power in New Londo would likely be in support of the Darkwraith's activities. Even if they weren't, they would be unlikely to sacrifice their own friends and family for the sake of the rest of Lordran. In addition, Yulva is described as going back to Blighttown after tiring of her duty, which implies that she came from Blighttown originally, not New Londo. This also implies that Blighttown was blighted before the flooding of New Londo, if it had this name before she left New Londo. This would fit with the timeline for Ingi if he is responsible for the poison at the bottom of Blighttown. Ingwood says, "Forgive me, my countrymen," when we kill him, likely fearing that we will open the floodgates and allow the spread of the abyss. If he was from New Londo, then he has already killed his countrymen, and this course of events changes nothing for them. However, if the countrymen were elsewhere, then his failure could have a great effect on their future. Perhaps he was sent there by the gods, as he heals curses which are the domain of gods. He may say "forgive me" to his New Londo countrymen, as the sacrifice was for nothing in the end, but if that were the case, he is still the only sealer that is in fact from New Londo, as the third sealer is likely from Vinheim. This sealer, I believe, is with Lautrec when we invade him to retrieve the Firekeeper soul. This is because one of Lautrec's companions wears the Crimson Set and wields a catalyst. Importantly, he uses Great Soul Arrow. This spell marks an apprentice's coronation as a sorcerer, placing the sealer's homeland firmly in Vinheim. Therefore, it is likely that there was an agreement between Vinheim, Blighttown, and wherever Ingwood is from to flood New Londo. Ingwood starts his duty believing Artorias has traversed the abyss successfully and is still alive, showing that he was sold the lie of Artorias' legend, and the flooding was after Artorias died. This is from the fact that if Artorias had traversed the abyss in New Londo after Ingwood flooded it, and either Artorias died, in which case Ingwood would not be mistaken on this point, or the Four Kings would have been slain, in which case Ingwood could relieve himself of duty. As Oolacile's ruin is turned to the dark root of the present, the archer hero Faris is killed. We find a bow with feather arrows used by the Lord's hunters. In addition, the armor set found with the weapon is the hunter set.
made complete with Faris's hat. This hat is found worn by a bandit, a member of Alvina's covenant. This bandit is a woman, and Faris is explicitly described as a man. Therefore, we can assume he has been assassinated, perhaps as part of the Havel plotline, given the corpse overlooks the exit from the watchtower. A plot against the gods is started. It is not, as has been assumed, carried out while the gods are still in Anor Londo. I believe the plot strikes at Nito for his power, as his power is involved in staving off death for the gods, and stealing it would make them vulnerable. I place the plot here on the timeline for several reasons. The first is that Havel is likely involved with the plot, as he has an occult club in his stash, yet we know from the lack of the watchtower in the DLC that he cannot have been locked up until after the extra content. The second is that Vamos too was likely involved in the plot due to the effigy shield. The effigy shield references the plot against the gods and is found nearby Nito. We can assume that it was wielded by one of the insurgents. Effigy is defined as a representation of a specific person in the form of sculpture or some other three-dimensional medium. A specific person. Upon close inspection of the shield, we find it to be wearing a helm which looks remarkably like the royal helm. Vamos drops the royal helm and is peculiarly placed deep in the catacombs, happy to hide away for eternity. He claims he is just a simple blacksmith repeatedly, an odd thing to say, since we were unlikely to think otherwise. We know he was likely part of a royal line, perhaps this king or prince challenged the gods. He may have fled after the rebellion and has hidden here since. It is true that the shield design was a shield contest winner, however they did change the name to Effigy Shield for the game, and so likely designed the royal helm accordingly to give us this clue into Vamos' past. From his dialogue he shows that he knows New Londo has been flooded. Since he has been hidden away in the catacombs with no exit until he breaks one for us since the plot had to have happened after the flooding of New Londo therefore. This again fits with Havel's lockup time frame. In addition, I believe the plot against the gods is linked to the Dragon Covenant. Havel is linked to the Dragon Covenant, as shown by his miracle in Ash Lake. He is also linked to the plot. Ash Lake is visible from near the entrance to Nito's domain. This is likely due to an arch tree collapsing, perhaps from the fighting that ensued during the plot's final moments. The support is broken and the floor by Nito's domain falls through to the bottom of the earth without its arch tree support. There are also corpses within a broken arch tree down in Ash Lake, which likely aligns with the hole up above, further supporting this theory. In addition, the Dragon Eye item mentions that to be alive is to be vulnerable, and the fiery gods are no exception. If there is not a link between the Dragon Covenant and the plot to destroy the gods, then this is an absurd sentence to be placed here. But Dark Souls does little meaninglessly. Instead, this shows that the Dragon Covenant is actively involved in destroying the gods. Finally, Domhnall informs us of rumours of a coterie of undead serving a surviving ancient dragon. In almost every instance of hearsay in the game, words such as legend, myth, eons ago, and so on are consistently used, and yet here the word used is rumours. This implies recent information. Rumours are current, they are gossip, not history. The only other example of the word rumour being used are the Cursebite rings and in reference to Havel. These rings, and the Earl who made them, are in fairly recent history, as I have previously mentioned as being vital for future episodes, and the rumour of a hero locked up in the Watchtower must also be recent, due to the Watchtower not existing in the DLC. Therefore the plot against the gods was not over 1,000 years ago before the gods left, but in far more recent memory. Seath sends his servants into Ash Lake. In doing so, he retrieves the Hydra and some clams, as I believe Ash Lake is the original place for both creatures. The Japanese name for Hydra in the Japanese version of the game translates as Lake Beast. The only lake we know of is Ash Lake. The clams are shellfish, far more suited to the beachside as we find them in Ash Lake than in a dry crystal cave. In addition, the two are symbiotic in the environment of Ash Lake. The clams bury themselves in sand, not only showing that they are at home with the sand, but also adapted to avoid the Hydra's water attack. They are used to living alongside one another, and therefore this is their natural habitat. All of this has been happening since the DLC. The Undead Burg is built up, the Watchtower is built, some are banished from the Undead Burg to the depths in this time, for the sin of greed. After a number of people are banished to the depths, a door is built to separate the depths from Blighttown, viewed as a vile place even by the inhabitants of the depths. One assumes there needs to be a decent population in the depths before this sort of activity can take place. The gaping dragon preys on the holder of the key, who is unfortunately eaten, and so the door stays locked until our arrival. Havel is locked up. I will reference the individual in the watchtower as Havel for the moment, but I will not give my opinion officially. As of yet, that is. This is not by Gwyn, who is already cindered before the watchtower is even created. Therefore, the old friend that is so frequently speculated upon cannot be Gwyn. It may be Seath, which is likely given that they are enemies. Support for this idea is that a moonlight butterfly, a creature created by Seath, guards the key, which is also held by a blacksmith who is cursed and turned to stone, which is another power of Seath's. Another candidate that I would put forward is All-Father Lloyd. Havel was likely an apostle of Lloyd, and perhaps, in becoming a transcendent apostle of the Dragon Covenant, saw enlightenment and wished to turn against Lloyd and Lloyd's kin. Havel is a whole other topic for another time, however. Once again, in the Watchtower basement key, we have the use of the word rumours, which as mentioned before is a careful choice of wording to imply recent events in the context of history. The dialogue of Andre of Astora also supports Havel's imprisonment being recent, as he mentions that he knows of a divine blacksmith in Darkroot. However, this divine blacksmith is dead, holding the key to the Watchtower. If the locking up of Havel was a very long time ago, it seems unlikely that Andre wouldn't have got wind of his friend's death, especially as he has connections enough to hold the crest of Artorias. Rhea also owns Havel's miracles, which implies that they have not passed out of memory, or perhaps more. As I said, Havel is for another time. A further support for how recent Havel's imprisonment is comes from the cut content 3D image for Witch Beatrice. The witch helps us for two bosses, the Moonlight Butterfly and the Abyss, the Four Kings. She dies failing at the Abyss. Her cut content image is a child version of her. If she dies facing the Abyss, she must be at the oldest point in her life. Therefore, perhaps her childlike form was intended to face the Moonlight Butterfly. This may therefore imply that her fight against the butterfly was a generation ago, or at least the difference between her childhood and her adulthood. Her catalyst shows that she would live an ordinary lifetime, as it has passed the hands of many generations to get here. She is not of a line like Quelana, those who can live seemingly indefinitely if they aren't killed. Therefore, it hints at the Moonlight Butterfly guarding the key as long ago as at least the period from a young child to adult, let us say at least 15 years. After the plot against the gods, Pinwheel steals the power of Nito. This action is after the failed plot against the gods, or part of it, as it cannot be before. It cannot be before the plot against the gods, as the effigy shield states that they attempted to steal the power of Nito. If Pinwheel had stolen it already, then the insurgents wouldn't have had to have challenged Nito himself, which they did, as shown by the gap in the archtree support near Nito's domain, and the proximity of the effigy shield to Nito himself. Pinwheel stole it not too long after the plot against the gods, as there must be enough time for him to establish himself with this power as ruler over the catacombs, and have statues built in his honour and so on. The legend of the undead is likely created around 100 years previous to the game beginning. 100 years is from Ricketts' dialogue, who states that Logan turned undead 100 years ago, and the crestfallen merchant, who says that for 100 years the undead have tried and failed to get to Analonda. However, Logan does not seem to be pursuing the undead legend, so it is unfortunately not two independent supporting pieces of dialogue. The crestfallen merchant, I believe, is not undead, but attempted Sen's Fortress before it was used for the undead. Therefore, his 100 years is quite likely to be true, as he would have seen when the undead first started coming. I believe he is not undead, as he never uses an Estus flask. In addition, the dialogue of him going hollow, a classic moment for almost every NPC, was cut from the game. Furthermore, he states that he has his head about him, implying that he isn't going to go hollow as he is fully human. Also, he seems to make a distinction between himself and the undead. He states that, "I took on Sen's Fortress alone, but I'm not different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit." This shows that he does not include himself in the vile category of the undead. However, like the undead falling for the undead legend through conceit, he was perhaps conceited in attempting Sen's Fortress with the aim of becoming a Silver Knight. For the reasons mentioned previously, about Sen's Fortress being recycled, the likely role of New Londo and the Four Kings, and the general messiness of the undead legend, I believe the undead legend is only a recent solution. First there is one bell of awakening, then there are two. The demons fight against the fulfillment of the legend, yet have a bell in their domain. Gwyn supported the four kings when he left, giving them a soul shard, yet you need to kill them to succeed Gwyn? No, it is all too messy. This was not the original plan. Thus, this legend is a recent, artificial product that is fed to us in our character. Further support for it being recent is the form of dialogue that both Oscar, Gwyndolin and Guinevere give us when discussing the legend. As Guinevere is an illusion, it's only really Oscar and Gwyndolin. Oscar talks like an ordinary character until he relates the undead legend, at which point he launches into archaic, caricature medieval language. This moment always struck me as poor writing in a game with an otherwise excellent script. Gwyndolin similarly talks in a manner which seems overly dated, yet he is the youngest deity we meet. He is younger than Quelana, Gough, and quite possibly Artorias and Kieran, yet none of these characters talk so ridiculously. Gough talks in clear, modern language, as do all the other characters we encounter. Just listen to the language of the legend. Thou who art undead art chosen, in thine exodus, and so on and so on. It sounds ridiculous. The marvellous script of Dark Souls is not flawed, however, because Dark Souls is trying to tell us something. The legend has been manufactured and sounds old in a jarring, artificial way because it is not old at all. It's a trick. We're being fooled, as Oscar has been, to believe that this legend has been around for eons, that it has been followed and failed at, and that a true hero will come soon. Instead, we're a new solution to the old problems. To fix the problem of the undead and feed the flame, perhaps now the four kings are not carrying out their role. I'm aware we all know that we are now being shepherded as fodder, but I want to show that the legend that we follow is a recent creation. Ingrid is deserted by the two other sealers long ago. This is from the cut content, Ring of Blind Ghosts, and the Crestfallen Warrior dialogue. At some stage before the chosen undead arrives, a dark beast assaults Astora. This is long ago enough to pass into legend, but it can only be placed before the chosen undead, with certainty. Since the ring is found in the depths, we can maybe assume that the beast assaulted Astora before the undead burg began exiling people, and maybe the wearer of the ring was one of those with insatiable greed. A great many undead spawn at Boulder. This is a non-specific point on the timeline, however, it must be before the chosen undead arrives, and within the last century that Night King Rendell seeks Anor Londo. This is due to the Crestfallen Merchants dialogue. The Balder Helm also mentions that Balder was the home of Night King Rendell, past tense. Combined with the fact that the Crestfallen Merchant says no one has been successful and that he strips armour off corpses, we can assume that Rendell dies in his attempt. The Crestfallen Merchant, who strips armour off corpses of undead who fail in the attempt, sells Katarina, Berenice, and Balder equipment. This implies that all these regions follow the legend, again undermining Oscar's belief that there is a saying from his land. Black Iron Tarkus takes on Sens and succeeds, but likely dies soon afterwards. Logan travels to Laudren, wishing to get to the archives and pursue his thirst for knowledge. He tries and fails to overcome Sen's fortress, or he deliberately rests and is locked up by the Serpent Men, hoping that they will take him to the archives. Rickert is exiled and travels to Laudren. He is locked up in New Londo. He has never met Logan, as his dialogue says he has heard of him, which implies he has not met him. Therefore, I place this after Logan's departure if Rickert is not born until after Logan leaves. Demons move into the Undead Burg for their own motivations. The Undead Merchant states that things are getting more dangerous and that a goat demon has moved in below. This implies a recent development. Finally, we welcome on the scene the Chosen Undead. Velka is still alive as she oversees, present tense, the Book of the Guilty. Also, her talisman belongs to her, and she is versed in arts old and new. The firstborn son is still alive as well, as he still watches carefully over his warriors. We enter this complex world with no idea of all the web of intentions and the history that we are about to become a major part of. And the rest is history. I hope you all found this interesting and the analysis wasn't too intense. There was a lot of research that went into this video, and I hope it gives some more insight into the lore of this well-loved game. In order to do the timeline in detail, we had to approach the lore in its entirety. Thanks to this broad, yet in-depth and time-consuming approach, we are ready with new insight into many other aspects of the game.
Dark Souls has many heroes, but few legends. Logan is one of them. Logan is the most accomplished human sorcerer in the world, and the dragon Seath is the only one who has gone deeper. Logan is remarkably old and he has not wasted his time, but his intelligence is not overbearing or preaching. It is gentle and almost invisible. Logan seems ordinary, but he is far from it. He was not only part of the Vinheim Dragon School, but a royal member.
Oh, Big Hat? Of course I've heard of him. Who hasn't in Vinheim? He was a royal member of Dragon School.
His time at the Academy was more than just refinement and reaching the highest ranks, as he is also an innovator. He has developed new spells with methods entirely of his own, such as homing soul mass. Some of his spells have become symbols of strength, their power told in legends about him. Their effects are so powerful that there are whispers that they rival the lightning of the very gods. A fitting rumour, for Logan doubts in the power of the gods and their special place in the world. His legend has spread far and wide. He is known even in Laudren, a land populated by hollows and monsters more than the sane.
Oi, did you see him? Big Hat Logan, the legendary sorcerer, in the flesh. This place is simply mad. Legendary heroes popping up left and right. They're making me feel quite inadequate, to be honest.
After a long life of study and practice, a new life begins. 100 years ago, Logan begins a life of undeath. He faces this new way of life not as a curse, but as a world of new possibilities. In the land of lords, there be dragons. The Vinheim School is named after dragons, and now, as an undead, Logan can pursue this fascination and progress his craft. The loss of his old life has yielded a gift, and this is his philosophy.
All progress demands sacrifice.
And so Logan travels to Laudren to seek Seath, the grandfather of sorcery. The Vinheim School must be at a loss without him. Sorcery's future will be a little less bright without his insights, but Logan marches on despite their wishes.
He is an accomplished scholar. The arts of sorcery would never have come this far without his contributions, and he has the nerve to go risking life and limb. What a stubborn old fellow.
Though the Academy may ensure he does not go alone. Since then, it has been 100 years. For all his learning in that time, he has failed to reach the archives. Logan is such a mighty warrior that the crestfallen merchant puts him in a category all of his own, even when listed with legends such as King Rendell and Black Iron Tarkus.
Let me give you a nibble of advice. Don't even consider visiting Anor Londo, not in your state. For a century they've tried and failed. Denied King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. He won't stand a chance, you'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish, if only to deepen your despair.
Sen's Fortress and the Iron Golem seem to have delayed Logan in his quest, and it is here that we meet him. We find Logan in a cage in Sen's Fortress, behind one of Seath's manserpents. We find out that those trapped by the manserpents are eventually taken who knows where. If a hapless adventurer becomes fatigued during an imprudent attempt to overcome the fortress, the serpent men will not kill him, but lock him up in a lonely cage. Eventually, unless they have forgotten, they drag the victim off to who knows where. Logan being such a powerful sorcerer, and the fact that he is found once again locked up as a property of Seath later in game, albeit in a much sturdier cage, does make one wonder if his capture was deliberate. Why risk the Iron Golem when you can simply be ferried to the archives as an experiment and escape once inside? Whether deliberate or not, the sleepy serpent has procrastinated on his duties. As the key item explains, they may have forgotten Logan. The long wait is unsettling for Logan, whose intellect needs stimulation.
This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is repressive.
We free him, and Logan returns to the Firelink Shrine to rethink his approach. Now we get to know the man behind the legend. Most sorcerers respect the clothes of their Vinheim school and wouldn't alter them, but Big Hat has never felt awe for authority, and has swapped tradition for the enormous hat he is well known for. He does this for the same reason he has never changed his sorcerer's apprentice robes: focus. He has applied himself so fully to sorcery that all distraction is removed, whether it's concern over his appearance or the interruptions of other people. He leaves his robes as they are, but dons a big hat to block out people's stares. Gigantic hat worn by the great sorcerer Logan. It completely hid his face, which led to his nickname Big Hat. Famously antisocial, Logan used it to block out noise and people's stares so he could focus on his own thoughts, but it does not possess any special magic powers. His thinking needs peace, and he doesn't like the questions of passers-by. He desires solitude. Miyazaki has said that he looks like someone who doesn't like other people. I can empathize with that. While it may be true, we hope Logan still likes the chosen undead. In fact, despite the impression of the big hat, it does seem that he is a kind man. It may be that a love of learning and wisdom drives him, and it is not dislike of people in itself, but a frustration at being disturbed in his progress. And his love of wisdom goes much further than focus. He has a passion that comes through when he talks.
You really are very diligent. I quite understand. Study is invigorating.
The beauty he finds in learning makes Logan's dialogue special, even beyond the world of Dark Souls itself.
Such a storehouse of knowledge, so close but just out of reach. The thought offends me so I could simply die. As a student of the arts, you understand me, yeah?
He shares his knowledge with us, perhaps showing that he does care for people, or is good enough to help them. More than the spells in-game are the broader things he teaches. He is gentle when we are found lacking.
I'm afraid that you are unable to learn sorcery. The basic framework, you see, it cannot be taught. Oh, do not fret. Life isn't all about sorcery. You will find your own way.
And full of kind words of advice.
Don't frown with regret. Peer forward, with your head high.
He genuinely cares about us.
Hello there. Glad to see you alive. Hello there. What have you been up to? I thought that perhaps you'd gone hollow on me.
And warns us away from danger and imprudence.
You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
His time at Firelink's Shrine is marked by an attitude of sharing, giving us an access to knowledge well beyond what he needed to provide. He may have owed us, but he could have imparted half of what he did, and we still would have been happy. He even does it with a warm heart.
Come again, any time you please, for I too learn, whilst teaching a student.
But Logan is Big Hat after all. For all his kindness towards us, there is a wide world of discovery out there. Just as in his early days of focus, blocking people out, he now becomes solitary again. He vanishes from the Firelink Shrine in pursuit of new knowledge. Knowledge which cannot be shared as it is yet to be discovered, and Logan will need to take it from its brute form and crystallize it. This time he is successful in his journey. Whatever method he uses, he makes it to Seath's archives, and with our help freeing him from his cell, gains access to Seath's great trove of knowledge. He promptly explains to us the difference between our undeath and Seath's.
Ah, the secret of Seath's immortality. If you have fought him and were in prison, you must know that Seath is a true undead, different from ourselves. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from death. It is an effect of the primordial crystal, a sacred treasure pillaged by Seath when he turned upon the ancient dragons.
Does he do this to help us slay the dragon, so he can gain access to the innermost sanctum of Seath's collection?
So only by destroying the primordial crystal can you so much as scratch his hide. And it so happens the primordial crystal is in the inner garden of these very archives, the Crystal Forest.
It seems he had already gained what he needed from the primordial crystal, as the crystal sages in Dark Souls 3 say Logan found the quintessence of sorcery in the facets of a certain crystal. Whatever his reasons, this may be a window into Logan's true interests. He begins to explore the depths of Seath's investigations with the passion that has accompanied him through his life. At first, he is fascinated by Seath's discoveries.
The tomes stored in these archives are truly magnificent, a great pool of knowledge, the fruits of superior wisdom, and an unquenchable desire for the truth. Some would say Seath had an unsound fixation, but his work is a beautiful, invaluable resource.
And despite the world believing Seath mad and cruel, Logan confesses to bear
no antipathy for that wonderful, scaleless beast.
His intelligence is as sharp as ever, giving us ideas not only for Dark Souls, but for life.
Time is a resource. Let's delve in promptly.
But it is now that this passion begins to denature. When we say farewell to him, his tone is so bizarre, we can't tell if he's misheard us or saying goodbye in return.
Come again.
He begins to be distracted not by the outside world as in the past, but by his inner mind as it fragments unhealthily through the influence of Seath's tomes.
Oh, there you are. It's been a while. Or were you just here? This fascinating place defeats my sense of time.
He becomes more insular and protective of his work. We talk to him the same as ever, and he scolds us severely.
Who are you? Stay clear of my work. Curses upon you. How dare you disturb me?
He seems to be obsessed about the risk of someone ruining his process, like losing a piece of a clock before it is put together. The threads of attention are hard to hold together, and Logan is trying to unify new ideas that are complex. If we throw him off, his understanding may fracture, and he may lose an opportunity, perhaps forever. He shares some of his crystal insights, but with time he becomes more jealous of his discoveries, and his greatest will not be shared freely. Eventually, he barely notices our presence, mumbling incoherent strings of thought.
I can't remember the death. He's undead. He was...
We will never know if they made sense to anyone, even Logan himself. He seems to have gone mad with knowledge, as it became more obscure, less and less shareable, less and less understandable. Impossible to keep track of or bring together, it seems to have broken him. His pursuit of it turned from passion to addiction, and he is lost to the depths. We reach him in a final mania, naked save for his hat and a loincloth, a new crystal catalyst, tin staffs like those used by Buddhist monks in our world, symbolic of his religious-like fanaticism towards Seath's ideas. He faces us and casts a new spell, White Dragon Breath, in an attempt to kill his old pupil, his remarkable final invention, before we end the legend that was Logan. Why was he naked? Is it symbolic of rejecting received wisdom? Has he gone mad in a literal sense, or is there something else at play? He isn't hollow, his skin seems normal, and the last time we saw him he was full of intention. In fact, even in this naked state, he still creates White Dragon Breath. Old Big Hat, in his mad, disrobed state, made divine works such as this. Hollowing doesn't happen while in the grips of a pursuit. What if he wasn't mad, but fanatical? Logan has long believed the mind was the key to progress. Intellect is not faith in that it prefers reasoned and analytical thought to understand the world. Logan has already been accused of heresy because,
as he sees it, there are no gods, no transcendence, only truth. And Logan only wishes to elucidate it. It is this heretical methodology that allowed Logan to advance sorcery to the point that he has. In a word, he is a hero, despite the awful rumours.
Logan seems to be ruthless in his belief that with intellect and understanding, all can be achieved, even divinity. With logic, we can access the power of the gods, or the dragons. Later, much later in time, another will stumble upon the works of Seath and of Logan. Wielding a staff just like Logan's, and armed with Logan's knowledge that he found, is the terrible King Osiris, the Consumed King. The Dark Souls 3 version of White Dragon Breath says, Seath's research seemed to strike a chord with old Big Hat, who, in his mad, disrobed state, made divine work such as this his own. Osiris was no doubt edified by this. After his edifying exposure to Logan's work, he went down a path that involved becoming dragon-like. This sheds light on our final meeting with the great sorcerer. Logan is not naked from pure madness, but out of a mad desire to become dragon-like. Miyazaki says in the Designworks interview, it's Logan's goal to gain the power of the ancient dragons, so in order to do this, I had an image of him casting off his human clothes. Logan's research has led to the desire to transcend, but in his own way. Miyazaki says more, but there was also this image of the player leaving something of their humanity behind. Similarly, Logan removing his clothes is his attempt to bring himself closer to Seath in some way. although I couldn't take his hat off because no one would recognise him. But personally, I like to think that unlike the followers of the Path of the Dragon, Logan sought to gain the dragon's power while retaining his pride as a human. So, is it madness? We believe yes, but not in the simple sense. It is Logan's intelligence that has driven him mad. It was so powerful that he believed it had no limits, and this is the madness that caused his downfall. In each of Miyazaki's creations, there is the desire to transcend through reason, intellect, understanding, and in each instance it is met with tragedy. Miyazaki may be saying that over-reliance, or faith, in the methods of logic, understanding, and reason is as dangerous and absurd as faith can be. For these methods are just as limited as rituals. They cannot solve anything. Often, great progress doesn't require understanding, and trying to understand can sometimes cause bigger problems. Logan's attitude led to rumours and talk of heresy, even in the Academy. And just like other tales we know of, perhaps the sorcerers themselves turned on this approach. Many have wondered if Griggs was sent from Vinheim to be Logan's assassin. It seems in Dark Souls it is not a human's fate to become a dragon, even for a legend. Logan is the marvel of Laudren, Miyazaki's ode to learning, but Logan becomes a warning. To all those who travel undiscovered worlds, beware. New worlds, even of the mind, are treacherous. All progress demands sacrifice, but never risk sacrificing everything for progress.
Stay clear of my work. Curses upon you. How dare you disturb me?
Only 3 rings can be called the Dark Souls Rings of Power, but which one is the GOAT, the one ring to rule them all? This video tries to answer that question, so if you're ever asked, what rings you got?
Bitch!
You can answer confidently, and also lore dump the entire history of the ring too, because rings tell us Fina had more lovers than Lautrec. Rings tell us Havel's identity, and rings tell us a lot about who wears them. The Fat Boy Ring. Havel's ring is a community favourite. It's the second most sold cosplay ring online. But if you want a From Software authorised version, expect to pay over $400, as they're not made anymore. We think we'll stick to the digital. Havel's ring boosts our equipment load by a boulder-sized 50%. It helps you become more like the immovable rock himself. But it also reveals a lot of lore. To look at it, you can guess Havel designed it. Havel the Rock dresses in rock, carries a shield of rock, and wields a tooth of dragon rock. Havel seems to have made this ring, and instead of jewels he has placed little rocks. But at the centre of the ring is a real eye-catcher, a big rock. Well, you can't deny that the ring gets the job done. But an important question is, who forged it? A ring this powerful would need a master craftsman, and surely Havel can't be warrior, dentist, bishop, and blacksmith. Well, maybe the great Havel can do everything, but if Havel didn't make it, our bet is on the nameless blacksmith deity, who made every great item wielded by the lords and their soldiers. And it wasn't just Havel who wore it. If we get hold of the ring ourselves, we can discover more. You all know we have to kill the Havel in the watchtower to get this ring. And important tip by the way, if you kill Havel at the same time as he kills you, you will lose the ring, so be careful at clutch moments. Once we get the ring and read the description, we are told Havel's men wore the ring to express faith in their leader and carry a heavier load. So not only do we discover that there exist warriors of Havel, but that they almost worshipped him. The fact that he is a bishop agrees with this idea. He is more than just a leader. Respect for Havel has become spiritual. He must have gathered an enormous following in his own time, and he must have been truly unforgettable, because Dark Souls 3 tells us that the art of war has been a constant since ages past, and those who would follow in Havel's footsteps are no fewer now than in his own day. However, his ring brings us another question. If Havel's men wore this ring, is it Havel in the watchtower? The mystery deepens with the watchtower basement key description. The basement of the watchtower forms a stone cell. There are rumours of a hero turned hollow who was locked away by a dear friend, for his own good, of course. Now, at first, the community looked at the key description and combined it with the first sentence of Havel's ring and came to a conclusion. This was Havel because he had been locked up by none other than Gwyn. This ring was named after Havel the Rock, Lord Gwyn's old battlefield compatriot. So Gwyn betrayed him for Havel's own good. However, before we get into Havel's identity, this cannot be correct. Why? Because Gwyn left to link the flame before the watchtower basement was even built. It doesn't exist in the DLC, a time well after Gwyn departed for the kiln of the first flame. But some interesting lore is that Havel was so important he fought alongside Gwyn, right next to him as his compatriot, almost on a level with Gwyn's 4 knights, which makes Havel incredibly old, and he may be alive to this day. But from these great beginnings, has Havel the Rock really ended up a mere prisoner in the undead burg? The ring itself can solve the lore here, but not in the ring's English description. It says in Japanese that the ring originates from Havel the Rock, but that it is said to be favoured by warriors who worship him. Originates, meaning it has passed from him. This, combined with the fact that all of Havel's other treasures are safely stowed away in Anor Londo, leads us to the conclusion that it isn't Havel in the Watchtower after all. But this is still a mighty hero, a dragon slayer, locked up by his own friend. This hero was so mighty that they couldn't simply arrest him. He was too strong. They had to think of other, more devious methods to lock him up. They waited until he walked into the tower, then destroyed the bridge he walked in on by hurling rocks from above. With one exit blocked forever, they immediately locked the doors above and below. A clever, if cowardly trick, and the hero has been locked in ever since. The true Havel lived on, to carry out his occult plans, and taking more of his men to Ash Lake. Havel's ring boosts equip load by so much, it truly is the one ring to rule them all. This is because it's so damn hard to get that sweet quick roll in Dark Souls 1. In fact, for a lot of the early game, it's hard to fast roll unless you stay naked, so this ring is truly a blessing. The 50% boost even survived to the remastered edition, but since then, Havel's ring has been nerfed. Dark Souls 2 tried to replace it with the Royal Soldier's ring, but come on. And when they wisely brought Havel's ring back, 50% equipment load went to 15. But we have to remember, Dark Souls 1 only had 2 ring slots, Dark Souls 3 had 4. Whether in the first game, far in the future of the sequels, or in the hearts of Dark Souls fans, the followers of Havel still stand with him, founded as the Rock. And even if there is only one other ring slot in Dark Souls 1, there are some legendary ring combinations that can be made with Havel's ring. Simply legendary. One of which is Flipping Havel. Flipping Havel is not myth, but history, because Flipping Havel was once very real. We're sorry to bring up the trauma for those who experienced this monster, and this monster was made possible by the infamous Flip Ring. With the Darkwood Grain Ring, nothing is as it seems. It looks like its name, Dark Wood Grain, but this is an illusion. The ring is actually made of gold, and only decorated to look like wood. Once again, we have the work of a master craftsman here, but it is not the nameless blacksmith deity. The ring is crafted in an eastern land, outside of Laudren. Whoever made it is so skilled they can recreate it on command, for it is a favourite of some in this faraway land, meaning there are multiple. We can meet one of the men who wears this ring, though you'd be forgiven for missing him, as he can hardly be seen at all. The owner of the only flip ring in Laudren is a man the community calls Shiva's bodyguard. If we spot him in Darkroot, he has some revealing dialogue. Well, this at least unlocks Shiva's dialogue.
Did you notice that one? Sharp eyes? He is one of the clan from the east, like myself. Always slinking in the shadows, but he is a tough one. You will see what I mean.
So wares of these rings slink in the shadows, and these are the types of people who love the flip ring. For this man's ring tells us he is a spook of an eastern land, a secret agent. His other equipment is the shadow set, which says, black cloth mask worn by spooks from an eastern land, designed so as not to hinder their unique form of martial arts. And the flip ring is a very unique martial art. Such flair. You can flip forwards, you can flip back, and even cartwheel side to side. The feeling is honestly not at all like Dark Souls. Maybe the developers had this opinion because they cut this style of role from future games, yet kept the other wood grain ring. But even if Dark Souls 1 had its quirks, it's the quirks that make it special. If you enjoy flipping and feel it matches the Dark Souls energy you want, there is still something ironic. Flipping is the most attention-drawing role possible, which is a weird choice for a secret agent. I mean, if you want to say, notice me, you get around like this. But Shiva's bodyguard can use the flip ring as much as he pleases, for on another finger he wears the Ring of Fog, and this makes him nearly invisible. This was given to him by Alvina, and so makes him unique compared to other Eastern travellers. But he differs in one other way to his peers. He should be wielding claws, but he has traded it out. Instead he wields a katana, the Uchi katana, and this answers the question of, just what is he doing in Lordran? This flip ring wearer seems to have deserted whatever mission he was on, and has joined Shiva in his quest for weapons. And Shiva's ultimate quest is for the Chaos Katana. So Shiva's bodyguard also has a taste for katanas, enough to put aside the weapon of his trade. This bodyguard is always by Shiva's side, always watching, always waiting. Shiva has gathered many treasures, but he has not yet found his ultimate prize, the Chaos Blade, the legendary blade of the undead master Makoto.
It's all I could ever wish for.
This katana is his dream, and in cut content, if we found it, Shiva would kill us for it. But what if the true katana connoisseur was always by Shiva's side, waiting for the wily treasure hunter to track the prize down, only to backstab him for it? Speaking of backstabbing, how do we get the ring? Yes, you must join Alvina's covenant, and yes, you then have to betray the covenant, but if you kick him off the cliff, quit the game, grab the ring, homeward bone and then absolve your sins, it's quick and efficient, and you can still buy your weapons from Shiva. But the flip ring story only started with this silent ninja. Once we get the ring, a world of possibilities opens. With this ring, ragdoll physics takes on a whole new meaning. Environmental damage such as lava is massively reduced when flip rolling. The backstep now has invincibility frames. It also looks like you're rolling, which makes it hard to fight against. And better than that, if you get hit in a normal roll, you take 40% extra damage, but mistime a flip and you only take normal damage. Now you can make unique builds. The most famous among them is, of course, flipping Havel. But as it is with all great rings of power, they are nerfed. The flip was possible at 50% equip load, but it is now only at 25%. This is no longer a valid build, and so flipping Havel isn't real. Flipping Havel isn't real. But is this enough to make it the greatest ring of all time? Some experts claim that Dark Souls has nothing to do with shields, armor, or poise, but avoiding taking any damage at all. Who needs poise, or even health, when you have the dodge? Dodge! If this is true, and this is the greatest Dark Souls playstyle, then the flip ring truly is the one ring to rule them all. It increases duration of invincibility, it increases length of roll, it increases thickness of your finger. However, it isn't perfect. You cannot roll in poor footing with this ring, making it a major liability against certain enemies. You also cannot stack the rings for a double tuck flippity flip. And while we personally like the design, it isn't popular for fashion souls. There aren't any sales of replicas of this ring in the real world, because no one has ever bothered to make it. And some of us want gold to look like gold. And speaking of gold, kicking off ledges, and the greatest ring of all time, it makes us think of a certain legend, more fearsome even than flipping Havel. But this legend was once made real by a certain ring. The Fap Ring. The Fap Ring is the most popular ring in the real world, with current sales nearly double Havel's ring. It also has exceptional lore. We can get this ring by killing Lautrec the Embraced. The ring says, a ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Fina, known in legend to possess fateful beauty. His armor further stresses the romantic connection between human and goddess, saying, armor of Lautrec the Embraced, representing the goddess Fina's love. The goddess's arms wrap around it as if to embrace the wearer. Lautrec himself is certainly devoted. He is carrying out the mission of his goddess, even though she is nowhere to be seen. Has she left Anor Londo like so many other gods? If Fina possesses fateful beauty as the ring says, it must be quite something, as even Guinevere's beauty is never mentioned. This ring is quite a gift. At first glance, it seems Fina must really love Lautrec to give such a treasure. It gives favor. It gives protection. It boosts HP, stamina, and max equip load. Everything you could ever want. Except it has one downside, which tells us a lot about this goddess. The ring breaks if ever removed. Fina is a jealous goddess. She only favors Lautrec if he stays faithful to her. Interestingly, you can swap the ring across slots without it breaking, but trade it for another ring and lose it forever. An interesting question is, if we kill Lautrec, doesn't the Fap Ring come off his finger? And if so, why doesn't it break? Our lore take on this is, Fina doesn't care if you die, as long as you die in love with her. And if the ring lives on, and it brings another to fall in love with her, all the better. Which makes sense, as the ring survives until Dark Souls 3, which is surely impossible if it dies with its former wearer. It left us in Dark Souls 2, replaced in spirit by the Dragon Rings, but come on, even the third Dragon Ring doesn't compare to the Fap Ring. The developers realized their mistake and we got it back in the third game, though nerfed. Yet even in Dark Souls 3, Fina is called fickle. Let's return to Lordran to find out why. Lautrec's ring is a gift of love, so it could only be found once, right? It is not only her ring's behaviour that is fickle, but Fina's own changing loyalties, because in the same playthrough we can find a second ring of favour and protection. If we trade an item with Snuggly the Crow, we receive this infamous second ring, the second Fap Ring. No other custom ring can be received twice in a single playthrough, which means Fina has turned to another while her sweetheart was on his lonely quest. But who? If Lautrec, the bad boy human, wasn't a strange enough choice for a goddess, Fina has really pushed the limits with her next lover. For you only get the ring if you trade the Xanthus crown. Xanthus King Jeremiah is likely Fina's other lover, or indeed one of many. Fina seems to like those dressed in yellow, but otherwise, we don't see many similarities. Jeremiah is certainly unique and a demonic choice for a lover. Indeed, her fateful beauty may take on further meaning here. All of the Izalith family can be found, eldest daughters, sons, spider daughters, mothers, but no father. Jeremiah is a king who knows the most secret magic of the Izalith family, but he is kicked out of his homeland. Did Fina's fateful beauty cause this rupture? And fateful beauty is also a description given to Helen of Troy. Could competition over Fina's love even have led to war? Speaking of demonic things, in Dark Souls 3 the ring is found on Sullivan's beast. Is this Lautrec of the future, warped like the gaping dragon by his hunger for Fina? Or like Guts from Berserk, warped by his inner rage? Or Fina's next, even weirder choice of lover? Or is it just a doggo that has eaten the most recent ring bearer? And a final piece of lore on the ring is, what is the image on its face? Is it a thistle, or perhaps a flower? It's a remarkable design, but we couldn't figure out what it was. Let us know if you have any ideas. As always, no ring is perfect. You cannot double Fap, because this ring doesn't stack. You also lock your build in for the future, and you have to align with Fina, which doesn't have a good track record. You don't even get to meet her, unlike others who we can give our loyalty to. But this ring has history, for with it, you could make the legend.
Giants, 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 become unstoppable. What you got, bitch?
And there may be more today who worship the legend than worship the flip, or even worship Havel himself. Its power, its history, its name must make it the one ring to rule them all.
Beware, Siegmeyer's story is a warning to us all. Everyone likes Siegmeyer, but do we want to be like him? This video might make you question your opinion of the knight. The seeds of Siegmeyer's tragedy are revealed at the first moment we meet him, yet everything seems so jolly we don't even notice. Tragedy can be slow, as well as sudden. What does looking deeper into his story reveal about his nature? What does it say about Dark Souls lore? And what are the artists trying to say through his character? Looking under the layers of the Onion Knight, let's find out the true nature of Siegmeyer, and why his is a cautionary tale for each one of us. Meeting Siegmeyer is a memorable experience. Unlike other NPCs, he seems to take no notice of us. His voice echoes in his helmet as he ums and ers about something. After talking to him again, he stops ignoring us, or perhaps notices us for the first time. We pull him out of his distraction, and he starts us on his questline. A questline that takes us all through Laudren. Siegmeyer has a lot of charm, and a lot of qualities that we all enjoy and remember. He is quite literally wearing onion armor, wields a Zweihander, and shouts battle cries before charging the enemy. He talks of adventure, he talks of honor, and his last words are of his daughter. He pops up in the most memorable places: Sen's Fortress, Anor Londo, Firelink, Blighttown, Izalith, and Ash Lake. He seems to be a true adventurer, like ourselves, and we immediately take to him. It is always the case in Dark Souls that characters have remarkable voices, but Siegmeyer's is especially memorable.
I am Siegmeyer of Katarina.
Booming and jolly. In December, he would be the Laudren Christmas party's Santa Claus. Combine that with his noble wit and knightly attitude, he could be straight out of a King Arthur book of legends. He might just be an S on the Dark Souls popularity tier list. As we play through Siegmeyer's questline, we help him frequently, until he eventually meets his end in Ash Lake. The first sense we have of his story seems to be about a damaged pride, of the emptying of an adventurer's purpose, that through our help we cause him to lose heart. As we slay Silver Knights and hordes of demon monsters, do we mar the dignity of this proud Onion Knight? He is of the Order of Katarina Knights, known for this trait. Are we truly responsible for his eventual hollowing? Or are we simply a passing event in the great pattern of Siegmeyer's life? And if so, who or what is really to blame for Siegmeyer's detachment from his purpose, from his loss of adventurous spirit, for his hollowing? The first key to understanding Siegmeyer is, we believe, his family. Sieglin tells us she is his daughter, and on death, Siegmeyer says, "My dear little Lyn." The skeleton of Sieglin's plot is that she is looking for her father. She guesses he is in Laudren and is searching for him in order to tell him her mother's last words. She does find him and passes on these words. Of course, we do not hear that dialogue. Finally, we find Sieglind with the corpse of Siegmeyer. She tells us that he is hollow now. This is, of course, a very bizarre turn of events, but so ends his story. As a surface-level plot, this is rather odd, but within the context of Laudren and the undead curse, it is conceivable that subduing her father may be justifiable, and even a caring act. Let's look a little deeper at what Sieglin says, and just as importantly, how she says it. After all, Dark Souls dialogue isn't a script, it is meant to be heard. On being released, Sieglin thanks us for her rescue, introduces herself, and then, in all likelihood, lies. She says,
"I don't know how I ended up in that crystal."
This goes against the evidence of Dusk of Ulasil, who seems to remember and openly talk about her experiences before being trapped.
For a very long time, I was trapped within the crystal golem. From my home I was taken and banished to a plane of distortion.
In addition, Sieglinde seems to go against her own words. After claiming a memory lapse, she then says,
"It wasn't terrible in there, but I could hardly move."
So she remembers being conscious in the crystal. Did she awake in the crystal? How long after being trapped? How much of her previous memory was lost? Certainly, it is very likely that if a channeler put her to sleep before trapping her in a crystal golem, she should remember what was going on before that, just as Dusk does. If we woke up somewhere with no memory of how we got there, the first thing we would think of is where we were last, to try and make a connection. Sieglinde does none of this. She wakes up in Seath's lair, and she in all likelihood remembers where she last was before her memory faded. Is it really likely she can't put two and two together? Or is it more likely that she keeps her lips sealed, knows not to trust a strange undead, and keep the explanation, the secret, to herself? So straight away, whether we like being lied to or not, we believe she's a disciplined lady. She doesn't bandy with idle talk. She keeps her cards close to her chest. And next, she says,
"I must think of some way to repay you."
She immediately talks of recompense and getting down to business. A moment later, she remembers her father.
"Oh, have you seen my father?"
This lady doesn't waste any time. Once we tell her we have seen him, she immediately turns to the task at hand.
"Well then, now I must find him."
Remarkable. She then, independently and without any help from us, gets to Firelink Shrine. She jokingly compliments herself and us for finding our way around Laudren so impressively.
"We're both managing quite well, aren't we?"
She hasn't found her father yet and asks us if we have seen him. If we say yes, what does she say?
"Really? Then I must be off."
Again, she acts decisively, straight to business. She doesn't and about how hard it will be to precisely locate him in the region he is adventuring, nor does she overstay in the warmth and safety of the Firelink Shrine. When it comes to adventuring, Sieglinde just does it. She completes each mission and does exactly what she sets out to do. In the cut content, we find out from Siegmeyer's dialogue that
the poor girl's not even undead.
This, if still true, would mean she navigates Laudren with the risk of really dying. She is truly human with one life. If Dark Souls trains maturity, patience, and competence, then navigating the world with one life is a sign of those traits being in abundance. Sieglinde is a remarkable warrior with a mindset we envy. What does she give us at the end of her questline? A Titanite slab. A gift that can only be used if we take things through to completion on a single weapon. Rather a fitting gift for her character. What if we are foolish enough to attack this samurai of Dark Souls? Her greatsword will strike with no mercy once she realizes we are one of the bad ones. On killing us, she states clearly,
"Rest assured, I will kill you as many times as it takes."
If we are an aggressive undead, we would reanimate on death. One death is not enough to get rid of us. We would either have to give up after many attempts, or have to hollow. And she is willing to kill us enough times to hollow us. However many times we go after her, she will kill us, and she accepts that. She even threatens us with this understanding. That's how disciplined and steely Sieglinde is. She always rises to the challenge with acceptance and confidence. And finally, the greatest evidence of her determination to do what is necessary, not only for the small things, but also the large, is her father's death. Why she does this, and for what reasons, is a complex mystery we will address later. But what is certain is that it is an exceptionally hard thing for Sieglinde to do. She shows concern and care for her father when we meet her.
"Now if you'll just stay put and keep out of trouble."
On her death, if we succeed in killing her, her last words are,
"Dear father."
And on finding her standing beside her father's corpse, she sobs over the death of her father.
"Oh, father. Dear father."
Before and after this event, she shows us she cares for him. Yet, when she needs to act, she does what is necessary, no matter what. Not without emotion, but certainly without hesitation. Does Sieglin's nature have something to say about Siegmeyer's? Is it like father, like daughter? Certainly, the people around us can form us in similar ways, but occasionally it can create the opposite effect. When Sieglin first asks about her father, she expresses care and concern, yes, but let's listen to the tone. To us, it sounds like there is the sound of frustration in her voice.
Now just stay put and keep out of trouble.
Did we imagine it? She loves her father, so why would she be frustrated? Maybe we are hearing things.
Tell him that Sieglind is on her way, and that he ought to just stay put. I'm sorry he's caused you trouble. He has a knack for that. If he just stay put, he will cause no more trouble.
So we weren't imagining. Sieglin seems to talk about her own father like a child. She cares about him, but seems irritated at times. It's as though she thinks Siegmeyer can't manage to do things himself, and the problems his actions cause weigh on her, just like a child's actions do to a parent. The worry, the frustration, all the work to fix their mistakes. Why does she feel this way? Why might Siegmeyer cause problems? When we have just met someone, and a close friend or family member has a clear opinion about that person, and they have years of experience with that person, they might just be right about them. Now, let's look at Siegmeyer again, and though we all love him, let's try and look at his flaws, at what might frustrate someone who knows him for a long time. We meet Siegmeyer outside the locked gates of Sen's fortress. His equipment is the armour of Catarina Knights, effective and impressive, but not unique like the kits of the adventurous Solaire or the enigmatic Lautrec. When we approach him, we hear him and ah about solving the problem of this locked gate, and yet he doesn't react to us. He doesn't even notice us when we go up and talk to him. In the land of Laudron, this is very risky. What if we were aggressive, or wanted to loot him? Even assuming we seem sane and safe, he still doesn't notice us, someone who might solve his problem. Two people working together might be able to open it. We may have a key. We have to talk to him again, just to get his attention. And what does he do? He charms us. He warms us to him with a hearty laugh and claims that he was absorbed in thought. We have to take it on faith that he was thinking hard. There is no proof of thought, and certainly no proof of actions taken on these thoughts. And then, he does not seek help or teamwork or a solution. He simply tells us his problems.
Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall, or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
This may show us in one speech the essential aspect of Siegmeyer's character, and it is always a character's nature that brings about their tragedy. He claims that a gate won't budge. Alright, so it's locked. Not a totally surprising thing for a gate, and he complains that it won't open.
No matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited.
What does he hope to happen? That someone comes out of the gate and leaves it open? Surely in that case, as is always the case, in Laudron or the real world, the owner of the gate has taken care to not leave it open. So why would they walk out, leaving it unlocked? In the case of a locked gate, waiting surely isn't the solution. It isn't the solution for getting into Disneyland when it's closed. I'm pretty sure you can wait outside Buckingham Palace's private residences for a long time too. It's not how you get in. Not to mention, this is Laudron, once the place has gone to ruin. Very little happens these days. He even confirms that he has waited for a long time, doing nothing, sitting and hoping for a gate to open, and thinking hard to solve the problem. So here he sits in
quite a pickle.
Yes, a very complicated pickle indeed. What great solutions has his thinking given him? Apparently, nothing better than sitting on his behind. It turns out that it is a complex thing to open this gate, but Siegmeyer doesn't know it, and will never discover it. And when he says, quite honestly, why does he invoke honesty? Is he overcompensating? No, we're not saying he is lying. He has been stopped by a gate, that much is true. But what might the trait of honesty have to say about Siegmeyer? It is self-honesty that is lacking. The self-honesty to say, I am not really thinking. I am not really solving. I'm not really doing anything. Ultimately, I'm not who I say I am. I'm not who I think I am.
Still closed. Still closed.
He wants fate to solve it for him. Fortunately, fate, in this case the player, does solve it for him. It allows him to progress. So what do the rest of his adventures reveal about Siegmeyer? In Sen's Fortress, we discover Siegmeyer once again. He finds himself, in his own words, in another pickle, sat down, resting. He is absorbed in thought, he claims. Pickle is an interesting word. He is an onion knight, but more than this pun, what is the process of pickling onions? To have them stored, sitting, doing nothing, suspended, and have time render them down. What is the pickle or problem in this case? That which suspends Siegmeyer in time. The pickle isn't a boss or a drake. No, it is a rolling ball trap. It is a puzzle for every player, of course, but what do each of us figure out? We need to lower our encumberment and run up the ramp faster, take off some armor. Not very complicated. It doesn't require much thought. It's almost like the student delaying their study. Any excuse is a barrier for Siegmeyer. Now, perhaps he can't carry unlimited armor, fine. He could simply remove his helmet and gloves, run, solve the problem, and retrieve them later. After all, he is likely to be able to get out of this fix. Why? Siegmeyer is exceptionally strong. He wields a Zweihander. He has upgraded armor. Just think of the stats required. Siegmeyer is not without ability. It is not the physical which he lacks, it is the mindset. Miyazaki reveals that he isn't fat in the Design Works interview. He isn't too plump without armor. It is a problem, but this is even more simple than the gate. There may be other solutions, perhaps, but he has to at least really think, not just feign thinking by making noises. He then says,
Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin.
The most vague of ideas. Rolling. He doesn't even bother to test. He doesn't even test it before finding some problem as an excuse. And what's this problem in his eyes? Not injury, death, time. No. He would get dizzy. It is here that we begin to feel that Siegmeyer is not truly an adventurer.
No worries. Venturing is my life.
His self-honesty is lacking. He is not who he believes himself to be, and he does not behave how he believes he behaves. Perhaps Siegmeyer is more of a talker than a doer. He calls himself an adventurer. He calls himself an adventurer. Could it be that Siegmeyer's fate is in sight even here? His character and its consequences have started to reveal themselves. We have yet to dent his pride, yet even after talking to him in Sen's Fortress, we feel our influence is minimal on his fate. We next see him in Anor Londo. Once again, he is passive and stationary, his arms folded. He seems to not notice us once again. After we grab his attention, he begins at once to lament the supposed lack, the supposed impossibility of solutions.
Whatever can be done.
Well, here there are even branching paths. You don't even need to fight those Silver Knights. There's no real reason to be in there. It isn't the required route to anywhere. But if someone has a passive mindset, Any mental work required leaves them stuck. Something as simple as turning back is a mental change, and it doesn't enter the passive mind. They don't want to problem solve, they want fate to solve the problem for them. When Siegmeyer assumes that we were repelled by the Silver Knights, he says,
"Oh, don't be ashamed."
This is a little much coming from him. He assures us that he will think of something, and he doesn't, of course. He hasn't even been thinking, he's been resting. He vaguely says some general concept, that we can overcome this together, which is unclear, and he doesn't become active after this comment. He doesn't put forward a plan that is actionable. Indeed, maybe in his mind it's worryingly possible that we do fight them together. So what does he do? Siegmeyer comes up with a problem as a solution to avoid the Silver Knights. Just like rolling couldn't be possible because of his head spinning, teamwork between us couldn't work because
we'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies.
How fortunate. We don't have to act yet. We just need to wait for 5 strangers, one after another, to reach Anor Londo and reach this exact point, none of them losing patience before all 5 extra have arrived. This problem finding, the searching for the reasons why things won't work, seems to be a habit of Siegmeyer's.
Quite a fix indeed.
We eventually have to fight the Silver Knights alone. On talking to Siegmeyer afterwards, he refers to himself in the third person.
This Knight of Katarina hereby commends you.
Commending us, which means to praise formally or officially, like a judge or someone of high status, is a bit rich when he sat on the sidelines. He then thinks it is necessary to say,
"But be warned, gallantry entails great risks. Next time, give me a chance to come up with a plan."
This again is an important look into Siegmeyer's nature. Not only does he let problems stop his progress, he isn't aware of it. This again comes under self-honesty. He wasn't really coming up with any plan. He never came up with solutions, or even tested a single action. Indeed, we can leave Siegmeyer, and he will never progress in his quest. So no, we shouldn't have waited. He needs to stop waiting. Something else about his dialogue during Anor Londo is that it shows, or at least he says, that he is up for teamwork, that he would help us if we needed it. Yet, what is missing throughout the game, during every time we are in a fix? You can never summon Siegmeyer. Considering he traverses the whole of Lordran, it is odd that he never has a summon sign for a boss fight. One reason is we clear everything before him perhaps, but it may just show his character. We can summon Solaire who adventures in Lordran, even Lautrec. Not everyone can be summoned, of course, but Siegmeyer goes all the way with us. Somehow it feels to us that we should be able to fight alongside him. But it is an experience we can never have. He never puts himself out there, and we think this is an active choice by From Software. Siegmeyer always asks for help, but he never gives it. Back at the Firelink Shrine, he asks if it was us who opened the gate. If we lie and say no, once again his handy philosophy comes out.
Is that so? No matter. Stranger things have happened. Sometimes one only has to give it some time.
He was lucky not to go hollow just sitting there. He then tells us he will continue his adventures. Then he assures us,
"No worries. Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst."
Well, let's give him a chance to see if he is self-aware, if he has a fair assessment of himself and all he claims to be. He starts his next quest going down below, and that is where we find him, in Blighttown. Where do we find this knight who is prepared for the worst? At the first safe stop out of the poison swamp, with more poison swamp to go, surrounded by poison. If we talk to him, he is asleep. In Lordran, it is dangerous to not pay attention, but to sleep? And in Blighttown? He's lucky that the mosquitoes haven't flown over and caused him trouble. We go on to wake up this night, and he claims it was the fault of his intensity of mind.
"Excuse me, I was so absorbed in thought I just drifted away."
It is here we felt his helmet audio design is symbolic. The echo feels like more than just an audio effect. His words and excuses themselves ring round and round, like an echo on repeat.
You see, I'm actually in a bit of a fix. I've made it this far, but I'm short on antidote moss for the trip back.
First of all, this far is not far at all. It's about as far as a reckless fool would get without any decent preparation or planning. He has barely travelled one stamina bar of sprinting across the swamp. So this is an exaggeration. He should have got moss before running in. If he had some, why didn't he get more? He certainly knows what moss is. He says antidote moss himself. So it isn't ignorance that's the problem. He is just so ill-prepared and has underestimated the distance so poorly. He has trapped himself on this little island. He could have safely doubled back and bought some after a step or two in the swamp. But no, Siegmeyer launched ahead until he realized that he is trapped and might die if he goes on, and finds himself pincered by his own decisions.
By my knighthood, I'm ashamed to ask, but can you spare a few scraps of moss?
Now, this is a typical ask for help by someone who chronically asks for help. It plays into our emotions, acting that you feel so bad about asking, but it's also necessary, invoking our pity. It minimizes the help being asked for with minimizing language, in this case by calling the moss scraps. If you make the help seem small, it is more likely it will be given. Why should we feel pity? He could see it was a poison swamp and how big it was, and knew how much moss he had. It is here that he also tells a lie.
I'm short on antidote moss for the trip back.
He tries to pretend to us that on experiencing Blighttown, that only at the end of this adventure he's just beginning, deep down below into the unknown, he estimates that by then, he might need some moss for the trip back. Instead of honestly saying that he's already stuck and run out of moss at the very beginning of his adventure, he doesn't come clean about his foolishness and pretends it is for extra preparedness. Most tellingly, when we give him this moss, what does he do? Wisely go back, reversing the route he has made, safely returning to Firelink to stock up responsibly on a lot of moss and start his adventure properly? No. Siegmeyer takes the few scraps we give him and launches on into unknown territory, straight down into Lost Izalith. He knows nothing about Lost Izalith, which could be full of poison for all he knows, and takes his chances. This is what happens when a person is in their Siegmeyer mode. Everyone helps them, so they never learn. Sometimes they will only change if you say no. His continuing directly into Lost Izalith is reckless behavior, so reckless that if you cared for him, it might become worrying, irritating, exasperating. A life led so immaturely would be very likely to put himself and others in danger at any time, and each time it goes wrong, it will be up to others to save him. If we say no to the moss request, he again makes an equivocal statement.
I'll be fine. I can make it without that silly moss. Think about it. Have I ever let a little hardship slow me down?
Of course, we know it's not a little hardship that he lets slow him down. It is any hardship. And the key word is let slow him down. He lets it. This shows it is often the mindset more than the obstacles that cause the problem. Indeed, obstacles, even if they are complex, with the right mindset can yield great things. Let's look at how you, the player, approaches the impenetrable gate. You leave it. You go and explore other avenues that you understand, that you can grow from. And what happens? In Dark Souls, you earn souls, defeat Quelaag, can now make her weapon, you meet the Fair Lady, you find a new entire land that eventually is essential for further progression, and the gate way back from before opens. Things are like that sometimes. No, the right mindset doesn't solve everything immediately, but it might just figure things out eventually. So far, the words and actions of Siegmeyer seem to be showing that Miyazaki intended him differently to how we have all historically interpreted him. It seems that Siegmeyer is someone who Miyazaki would be frustrated to work with, who would cause problems in the team. Or perhaps it is who Miyazaki has occasionally been, who we have all been, delaying our progress, delaying our life, hoping other people will sort things out for us. Yet, when looking at Siegmeyer, none of us noticed this aspect. When we played through, we liked Siegmeyer. We still like him, even after making this video. We can understand now why Sieglind may sound so frustrated with him, but we don't feel this frustration. Why? Well, simply because it is easy to help Siegmeyer. It is easy to get him out of trouble. We are exceptionally strong in-game. A few silver knights isn't much. Opening a gate for ourselves isn't much. It just happens to help Siegmeyer. Handing over a few pieces of moss, practically nothing. Some demons, we can manage. But what if we weren't so competent? What if we were pushed harder, under more strain? What if Siegmeyer got in the way during the Bed of Chaos boss fight? What if we actually cared for his safety, and didn't just like him as a character in a game? As a nameless undead, we have few plans, and entirely uncomplicated plans. But what if we had complex plans? Intricate plans, secret plans. We might get very frustrated if Siegmeyer ruined them, or leaked them. Knowing Siegmeyer fully, we might decide to not share these plans with him at all. Let's look at a different pool of information to discover Siegmeyer's true nature, but this time in the cut content, to see if the real Siegmeyer and the ghost alternate universe Siegmeyer match. Do his patterns arise again? In the Designworks interview, we learn that Miyazaki envisioned the helmet as opening, but it didn't make it into the game. He says, "I have a mental image of Siegmeyer popping it open, and hungrily guzzling down some food. With the image we have of him, sitting or sleeping, this doesn't do much in support of his character. Of course, he isn't fat, and it's no sin to eat, but it means Miyazaki envisioned a character who on most encounters, all we see is him eating and sleeping." What about the dialogue of the cut content? A cut Siegmeyer line delivered once the gate opens is,
"First I hear a great roar, and voila, the path is open. Just goes to show, good things come to those who wait."
This is distorting the merit of patience into an excuse to do nothing. This was rather an example of luck, not patience. Another moment reveals that perhaps his waiting and even his charm hinges on the habit of others getting him out of trouble, trained helplessness. When we free him from a locked door in the cut content, he says,
"I didn't expect you to show up, although maybe I did."
So rather than push on and try himself, after being rescued a few times, he thinks, "Oh, that undead adventurer will pass by here eventually. Why take the risk?" Indeed, maybe his charm, his manner that we all like so much, is from years of being charming to get what he wants. A perfect moment to show his nature, and a moment that says something about all humans, all of whom at some times in their lives delay, put up with mediocrity, don't seek change or growth in themselves or the world around them, is after unlocking him from this cage in the cut content. Siegmeyer doesn't move. If talked to, he explains this behavior.
"I'm going to take it slowly here, at least for now. After all this time, it's not so intolerable. I've actually become quite fond of it."
He says he has become fond of where he has been locked up in. Miyazaki likely cut this as it was a bit too stereotypical for his taste in symbolism. Siegmeyer being released from his cage is like so many of us in situations we would like to change. After so long of accepting fate and listlessly letting time pass, not pushing for change, we begin to grow comfortable with the surroundings that once we wished to escape. They earn our affection even though we feel limited by them. They are safe. They have nothing new. Sort of like a programming job when you dream of being a game designer. All of us become so comfortable in these stale environments that when by a miracle the door opens, we daren't leave their confines. And luck is what Siegmeyer endlessly hopes for. When facing the cursing lizards in the cut content, he hopes for a solution, not with graft or work or real thought, instead wishing and assuming that
"Any moment now and I'll be hit by an epiphany."
An epiphany is a revelation that flashes in like lightning, out of one's control, often viewed as divine intervention. No one can control these epiphanies. What you can do is work and learn, and with time you may have more of them. You cannot simply wait. What are the wider world consequences of Siegmeyer and his character in the world of Dark Souls? Well, we can only guess as to all of them, but why has he been separated from his daughter? Why did he not hear the mother of Sieglin's last words? Are they no longer together? Does he even know she is dead? Presumably not. Sieglin knows her father is in the area at least, so perhaps he has been adventuring for a long time. Siegmeyer wears the blue tearstone ring from Katarina, and the only place we find this ring in-game is on a female corpse near where Havel is imprisoned, guarded by a black knight, perhaps in case it reanimates. The plotters against the gods conspired here, and Havel was trapped in the tower, the bridge broken behind him in a sudden attack. Sieglind gives her mother's last words to Siegmeyer, and what happens? He goes down to Ash Lake. He has roamed Blighttown and Izalith, never finding the lake, only to end up there after the mother's last words. Sieglind is trapped in one of Seath's crystal golems, just after hearing the mother's last words. Seath has creatures from Ash Lake in his domain. He has brought them up to protect the gaping dragon in the depths. These creatures have swallowed purging stones of the Earl of Karim in the battle. The Earl of Karim is a plotter against the gods himself. Sieglind, after giving Siegmeyer her mother's last words, doesn't accompany him on his last adventure. Yet she knows where to find him? How could she know where to find him unless she knew where Ash Lake is? She goes down to find her father independently and joins him in Ash Lake. The plot against the gods ties it all together, but Siegmeyer was evidently out of the loop. The mother's last words revealed enough, and down he goes. Why didn't Siegmeyer's daughter, or partner, or at least former partner, inform him of the plot against the gods at the time? Is it that Sieglind is not, as Siegmeyer believes, and perhaps as Sieglind believes, Siegmeyer's daughter? She wields the bastard sword, and Sieglind's mother certainly doesn't seem very attached to Siegmeyer. Sieglind also carries the red tearstone ring, which is from Karim, the same land of the Earl of Karim, a fellow plotter against the gods. Was Siegmeyer's incompetence such that Sieglind's mother drifted away into the arms of the infamous Earl? This is all only a possibility, of course. What is much more certain is that Sieglind's mother knows that Siegmeyer can't be trusted to keep secret the plot against the gods. He is too incompetent. He might spill the details over a pint with a stranger in the local Catarinian pub. When it comes to the crunch, when you're stealing the power of the Gravelord, harboring an ancient dragon, and planning to bring down the gods themselves, Siegmeyer isn't someone you want on your team. This is why Siegmeyer is a cautionary tale. He is likable, but ultimately, likability isn't worth the risk when things matter. Even his family keep him in the dark. His wife dies without his knowledge. She has to pass on her last words via their daughter, a daughter who talks of him like a child. He loses his life with every hour he sits on the sidelines. Yet to die would hurt those who care for him, so they grudgingly step up to sort out things for him when they go wrong. Until it's too much. Siegmeyer, after all, does eventually die, in peculiar circumstances. Sieglind mentions before going down to join her father that he is going on his final adventure. Why does she say this? If adventuring is his life, why would he stop? He is undead. Time is not an issue. Why say this then? It does indeed turn out to be his last adventure, but does Siegmeyer know that? Or only Sieglind? A few things about her dialogue come to mind.
If he goes hollow, I'll just have to kill him again. Rest assured, I will kill you as many times as it takes.
What if she knows he will go down to Ash Lake after hearing her mother's last words, and knows Siegmeyer won't be able to help talking about what he sees? He will cause problems, risk the future of the baby dragon, or the lives of the surviving members of the rebellion. Does he go hollow on discovering what his partner has been up to, how she died, the scale of his own exclusion? Or does Sieglind know that a hollowed Siegmeyer, mad and unable to speak, trapped at the end of the world, will no longer be a risk to a dragon's future and her fellow comrades? She may choose to kill him while he is fully sane, and being killed enough times by the hand of your own daughter is enough to make any man hollow. Listen to the grammar of her line.
My father, all hollow now, has been subdued. He will cause no more trouble.
All hollow now. The subduing may be successfully hollowing him, not simply one death. After all, that Ash Lake bonfire is fairly safe. There aren't any nearby enemies that might hollow you. And after this final act of killing her father, what does she say?
It's finally over. I will return to Katerina.
So now is when she returns to her homeland? Only now is the mission complete. Not after delivering her mother's last words, in Firelink, in safety. No, after following Siegmeyer down and killing him. Now it is over. We don't know the inner workings of what exactly Sieglind is up to, but slaying him with a merciless strike of a bastard sword isn't without purpose. It is more complex than it seems. She will return home, leaving her slab with us, an heirloom of the nameless blacksmith deity, whose skull lies on the sand. What is certain is that his end was shocking, a tragedy of mythological proportions. But it was brought about by his character and behaviour. His own daughter, though crying with sadness, sums up his death as,
He will cause no more trouble.
He will cause us no more trouble. That is no legacy to leave. Siegmeyer brought about his tragedy himself. So what did we do to Siegmeyer then? What was our influence if we don't cause him to hollow? Well, in the end, we don't hurt Siegmeyer by removing his pride or making him fail. He was doing that anyway. No, we simply pass by and show what is possible with commitment and consistency. And it is remarkable what is possible. When Siegmeyer sees it in us and knows all the wasted potential and wasted time in his past and the resulting weakness, he feels it keenly. We all feel bad. We all feel envious, in a way, when someone enjoys great success. But what feels worse is when we could have done it, learnt it, benefited from it ourselves. When someone is no different from ourselves. It's just that they made certain choices, and we didn't. That's when it stings. This feeling is what begins to get Siegmeyer motivated, to step up to a challenge. Now, we all know that eventually Siegmeyer does act in a grandiose way. We all love when he charges the demons in Izalith with an epic war cry that many fans hold as their favourite NPC moment in Dark Souls.
Come on! Over here, you fiends! Perish, foul creatures! I am Siegmeyer of Katerina, and you shall feel my wrath!
Although he doesn't survive without our help, what a way to enter a battle. We still can't help but like him. But isn't this new motivation just another pattern of the Siegmeyer character? Maybe we can understand this behaviour by looking at ourselves. When each of us have been acting for too long like Siegmeyer, when we feel guilty about wasting time, when we feel regret, or see the fruits of others' labour, we feel a stomach-wrenching frustration that can turn to motivation. It is, however, a grudging motivation. We still don't have a positive mindset towards the task at hand. Listen carefully to the sigh Siegmeyer makes before coming to the conclusion to act. We have all made this sound one time or another when a deadline has come around.
Perhaps The time has come.
But what is something else every procrastinator, every guilty time waster makes the mistake of? The same mistake they've always done. A lack of consistency, a lack of mental strength and stability. The guilty procrastinator, finally deciding they're motivated, gets off the sofa and charges into the gym, to the study, into the new habit. They take on far too much, injure themselves, lose sleep, can't sustain the work, fall off the wagon, and then immediately they're back to their old selves, their old habits. They overcompensate instead of learning the real lesson, which is that a true change of mindset is required. Siegmeyer does exactly this. Of all the places to start a challenge, it isn't a gate or a ball. No, it is a group of towering giant demons that he tackles solo, who are also designed to swallow things that attack from above. In the throes of emotional decision-making, he breaks his own rule.
Gallantry entails great risks.
In the world of Dark Souls, such recklessness is very dangerous, and we would say goodbye to Siegmeyer here if we do not save him. If we save him, Siegmeyer is disappointed that he couldn't complete this enormous challenge after all this time avoiding hardship, and then he goes back to sleep.
Why, didn't you get away? Well, you've saved me once again. Oh, don't you worry. The ground below me is my pillow. I'll recover shortly.
A view that we sometimes felt, and has been voiced by many in the community, is that while at first the player thinks Siegmeyer is a fool for waiting, not pursuing his goals actively, in the end Siegmeyer is the smart one. Siegmeyer simply waits and gets everything done for him. But what about in the long run? Does being a Siegmeyer open doors in life? You might not get struck with a bastard sword, but eventually people start to adapt. Eventually the charm doesn't work anymore and people notice and get tired of the pattern. Eventually you may be treated like a child by your daughter, or excluded from the plans of the mother of your child, left out from the plot against the gods like a liability, or simply other invisible gates may be put up by everyone around you. It is interesting that where Siegmeyer finally decides to act, to do or die, is in Lost Izalith. Rather fitting, considering it is the area where the From Software team, according to Miyazaki, had a lot of trouble themselves and learnt a lesson for the future. Miyazaki said the Bed of Chaos exposed a real problem in our production method. We had no way to find a common goal and work towards it when things went wrong. But Miyazaki shows he doesn't fall into the Siegmeyer attitude, saying next, "It's definitely something I want to correct in the future." You want to make a Dark Souls? There's your mindset. We will end with something simple about Siegmeyer to show how his story is not only a warning and a tragedy, but something that should inspire. What does Siegmeyer wear and wield? Mostly the Katarina equipment, of course, but his weapon is a Zweihander. Not only is it a Zweihander, it is a +15 Zweihander. It fits culturally, but more importantly, it is a powerful weapon. Is this saying that Siegmeyer, kitted out so powerfully, yet never succeeds in progressing, has all the gear and no idea? It could, and to an extent, it does. But what it may say instead is that Siegmeyer has great potential. He has ability and he has strength. According to Otsuka in the design works, he's even handsome. There isn't anything stopping him ultimately. The fable of Siegmeyer is about belief, about mindset, about willpower. It has nothing to do with strength. Strength, physical strength, is hard to change in large degrees. It is limited. The ceiling of the mind is much higher. If Siegmeyer wore only a little armor and a weak, unupgraded weapon, it wouldn't be the same story. We would empathize with his behavior instead. No, Siegmeyer is a lesson in mental strength, in belief. Believe you're stuck and it'll be true. See the problems as overwhelming, and they may as well be, because you'll never find out. What does Siegmeyer give us? The tiny being ring. This gives a small boost to health. How is that useful as an undead if you don't fight, if you don't struggle? Enormous or minuscule health is irrelevant if one isn't ever putting it at risk. so he gives it away. What is the next ring he gives us? The speckled stone plate ring. This ring has a stone that is the symbol of a true knight, and the ring grants the strength to face various hardships. The ring boosts magic, fire, and lightning defense, but again, this only works if you take damage from those sources. You need to act like a true knight to receive its benefits, to really roll up your sleeves with problems, not just think about them. So he gives it to us. It will be useful to us, and maybe not to him. Siegmeyer has to dive in. He has to get involved. He has to engage with the challenges and not sit on the sidelines. With time and work, he may slay Silver Knights with ease. He may trounce demons without a second thought, because he is capable of great things. But capability must be trained. Sieglind knew this. Sieglind grew up around her father, and though she loves him, she decided that, in some ways at least, she didn't want to be like him. She navigates the world with almost the same equipment, but much more maturely. She isn't undead, she doesn't die once. Maybe Miyazaki has felt like Siegmeyer too. It certainly took him some time before changing careers. How long was Miyazaki outside the gate of his own dream? Sieg means victory in German, and he is victory by name, but not in substance. How many of us are idling outside life's gate? How many of us are pretending to ourselves that we are living thinking hard when we are living half asleep? After all, we may all have a +15 Zweihander if we stepped up and tried, like a true knight. There might be a lot more Dark Souls quality in the world, from art to business to science, if more people believe that we are capable of resolving our own problems. How long will we avoid the perils and rewards of the roads we want to take, snoozing while there is so much potential out there? How long will we stay in an unchanging, safe environment, becoming overly attached to it? When Siegmeyer dies, he shows what he cares most about. My dear little Lyn, and he sacrificed time with his daughter for adventuring, only to stall on his onion rind. This is the true essence of procrastination. We give up the joy that's right there in our lives in order to work, to grow, learn, yet we fail to do what we intend to do and lose both the fruits of the work and the easy joy we gave up. When can we become someone capable of doing what we wish, instead of later wishing what we had done? After all, we aren't undead. We only have so much time.
Of all the insane and twisted creations in Dark Souls, one might be Miyazaki's favourite. The one, the only, the executioner cannibal of Laudren, Smough. Miyazaki says he loves him because he looks insane. But this character is more than just twisted. Miyazaki hints at the secret of Smough. Instead of making him a member of the Four Knights, Miyazaki wanted to do something special, turn him from one of Four Knights into something almost heretical. And what heresy is will get to the core of what Dark Souls is about. Miyazaki can't help but hint at deep lore in interviews, and he was definitely hinting here. Smough. The name is infamous, a boss that gave every player nightmares, who has broken more controllers than perhaps the rest of Dark Souls 1's bosses combined. The sick executioner of Laudren, whose behaviour was so twisted he was rejected even by the corrupt lords of the land. But who was this man, if he even was a man at all? Born into this world, he was given a name, a troublesome name. Through a twist of fate, we do not know exactly what his name is. In the Japanese, his name is Smough, of course referring to his shape and to his style of leg stomping. However, in English, his name is spelt S-M-O-U-G-H. Is this pronounced Smough or Smough? Another character, Hawkeye Gough, fortunately pronounces his own name.
Now, watch and see how Gough hunts dragons.
So we like to think it's pronounced Smough.
but so we can all get along, we're going to call him Smough for this video. Either way, this name is spelt very similarly to Gough's, and this similarity is important as it brings something into question: his blood. Smough is enormous and bears a similar name to a giant character. Was he born with giant's blood? If so, we know by now he would have been born into prejudice, as giants were not respected in the culture of Laudren. While later in life he is discriminated against for his behaviour, if he was born into a disrespected class, he may have suffered rejection since his early childhood. His early life is a mystery, but we know that he eventually became the executioner of Laudren. This again would imply that he did not win the lottery of birth. If executioners in Laudren share anything like their history in our world, they were typically disliked. The role carried no respect with the public and was reserved for people on the fringes of society. Outcasts. In Christian societies, it was doubtful that God would forgive what was effectively murder, and even a non-believer would have worries that the dark aspects of your job would rub off on your character. However, executioners were often very well paid precisely because of the undesirable consequences of their role. Since it was social suicide, it better have a good salary. If Smough was discriminated against from birth, it would make perfect sense that he became an executioner, given the benefits of pay and that he had little to lose. If in civilian life he was already disliked and discriminated against, perhaps he would value the status of executioner. Underneath the enormous armour, he is still huge, but not fat. He is ripped. However, once we get his armour, there is another coincidence. It is said it can be worn by a human, but not without great difficulty, again implying that Smough himself may not have been a human in the first place. Whether he went into his role by necessity or by choice, his character can only have darkened with time. The dark role of executioner has an effect, but Smough was ambitious, very ambitious, to rise further in rank. Smough dreamed of becoming one of the four knights, the mighty warriors of Gwyn. Ornstein, Artorius, Kieran and Gough were heroes, and Smough hoped to stand among them. It wasn't an impossible dream. After all, Smough is a formidable foe when we fight him alongside Ornstein. And even if he did have giant blood, the giant Hawkeye Gough counts among the four knights. At first, he does everything right to progress his ambitions. Smough certainly impresses in the role society gave him. All evidence suggests he was a successful executioner, and he seems to have been rewarded handsomely. When we meet him, he wears armour that, though grotesque, could only have been made by a master craftsman. His hammer, which we do not know if it was used in executions, is also a work of art. It is stamped all over with the same sigil that is stamped on the weapons and armour of the gods. The argument that the Channeler's armour and Smough's armour were designed by the same master smith certainly hits on something. They were both drawn as the first two members of a planned 4 knights. I remember the Channeler's design was put forward around the same time as Smough's, and we all took to referring to them as the 4 knights, Knights C and D if I remember correctly. In addition to that, even harbouring hopes of becoming one of the 4 knights shows that his career as executioner has garnered him great respect, despite its unappealing reality. Another piece of evidence that he was remarkably successful in his job is that they can't bear to lose him even after it is revealed just how twisted he is. But first, his rise, before his fall. As he progresses in his role of executioner, we know from his great hammer that he loved his work. This is already gruesome canon, but it doesn't stop there. It also explains that Smough ground the bones of his victims into his own feed, ruining his hopes of being ranked with the 4 knights. In the Japanese description, it states that he ate the flesh and blood of his victims, a phrase that implies his own family. Since we feel that it's unlikely he would be the executioner for his relatives, we think it instead refers to the heretical aspect of cannibalism in Dark Souls. We will explain the special place that eating one's own kind has in this universe later. Does Smough start this activity immediately once he is executioner? Did he start it before being executioner and, like many monsters, chose their role in society to have better access to their prey? Or did the proximity to this necessary task of society inspire him? We believe he didn't start this habit immediately, but it was something he turned to with time. We also don't believe that it was a one-off, but that it took quite some time for people to notice just what Smough was up to. Given the lifetimes of lords or lord-like creatures in Dark Souls, and that we know the four knights have not fought together for centuries, Smough has clearly had a remarkably long life. Just how many victims did he eat over a long career as executioner? As is often the case in areas of society we'd rather not look at, terrible things can go on for a long time before they reach the light. If he wasn't a monster when he chose to become an executioner, he has now become one, and with no limit on his supply, Smough has eaten well. Is he mad as well as evil? Certainly, there are some interesting connections between another character who is perceived as mad and our peculiar executioner. Smough and Seath are the only two characters whose items Frampt refuses to give more than a single soul for, an interesting connection we believe we may have an answer for. Once his monstrous habits come to light, the powers that be respond in a peculiar way. They allow Smough to continue his role. Smough has continued to serve until the present day. He is banned from ever becoming one of the four knights, but apart from that, he seems to have continued as normal. We know from Dark Souls 3 that he was the last knight to defend the city, and his continuation in his role was sanctioned. In the present day, a lift is even custom built for his size in the centre of the capital. He is not stripped of his masterwork armour and weapon, which one would think he is no longer fit for. Indeed, there is even a Smough statue in the capital that seems to honour him in the same style as Ornstein, one of the four knights. No, the only evidence of punishment is ruining his hopes of being ranked with the four knights. He is not locked up or sentenced to death, hardly a fitting punishment. It shows just how useful he is and how good he is at what he does, and perhaps just how undesirable the role is and how difficult it would be to replace him. It does make you wonder who the real monsters are in Lordran today. Is the role of executioner so dark and so tempting that the powers that be would rather keep the monster of Smough than risk initiating another? Better the devil you know. It is all very peculiar. The manner in which society reacts to its crimes says something about the society as a whole, and Lordran society doesn't seem to think the consumption of its citizens is all that terrible. With time the sun fades, and Smough sees the gods leave the city, which leads us to another mystery. Does Smough know the sun is an illusion, or is he seduced by the illusion of Guinevere? If his battle companion Ornstein did leave Lordran as sequels seem to imply, is our executioner aware of this? And does he know that his ultimate role in defending the city is to die in the progression of the chosen undead? We cannot know the answer, but for someone who has had a role of executioner and partaken in some of the darkest rituals in society, as well as the most twisted crimes, he is unlikely to be naive. So perhaps he simply wishes to stay where the action is. Which brings us to the modern day. It seems that the Smough we meet is real, since we know from Dark Souls 3 that he was the last knight to defend the city. We meet him at a crucial point in our quest. As we have mentioned, he and Ornstein are one of the most challenging bosses in the game. His beautifully crafted armour and hammer are not just for show. His defences are enormous, and his hammer incredibly powerful. Not only can he one-shot you if you're not careful, but his weak points aren't where you'd think. His eyes are not where they seem. They are not in the chubby-cheeked face that seems too high above his shoulders, nor are they behind the two eye-like parts of the bulbous neck. Smough actually looks out from behind two slits, protected by this double illusion. In the boss fight, he is likely to kill us over and over. He shows his strength and he shows his ruthlessness. But he shows much more. He shows his attitude to his peers and to the society around him. Just as he loved the violence in his work, he seems to take great pleasure in the fight. The soul of Smough describes him as the eerily gleeful executioner, and he is gleeful. He laughs during our fight. His voice echoes in the hollow chambers of his armour as he chases us around. He takes no care over the room, destroying pillars of the beautiful capital in each attack. And when his friend falls by our hand, he crushes his companion without delay, absorbing his power. And as he does so, he laughs. Should we kill them the other way around, Ornstein simply lays a hand on his fallen companion, but Smough doesn't even notice the twitching fingers of Ornstein, who may yet be saved. He is a gruesome man. After we kill him, we can get his armor and his axe. Miyazaki forced the developers to make sure that it was equipable as a human. This again adds mystery of whether Smough was a human in the first place. Despite his enormous size, could he have been human? If he was human, it may give some insight as to why his diet ruined his ambitions, and why Frampt refuses to trade anything but one soul for his items. How is cannibalism different in Dark Souls than in our world? Smough is not the only instance where we find it. When we save the pyromancer Laurentius, he is in a barrel. He is trapped by some large women, each nicknamed a butcher. One stands in the half-light, chopping large, unidentified pieces of meat, while the other secretly guards the room Laurentius is trapped in. They intend to eat Laurentius despite the fact that it seems they are human. Their weapon describes it all in graphic detail. Giant butcher knife wielded by the undead, man-eating cook lurking in the depths. More a tool for subduing and preparing live catches than an actual weapon. Those who have faced this deadly blade have a deeper sense of how helpless prey must feel. Later, we encounter man-eater Mildred. She also is, presumably, a cannibal. Further on, we meet demons who were once human and now eat humans. Humans that are ferried as part of an agreement between Izalith and Anor Londo. If you want to know more about this lore, check out our Demons lore video here. And the city of New Londo is underwater, sunk for the sin of humanity consumption. This is how we can understand Smough's heresy. Some consumption of humanity is not done in the bodily form, but with the crystal sprite. In the world of Dark Souls, there is power from sacrifice and power from death, and consumption of that death. Look how strong the Butcher Ladies are, and this form of strength is very similar to the sketches of the body of Smough. Perhaps Smough has become so huge due to his unique diet. This secret is everywhere. Our whole quest is about amassing and concentrating the power of slain lords in ourselves. The bonfires literally burn and break down with flame what Smough ground down to eat in his feed: bones. The demons bartered their fair share of humans from Lordran after their war. As part of our bell-ringing escapade, they get a share. And eventually, the chosen undead burns themselves, their bones and flesh, in sacrifice to relink the flame. Being a cannibal has a very different meaning in the world of Dark Souls. If Smough ate his flesh and blood, i.e. his own, it may be referring to the allegorical meaning of Dark Souls. While all of society feeds off the sacrifice of its members, all of us must burn some of ourselves for the sun of society to shine brightly. But those with the power to do it more directly should not take advantage of their station. Smough cannot become one of the four knights because he has broken the rules that those in power should follow. Frampt represents the natural cycles of the world. He rejects Smough the same way he rejects Seath, because both of them have tried to manipulate and take advantage of the fundamental rules of the world. Seath is attempting to live forever and warp life into what he chooses, and Smough is seeking to use his supply of bones and flesh to kindle his own strength, as opposed to simply carrying out his societal role. This is proven in Dark Souls 3. The description for Smough's hammer says, "Twisted great hammer associated with Smough, the last knight to remain at his post, guarding the ruined cathedral. Restore HP while attacking, a carryover from Smough's past as an executioner." The sense of life from death, whether it's in the formation of a sun or in literal physical strength, is a real thing in Dark Souls. This is why Smough's actions are heretical, because he should not take advantage of this process and his role to use it for his own corrupt gains. The imagery of his armour is perhaps a symbol of this process. While the symbol that is stamped all over it may be inspired by the imperial seal of Japan, a chrysanthemum flower, we wonder if the flower on so many of the Lord's weapons and armour is in fact a lotus. Just like the great sun rises thanks to the dark sacrifice that we would rather not acknowledge, a lotus flower is beautiful despite growing in mud and murky waters. Just as the role of executioner is dark, so are many of the essential roles that turn the wheels of mankind. Smough, after all, has not only flowers, but cogs stamped upon his equipment. Instead of serving society so that it flourishes for all, he is trying, himself, to bloom. His appearance and armour is not only an illusion in terms of where his eyes are, but also because their darkness and sense of insanity hides a blossoming flower. Amongst the spikes and horrific curves are great petals ready to bloom. And this sense of illusion may be why he isn't punished, why he stays in his role. Smough does not care if Guinevere, Anor Londo, and the sun are illusions. To him, everything may have always been an illusion. He has seen the darkness of one of the essential cogs that turned society. He may be immune to the fading sun because wasn't it always an illusion? Wasn't the beauty of Gwyn's society always hiding a dark secret? With every bonfire in the land consuming the bones of society's members, of course they cannot get rid of him as executioner. It would make them hypocrites. The lords consume their followers just as Smough did. He just did it more directly. And while they deny the fact that they are killing and consuming their followers to maintain the world they live in, Smough is in no denial. He knows the truth, and he loves it.
Who would let such strong spirits be hollowed so? Heavens, is there nothing at all to be done?
Welcome to the inner workings of the Way of White. Its confused teachings and faith, its hypocritical leaders, and its disturbing relationship to the undead curse. As always, the research has been broad and in-depth, so let's dive in. Verior Nox. Let us first look at the religion's name. The Way of White. The Way of White has long been interpreted as worshipping Gwyn. The name Gwyn is a Welsh name that means white. It therefore would make sense that the Way of White is worshipping Gwyn, with the name Way of White implying that it carries out the will of Gwyn. Or perhaps the faith is the way to Gwyn. In addition, if one were to worship gods in the world of Dark Souls, it would make sense to worship the supreme Lord of Laudren. Further evidence for a connection between the Way of White and Gwyn is Havel. Havel was a battle compatriot of Gwyn, and he has equipment in Anor Londo. Havel must at least be a bishop, and was likely the head bishop of the Way of White due to the white seance ring. However, since the white seance ring is specifically from the Way of White, but descriptions of Havel as a bishop do not explicitly say he was a member of the Way of White, we can't be certain of this Way of White connection. If Havel was the head bishop of the Way of White and a royal of Thoroland, it would mean that the faith of the Way of White and Gwyn do have a direct connection, due to Havel's connection to Gwyn as a compatriot. In addition, a bishop traditionally looks over a cathedral, and there is a cathedral in Anor Londo too, so Havel could perhaps be the bishop of Anor Londo. Perhaps being a royal of Thoroland allowed him to achieve such a high post. Another link with the Way of White and the gods of Laudren is that Leroy, a paladin of the Way of White, would have had his weapon forged by the nameless blacksmith deity, as it is a legendary weapon, which must be forged by a slab, which were possessed by the blacksmith deity until he passed. The ivory talisman also appears to be in the design of Guinevere's dress, whose maidens also wield miracles, both of which are suggestions of a tangible connection. However, miracles do not equate to the Way of White, nor is the design of the talisman strong evidence, but both are compelling. All of this implies that the Way of White worships Gwyn as the ultimate. However, upon closer examination, it appears this is the only evidence for it, and while it may have once been true, the connection is likely a vestige of the past. By the time the chosen undead steps on the scene, we believe the Way of White has little, if anything, to do with Gwyn. In all the dialogues and items of the Way of White, there is not a single occasion that we hear Gwyn being mentioned. Gods and lords are mentioned, but no Gwyn. We do hear a great many Verior Noxes. However, there is a lot of debate as to what this translates to. Lots of phrases made like this with Latin tend to not have fully correct grammar. However, assuming the grammar is correctly put, as the team intended, we can try to translate it. Verior is the first person of the present tense. It is a deponent verb, which means I fear, or I am afraid. Despite being a deponent verb, it is transitive, which means it can take an object. However, there is no word in the accusative case, nor is there anything from the context that implies any object to be afraid of. The form of nox, which means night, can only be in two cases, nominative and vocative. But, since Verior is in the first person, not third, this cannot be the subject that is doing the fearing. We therefore think this means, I am afraid, night. The night is the entity to which the phrase of I am afraid is spoken to. Interesting. However, there is still no reference to the light of the Lord of Sunlight. If we contrast this with Solaire's repeated claim saying that he serves the Lord of Sunlight, or Siegmeyer's references to the will of Lord Gwyn, it does seem odd that amongst all the Way of White items and dialogues, Gwyn never comes up. Siegmeyer is not a member of the Way of White. He gives us the miracle Emit Force, which is stated to be foreign to the Way of White. He is more likely a follower of the Warriors of Sunlight, or connected to the Firstborn Sun in some degree, for reasons we will get into another time. And yes, one can follow Gwyn and his son, as Gwyn didn't exile his son. The son was exiled after Gwyn's death, and therefore it was not the will of Gwyn. Solaire is certainly not a member of the Way of White, instead calling himself a warrior of the sun and an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Once again, this drives the wedge between the Way of White and Gwyn. He also possesses lightning spears, showing adherence to the Firstborn Sun, and therefore worships both the Father and Son, once again proving that you can worship both, and Gwyn did not exile his son. So Gwyn seems entirely absent from the Way of White in the present day. The only Lord explicitly mentioned is All-Father Lloyd, who is likely the supreme leader of the faith. We are told that even the head bishop of the Way of White is an apostle to Lloyd, so we can presume, if it is akin to the formation of other church hierarchies, that Lloyd is the supreme authority. The gold coin, that which has the most value in the outside world of humans, has All-Father Lloyd with his halo on it. Lloyd also has cleric knights under his command, implying even martial power. Lloyd, however, as we mentioned in the timeline video, is likely not very connected to the world of the gods. For several reasons, which you can find here, we believe that he may have created the first humans. At the very least, he is very connected with the human world. Coins, religion, and in the rounding up of undead, he pops up everywhere. Imagine a real-life figure whose face appeared on money, was the head of the largest church, and had an army. That is some serious power, so Lloyd had a strong foothold in the land of the humans. Lloyd's name is Welsh, and means grey. Something which is part Lord, being connected to the light soul of the First Flame and uncle to Gwyn, i.e. part white, yet with a foot in the camp of humans that are of dark, would of course be represented by the colour grey. So, the uncle of Lord Gwyn is ever present in the human world. But once again, what of Gwyn and the other lords when it comes to the Way of White? Old Man Macloif and Night King Rendell feature on the other two coins. A fairly odd choice, given that many lords of great relevance are still alive and well even as late as when the chosen undead arrives. Finally, everyone of relevance that we either meet or who is described in such items as the White Seance Ring, talismans and so on, are from Thurland. If it was to do with worship of Gwyn, one would expect some more tangible connection to Lordran, and certainly some form of pilgrimage other than seeking kindling. In almost every religion there is a pilgrimage to the most relevant places on earth that were connected to the deity, yet no member of the church attempts to reach Anor Londo, nor even mentions Anor Londo at all. In addition, not a single person connected with the Way of White or Thurland is following the undead legend. This implies once again a split, and interestingly, a split between the desires of Lloyd and Gwyndolin, further proving the likely deviation of Lloyd from the other lords into a position of power over humans. The item Priest's Hat is worn only by Way of White priests in Thurland, and it is meant simply to show their position within the hierarchy. It holds almost no meaning in the land of Lordran. Once again, the split is emphasised between the Way of White and the land of Lords, a strange split to occur if they do indeed worship Gwyn. Finally, Solaire's Sunlight Talisman states that Solaire has upstanding, unwavering faith. He still believes in the true, greatest Lord and is a warrior of sunlight. This implies that the Way of White may not only have wavered away from Gwyn, but is actually no longer upstanding, and is corrupted in some sense. So the gods that are worshipped by the Way of White are not heavily related to those of Lordran. So what is the faith about? Well, we can get an insight into this by looking at the believers we meet, but more importantly, in the hierarchy of believers. First, let us look at who are likely the lowest followers in the Way of White that we encounter. It is neither Petrus or Rhea, as one has been involved too long to have any naivety, regardless of rank, and the other is high up in the foremost houses of Thurland, shown by the fact that she is called Maiden Thurland by Petrus and Your Highness. While she may be naive, she is not a good example of a typical follower of the faith. Her compatriots, however, are old schoolmates of hers and are likely to be far more typical. 1. Vince is simple and loyal, a perfect example of the low-level flock of the Way of White, a sheep who may be herded by either a shepherd or a wolf. The other, Nico, barely talks, but his mutterings bring to mind the item Holy Robe. It states that, Those dissatisfied with church teachings must test their faith by going on a spiritual journey. Such is the ritual of self-purification of the Way of the White. His murmuring seemed to be one of that who has peeked behind the illusion and seen that there may be deception at play. In addition, when Petrus talks about Rhea's companions, he is afraid they may be a bad influence, which is likely in relation to the strength of her faith, as they both will protect her on the mission. Perhaps the mumblings are about the church and its hypocrisy, and he refers to how Rhea may have her faith shaken. So, there are those who blindly follow, represented by Vince, and those who question, represented by Nico. The latter are not looked on kindly by the church and are sent to the dangerous land of Laudren under the pretense of purification. Further up we have Rhea. Rhea is young and naive. She has apparently done some wrong, or something perceived as wrong, as shown by her dialogue when you attack her. She questions, "Is this my punishment?" A lot of her character reminds us of a character in Berserk, named Lady Fernies. She is of the Van Diemen family, the foremost family who serve the pontiff, the equivalent of a pope of the religion. When she is beset by monsters, Fernies asks herself, is this retribution? Just like Rhea. Fernies is a strange child, and a rebellious character who longs for her parents' approval and love. However, she gets none. Her father is especially cold to her, and he allows her to grow up in isolation without emotional nourishment or attention. Finally, she is sent on a semi-serious mission to keep her occupied. Later, we find out that she was sent away because her father feared her rebellious nature. Rhea, upon her death, says, "Father," and this, in conjunction with her question of, "Is this my punishment?" could imply that she has not been a perfect follower of the faith and has been sent away by her father. Of course, she could have a loving father and simply think of him when she dies, or be part of a mission that every member of the House of Thauerland must undergo to attain adulthood. We have our own theory, that we will get to in a video where it will be more relevant. In both of our example scenarios, however, it is not likely that she is very respected in the hierarchy of the church. Born into a high station, perhaps, but she hasn't earned the right to be shown the Way of White's inner workings. Indeed, Petrus states that Rhea's companions are her old schoolmates, which implies that both Rhea and her companions have barely finished education. He also calls the knights young, and Rhea a little madam, all of these things pushing the concept of youth and naivety. Rhea herself says, "I am inexperienced," and blames the loss of her companions on her ignorance and frailty. We are not going to get a deep look into the Way of White through them. Next, we have Petrus. His name means stone in Greek, perhaps explaining why he has a heart of one. While Petrus may have not been born into a high position, and may have even been sent here due to bad behaviour, he is certainly an old hand at his role. He escapes the Tomb of Giants, and has perhaps done it before, since Patches is so familiar with him. He knows how to handle us as volatile undead, and is wily enough to try and get rid of Rhea after his mistake of not protecting her well enough. Or perhaps, he was simply following orders. He states that Rhea is not worth her salt without her family name, so perhaps Rhea's demise was the intention of the mission, an expedient for getting rid of Rhea. Simply an indirect execution so the family could be rid of her, as she has fallen out of grace and lost her right to the name of Thoroland. Either way, it is far more likely that Petrus knows a little more about what is behind the curtain of the Way of White. The first evidence of the nature of the Way of White is from what we find hidden below Firelink's shrine. A talisman, the Morning Star, some cracked red-eye orbs, and some Lloyd talismans. Hidden items already give an impression of secrecy. The spike-covered Morning Star, one of the more barbaric cleric weapons, and the Lloyd's talisman both imply a degree of cruelty in the Church's behaviour. Next is how Petrus measures our faith. You show your faith by providing the material benefit to Petrus of 700 souls. So, we are introduced to some of the sham behaviour of the Way of White, leveraging belief, faith, or superstition for its own gain. Throughout the world of Dark Souls, there is little evidence of the faith acting as a positive force, but rather an abusive force. This is supported by the item Cleric Helm, which states that warrior clerics were famous for being unyielding in battle. Some of these warriors were high-level priests sent on missions. Missions in this context being defined as the vocation or calling of a religious organisation to go out into the world and spread its faith. The fact that they used violence implies that they would resort to forced conversions and spread the faith through conquering. Once again, this is not a peaceful religion at work. When Petrus believes that Rhea, due to the loss of her name, is of no consequence, does he stop himself committing evil acts? No. He is unconcerned with the wrath of the gods, which he references when he intends to punish us. He is not worried about divine intervention in the slightest, and all his show of decency was simply a perfect example of a wolf in sheep's clothing, which, as we die by his hand, he admits as such. A follower of the Church, perhaps, but a true believer in a higher power, surely not. Does Petrus represent a trend in the Way of White? So we reach the question of, to what extent do any of the members of the Church truly believe in a higher power? Well, here we have several threads of information. We do not encounter any specifically high-ranking individuals in the Way of White, but we do have evidence of what is required of them through the talismans. There are several talismans in-game, but there is a trend to them. The first is the basic talisman, the standard that is issued to common believers. What does this scale in? Faith. The common believers are regulated by their faith and devotion. Just as the simple follower Vince is sent in for a pilgrimage and blindly does as he is told, so do the common believers. Next, we have the ivory talisman, that is issued only to female clerics. If the Way of White is formed like other religions with one figurehead, such as the Catholic Church and its Pope, or the Holy See in Berserk and its Pontiff, then it may be patriarchal, with higher positions such as bishops reserved for men. Certainly, most females in the Way of White are referenced as maidens, so perhaps cleric is the highest title a woman can reach. This would imply that once again, lower down the hierarchy of the Way of White, high faith is required, with the ivory talisman being affected dramatically by the owner's faith. Alternatively, it could be that because only women can be firekeepers, that high faith is required for women, in the hope that high faith will lead them to decide to tend to the flame, further shown by Irina of Kareem's questline 2 games later. Lloyd's talisman is not a miracle casting talisman, and the Dark Moon talisman is not connected to the Way of White. So next, we have the Thurland talisman. This talisman explicitly states that it is only granted to high-ranking Thurland clerics. Its magic adjustment is also not dependent upon faith. This is rather strange. Surely those of high standing in the church would want the magic adjust to correlate to faith. This divine protection that gives this blessing would surely be a curse if these people truly believed, had high faith, and practiced what they preached. Yet, this non-faith dependent talisman is only granted to those of high rank within the church. Could it be that the leaders of the flock actually have no faith in the doctrines they pass down? Could it be that the followers of the Way of White have faith in a false doctrine that is either being spouted by non-believers, or worse, have invented it to manipulate followers for their own ends? Let's look at this concept further. Velka's talisman, while not connected to the Way of White, implies a similar concept. The rebel goddess Velka's talisman draws on one's intelligence, not faith. So, we have the low-level, innocent women and new members burdened with the requirement of having faith, being forced to believe without evidence. Then, we have a talisman implying intelligent individuals do not require faith. Solaire's talisman implies the faith of the Way of White may be corrupted. And then, there are those in power in the Way of White who direct the flock of the church, who require no faith at all, and perhaps have none. What more is there to support the idea that the faith is a sham? One support is that if Havel was part of the Way of White, he has defected. He has rebelled against All-Father Lloyd and forsaken the church and his status as bishop. If the Way of White was founded upon truth, it is an unlikely move. Another potential example is that Anastasia, the Firelink Shrine Firekeeper, is locked up and maimed so that she'd never say any god's name in vain. Hardly something required for someone of great faith. We won't delve into this yet, but the eyes of a firekeeper from Dark Souls 3 strengthen the implication. If we can assume Anastasia to be the first firekeeper, she must have witnessed something she shouldn't have, something to do with betrayal and a world without fire, the end of the age. This, alongside the excuse of not letting her say any god's name in vain, does draw attention to religious orders as being responsible for silencing her. Anastasia is, however, from Astora, so the Way of White is only a possibility. Another strong piece of support is found when we look at the dialogue of Patches. He sells a Thurland talisman, so he has interacted with clerics. He has seen many low-level clerics pass through on their missions, and perhaps some high-level ones. What is certain is that he has a Thurland talisman, and he is no cleric, so he must have retrieved it from a high-level cleric at some stage. When he asks us if we are a cleric or not, it affects his dialogue in an interesting way. If we tell him that we are a cleric, he wishes us luck with our pilgrimage or missions or whatever. He must be feigning ignorance, as he certainly has dealt with clerics a lot, and knows enough to criticize with harsh insight later. If we are killed by Patches, he says, the righteous prevail again. This could just be delusion, not wanting to admit to how immoral he has become, or he could be aware of his own nature, but still regard the Way of White's behaviour as worse. When we attack him, if we have said that we are a cleric, he says, take your higher cause and stuff it, you lousy charlatan. Charlatan. Again, this theme of dishonesty comes in. A charlatan is someone falsely claiming to have special knowledge. This certainly chimes with what the talismans imply, that those higher up in the Way of White spreading the preachings have no insight into spiritual mysteries. They play the act of men of faith, but behave like con artists. This theme comes up once again when Patches talks of Petrus. He calls Petrus a self-proclaimed cleric and scum. He states that they're all the same, those clerics, and that we should ignore their claims to do good. Claims. Once again, the theme is one of supposed aims, beliefs, and goals that are nothing but lies. Finally, he names Petrus and all clerics as rotten. Patches, although he tricks us at the start, is accurate in all his warnings of other NPCs, so can be assumed to be trustworthy. It all adds up to a fairly deceitful religion so far. But are the naive followers or sheep led by wolves or shepherds? After all, even if the higher-ups know the doctrine is false, they may believe it gives people hope and choose to teach it nonetheless. But the themes of rottenness, locked-up maidens, punished Rhea, undead hunts, cruel, spiked weapons, and the gift of status in return for material gain renders this unlikely. Let us once again look at Berserk as a potential link-up, as Miyazaki is hugely inspired by it. In Berserk, the church institution is called the Holy See. It is followed by a great proportion of the population. A recurring theme is that the followers, and even up to the higher levels of the Holy See's hierarchy, do not know that they cause harm by their teachings. They believe in fate and allow atrocities to happen. They are seduced by opaque doctrines. All this ignorance allows the rebirth of Griffith as the ultimate, with the High Priest and his disciples stopping Guts from preventing it. They blame Guts and Casca for the demons that appear before Griffith's rebirth, when in fact all demon apostles were brought into being by the God Hand. They believe Griffith is an angel who has come to save them. Griffith is of course a demon with no compassion, and the Church's ignorant teachings blind them to what is causing the true evil around them. Indeed, even the Pontiff, the top of the Holy See's hierarchy, equivalent to the Catholic Church's Pope, is manipulated by Griffith and gives him his blessing to rule. The Church inadvertently aids in bringing about the new world, which allows all the monstrosities of imagination to enter reality and creates all existence a dangerous hell for humans to live in. It seems very similar to Dark Souls when we look at the way the Church behaves. One similarity between the Holy See and the Way of White is the use of the caduceus symbol. The caduceus kite shield wielded by Vince and Nito, as well as a caduceus-style symbol everywhere in Berserk and used by the Holy See. Another similarity is that the Holy See in Berserk is obsessed with heretics. And when we attack Rhea, she asks if we are a heretic or just plain hollow. In fact, all of Miyazaki's works have a theme of a cruel church who manipulate their followers, from Demon Souls to Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3 or even to Bloodborne. The church is always a deceitful, shady entity with hidden motives that are achieved at the cost of its followers. So, if the church is leading its followers in a direction that may be good for the leaders but bad for the followers, what exactly is it up to? This may be where the undead curse comes in. What connections does the Way of White have with the curse of undeath? Well, we all know that they hunt the undead in the present day, and are likely those responsible for corralling them and leading them to the north. But what about in history? Back when undeath was just beginning, the undead legend certainly didn't exist, as we showed in the timeline video that the undead legend is a recent lie. Indeed, the first case of undeath in a humanoid on record is Paladin Leroy, a paladin of the Way of White. The item description of the Paladin Helm states that, long ago, the Way of White produced its first undead. Now, what does this imply? First, that undead can be produced. Undead can be manufactured through intention and action. The undead curse is shown in this item description to not exclusively be some sort of random curse, but can be applied to someone. It also shows the possibility, and something that is perhaps far more frightening, that it may never be a product of randomness. The second thing the item description implies, and what may be missed, is that Leroy was the first undead the Way of White produced. This means they went on to produce, that is, manufacture, more undead. Quite a paradox when we find them hunting them down in the present day. The Way of White produced its first undead. Let us look for further support for the idea that the undead curse is actively applied. They are numerous. One piece of support is the Watchtower basement key. This item talks of rumours of a hero turned hollow who was locked away by a dear friend. Now, is this not odd wording? Is the sentence not lacking a who? Wouldn't the sentence, rumours of a hero who turned hollow, imply it was something organic, whereas rumours of a hero turned hollow implies that it was something done to the hero? Given this item description hints at a sense of revenge, with the phrase, for his own good, of course, this may make sense. You would like more support, you say? How about the Balder Helm, which states that Balder came to ruin after a great many undead were spawned. Were spawned. Should it not be simply spawned, if it is an organic, random event? Were spawned once again implies an active verb, that the undead were the products of the actions of others. The fact that it is active, and may be being done secretly by the church, seems to be supported once again by the undead who we meet in Laudren. The Helm of the Dark Moon Nitess states that, after becoming undead, she visited the Dark Sun Gwyndolin. Again, this sounds like it is rather an active process that she may have had a hand in. What about the Steel Helm? Countless knights of Berenique, once extolled as the mightiest of mighty, became undead and ventured to Laudren. This once again sounds like an active choice. Indeed, Laurentius and Solaire hint that if you aren't from Tharaland, becoming undead may be an action taken so that you can travel in Laudren, which is far too treacherous to traverse without being undead. Laurentius states that, "The day I became undead, I was ecstatic. I felt as if I had been chosen to attune myself to the ancient arts." He views it as an opportunity to access the lands that hold the birthplace of pyromancy. Perhaps it was a choice he made. Solaire leaves no room for doubt. He chose to become undead. When worrying about whether he will find his own son, he says, "But I cannot give up. I became undead to pursue this." He chose to become undead to carry out his mission. This is explicitly clear. Becoming undead is a choice one can make, and a process that you can put yourself through. In Solaire's case, he does it so that he can traverse Logan and try to find his very own son. So it is certainly not always a plague-like affliction. Indeed, being separate from the Way of White, he is not subject to its propaganda, and says that he chose to become undead as if it was perfectly normal. Another item that really hammers home the ability to turn others undead, and how the process can be used as punishment or revenge, is from the sewer chamber key. It states that, in any community, a few bad apples are sure to exhibit insatiable greed. If they were turned undead and banished to the depths, would they reconsider their ways? If they were turned undead. So people were turned undead as a punishment for their behaviour. And it really happened, as the item also tells us to go and see for yourself whether those in the depths have reconsidered their ways. The random appearing dark sign or plague-like nature of the undead curse now seems not so likely. Instead, it seems very much like its namesake, a curse, something placed on another. So now we know that undead can be produced, but how is this manufacturing done? Well, this can be found in the one piece of evidence not yet given for the active nature of becoming undead. The dark sign. The description of the dark sign states that the dark sign signifies an accursed undead. Those branded with it are reborn after death. Branded. The definition of branded is a type of product manufactured by a particular company, which, while not relevant here, draws light once again onto the theme of production. The other definition is an identifying mark burnt on livestock, criminals, or slaves. The flock of the Way of White, the simple sheep, are in a sense the livestock of the church. Those branded with it is not a passive phrase. It is different to those who wake up with it or those who inherit it. No, those branded with it, they are the object of an action. Once again, something that has slipped our notice jumps out at this point. As we have mentioned before, From Software puts a lot more lore into the intro than many have realised. The Way of White's nasty connection with the undead curse may have been under our noses all along. Our first image of the dark sign is found at a moment in the intro. A maiden sits with a corpse in a cemetery. The corpse is in battle armour. Was there a battle in the cemetery? Unlikely. In fact, the person looks long dead when we see his face. So perhaps he is being buried in his armour, as many heroes who died in battle were, and this is his funeral. Once again, however, there is only one individual with him, a fairly unlikely situation for a funeral. So what is going on here? Perhaps the body has been dug up. What is certain is that there is something not quite right about this scenario. The narrator states that, amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign. Yet the man is certainly not living. The second peculiarity is that as she says this, we see no dark sign on the body. At least, not at first. And then, there is a conclusion that can be drawn from this whole scenario. That the smooth narration makes our minds glide past. And it is this. If the body is already undead, then what is it doing staying dead? If the dark sign is already on the body, then how does it not respawn? Rather, this body is behaving like an ordinary dead body. But remember, at first we see no dark sign. At first. And have a listen. There is ritualistic chanting, faintly in the background. This makes one think of magic and curses. It is not the music that would be played at a moment of mourning. No, we are seeing a ritual. We are seeing the process of turning someone undead. A normal human dies, with their humanity intact within them. The rite of kindling states that this secret rite allows bonfires to be bolstered further with kindling, and that it was passed down among clerics. When we use the art of kindling, we use humanity to grow the flame. We ignite the humanity. Indeed, the image of the art of kindling is of a humanity sprite writhing in pain as it ignites. So let us look again at what this maiden appears to be doing. She grasps a spark in the air, sparks which can be used to light a fire. A spark, and the style of clasping it which Miyazaki and the team under Miyazaki's instruction worked incredibly hard to give the right feel. In the DesignWorks interview, Sataki states that the part where the maiden takes the fire, originally she just took it in her hand, but Miyazaki wanted it to look more like a prayer. We reshot that part many times too. A prayer, like a ritual. Miyazaki goes on and states that, yes, I wanted her to take it gently, as if she was protecting something very important and delicate from being broken. It took a long time to achieve that. No matter how many times we reshot it, it always looked like it was going to break. Actually, right after working through the night on that. He and his team worked a great deal over this one moment, and even worked through the night on it on this one occasion. All to get this prayer feel, and the feel of not breaking something. What happens to the sparks the maiden does not take up? They go out. They break. Where does she then guide the spark delicately cupped in her hands? Down, towards the dead body. A dead body that at first we see no dark sign on. And then, after the hands meet the body, we see a dark sign on the body's skin. This dark sign starts barely kindled, but flickers slowly into life before our eyes. She has kindled the humanity within the body, with what may be the secret art of kindling, but this time lighting the humanity at source. She leaves the husk of a body that wakes from what would have been eternal slumber. It will awake to become undead. Indeed, the item humanity focuses us on the questionable difference between the humanity that can be lost and gained by the undead and the humanity that is within a true human. The item description asks, what distinguishes the humanity we hold within ourselves? Not enough, apparently, to stop the clergy lighting the humanity within the bodies of innocents, or as a punishment for those they believe deserved it. And consider it, the first awakening is just like every subsequent one. You awake because you are undead. You have no idea how long it has been between death and reawakening. If you awake to find you are undead, how else were you to discover that you were undead? It is unlikely that anyone would realize that they had been made undead through a ritual. Instead, their death simply caused undeath, the first in a great many future deaths and rebirths. Why did the church begin doing this in the first place? Well, perhaps as Lloyd is a lord, he wished to funnel humanity as fuel for the bonfires, prolonging his reign. Given Ingward says the breaking of curses is the territory of deities, it would seem that Lloyd could do better than corralling them, but could instead cure them. Corralling is an interesting word, as it is done to livestock, primarily sheep, and is the name given to putting livestock in a pen. While we know he may be unreliable, Cuth's words come to mind at this point. He calls the undead curse a shackle placed upon your brethren. The followers blindly follow the teachings of their leader, not realizing that they are deceived and are doing themselves harm. As Lloyd may have been the one to expand his relevance after Gwyn died, and perhaps had a hand in the exiling of the firstborn son, this may explain why Gwyn was slowly worked out of the faith. The four kings, defaulting on their duty of supplying humanity, may explain the increased production of the undead. Perhaps the undead hunts are because the church is a victim of its own success, and the undead curse, if it can be applied but is also contagious, for example, got out of hand. Or perhaps the maiden in the intro is, as some have argued, Anastasia, who learnt the ritual and carried it out of her own accord. Perhaps others did this also. Perhaps Solaire did. With people becoming undead at will, or creating undead for their own purposes, the numbers could have multiplied exponentially. Whatever the history, when the chosen undead arrives, the Way of White is riddled with deception. They corral undead that they may have created. They condemn the affliction with which they made their greatest hero. And they send those who question the faith to be part of the cycle of fuel. The faith is a sham, and those at the top know it. The Way of White is a tool for control, and All-Father Lloyd has everyone in his palm. Whether the members of the Way of White are led by shepherds or wolves, they will both consume the flock, eventually. Pinwheel, the necromancer who rules over the catacombs. We meet this being, who seems to be a joining of three independent minds just before the Tomb of Giants. We see the masks talk to each other. Even the music uses primarily three instruments at a time: a high pitch, a middle pitch, and a low pitch. Like voices of a child, a mother, and a father. Who are these three minds, or beings, and how did they come to be? Welcome to the Legends of Dark Souls, Pinwheel. Information on this macabre character is sparse, so let's see if we can thread together its story. Pinwheel is a necromancer. Necromancy is the practice of predicting the future by communication with the dead, but also of raising and summoning spirits, raising dead bodies to life, and the discovery of arcane knowledge through the Veil of Death. There are other necromancers in the catacombs, but Pinwheel is by far the most advanced. We believe he has been here for a long time. Let us start with Pinwheel's history. Pinwheel was, in all likelihood, originally a separate being before some event caused the joining. All around the catacombs he rules there are statues, one more masculine, and the other more feminine. And on close inspection, the masculine statue has the mask of the father, and the other the mask of the mother. This means two things. It is likely that Pinwheel used to be separate beings before some event welded them together, but also that two separate entities, likely male and female, ruled over the catacombs before the events that led them to be conjoined. Pinwheel is also well known in the community for having stolen the power of the Gravelord, whatever that may be. The power of the Gravelord is generally assumed to be the right of kindling. The plot against the gods was an attempt to steal the same power from Nito, which, as we know, did not succeed. As the plotters did not attempt to steal it from Pinwheel, we can date Pinwheel's theft after the plot. As we have proven in our timeline video, the plot against the gods happened less than a few hundred years before our chosen undead character enters Laudren. Now, with the plot against the gods being such a short time ago, is it likely that a whole architecture of the catacombs with Pinwheel as its ruler was built? No. Nor is it likely, given the destruction, enslavement, or banishment that the other would-be thieves of the Gravelord power suffered. Pinwheel is allowed to rule the catacombs, so he is not a rebel. Nito may be his enemy, but not the powers that be at large. We believe Pinwheel ruled long before he stole the power of the Gravelord. Instead, the mother and the father, or indeed only the father, were high priest and priestess of the catacombs, and controlled access to Nito's domain. When we arrive to challenge Nito, as well as copy pinwheels and skeleton babies, we find almost shrine-like fabric and lanterns, and skeletons bowing and worshipping towards the entrance. Like a high priest, he orchestrated those who wished to avoid death, worship death, or simply came to die. Until one day, the father, and perhaps the mother also, got greedy. They decided to steal the power of the Gravelord. Or maybe they were pushed to do it by Gwendolyn, leaving Nito vulnerable. But what was the power that they actually stole? It is unlikely to be the rite of kindling, as this was a secret rite passed down among clerics. This implies it was information that was passed down, not a power. As Pinwheel only stole the power a few hundred years ago, it is also unlikely that this historical rite of clerics was passed down after Pinwheel stole it, and then handed back to him. Therefore, we believe the power of the Gravelord is perhaps the ability to weld bodies onto oneself, as Nito seems to have done, as an early way to consume or hold more humanity. Or is it the ability to raise the dead in some form? This would have been useful to the original plotters against the gods, looking to revive dragons. Or was it the power to use souls to stave off death? Whatever it was, the father and mother tried to steal it, and unlike the plot against the gods, they succeeded. For some time, all went well. Nito is a quiet god and content resting in the dark. But the god of death does not have to be concerned with time. Death is not a factor. He rested in his tomb until, one day, the two rulers of the catacombs expected a child. Now was the time for Nito to make his revenge. He sent his Gravelord servants with eyes of death to the pregnant mother. Eyes of Death caused tragedy but also spread bane. Bane being a cause of distress, but also a word for poison which causes death. Nito infected the child in the womb through some sick magic, and the pregnant mother held a poisoned child within her. On birth, the child and the mother died, symbolized by the statues in the catacombs that have the mask of the child on the mother's belly. When you pass them, spikes burst from the child's face, symbolizing the child's damage to the mother. A few interesting correlations here. Do the shapes on the forehead of the child and the skull of the corpse Pinwheel is working on have any significance? Does the infectious-looking bump on the mask of the child symbolize its own death by poison? Certainly, the poisoning of this innocent child matches Nito's ability to toxify you in battle. So too, do the darting spears on the mother's statue match the style of his Gravelord's sword dance? For the father, the change of fortune must have felt just as sudden. Pinwheel is distraught and loses all morality in the quest to get his wife and child back. Necromancy may be able to raise the dead, but it is not for free. A life for a life. Using his position as High Priest over the vulnerable coming to see Nito, he allows women and young children into the domain. The father then kills them to harvest their humanity and their bodies in order to revive his loved ones and imbue their souls in a corpse. But it seems not to work. Nito's curse lasts beyond death. Numerous babies die once again, but remain undead thanks to the operation of humanity removal. They swarm outside Nito's domain, toxic with the blight curse, and useless for necromancy thanks to this poison. Dead, pleading mothers crouch in front of the shrine. Eventually, Pinwheel turns to a sick compromise, using the power of the Gravelord, but in its archaic, basic form. He welds the bodies onto himself. The souls of his wife and child are raised from the dead. These bodies are attached to him like Nito's skeletons attached to Nito. They become part of him, the child growing as part of the monster that is Pinwheel. Maybe he compromised too late and had to imbue their souls into other, fresher corpses. With the original mother and child's bodies buried in the catacombs, the Dark Moon seance ring buried with her, showing her allegiance to Gwendolyn. They may wear masks because the faces they possess are not their own. The mother's and child's souls are in these new bodies with new and different faces. Or perhaps they wear the mask because every Pinwheel is different. After reviving his wife and child, the necromancer learnt much more. He realized he could duplicate himself, could thread corpses together, and, like a puppeteer, animate them. We find many skeletons ready for use, strung up like marionettes. Puppets are strung in many places, and usually at the wrists and ankles instead of hands and feet, for the simplicity of control. All around Pinwheel we find sores, bloody with use. And on inspection, all his skeletons have had their hands and feet cut off. Without them, they are also powerless once reanimated. And how does Pinwheel operate them as puppet master? Surely there are no strings. Just as the lesser necromancers animate with their lanterns, and we ourselves are revived by flame, Pinwheel animates his collection with his lanterns imbued with magic. Pinwheel ties their handless arms to steel rods. To the end of these rods, he attaches his magic lanterns through which he can puppeteer them. Runes appear from the lanterns as they move, hearkening to other deep magic in-game. The jumps of these puppets defy gravity, as though being pulled up by the lanterns. Their movements are directed by the lanterns, and not from beneath the robes. Exactly how a puppet works. The attacks, teleportation, and duplications are generated by the lanterns, which glow when providing their power. And once the puppet is defeated, it seems to be the lanterns that have their final burst of life, bouncing and coiling in the air after the body has disappeared. Add to this technique the anonymity of the masks, and you can make endless pinwheels and never know which one is real. Perhaps, in the carrying out of Gwyndolin's orders, Pinwheel, rather like a magician, makes you feel you have won, that he is easy, when in fact, you haven't beaten him at all. He teleports away after you kill him, or perhaps you only fight his clones. After all, with the wheel skeletons forcing you to charge blindly forward, there is no sneaking up on Pinwheel. Even when you enter, Pinwheel gives a sham act of being busily distracted until he notices you. The whole design of the character is one of showmanship, of illusion. Copies, misdirection, teleportation. The idea of study, yet with books all around and uncared for. Pinwheel is a firework after all show and barely any substance. Other masks of Pinwheel can be dropped or sold by patches, peculiar for a unique boss. The rite of kindling is handily left on death, almost like Guinevere giving you the power to walk between bonfires. Pinwheel may be almost as illusory. And he is so easy, almost too easy. Just another trick to blind you, to use your ego to further Gwyndolin's plans. As the Dark Moon Seance ring says, the ring found on the corpse in the catacombs that Pinwheel owns. Gwyndolin's followers are few, but their tasks are of vital importance. Seath, the perverted genius. Seath, the misunderstood. Seath, the ruthless. Seath, the lonely dragon. The story of Seath is complicated, full of heartlessness and manipulation, and regret. It is a long story, which starts just after the coming of the first flame. Seath is born an age ago, just after the birth of time, life and death, dark and light. As if to foretell his future, the primordial crystal also comes to exist at this time, formed in this new flame. Seath is born to the race of mineral beings, the ancient dragons, but he is born an imperfect one, not so flawed as a serpent, but he carries similarities to those imperfect dragons. His lower half is serpentine, writhing like a basket of snakes beneath him. He is unsighted, and most importantly, scaleless. Born pale and white, with a lack of sight, it is a similar affliction to human albinism. His absence of scales makes him different to his brethren in a consequential way. He is mortal. His kin will live forever if their natural lives are not disturbed by violence. Seath is certain to die if he does not save his life with cunning. Victim of the emotions which also came with the coming of the first flame, Seath gives in to his anger, his envy, his hurt, but more than anything, his fear. The malformed body which denied him his dragon birthright, his healthy, mighty peers around him. The emotions these things stir up are nothing compared to the fear which death inspires. This fear of death, more than anything else, leads to his decision to save himself at the cost of his own kind. Seath seeks to benefit from the destruction of dragons for numerous reasons. One is that he wishes to pillage the treasure of the primordial crystal from the dragons, insulating himself from death indefinitely. But much more important than that, he hopes to strip the dragons' corpses of their scales. He plans to pillage the dead bodies of his family after the war he will bring on them. Seath is convinced that the scales can somehow be reused, be reattached, grafted to his own body. This would free him from his mortal life, more so than a fragile crystal ever could. Between Seath's birth and the readiness of Seath's plan, the culture and power of the Lords has developed. As Seath is unable to kill dragons himself without his own kind slaying him, he betrays his kind to Gwyn, Nito, and the Witch of Izalith. This betrayal is likely the provision of key information. Seath reveals the secrets of the dragon scale's weakness, and it gives the upper hand to the Lords. Even with this information, the war is a mighty struggle, and there are many casualties for the Lords and their armies. But finally, the dragons are defeated. The end of the war brings a terrible realization for Seath. Seath is devastated to discover that the dragon scales are useless for his purposes. This fact was unknown to anyone before this time, due to their immortal lives. But Seath discovers that dragon scales are intimately connected to its dragon. As the dragon scale item description says, a dragon is inseparable from its scales. The Dragon Covenant learnt this too, and crossed the very end of the earth to seek this invaluable treasure. There may be more reliable ways to get dragon scales, but slaughter is an incredibly ineffective method. You're lucky to get one after a dragon's death, and even then it may be inert in terms of immortality potential. These inseparable scales that he hoped were the building blocks of his immortality are worth nothing more than sand. They crumble in his hands, becoming mineral powder. He screams to think of his immortal life, a sole dragon alone on the earth, with only a brittle crystal to protect him from mortality, from death. Seath is rewarded by Gwyn as his betrayal led to the victory over the dragons. Seath is gifted dukedom and granted access to the regal archives, a great storehouse of knowledge acquired by the Lords during the long years of culture before they challenged the dragons. Seath takes his treasure to the archives, and for protection, creates the crystal garden around it. He places invisible pathways amongst the maze, and in time adds creatures of his own invention to guard his precious life preserver. Moonlight butterflies and crystal golems, a visual testament to his genius, are brought to life and do his bidding. He begins a fruitful period of learning and invention, viewed by all to be his sane period. He learns much that the dragons did not, taking the Lord's knowledge from the archive and adding it to the knowledge that he learnt from the dragons. Seath also experiments and philosophizes. He doesn't simply learn from others, he discovers. Seath takes pains to pair himself with the power of crystals. He truly welds himself to crystals and magically to the primordial crystal itself. Before, he was scaleless and pale, but he becomes crystalline and colourful through his work. This work gives him the power of a true undead.
You must know that Seath is a true undead, different from ourselves. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from death.
Now that he has crystallized himself, or large portions of himself, He is untouchable. He goes on to have a remarkable string of productivity and creativity. He creates the crystal ember, an invention of his own which he loans out to the Lord's blacksmiths. He becomes the grandfather of sorcery, the first user and inventor from which most sorcery is adapted and follows from, apart from the sorcery of Ulasil, which develops independently. He takes on servants, or creates them, with his channelers learning impressive sorcery from him. Their 6 eyes compensate for his lack of sight, essential for his progress in Lordran. He also adds to the archives, keeping records of his progress and learning. These are additions to the library.
The fruits of superior wisdom and an unquenchable desire for the truth.
Likely respected during this time, and a force for good in the land of Lordran, Seath is still obsessed, fixated on one thing: immortality. Not content with the fragile primordial crystal, he is still set on another solution. After all his years of research, he has still only one answer: the immortality of the dragons. His new crystal form is no match, and both together would be an insulation from death like none in history. His learning also begins to reach a new stage: incomprehensibility. To this point, his actions have been remarkable, but understandable. The invention of an ember is comprehensible. The outside world can understand his works and creations thus far. But this begins to change. Slowly, his inventions, intentions, and actions begin to become mysterious to everyone but Seath. He draws his servants around him and begins a great new undertaking. It will not be won easily, but
all progress demands sacrifice.
Seath's desire is to produce an ancient dragon. If he has a dragon, or several, he can attempt his dragon-scale experiments while they are alive, without the wrath of the ancient dragon community. He has destroyed it. Having brought totally new creatures to life before, his new challenge is to bring a creature of the past back to life. He begins to take care of the assets and potential tools of his creations. These are, most importantly, anything that possesses dragon nature, anything down the descendant of the dragon line that has some proximity to dragons. He sends a unit of crystal golems to guard the Hydra, and a channeler to permanently guard the gaping dragon. A mineral dragon that has been twisted by corrupting emotions. The gaping dragon is an extremely close relation to the ancient dragons, and has great potential for Seath, and merits a permanent channeler to protect it. Seath comes to realize that there are no female dragons or female dragon descendants he can find. But he doesn't let this slow him down, and sets his mind against the problem. Through all the years of learning, study, reflection, and creativity, Seath comes to the conclusion that some sort of surrogacy may be possible. He's created the moonlight butterfly from scratch. Surely this challenge can be overcome. So, he tries his hand at making something out of compromised materials. He begins his plans by instructing his channelers to go about the land capturing women. Women for experiments. At first, no one notices. Seath begins his experiments, and like all testing, there are errors and failures. What Seath is attempting to do is transform a maiden into a dragon-like approximation, at least genetically. They will appear serpentine as they are heavily imperfect, and often can only be warped with the genetics of creatures that hold dragon-similar DNA. But it is only the capacity to bear a dragon child that is required, not the becoming of a dragon. What he aims for is the fusion of a woman's genetics with a concoction of dragon and dragon-like materials in order for her to bear a dragon child. After being turned sufficiently dragon or serpent-like, Seath hopes the new abomination will be capable of bearing his child. This is when Laudren perceives him as mad. Logan, who begins to understand what Seath was up to after some time in the archives, doesn't call Seath mad, but accepts that
some would say Seath had an unsound fixation.
Seath is going to extreme lengths to achieve his desires, stepping over things viewed as sacred, abducting women, permanently transforming them in horrific ways, and forcing them to bear a dragon child may not be insane, given it is a method to achieve another ancient dragon, but it is certainly repulsive and immoral. Seath does not succeed for some time, creating a horde of mistakes that weep and squirm in the bottom of the archives. Finally, he has one breakthrough. But this breakthrough is also a more terrible mistake for Seath than any that came before. Seath has been kidnapping women with a plan to make them bear a dragon child, but something unexpected happens with one woman. One woman Seath abducts has a secret. Contrary to the custom of the land, this unmarried woman is already pregnant. In the early stages, this unborn bastard child is not noticed by the channelers, and the experiments go ahead. And instead of a total failure, a new sort of mistake is created. The unborn child is warped in the womb, combined with the dragon nature, leading to an abomination with no place in this world. Crossbreed Priscilla is born, successfully harbouring dragon DNA, but contrary to Seath's wishes, she is part human. She is pale like Seath, but not struck with any problematic albinism, and has fully working sight. She is born with the talent Life Hunt, a warped, humanized version of the dragon's cursing ability. This bastard creature, destined to be born out of wedlock even before Seath's meddling, is not what Seath requires. She is also a threat. The lords are also afraid of her, and Seath gives her away to be locked up in the Painted World. Determined not to make the same mistake, Seath becomes obsessed with maidens, virgins who are guaranteed to not cause the same complications. He now abducts women only from safe pools of selection. He only takes from those who are inducted into a church, duty and honour bound to chastity, and watched over by their seniors, whether from Guinevere's Sunlight Maidens, or maidens snatched from the Way of White. It matters not. He is not concerned by their beliefs, but by their chastity. Continuing his plans and experiments, while avoiding trouble by only capturing religious maidens, Seath's focus is still on the recreation of an ancient dragon. He has little interest in other aims by this point, and doesn't mind being thought of as mad by the general world outside. He is content to continue his work undisturbed, and doesn't want to make waves. But fate has another plan. By an unhappy accident, Seath makes a dangerous enemy. One day, a maiden is captured. Terrified by her fate, her jailers, and the monsters beneath her, she begins to be overcome with despair. She is also tormented with the idea that she may never see the man she loves again. Dying alone in the archives, before he even finds out where she is, or can come to rescue her. She happens to be in love with a powerful man. A man not in her caste, a royal. It is a forbidden love, but they are in love all the same. Of all the endings to their secret affair, she never would have guessed this would be it. She dies in her cell, longing for her loved one to save her, wearing his ring. The ring she wears is a ring originally belonging to Havel the Rock. In a tragedy of circumstance, the maiden Seath has kidnapped and who dies in the archives is the lover of Havel, the guardian of Caste. An inappropriate relationship, and no one knew of its existence save the couple themselves. But Havel finds out the cause of her disappearance and swears Seath as his mortal enemy forevermore. Seath keeps away from Havel for the time being, both dangerous to each other and both wise enough to stay far away from the other, as nothing is certain when both are so powerful. Between this time and the plot against the gods, a true dragon is born. A fully ancient dragon, everlasting, with working scales. Whether this is the culmination of Seath's work, and he places the infant dragon in Ash Lake, or it is stolen from him by his enemies and hidden in Ash Lake, or perhaps the dragon is created by some other faction with some other methods. This history is unknown, but it is a child sitting in a nest, still with the feathers of an immature dragon. It has infinite health, so it is born with the scales of immortality, and as it boosts the power of the bonfire, a bonfire named after it, it may well be female. No other keeper of a fire is male. In this time, the rebels worship the dragon before mounting their plot against the gods. At the last minute, timed to perfection, a betrayer informs on their plan, and Seath takes advantage. The rebels are foiled in Nito's domain, but Seath surprises them below in Ash Lake. None are left alive, save the betrayer and Eidas, who is taken to the archives. Crystallized and enslaved, Eidas is forced to make beautiful weapons for the channelers and crystal weapons for Seath's undead soldiers. Using the crystal ember in a fashion that no one else can, the weapons are truly unique. Seath leaves some minions down in Ash Lake to protect and guard against any entry or exit. And removes some of the creatures indigenous to Ash Lake to keep them as his own in the archives, the depths, and the crystal caves, reinforcing the protection for himself, his crystal, and the dragon creatures throughout the land. Seath seems to continue his work despite this new dragon, still requesting maidens to be captured. Or perhaps he has simply failed to tell the channelers to stop. Eventually, Rhea is abducted, the living descendant of Havel, as a spite to his sworn enemy. And Laudren is ready with a living and female dragon to rebirth the race of dragons for the ages to come. Seath, whether or not he is long for this world, succeeds in recreating the magnificence of these original beings. Seath set his mind for countless years against the impossibly advanced tasks. He achieved so much in Laudren that became in general use. He seems to throw off creation with an ease that makes even greats like Logan mere followers and admirers in comparison. With complex intentions and tough to discern desires even at the beginning of history, these only cloud and confuse with time, blurred to the outside world by his learning and solitude. Twisted or ruthless, insane or genius, what is undeniable is that Seath is perhaps the most important character in Dark Souls.
You don't kill a Black Knight, you set them free. As they die in a burst of soul and ash, they may not cry out in despair, but in relief. For the Black Knights have walked Laudren alone and without purpose for an age. These faithful knights have been without their God King for over 1,000 years.
But once, these knights had purpose. Long before they were black, they were silver, and upon their helms were wings. They were the avenging angels of Lord Gwyn, his faithful knights. Chosen from among the best fighters, their might was such that, to this day, debates still rage on whether they were even human. Were they kindred to the lords, with their superior size and strength? Or did they achieve their power through training and the power of souls? Human or lordkin, they still had to compete, as only the best could earn the honour of becoming a Silver Knight. To prove themselves, they learnt the art of combat at the Silver Knight training grounds, under the watchful eye of Gough, the leader of the Dragon Slayers. After passing the arduous trials and the years of training, a few would be rewarded. They would be honoured by a gift of armour, an armour which showed their faith in Lord Gwyn, whom they would serve for the rest of their days. They would be armed with fine weaponry, built by the smith gods, only for the elite of Gwyn's society. And they would be given a shield with a deep canal flowing on its face, as though to show that they were the banks of the river of Gwyn's society, maintaining it, guiding it, tasked with keeping it safe from those who would drain it dry. Now they were ready to defend the domain of Gwyn and all who dared threaten it, and under their protection, the society of Anor Londo flourished undisturbed. But the Silver Knights would not only fight battles against other lords, kings, and minor powers. Soon a war began to challenge the gods of the era, the ancient dragons. The Silver Knights were given new armaments, bows so huge that the arrows were like spears, sharpened to a point so fine that they could pierce stone dragon scales. Piercing swords were forged, swords sharpened by master smiths that gleamed in the half-light. They could stab through the armour of a grounded dragon with ease. On the battlefield, they were given one more weapon, the greatest gift of their lord. Gwyn held the power of lightning, and he granted it to the Silver Knights. With unwavering faith, they wielded this new miracle, which they launched in volleys that lit the grey sky. This power, perhaps more than any other, felled the mighty dragons of old. And they were no more. And so, the Age of Fire began. But this is only the ancient history of these knights, and their story has just begun. The Silver Knights returned to Anor Londo, but knights such as these do not stay idle. Using the bone of an ancient dragon, they created the Iron Golem. This golem would be the final test in the Silver Knights' deadliest training ground, Sen's Fortress, a masterpiece of traps that ended in a fight that even mighty heroes cannot conquer. This is how ruthless the trial to become a Silver Knight was, just the first test in a life of sacrifice. Many tried to join the ranks of the Dragon Slayers, inspired by what they had achieved. Few would succeed. After victory, honour and responsibility were bestowed upon them, and they became an angel of the Lord. With outstretched hands, they received their weapons, ready to defend their god rulers. And so, their numbers stayed strong, despite the losses in the Dragon War. For even in times of peace, the Silver Knights stayed vigilant, an army ever ready to protect the capital. The Silver Knights watched over Gwyn's reign of fire for an age, but peace is a delicate thing, and trouble is always brewing. The flames began to fade, and one cause of the growing shadow was a competitor, humanity, that precious resource. The fuel of Anor Londo and the surrounding lands was being channeled elsewhere. It was being consumed by demons. The demons also consumed humanity, and so a resource war between Izalith and Anor Londo was inevitable. As the fuel of the flame was diverted, the sun faded. Gods began to leave for other lands, until Gwyn took action. The Lord split his Silver Knights in two. Some stayed to guard Princess Guinevere and the remaining deities, continuing their vow of eternal protectors. They were so loyal, they would even stay to guard an illusion, even staying to protect the manor and the ruined cathedral once the entire family had left. The other half of the Silver Knights made ready to follow their lord. Ever faithful, they never questioned his will. They prepared for war. The mighty blacksmiths of Anor Londo, giants, craftsmen, and gods also worked upon new weapons, designed to slay chaos demons.
These demons were inhuman enemies, and so it would take inhuman weapons to kill them. The Silver Knights had fought giant beasts before, but this time it was not piercing scales that mattered. These were demons of flesh and blood, muscle and fire. They did not need to pierce them, they needed to break them. And so weapons for breaking were made. Swords, the likes of which Laudren had never seen. Great slabs of metal that took a veteran knight his whole body weight to wield. But these beaten hunks of iron were sharpened to a monstrous edge, a weapon that could match the demon's brutality. The sword, if you could call it a sword, was the smallest of these new weapons, if you could call it small. The halberd could beat back demon spawn while keeping the wielder at a distance from their flame. Then there was the great sword and the great axe. Two weapons of such crushing power that they would strike fear into the hearts of even the largest demons. With these weapons forged, the warriors said goodbye to their beloved capital and goodbye to their fellow Silver Knights. They would never be silver again. As they marched to Izalith, the inhabitants of Anor Londo must have looked on as Gwyn's fading sun glistened in their polished armour. They waved farewell to the protective angels, whose wings would soon become horns. In a fading age, would this be the end of Gwyn and his faithful knights? As they descended to Izalith, down beneath the earth to the boiling lava pits, it must have been like descending to hell. The stench of sulphur and burning flesh could be picked up from a league away. As the knights walked by the human bones left after demon feeds, they had no doubt these demons deserved to be put to the sword. After a long journey, the two forces faced each other. Lit by the fire of the caverns, the Chaos Demons and the Silver Knights charged and met in battle. In a clash between weapon and claw, steel and fire, the fighting was the most brutal there had been for an age. Other than the war against the dragons, it was the greatest war in all of history. Except this time, both sides had blood to spill. Both fought ruthlessly, for without humanity, both cultures would die. While the Silver Knights had custom-forged weapons, the demons had more than tooth and claw. Many of them wielded the most masterful fire sorcery the world has ever known. The same firestorms that brought destruction upon the dragons were brought upon Gwyn's knights. Izalith's old allies now burnt in her flame. Many knights died, burned to death. But many survived, as the armour forged by the god blacksmith held firm. With Gwyn at their side, they could never lose hope, and they cut down the demons even as their armour warped. In the fires of combat, they began to change. Their beautiful shields were beaten to rough husks. Their angel wings melted to jagged horns, and their bright silver armour was charred, black. The knights became what they fought, monsters. And so the knights were born anew, as Black Knights. These new knights would strike fear into all who met them in combat. As if their equipment was alive, it adapted and became more resistant to fire. Their weapons caused more damage against their demon enemies. But in one way, the knights never changed. They remained faithful to Lord Gwyn. Despite the Black Knight's armor strengthening and their unwavering courage, the demons were still undefeated. The demons too had faith and love for their own god. They fought on their home territory, and with nowhere to go, they fought for survival. Even the power of lightning could not help them. Gwyn still loved his firstborn son, who would later inherit the lightning. Was the firstborn son there in the war, fighting alongside his father, using the power of the Lord's lightning? In his room in Anor Londo are paintings of Izalith. And what of Havel, and Gwyn's favoured captains, Gough, Ornstein, Kieran and Artorius? Were they on the battlefield? Ultimately, the secrets of the War of Izalith rest with the Black Knights. The war went on in violent stalemate. After so many lives lost and no decisive victory, diplomacy with the demons was given a chance. Discussions were opened. The leaders met, and an agreement was reached between the old allies. There was put in place an accord. This accord between Anor Londo and Izalith would be respected until the lie of the chosen undead replaced it. Each kingdom would have a right to a share of humanity. Humanity would be funneled to both realms, so that this valuable resource could be consumed by Eidas and Anor Londo alike. And the culture of demons respected this accord, until Gwyndolin broke it.
Those who defy the pact, those who trespass Quelaag's domain, may you feel the depth of our wrath.
The war was over, and so Gwyn left Eidas with his surviving knights. But the reality could not be avoided. With the compromise he had made over already limited humanity, the departure of his fellow gods, the dwindling light of his sun, the future was going to be a faded world. Gwyn had to take matters into his own hands. Gwyn saw how to preserve his Age of Fire by sacrificing himself and his faithful knights in the kiln of the first flame. The Black Knights did not question their lord as he divided his own power. They did not question their lord as he split his soul. They did not question their lord as he gave this soul away, giving it to some who would later betray him. The Black Knights always had faith in Gwyn's actions. They would never betray him. Gwyn passed the power of lightning to his son, the god of war. Gwyn would never wield lightning again, and nor would his Black Knights. They kept their demon-slaying weapons as their only armament, and so they left Lordran forever, following Gwyn to kindle the flame. They had proven their devotion, and so Gwyn told them his plans. He told them they would burn together in a great sacrifice, and like any group with total faith in their leader, they would die for his cause. They stood in formation as they had been trained, their weapons held up proudly, ready for battle, ready to face the end. Gwyn, his hair now grey, his face worn from the trial of ruling for an age, reached down towards the dying flame, and so kindled the heroes of old. The souls of the Black Knights were a mighty power, but Gwyn's soul burnt yet brighter, the remainder of a god soul. The flame burnt to the seal of the kiln, rendering Gwyn's army to ash, an honourable end after a life of service. But some were too strong to burn away. When the flame was kindled, the fire-resistant armour survived. The body within died that day. And yet, like Gwyn himself, some souls were too strong to pass. The faith in their lord could not die, and so as long as Gwyn needed protecting, they would do their duty. The hollow shells of the dead Black Knights rose up, animated by the will of the Knights' souls, and they protect the kiln to this day. They will defend it unto eternity. Even those burnt in the kindling grip firmly to this plane, for the ghosts of the Black Knights walk the interstice. They are no longer of the living, but they crave to do battle against those who seek to overthrow the Lord of Sunlight. In the interstice we can only half see them, and they cannot see us, but we see their longing to do their duty. This was the fate of the Knights of Gwyn, the most dreaded enemy of Dark Souls, the most haunting figure of the game. But is it truly the end? For some have wandered from the kiln. They wander Lordran, lost, mindless. Or are they still carrying out Gwyn's will, stamping out rebellions, watching over his fading world? The Black Knights are silent in their task. As long as the armor holds and their spirit remains, they live on through the coming ages. Through countless cycles the Knights survive. With time, their number dwindles, slain by those rare few strong enough to match them. Some survive even to the deep future of Dark Souls 3. But since the rekindling, the Black Knights have always had one foot in our world and one in the next. To defeat them is to release them from their duty, and these silent knights cry out at last. Is it despair at failing in their duty, or is it euphoric, saying goodbye to this half-life to join their lord once more? The choice that the Black Knights made is shown clearly even in the intro. Gwyn is not finding his lord's soul here. From Software is tricking us. Look at Gwyn's hair. It is grey, but during the war against the dragons, it still has colour. So this means this moment is after the war against the dragons, and when did Gwyn return to the kiln with his knights? You guessed it, the time he linked the fire. Interestingly, it would seem From Software has made a mistake in the timeline and design choices of the Silver and Black Knights, and even after all these years later they have still not sorted it out.
In the DesignWorks interview, Hatsuyama says that the Silver Knights turn black when Gwyn kindled the flame, which Miyazaki does not correct. However, in-game, it states very clearly that the Black Knight set was burnt in the fire against the Chaos Demons, and it was there that the equipment gained such remarkable resistance against fire. This has to be one or the other. It can't be both. Of course, the lore is so extensive and complicated, it is very possible that Hatsuyama made a mistake here, and that Miyazaki didn't want to correct in public out of courtesy. The intro of Dark Souls seems to have Gwyn's knights still with wings on their helms, making them still Silver Knights. Yet this is definitely the kiln, and it is definitely after the war against the dragons, given his age, which would seem to imply that there were no Black Knights until Gwyn sacrificed himself. But as a final piece of confusion, as the years went by and this lore debate raged, From Software continued to put in the Black Knight item descriptions that they were burnt in the war against the Chaos Demons. The Dark Souls 3 Black Knight shield states, "Long ago the Black Knights faced the Chaos Demons and were charred black. Their shields became highly resistant to fire." We decided to choose the story that the knights were burnt in the Demon War, as it's so much cooler that way, but what the community really needs is a public statement live from Software's offices, giving a final canon answer. When did the Silver Knights become Black Knights? The design choices for the Black Knight's death shows them vanishing to Soul and perhaps Ash, even those found in Lordran, but Silver Knights do this too. A lore polish was made for Dark Souls 3, where the Silver Knight corpses remain after death and are physical, but the Black Knights disappear in Soul and Ash. This also pushes the idea that every Black Knight burnt in the kiln. But if the Lordran Knights burnt in the kiln, then why do their locations seem so specific? It could be coincidence, but Black Knights are often found in locations that seem to counter the plot against the gods. In Darkroot, near where a potential Havel is locked up, and a plotter's tunnel. In the Undead Burg, watching over the corpse of a conspirator, and near the bridge that locked up the same potential Havel. There's even one near the FG shield, right where the plotters failed to invade Nito's domain to steal the right of kindling. If the Black Knights are simply wandering after the kindling of the flame, they have a great intuition for what their lord would want. There is some game design history behind this. Miyazaki said in interview, "We've been thinking about introducing wandering enemies since Demon Souls. Then it was Skeletons and Grim Reapers. But for whatever reason, we've yet to go through with it. The Black Knight's behaviour was changed slightly, but their role never was. Since they were burned by Gwyn's linking the flame, they wandered the land. The wandering was scrapped because it was too hard to achieve, so they placed them fixed after their wandering. Though it does make you think, they're certainly not where you happen to end up, if wandering mindlessly from the kiln. The question of whether the Black Knights choose where to be is still unanswered. The location of the Black Knights in Dark Souls 2 and 3 is another topic. Dark Souls 2 has no actual Black Knights, but we can receive their weapons from the Kobold or Prowler Hound enemy. As these forms of life are native to the limbo that exists between Drangleic and the outside world, it seems fitting that the Black Knights, who also now exist in the limbo of the interstice, drop their weapons from these creatures. In Dark Souls 3, the fan favourites returned, and their location was another riddle. They are found in the Road of Sacrifice, the Smouldering Lake, Farron Keep, and at the Untended Graves. What these locations mean and what the Black Knights are doing there is an important discussion, for they are not found in what is called the Kiln of the First Flame. Interestingly, the Black Knights in Dark Souls 3 are hostile to some enemies, specifically the enemies of the gods they serve, such as the Darkwraiths. They will ignore other enemies, but attack Darkwraiths if they see them. We like the discovery of the intro Easter egg. The Silver Knights can just be seen in frame launching a volley of lightning bolts, but they do not use lightning in-game. Why? They are still very resistant to lightning, just like Gwyn and other lightning users, but like Gwyn, no lightning. We believe this is because the firstborn son inherited it, and since being outcast from Anor Londo, he chose to stop sharing his lightning power with the Anor Londo's Silver Knights. A nice bit of history that has mostly been forgotten is that during the release of Dark Souls, some people felt the Black Knight's design was a lot like a design in Demon Souls. Miyazaki states he didn't take inspiration from his previous game, saying, "I hadn't expected people to say it looked like a character from Demon Souls though. That wasn't intentional at all."
We think he is talking about Yurt, the Silent Chief. What do you guys think? Apart from the horns, is it all that similar? Another aspect of design that helped us in this lore interpretation is that Miyazaki hints that the Black Knights are hollow. He says, "I wanted their armor to look like something a normal person couldn't wear. Thick, heavy, and almost hollow." I'm really happy with the final result, in fact. This with the fact that there are no corpses, and in the official artwork, smoke leaks from the helmet. We wonder if these knights are not so different from the ghosts we see walking. They just still have the will to animate their old armor that resisted the flame. Speaking of design works, here is the infamous quote that has caused so much trouble. Hatsuyama. The fact is, they used to be Silver Knights and were transformed when Gwyn linked the flame. I was really happy that players actually noticed. I saw someone saying, this must have happened when they were burned, and I realized they had got it. Miyazaki. It's always great to see things like that. They had almost 5 years to make a decision, and we are still left with 2 stories, where only one can be true. A few little tips for the Black Knights for those of you who still play the game. You can kill the first one with a little trickery. If you draw him to these stairs and you carefully drop down to the ledge, you can then move a little further along so the AI tries to follow you. The Black Knight will fall to the chasm below. It's a good trick for a beginner. Though you can just avoid him, as it's not important for progress at this stage, and that's probably wise, for no matter how many times you've completed Dark Souls, these guys are always a challenge, especially if you don't parry. The infamous bowman can also be dealt with safely, if you are patient. If you walk close enough so that he draws his sword, and then you retreat backwards towards the lower pillar, he will fall down as he tries to follow you. For the others, you're on your own. Always in unpredictable locations, and with totally different weapons and accompanying movesets, fighting them is always an adrenaline rush. We love the design of the knights. The artist who worked on this was Miss Hatsuyama at From Software, who also did the design for the gargoyles. But just as captivating was their story and their philosophy. What they stand for is unspoken, but you can feel it. The Silver Knights' training ground, Sen's Fortress, has old armor sets rusting and broken. So much time has passed. Yet they will still be there to fire Dragonslayer arrows at an invader, because they made a vow to protect the city. And we love the name and description of the Dark Souls 3 Black Knight sword skill, Perseverance. It really gives a sense of their character. They possess remarkable willpower and a fierce loyalty for Gwyn, which is at last put into words. Ray's sword in the name of the First Lord. All these ages later, they still have faith. They persevere. Black Knights even had an enormous meta effect on the game, from speedruns involving their weapon drops, or PvP tactics. The Black Knights are endlessly relevant, with new things always being discovered. From the game's iconic cover art, to the first moment we saw that silhouette in the Undead Burg, the Black Knights were always going to become legend. In the years since, their popularity has only grown. We found first meeting a Black Knight much more impactful than the first bosses. The sense of power they gave off, as well as deep mystery, was classic, understated FromSoft. We knew these lonely knights would be important, but not how or why. After understanding the lore, we now know they were the swords of Gwyn, and they made the Lord of Light's dreams reality.
Obsession with the true identity of Solaire has plagued the Dark Souls community since the game's release. But we believe we've got it backwards. Solaire hasn't got a secret identity. Solaire is the secret identity of someone else. No, not the firstborn son, or Velka, or anything like that. In fact, most lore conspiracy theories might be disappointed that he isn't the Nameless King, or a Black Knight, as entertaining as that would be. To get to who, and more broadly, what Solaire represents, we have to go far deeper into his character than simple item descriptions and actions. We have to pass through them in order to feel his desires and emotions. We need to try and understand him. It is well known that Solaire is an undead warrior from Astora, and a member of the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant. It is well known that he helps us with summoning mechanics. and also with several boss battles if we choose to invite him. In many ways, he is like us, undead, alone, and on a quest. He himself is on quite a different quest from ours, however. It is still full of bonfires and enemies and exploration, but it is qualitatively quite a different thing to ours. His quest is his own. He is making his own course and is questing for what he calls his very own sun. We don't know what this means, of course, as to us, a sun is a star of burning gas that seems to defy the concept of possession. But maybe Solaire means something else. Maybe he doesn't mean a literal sun. Or maybe the sun he means is literal to him, but for us, those who do not live in the Dark Souls universe, we do not understand him. We meet Solaire in front of the Hellkite Drake, an enemy he doesn't warn us about. He may be yet unaware of the huge drake that guards the bridge, and can't tear his eyes away from the magnificence of the sun. But his help extends only to the gift of a white sign soapstone. If only he had mentioned the possibility of our imminent doom. He himself must succeed in traversing this perilous bridge, in passing the statue with a baby that holds a similar straight sword to his own. And making it to the depths, facing the gaping dragon. He continues to make it all the way to Anor Londo, alone. Further than Black Iron Tarkus, and the great Logan. We don't need his equipment description to tell us he's impressive. He proves it. Solaire's quest continues until it splits into various endings. One potential ending, the rarer one, is that he joins us in our fight against Gwyn in the kiln of the First Flame. Solaire is alive and well, and joins in one last jolly cooperation. This shows he has so far been unsuccessful in his quest, but hasn't given in to despair just yet. A different ending, and the ending most people have seen for Solaire, is at the end of a tunnel in Lost Izalith. He has a sunlight maggot latched onto his head, and though he is said by many to be hollow, we aren't sure if he is. He is still human under his helmet, but of course this isn't proof, as several NPCs have undamaged faces despite item descriptions that give details to the contrary. We feel that if his obsession has reached a peak, then it is possible that he is simply overprotective of his newfound son, desperate and mad, but not hollow in the traditional sense. Perhaps this very obsession means he is not hollow, with hollows in general not communicating and having little interest in the world around them. He will attack us until he kills us, or we kill him. And there is no further progression to this story. Such is the Solaire story as we know it. Let us look to see what is under the surface of his quest, and what is meant by him, his items, his creation, his nature. Solaire doesn't seem to be a young man. He is still capable of fighting, but he isn't slim. His belly hangs out in front. His whole shape is the design of a typical middle-aged man. In addition to that, he has plenty of evidence of time-consuming training. He uses Great Heal, a miracle that in its description is cast by advanced clerics. He is also highly knowledgeable, giving us advice on extremely complicated mechanics about world timelines, which no one yet understands. Perhaps even at From Software only Miyazaki himself does. So he is not a young man. He has had time to be inspired by another son and understand some of the history of the land of Lordran. He is also a fairly advanced member of a covenant, shows significant battle prowess, and knows how to take care of his weapons. He has the sense of experience everywhere. It is also likely that he is not mad when he talks about his own son. Remember, this is not our world. There is no sun before the first flame. The first flame appeared deep in the earth. Therefore, the sun is not a star or a ball of gas, but something else entirely. It may have been made by Gwyn with the first flame or Lord Souls. Therefore, it is reasonable to believe that it would be possible to create another sun, just like Izalith creates another flame. Indeed, not all locations have a sun, and the proof of the sun being connected to the dynamics of the Dark Souls universe is that it turns black during the Age of Dark. This is not a sun which has the same rules of our world, it simply has the same name. Solaire is perfectly sane, we just don't understand how the Sun of Dark Souls works. The later FromSoft games continue to push how different the Sun of these worlds are to our own. In terms of his character, he is more than just jolly. He is extremely diligent and hardworking. His jolliness is likely a mindset to face the hardships he goes through on a regular basis. He doesn't let things get to him. He stays positive and optimistic, even in the face of great challenges. He is aiming for something enormous and hasn't achieved it yet, but has a lot of merit and ability. He has traversed a great distance and surmounted great challenges to even arrive at Lordran. And all that is before all he must face within Lordran to even have a chance at succeeding. Before coming to Lordran, he became undead.
But I cannot give up. I became undead to pursue this.
We know, of course, that all his effort up to this point, and all the challenges, boss fights, depths crawling, building climbing, and lava walking that is to follow, leads him to nothing. But who is he? Why put him in the game at all? He doesn't link in with other characters like the Onion Knights. Even Lautrec can be summoned for a couple of Solaire's boss fights. It would have been easy to replace Solaire in other boss fights too. He is a lone adventurer who could be removed from the game quite easily and replaced with a White Sign Soapstone at the same location. So what is it about him that made Miyazaki bother putting him in the game in the first place? We believe Solaire is the Dark Souls representation of Hidetaka Miyazaki himself. Now, we know Miyazaki doesn't go around painting suns on his shirt and praising the sun, apart from that one time. But we think they have a lot in common. And Solaire embodies a lot of the emotions, characteristics, history, and choices of Miyazaki. And that Solaire's fate could have been Miyazaki's future at certain points of his life. Since we've looked at Solaire's history, let's look at Hidetaka Miyazaki's past. Miyazaki grew up on a diet of fantasy books, or at least that is the story told by a company selling fantasy games. We've all heard the story about how Miyazaki had to fill in the blanks in Western fantasy stories. We've all heard about his inspiration from other games, how he had a boring office job, how he quit his office job after being inspired by a video game that put him in awe, Ico, and within a decade, by some accounts within 6 years at From Software, he was releasing the company's top titles. This sort of stuff is all lovely, but probably about as reliable as a story told by Lautrec. It's marketing, and probably isn't even put out by Miyazaki himself, but by From Software and Bandai Namco. What we do know is Miyazaki studied social sciences at university, likely worked at Oracle before From Software, and then, once employed at FromSoft, moved very quickly up the ranks. Supposedly, there was then a project called Demon Souls, which had lost its way, and he asked to lead it. How on earth this was achieved in a Japanese company is tough to imagine, but it's a fact that he did direct Demon Souls. We will get to our theorizing in a moment. What we know for sure is that if you work at an Oracle programming job, you won't be given much time to research great spears and halberds, or read Berserk, or learn about game design, or any of the myriad things Miyazaki shows great ability in throughout his game direction. The only time he would have spare was his free time after work, and to have this much talent and artistic insight would take years and years of free time. So, we can assume he had his sights on game design and creation well before. Indeed, it's not mentioned in his origin story as often, but he did consider applying to a game design company straight out of university. Hardly the move of someone who never considered being creative until shortly before his 30th birthday. What is much more likely is that he took the Oracle job as a compromise, like most great artists who need money to eat until their creations can come to fruition. More impressive than suddenly being inspired and obsessed is that he was well aware of what he wanted to do, and took the conscious risk of leaving a relatively established career to attempt another. He risked financial comfort. He risked a heavy possibility of not being able to work creatively within a game company. After all, why would you give creative license to a career programmer? And he risked all the social pitfalls that come with less career success. It is sure that Miyazaki would have had social respect for his job at Oracle, but being nearly 30 and having worked his way up and then going to work for a video game company for a much lower salary? Not so much. These are the bare bones of his story. What we feel is that Hidetaka Miyazaki isn't just some starry-eyed creative inspired by a single moment, who, with a bit of luck and a good attitude, got to be the creative director of From Software's most successful games. Look at Dark Souls. Look at its philosophy. It trains ruthless maturity, discipline, exploration, hard work. It is ruthless, like life. Like a cog in the Oracle office job machine. Like the risks of changing careers. Like the risk of putting out creative ideas. We believe Miyazaki is an extremely disciplined individual, and his hard work and passion was apparent to his co-workers as soon as he joined the company.
What year did you meet Miyazaki-san, and what were your first impressions of him?
So Miyazaki-san joined From Software when the industry was dominated by PlayStation 2. And the game he was working on was Armored Core Last Raven. And it was pretty obvious that he had a strong motivation for working on the games. He suggested a lot of things to other dev members, and he also worked really hard convincing other dev team members to align with his direction. So it was pretty obvious that he was standing out from other dev members at From Software.
He handles his team, as shown in DesignWorks interviews, with balance, clarity, and thoughtfulness, yet is ruthless when it comes to quality control. Dark Souls is extremely polished. We believe Miyazaki has been interested in fantasy and video games since early childhood, and much more than that, harbored a desire to create much longer than his origin story claims. He will have taken notes, thought about deep principles, honed his stance on the medium and his creativity for years. One doesn't make a game like Dark Souls by accident. Miyazaki is someone who has learnt some hard lessons, has taken risks quite late in life when it starts to get a bit harder to lose weight and the reality of time starts to show itself. He had done nothing up to this point, but he decided to pursue a plan that he made in his own mind. A quest, if you will. After what we believe to be a re-inspiration for the field of video games in the form of Ico, he took the risk of leaving his comfortable life to try make his own magnificent creation. And after a handful of years, perhaps 6 to 8, of total mystery within From Software, came the release of Demon's Souls. Demon's Souls even today gets barely any views on its lore. It is much less famous than Dark Souls or other Souls games. At the time of its release, Demon's Souls' first week sales were approximately 2% the number of Dark Souls 3's first week sales. In terms of the budget, it was at first projected to be a loss, meaning a massive failure for Miyazaki. Regardless of artistic merit, even those who appreciate it have to accept that the work of art failing commercially doesn't bode well for an artist's future career. Now, let's compare Solaire and Miyazaki again. Both are no longer young men at the point of starting their quest. Both are alone and independent. Both are not magic and have no special skills. They use tools that anyone else could, but are diligent, hard-working, and try to remain stoic, likable, and jolly. Both are ambitious. One wants to find his very own son, admiring a great predecessor's son and wanting to have his own. The other is inspired by majestic works ranging from Ico to Western mythology to Final Fantasy. Great games that have influenced generations. He doesn't just want to be involved in video game design. He wants to author a great piece of art. He wants to pour his creativity, insight, understanding, and emotions into this work. Solaire must travel through a brutal, yet fair, complicated and indeed obliquely political world, with powers at play beyond any individual's understanding. Honing his craft and trying his best. Choosing between risking everything for a possible prize, or giving up and going hollow. Miyazaki is attempting to create a medieval fantasy world that reflects the realities of life. The smallness of the individual against the politics of a company, or the tides of human behavior. To hone his craft to make something people will view as art. To make enough to live. To perhaps have a future, a family. Both take a great and irreversible risk to achieve their dreams. Solaire chooses to become undead, and Miyazaki quits his job, both forsaking a previously normal life. Both risk seeing their dream and effort and discipline be for nothing. Failing because it was too hard. Failing because you got what you were looking for, but nobody cared. Both not only risk, but experience every day the social and mental costs of a far-off goal you have sacrificed so much for. Miyazaki's friends and family will have wondered why he threw his future away. Why he programs for a games company for so much less than Oracle, and how video games, these silly things with a joystick and bright lights, are worth risking his financial security, his friends, and his relationships. Both Solaire and Miyazaki have to contend with the reality of what people think and want from them.
But I cannot give up. I became undead to pursue this. But when I peer at the sun up above, it occurs to me, what if I am seen as a laughingstock, as a blind fool without reason?
As this quest goes on, something begins to happen. Miyazaki gets tired. He begins to doubt. The task is bigger than he imagined. He gets older. He begins to lose hope. What happens to Solaire? His resources run out. He has to maintain his weapons as best he can, and they are maintained well, but they aren't new. Doubts start to plague him. He has a great mindset, but the hardships of time weigh on him.
Was it all a lie? Have I done this all for nothing? Oh, my dear son. What now? What should I do?
Miyazaki got to this point. The failure point of an artist where many finally give up, realize what you're looking for is too hard, or doesn't exist, or never existed. A common realization in the artistic field that is full of fraudulence and audience fickleness. The feeling every true artist has about the value of the field that so inspired them.
Was it all a lie?
The temptation comes to accept defeat, or sink into a kind of madness, a denial and delusion that whispers to the artist that what he does is already of value, that you'll be appreciated later, that it's already beautiful, already perfect and wonderful. You've already achieved it. Your ideas are sufficient as they are. Your work is a marvel, just an unappreciated one. It's your son. They don't need anyone else to respect it. This is how we find Solaire. Self-deluded, in such a pit of hardship, loneliness, and despair, he accepts a sunlight maggot as his son. A clear fantasy, much like the great artist that pretends the art is only for himself. But this is the nature of the hole he's dug, a hole very much like Miyazaki had done, in forsaking a career for a job with much less pay and social respect. At a certain point, Solaire simply pretends to himself he has achieved his quest. He's not hollow, he's mad. Miyazaki must have reached this point of doubt and delusion. His delusion wouldn't have been entirely wrong. His very own son did have value. All his ideas and beliefs about games had value in and of themselves. But it's a very different thing, making a true son that everyone can appreciate. Miyazaki likely felt the low point when Demon Souls flopped, feeling like his whole world and style he built up over years was disregarded. It meant his very own son he tried to nurture was worth nothing. A pale comparison to the games of the past. He would never create a son like his heroes. He thought he had been blinded by a local sun, that only he saw, that was special only for him, and had confused it with a great, huge, universal sun that would warm and inspire many others. He saw this as the end of his dream. No sane company would entrust another game to a director who lost money. Fortunately for everyone, Miyazaki's ending is not quite like Solaire's. Miyazaki learnt something which Solaire hadn't yet, or perhaps couldn't in the Dark Souls world. Neither of them could do it alone. Solaire advises us about jolly cooperation, but perhaps hasn't taken it far enough. It's not jolly, it's essential. Solaire is a solitary adventurer. Standing there watching the sun, we see his true nature. He is a solitary warrior pursuing his quest alone. And he fails. Miyazaki couldn't have created his games alone, and he shows this in Solaire. Solaire's items are well maintained, but it's unlikely he invented the tool of a sword, or a helmet, or a shield. So too must Miyazaki use tools and ideas that existed long before his work. Solaire paints the sun and religious symbols on his equipment, but look at the quality. He is no Da Vinci. Solaire can't do everything. Maintaining his sword and armor, fighting and traveling every day, he's got no room to be good at everything. This is a realization Miyazaki had. He needs his artists, his creators, and his team. Otherwise, he would end up like Solaire, alone and unappreciated. His creations would look like Solaire's shield, functionally sound but laughable to look at. We can see this in Miyazaki's attitude to his team. In every interview, whether for the design works or for accepting awards, he always thanks his team and emphasizes how much they do and how exceptional the quality of their work is. Solaire is the Dark Souls representation of Miyazaki. With all the discipline, experience, and just damn likability that led to his success. Miyazaki even invented the Praise the Sun pose and performed it to his artists. But unlike Solaire, Miyazaki had some realizations about not going it alone, about avoiding the temptations of artistic delusion, about the need for a team. Without these realizations, a sun as great as the Soul series wouldn't have been possible, and Miyazaki might have kept it to himself, a parasite of creativity that ate away at him for the rest of his life, alone in his failure. Instead, Miyazaki created a new sun, which we are all so very lucky to enjoy. Lautrec the Loathed. Hated by the novice. Hated by the community. Hated by the hordes of chosen undead. A Wikipedia is intended to be neutral, yet the Dark Souls wiki describes Lautrec as, quote, a psychopath who doesn't care about other people and readily kills them after they have served their purposes. So universal is the distaste for this man that it reaches the unbiased consensus of an encyclopedia. But what about our own real-world history? All successful rebels are loved by the public for freeing them from their abusers. Meanwhile, all unsuccessful rebels are killed by the powers that be, and coincidentally, the public go on hating them for a time at least. What if we were to take Lautrec's effigy off the bonfire and examine his history with an unemotional eye?
Why, you do not run away. Hear me out.
Let's start straight away by talking about a large theme of Dark Souls. This theme is drawn from a conclusion many adults draw about the world around them, that the powers that be aren't benevolent at all, but are doing everything they can to manipulate and profit off the backs of the powerless. What do we find in Miyazaki's Dark Souls? Our very quest is fraudulent, as we revealed in our first video on the timeline. We showed that the language used to retell the undead legend is falsely archaic and not real. The legend is built to inspire the undead to carry out the god's wishes. The church is lying to us and manipulates and also even gets rid of one of its own. Gwyndolin uses illusions to misguide us, using the image of Guinevere to spread this same narrative of the undead curse, which is a lie. And there are many co-conspirators. We know many different factions that all have their own agendas. The demons want to stop the undead champion. But there are no champions, just undead fools, patsies being tricked by the machinations of Gwyndolin. The demons put their warriors along the path of this quest to defend their queen, land, and culture. They know that the powers that be want to direct these undeads to destroy the witch for their own gain, without any risk on their part. Frampt guides us, Karth guides us, but we are just used to their ends. So extreme is our unawareness that we don't even realise we are going to die at the end of the game. It comes as a complete surprise, so even the ending is sort of a smack in the face. We weren't expecting it to end at all necessarily. We were expecting an ending, but not for our character to die. Indeed, linking the flame didn't sound like it was something that would destroy us. Gwyn is still alive, but we don't think it through when we see he is damaged. We just kill him, just like we kill every other boss, and we continue playing the game passively and mindlessly. So what happens as we learn about the game, or as people teach us about the lore, is that a lot of characters who were desirable or seemingly kind are manipulated, or in fact, don't exist. Guinevere is an illusion who is tapping into these questionable sort of feelings, or perhaps some innocent feelings of motherhood, and we want to be on her side. With time, however, we realise it is totally false. With time, we realise that a lot of characters we believe to be villains, for example Seath, aren't total villains after all. Seath, although he was very twisted and uncompromising, what he did may not have been anything other than trying to revive his own dragon kind. The gap between good and bad in Dark Souls is very confused, just as it is in the real world. Demons, as we have talked about, have their culture. They protect their own. They keep to themselves. They are not evil, they just look unappealing. The opposite of Guinevere. In fact, demons would not trouble us if we hadn't troubled them. So with today's episode, I want to hone in on some characters initially, and then focus on one particular character. Let's look with a broad stroke at a mix of characters first. Let's take Petrus as our first focus. With time, we realise that Petrus isn't just a bumbling man.
Hello there. I believe we are not acquainted. I am Petrus of Thoroland.
Somewhat kindly, somewhat standoffish.
I prefer to keep a distance, if possible.
And so on and so forth. These are just our first impressions. With time, we find out that he is fairly immoral, nasty, and cowardly.
Well, a pity that is, for it will amount to nothing, for the little madam is not worth her salt without her family name.
The silly, priestly man is revealed to be otherwise. Logan seems as lucid as anything.
I'm afraid that you are unable to learn sorcery. The basic framework, you see, it cannot be taught.
Then goes mad.
Oh, there you are. It's been a while. Or were you just here? This fascinating place defeats my sense of time.
Frampt manipulates us.
I wish to elucidate your fate, and the very reason your kind have appeared. Chosen undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead.
Many characters are not what they seem. So, let's talk about a character who we all get goosebumps from in one way or another. Lautrec the Embraced. If one played Demon Souls before, a bit like Patches has a recurring character, Lautrec reminds us of someone whose predecessor betrayed us in Demon Souls. We meet Lautrec in Dark Souls, and he's in a locked room. He's in a place that seems to be run by the Channeler. At least the Channeler has the strongest influence there. It is certainly the most powerful being in the space. I wonder if he had already been locked up sometime before this moving in of the Channeler. But either way, he's locked up. We don't know who locked him up, but he's locked up. Now, as we try to rescue him, his way of speaking is remarkably unsettling. We don't get the best feeling from him at first.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me?
In fact, in quite the opposite way to the feeling we get from Guinevere. He is sitting in a possibly arrogant manner, even though he's locked up. He seems quite full of himself, and he seems almost to be mocking us.
Please, I have duties to fulfill, and I will reward you handsomely.
As if we are unintelligent or simple-minded.
Well, I am certain you stand to benefit.
He's not really pleading or needing in his request, almost joking about how we should help him. It seems suspicious somehow, because this is not how someone would normally behave. Of course, our opinion of ourselves is extremely high. We are, after all, the chosen undead. We are special. Maybe to someone who understands the Dark Souls world as an onlooker, the sight of a new player having such a belief may be an amusing one. How special these chosen undead think they are. But as a naive beginner, we feel we are the chosen undead. We feel very special, and we get a feeling of why would he treat us this way, so disrespectfully. That's really not on. Of course, the Bell of Awakening gets rung a lot, and there are a lot of undead. Maybe Lautrec is right not to panic. He is locked up, but maybe he knows how things work. This greater experience of Lautrec, that he knows how things work, and we, at least as Dark Souls beginners, don't, will be something we are going to explore more in this video. It might simply be knowledge that is leading him to behave the way he does. We stumble on him and think we are this important character, but we are just an undead, and he knows another will pass his cage. This general lack of concern or courtesy is the first impression he makes on us, and perhaps we can escape from this misleading first impression by examining his words and actions in the light of reason, just like we escape the first impression of Guinevere's appearance and voice.
O chosen undead, I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight.
Let's see if we can escape from the voice of Lautrec, which makes us feel that he is evil.
Thank you. Yes, sincerely.
Let's first explore what happened in the branching decision tree of the Lautrec questline. If we kill Lautrec within the cell, we cannot get his items in the cage. If we could retrieve them, his items would consist of 2 shotels he dual wields, then a parrying dagger, and the favoured set. It's a big thing that he is connected with the goddess Fina, and its connotation is important. We don't know much about the goddess Fina, but a useful comparison can be made with Game of Thrones, so skip this section if you want to avoid spoilers. We will say that perhaps it's a bit like the relationship between Daenerys and another character, Daario Naharis. Daario Naharis is originally instructed to assassinate Daenerys, but changes to her side, becoming a bodyguard and eventual general. They later become lovers, rather like Lautrec and Fina. Daario Naharis also wields a shotel and a parrying dagger. He also has women carved on the hilts of his swords, the same way there is a female representation on Lautrec's armour. And, interestingly, in Game of Thrones, Daenerys is concerned with freeing slaves. We'll get to why that may be a link in a moment. Let's look at it through this lens to see whether Lautrec is, after all, not such a bad guy. Just for a moment. Let's first put his voice out of the equation for a second, ignore how he sounds, and with our knowledge of the world of Dark Souls, let's see if we can understand his behaviour. First of all, Fina is called fickle. What does fickle mean? Fickle means changing your loyalty. Now, Lautrec is embraced, yes, and it is therefore implied that she is romantically fickle. But this is not logical. Either way, let's move from the romantic side for a moment. Fina is likely to be called fickle from her kind. Lautrec wouldn't be calling her fickle because he is still wearing her ring, and he still seems to be in love with her. Now, we have mentioned that we believe Fina may have been in relations with Xanthus King Jeremiah, the legendary exile. Maybe he was exiled from the demons for this relationship with Fina. Or maybe he was exiled by the gods because he was already in a relationship with Fina and is seeking the same things as her. He also uses chaos magic when he invades us, and his crown is tradable with Snuggly, who is a lore representation of what is connected with what in the game. On trading the Xanthus crown, you receive a ring of favour and protection. Also, King Jeremiah invading you in the Painted World is a rather peculiar place to invade. The Xanthus King seems to have connections with Fina, and with the demons. Therefore, perhaps, as the demons are counter to the wishes of the gods, Fina being fickle is perhaps instead the change of loyalty to the demons. Perhaps she was a sort of Helen of Troy character in Dark Souls. Interestingly, the fact that Lautrec is holding the Ring of Favour and Protection implies that he is still loyal to Fina, or at least that he's not so upset with her as to have removed it, since if he had removed it once, it would be broken. So again, this leads to the conclusion that Fina's fickleness may be in that she herself has rebelled against the gods and aligned with the Xanthus King, or perhaps some other anti-god behaviour or sect. But what could this dissent be? What might Lautrec be doing that is against the gods? He does say he has a duty to fulfill.
Please, I have duties to fulfill.
He tells us he has a task. Initially, we have Lautrec practically mocking us and seemingly very unconcerned whether we open the cage or not. What if it's because he knows the sheer number of chosen undead? He knows they are simply going to keep coming like a train. If you knew the sheer number of chosen undead and you were locked in a cage before the first bell of awakening, you might not beg and plead and cry for help. Why lose your dignity? Someone is going to come along. Also, Lautrec may be intelligent enough to know that begging and pleading probably doesn't work. It may be the case that he knows he has to play it quite cool. Maybe we as the chosen undead are not that special. And if he knows that, perhaps it means he knows much more. If he knows undead are going to keep coming, it means he presumably knows that the undead legend is a lie. If there is not one chosen undead, there's just a ton of undead. We know that lore ourselves now. The story is a lie. So we can assume that Lautrec knows the fraudulence of the undead legend, and therefore very possibly that Guinevere is an illusion, that the undead are shepherded to their own death, and so on. So what is his next action if we release him? He goes back to the Firelink Shrine. At some point, he does the most important action of perhaps any NPC in the game. He kills Anastasia, the Firelink Shrine Firekeeper. Now, we like the Firekeeper. Of course, she seems like a kind girl. When she gets her tongue back, she seems very nice.
Now I can continue my duty as a keeper. But I only hope that my impure tongue does not offend.
But what we can say for sure is that she is incredibly brainwashed. She believes she can return to humanity and die if the flame is linked.
Framt has told me of you, that you have agreed to link the fire. I thank you sincerely. Finally, the curse of the undead will be lifted, and I can die human.
There is no proof for this. The little dialogue she has shows that she thinks she is doing what she can and helping her church effectively. We, however, know the church is dishonest. We know the curse is a lie, and we know the church as a manipulator. We have proven that the church manufactures undead for their own purposes, taking out their humanity. So this poor girl is brainwashed. Not only is she brainwashed, her tongue is cut out and her legs maimed, so she can't walk. And she is caged. This is typical abuse of power to ensure that no matter what, no matter the suffering, that lesser groups are led to do their bidding. They need that Firelink bonfire to maintain. It is essential. Do we think it's a coincidence that what Lautrec does stops the whole game from being achievable for a novice? Is it coincidence that it makes it absolutely impossible for a novice to progress in the game effectively? Do we think he really needs humanity from a Firekeeper soul so badly? He doesn't get any other Firekeeper souls for Estus reinforcement either. So if we look at it in another light, it may not be personal to the Firekeeper. Lautrec may be attempting to destroy a key bonfire used in the herding and slaughter and slavery of the foolish undead. The bonfire the undead are sent to, the key bonfire that is used to herd these undead, begin their journey and provide a key central resting point for their travels. No wonder the crestfallen warrior is not bothering to act. He slightly wised up. Lautrec, however, is fully wised up because he's in a relationship with a goddess who left the gods, who has perhaps become so disgusted with the gods' behavior, with their abuse and manipulation of humans, that she has vowed to try and free them. After all, the gods shepherd undead, who often willingly become undead, or were forced to against their will, to literally burn themselves as sacrifices to keep the gods in a life of comfort. So Lautrec kills the Firekeeper because then the Firelink Shrine is out of action. It is an absolutely essential bonfire for any decent chance to get into the catacombs, any decent chance to get to the undead burg. The only decent place of rest for many bounce-off points. Destroying the bonfire, or making it not function, is a fantastic solution if you are trying to block the god's plan of rekindling the flame. Of course, it is sad that Lautrec killed the Firekeeper, but let's again remind ourselves that she is totally brainwashed. She is maimed and has her tongue cut out. She has no desire to escape, and her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity. She is effectively living a life of pure suffering. She is so brainwashed that she thinks it's for the greater good. Even if the flame is linked, the best case scenario is that she becomes human and dies. This is basically a terrible case of not realizing that the people who claim to protect her are actually her captors and abusers. What happens when we attack Lautrec? He resists and does not want to fight. He says, "You force me to do this."
Well, what have we here? Are you sure about this? You leave me no choice.
He's not that interested in killing us. If he was so evil, wouldn't he kill us for some humanity? One point that doesn't seem to help his favour is that he tells us there is an abandoned cleric.
Maiden Thurland and her followers recently arrived in this land, but she became stranded deep below the catacombs.
He is talking about Rhea. This seems rather unkind. After all, if we rescue Rhea, she is a good person, it seems. However, how well does Lautrec know Rhea? Let's just put it into context. All he knows is that she is a member of the Way of White, a corrupt, nasty religion. He also didn't abandon or trap her himself. He only saw Petrus come back up from the catacombs.
I heard it from a fleeing old man. That poor bastard. All his robes and trinkets won't help him now.
And to go and rescue her is a very dangerous activity. He has his own business to do, after all. He doesn't know this group of people personally. He simply knows that they are a part of the religious church. We happen to know that Rhea is disliked by the church due to her lack of family name, but Lautrec doesn't. She is perhaps deliberately killed at the end of her questline, but at the very least she is abandoned by Petrus. But if we didn't know any of that, and you just knew they were church members, which is likely all that Lautrec knows, then it's likely that you assume, if you understand how the Dark Souls world works, that they are the perpetrators of humanity theft and guilty of using humans as fuel. guilty of tricking and manipulating them with faith to shuttle them to the flame as human sacrifice. These are not good people, and you can see that Lautrec hints at this when he says she will be replete with humanity.
A nubile cleric would be replete with humanity.
Why would she be filled with humanity? It means he thinks she isn't a good person.
Most fools have more humanity than they know what to do with. Now, who do you imagine will make the best use of it?
As the Dark Hand's description gloats, it is capable of sapping even the humanity of a replete saint. Why are these religious individuals so full of humanity? Because they harvest it from innocence. Because they are the ones creating the undead, as we talked about in the Way of White video. Even in the original intro to the game, it shows the Way of White ritually making an undead. So it is an unsettling recommendation, but from Lautrec's standpoint, who does not know Rhea, the clerics and the higher-ups of the Way of White are all guilty, and perhaps deserve such a fate as we see. And then, finally, what happens in the story of Lautrec? We see him in the rooms in front of Guinevere. Now, if you were pro the gods, it's a bit of a bizarre thing to be in that room. This seems to be anti-god behavior. Rather, that he and his two friends are stopping those who seek to do Guinevere's bidding from succeeding. How do we invade him? By listening to the Black Eye Orb. The Black Eye Orb keeps constant watch on the city of the gods, Anor Londo. Therefore, it is a tool of the gods, and therefore it is in the gods' interest to keep the Firekeeper at the Firelink Shrine alive, because she aids the gods by her maintaining of an essential flame for the undead sheep. Lautrec is also undead himself, and that he is embraced by Fina would mean he has gone far and experienced much as an undead. He may understand being undead more than us. If we attack Lautrec, once invading his world, he says,
I thought you were wiser, but I thought wrong. 'Tis a terrible pity, like a moth flittering towards a flame.
This is very interesting dialogue, considering we do burn ourselves in the flame for the gods eventually. An interesting analogy, and wisdom.
I thought you were wiser.
Why would wisdom be invoked? If we attack him at the Firelink Shrine, he says simply,
You leave me no choice. I was once grateful to you, but if this is our fate, so be it.
So it is only after we attempt to undo his work at the Firelink Shrine that he compares us as a moth to a flame. And then, if we continue fighting him, he says,
Oh look, another one. How many times will these lambs rush to slaughter?
This is also very interesting dialogue. Lambs, plural. There are many of us. So there's many of these undead trying to renew the bonfire, trying to do Guinevere's bidding, blindly going to sacrifice themselves in the flame. Moths towards flames, lambs to slaughter, and all plural. This sounds much more like he is describing fools following the phony undead curse than describing the actual reality of simply fighting. Fools who quite literally fight to fix a bonfire that will aid them in a quest that ends in their downfall as a sacrifice. And so, Lautrec is perhaps a hero for the undead. We are just so brainwashed and deluded that we fight our rescuer. This is not to say that he is not slightly unnerving as a character, but perhaps this energy comes from resentment. Resentment of the stupidity of the herds of undead he is trying to save, who struggle to maintain the structure of their organized downfall. Slaves willfully aiding their manipulators, the gods, to continue their abusive reign through their own ignorance. Lautrec isn't a farce of pure evil. Perhaps he is like Daario Naharis in Game of Thrones, doing the bidding of his mistress to free slaves. And, like in this other work of art, the very culture resists, with the slaves addicted to their own slavery. Lautrec, an evil villain who delights in his wrongdoing, or a misunderstood hero, struggling to liberate the enslaved and who is hated for it. He gives us goosebumps, but perhaps we've all misjudged him after all. Deep down beneath the world of Dark Souls, at the heart of Lordran, is a mystery. Ash Lake. Despite all the findings so far by the Dark Souls enthusiasts, the heart of the lore may also be hidden here. How many threads and stories? How many mysteries? And how many connections meet at this lake? This is our attempt to unravel some of the subtlest lore in the game, the most ambiguous aspects of this most marvelous of games. We've tried our best, but this challenge was not wholly surmountable. Expect some speculation, expect some surprises, expect to leave curious. Let us begin with the location, Ash Lake. The first time we see this place is certainly not once we are masters of the game. As many of you know, the first time we lay eyes on this enigmatic location is in the introduction. When the witches of Izalith are using their flame sorcery to attack the dragons, we see such a similar layout of ancient trees that one is almost forced to admit that we are looking at Ash Lake before it was beached with cinder. Indeed, the very presence of ash would itself imply that the battle the witches fought raged here. Specifically, one of the broken trees that can be identified matches perfectly with the broken tree we find in-game. This tells us quite a lot. Since the dragons were defeated, we can presume that the fire magic was effective, perhaps in combination with Gwyn's lightning bolts once the scales were removed. Therefore, the presence of a surviving ancient dragon in Ash Lake would be improbable if not impossible. Given the stone dragon we find is on a flammable wooden nest, it becomes very hard to believe that it was a survivor who hid in a nook of an ancient tree. We will get to that later. However, one cannot assume that nature has continued inert. We find clams, a hydra, and several other creatures in the bases of the trees. Additionally, we find a skull of some unknown creature. It could possibly be the remains of a dragon, but given the shape, we find this unlikely. The ancient dragons and all of the descendants are shown to have long, snout-like structures, and it is unlikely that their skull would be shaped in this manner. We can therefore say that at the very least, Ash Lake has become the home of some new creatures, and perhaps visited by others. There are, of course, famously, a number of corpses and items found in Ash Lake, and let us not forget the peculiar items dropped by some of the enemies. And, as everyone knows, to reach Ash Lake, you must navigate through hidden walls and traverse the descending roots of an ancient tree, hopefully discovering the odd pocket of abundant titanite lizards. Such is Ash Lake, and to develop it, we must now move to some of the threads that lead into it. Let us look at some items that are often missed. There is a corpse that bears a chloranthy ring. The chloranthy ring is useful in many instances, but we are not especially concerned about its function at this point. We are concerned with its design. The description states that this ancient ring, engraved with a large green flower, is of unknown origin. A large green flower. That the ring is ancient is another interesting choice of words. Engraved with a large flower might also imply that the engraving is not required for its function. Whether it is or isn't, we could have an identifying mark. Let us look a little harder elsewhere in the game for this symbol. One rather obscure place that we find this symbol, or at least a variety of it, is in the design works. A picture of Gwyn in his armour has small ones that are identifiable. In the design works interview, the team talk about designing Gwyn's armour, talking about how they refined it and continued to adjust the design. They wanted the armour to look ancient, yet cool at the same time. They managed to turn him into the appearance of a lord who would be at the head of his troops. They reworked the design as it was the most important boss of the game. We can therefore take this as a certainty that these flower symbols were not sketched on carelessly. Let us look closer. It is not identical to the Chloranthy, but it is remarkably close. Note also that it's on armour that we find it. Allow us to continue our search for the symbol. We then find it in the most peculiar of places. A symbol that is on Gwyn's armour we find on Smough's. You can see it quite clearly here. This is unmistakably the same as the symbol on Gwyn's. There are also what appears to be the same symbol on a different row, but this is in fact a cog. The cog is interesting, but remember, this is Miyazaki's favourite armour, and he wouldn't bestow that on it easily. He says that there's something unnatural about Smough's armour. It doesn't look like something that would have been created by a normal, sane human. I think that's what I like about it. Now perhaps this can be interpreted as a non-normal mad human, or perhaps a non-normal mad non-human, i.e. negating everything. We will get to that in a moment. One assumes when he is talking about this, he is referring to Smough, but of course, Smough is an executioner, and perhaps a warrior, not a smith. As we know from other items, the armours of the gods were made by a specific smith. Smough ground the bones of his victims for his own feed, and because of this, he ruined his hopes of being ranked with the 4 knights. There are several things we can assume from this. One is that he was at least of a level where the consideration was in question. A person unable to fight, or from a low rank, could have no opportunity for promotion. Similarly, he would already have had this armour, and indeed, perhaps this hammer is precisely what ground the bones of his victims. As one can see on the hammer, there are the elegant flower symbols, plain to see. Assuming his rank is close to Artorius, Kieran, Gough and Ornstein, it can then be assumed that a certain someone made his weapon, and the mark was perhaps an identifying mark of the nameless blacksmith deity. The nameless blacksmith deity, according to the Titanite slab, forged weapons for other gods. As Gwyn went to forge the flame after the nameless blacksmith deity passed, there is a possibility that Gwyn asked for a replacement to be made by someone else. However, this is unlikely, given we seem to see the same armour of Gwyn's in the intro as when we find him. However, we can still look closer. In addition to the fairly obvious symbols on both the armour and the weapon, we still have to consider just why this is Miyazaki's favourite armour set. Let us look at Smough's Great Hammer. Aside from being a humongous strength-based weapon, it is also an unopened flower. Look carefully from above. What you have are an array of petals of the identical shape to the petals that form the symbols on his armour and around the hammer. If you imagine the hammer opening up, it would form a huge, destructive version of that pretty little symbol. A rather quaint weapon for an execution. This surely is the signature weapon of a master smith if ever there was one, but we are still not done yet. We will not bore you by telling you that the artworks reveal that Smough's face and eyes are below where they apparently are. Instead, look at his armour as a whole. Around the waist is again the form of a large petal pattern. Once again, the flower that crops up everywhere is present on his very armour. Looking from above, similar to the hammer, we have the shape of a flower formed onto the plates of the stomach and legs. The flower is in its open form, integrated into the armour itself. This armour, ugly as it seems, is a collection of flowers. Now, whether the smith of Smough's gear was mad or not is difficult to say. Why Smough should be entitled to such an impressive set of armour is also difficult to say. But the fact remains that it's unlikely that Smough was able of crafting this himself. Given the uniformity of the mark amongst several godlike sets, we can begin to infer the origins of some of these works of art, and work of art is an important distinction. First, let us try and discover where else this symbol can be found. This proves difficult. Let us try and find where the nameless blacksmith deity may have been. Then, we maybe have to work backwards. First of all, we can presume that he may have been in Anor Londo. He was a smith for the gods after all. Of course, we do find one living smith, the rather untalkative giant blacksmith. Although Gough calls him an old chap in the English version, in the Japanese he is referenced as a youngster. If he was around at the same time as the nameless blacksmith deity, he would have certainly been responsible for different things. One thing that is explicitly stated is that he was responsible for the lightning crossbow bolts. In perhaps one of the most bizarre item descriptions in the entire game, we are told, apparently needlessly, that the giant blacksmith has never seen a crossbow. The direct quote from the lightning bolt item description is, "Special bolt imbued with lightning, crafted by the giant blacksmith of Anolondo. The giant blacksmith has never seen a crossbow, but remembers the specifications of the bolts requested by ancient warriors." Is this not an especially peculiar item description? It is done with such ease. Unlike Havel's ring, it does not hint or draw attention to itself. It could go entirely unnoticed. What this does necessitate is that the giant blacksmith has never made a crossbow. Let us now move on from the giant blacksmith, who for now does not help us much. In the opposite door to the one that the giant blacksmith works in, the mirror image in relation to the main entrance, is a fully locked room. It is our guess that this is the room from which the nameless blacksmith deity would have worked. Since his departure, it has been left unused. So given that there is perhaps a slight clue in a crossbow connection, we need to see if we can find a crossbow of some heritage. Perhaps not the first crossbow in the Undead Burg, though Dark Souls can sometimes hide great insights in unexpected locations. Nor is the sniper crossbow of much interest to us. Instead, it is of course the crossbow you are all thinking of, Avalyn. What more aristocratic crossbow could there be in the entire game than this beauty? This triple-firing weapon must certainly be classified as a work of art, and one that would compete with the intricacies of Smough's armour and weapon. Miyazaki says he knew the detail and complexity of the weapon could never come across in-game. For that reason they emphasised its inclusion in the design works, luckily for us when looking for evidence. Of course we find this weapon in the Duke's archives. This location is interesting already. Note that, in the Designworks interview, Miyazaki states that he had to put it in the Duke's archives. It was originally going to be Domhnall's weapon, but it was changed. The forcefulness of the wording "had to" is very interesting. So too is the fact that Miyazaki, having been asked about the origin of the name, says, I think there was a reason behind it, but I've forgotten. At least, that's what I'm going to tell you. So perhaps the name too can give us some insight. This certainly isn't a weapon only thrown in for the sake of including a triple crossbow. It has been thought of in relation to the lore. Our first intuition is to hungrily search for this identifying mark. While the bow is ornate and the work of a master, we cannot find the symbol either on the crossbow in-game or in its images in the artwork book. Secondly, the description states that it was cherished by the master weapon craftsman Eidas. Our hearts sink, as we assume this means that it was not made by the nameless blacksmith deity. However, we must be cautious. This game has incredibly careful use of English, and we should approach it with the same degree of accuracy. It states that the weapon was cherished by Eidas, not that it was made by him. This is a vital distinction. A weapon craftsman or smith does not make weapons for himself, or at least rarely. Additionally, the word cherished makes it sound as though, originally, it may have been a gift. But wait, who and where is Eidas? We believe that he is the Crystal Knight. Once again, moving from symbol to symbol, we can see that the crossbow Avalyn and the Crystal Knight's armour are exceedingly similar. In fact, to argue that they were not part of the same set would be lunacy. So what is Eidas doing outside of Seath's room? Why is he wielding a crystal greatsword as opposed to the crossbow that so obviously would be used in conjunction with the rest of the set? Let us first establish the final connection with symbols. There is no identifying mark on Avalyn to connect it with the nameless blacksmith deity. However, there is an obvious crossover of patterns between Avalyn and the Crystal Knight's armour set, so perhaps we don't need to find the identifying mark upon Avalyn at all. We can instead look at the Crystal Knight's armour. At first glance, looking at the set in game yields no results. However, upon further, very close inspection, there is in fact our flower symbol. On the thighs, on the chest piece, and, even more subtly, on the cuffs. Additionally, we must remember that it is a Crystal Knight we are dealing with. He has been partially crystallized. Aside from the mental effects, which we will get to in a moment, there are physical effects. Aside from the weight that would have to be being carried by Eidas, the crystals also partially block the design of his armour. Once again, we move to the artwork book, and what we find smack bang in the middle of his shield, plainly visible now that the crystals have been removed, is a huge flower symbol, just like those we have been tracking. It is absolutely certain that Eidas did not make Gwyn's armour. The timeline is just too deep, and considering the nameless blacksmith deity was still around when Gwyn was fighting the dragons, it would of course fall to the blacksmith in charge of the god's weapons and armours. Whether Eidas made Avalyn, having learned the craft from his master, the nameless blacksmith deity, is up for debate. Perhaps he continued employing the symbol to show from who he learned his craft, but the lineage of the nameless blacksmith deity is clear. We are inclined to believe that the weapons of Eidas were indeed made by the nameless blacksmith deity. This is because the Duke's archives are already littered with symbols. Remember, Seath was gifted the archives, he did not build them. They are not his originally. We have also previously argued that Gwyn may be related to giants, that Gough, while he is a giant, is related to Gwyn's progenitors, and that similarly, the nameless blacksmith deity, inhabiting the same sized room, although it is locked, as the giant blacksmith, and wielding slabs so large that from them great beasts arise, and the sheer size of Smough's armour, all mean that he was a giant. Consider also that in Greek mythology, Hephaestus was credited with building much of the palace of the gods, and that across a broad range of mythology, smith gods are also gods of stonework and craftsmanship. We therefore believe it's likely that the nameless blacksmith deity built the royal archives for the gods. There is further evidence for this. First, let's look at the mighty cogs in the archives. They are perhaps a lift to reach books, the foundations of a mighty planetarium, or the driver of the stairs in a corkscrew-like movement. Just as the other stairs move, so too may have these stairs corkscrewed up and down, but now sit inert. A makeshift ladder has been placed at the top to make up the difference of the stairs having stopped working in their lowered position, with poorly made planks to get across to some books previously accessible via the mechanism. The cell we find the white seance ring in is also inaccessible, and there is no evidence of destruction other than the cogs. Therefore, our favourite theory is that of a broken set of masterful moving stairs. Not only does the huge scale point to our smithing god, but also one wonders if the old cog symbol we have found previously is related to his previous masterpiece, that is, the archives. Secondly, we find on the lamps around the archives very similar patterning to the armour of the Crystal Knight. This patterning is also found at the top of the pillars and as part of the banisters, but it is most similar to Eidas' armour when found on the lamps. Considering the archives are well beyond the range of even a master craftsman and squarely in the domain of a god, the symbols appearing first in the archives and then on Eidas' armour makes us decide that Eidas' set was built for him by his master, perhaps as a gift at the end of his training. Remember, Seath was gifted the royal archives. He is not royal, he is a duke, and he received them after betraying the dragons. Could the crystal caves have originally been mines for titanite? There is certainly an abundance of crystal lizards, which we must remember are related to the blacksmith deity and not to Seath. Whether the caves were mines or not is irrelevant in the final conclusion. What we seem to have is a smithing god, both for weapons and masonry and architecture. In short, a boss. This would correlate with many other gods in mythology who share such roles. So let us deal with Eidas. What exactly is he doing outside of Seath's domain? Why is he wielding a crystal greatsword with Avalyn so far from him? First of all, it is interesting to note that Avalyn is in a location that only one very familiar with the layout, workings, and design of the archives would be able to retrieve and find safely. It is almost as if it was hastily put there for safekeeping. And what of the name that Miyazaki refused to give us the meaning behind? Avalyn is a name which does not have an obvious meaning. It is related, according to the scant sources we can find, to the name Avis and Aveline. The first has a meaning of bird or desired, and Aveline has a meaning that can be taken as hazelnut and also as wished for or longed for child. Also notes that the far more common name Evelyn has a meaning in the German of little bird and in the English of beautiful bird. We must also remember that Dark Souls was voice recorded in the English. All these connotations certainly led the mind into ideas about Velka's child, if she had one, and perhaps to Priscilla. Certainly, if the child that may be being referenced in the weapon's name is Eidas's, then it could fit the previous idea that the beautiful triple crossbow was a gift to mark the birth of a child, and as such, the weapon is cherished. One thing related to Eidas that we are certain of is that he has been captured. We believe Seath has crystallized him, perhaps to preserve his life, but at the very least to drive him into a form of insanity. The fact that his cherished weapon, whether he made it or not, is in a room far from where we find him, leads us to believe that his greatsword is also part of the mind control process. The weapon has been crystallized. As a master craftsman, the bond between him and the things he makes, and more specifically weapons of all kind, would be incredibly strong. If one weapon is also a representation of a daughter, or even a lost daughter, this connection is even deeper. How to replace this mental attachment? The description of Crystal Magic Weapon provides the answer. The Crystal Magic Weapon states that the crystal medium facilitated a stronger bond between weapon and soul. Therefore, perhaps the total crystallization of both Eidas combined with the crystallization of the incongruent greatsword is in fact evidence of mind control tactics by Seath. It attempts to break his bond with his realities, with his past, with everything but the weapons he is forging. Practically addicted to his weapon, and to the crafting of crystal weapons, and perhaps the access of the tools Seath provides, he is kept in a mental state that is easy to control. Functional, yet practically hollow. He is such a shell of his former self, he even protects Seath, his jailer. Why would Seath do this? Firstly, it is likely that Eidas was part of the rebellion. However, another very likely reason is that Seath is using him to craft weapons. As the giant blacksmith states, "Shiny shiny is with the Duke." This means that the crystal ember is in possession of the White Dragon. However, is it likely that Seath is hammering away? Hardly. Eidas is the one creating the arms for the Crystal Hollow Warriors, and importantly, for the Channelers. Look carefully at the Crystal Armor set and the Channeler set. They certainly have some similar aspects. Of course, the Channeler set is a more aggressive, and perhaps slightly insane example of workmanship. But most important to take note of is the weapon. Just look at the quality of this weapon. The Channeler's trident is yet again the work of a master smith, the only ones we know of being the nameless blacksmith deity and Eidas. First of all, the black markings against the gold are similar to what we find on Avalon, which hints at the nameless blacksmith deity and Eidas' school of smithing. Second is the togs on both armours, one being more like an anemone on Eidas, and the ones on the Channelers being a slightly smaller image, perhaps a dragon. The choices again, while different, do have far more similarity than most categories of armour. Thirdly, there is a triple aspect once again, with the Channeler's weapon being a triply pointed trident. Of course, the Channelers do have 3 pairs of eyes, but it does not follow that their weapons should follow this number. Rather, it may be Eidas' obsession with his lost Avalon that is causing this smithing choice. The effects of this weapon are also rather marvellous, with varied attacks and a buff. And if you look carefully, the points of the trident spin during the special attack. This is craftsmanship at an exceedingly high level. So we have Eidas, trapped and mad, tasked with making the weapons for Seath's minions. If you still think that it's possible that these symbols are a careless filler to the armor designs, listen to this quote about the design of the Black Knight armor. As far as design goes, there are a number of themes I wanted to incorporate. I wanted to make them really detailed models, so we gathered a huge amount of reference material. Of course, cloth wouldn't fit their burned image, but I wanted to design right down to the patterns carved into their armor. I really wanted that quality. This is from software, remember. Very little is by accident. Before we move on, we will make a last point that the Grass Crest shield is also of unknown origin, as is the Chloranthy ring. Both give stamina increases, and the Grass Crest in its nature-focused design makes one think the Chloranthy is a natural partner. Its patterns also make us think, once again, of Eidas' set. So, we have discovered quite a lot. Why don't we try and piece together some of what we have found in these new insights and see if we can learn something about the nameless blacksmith deity? The Black Knights are found consistently in locations very correlated with the plot against the gods. They are in positions to counter it, or have not moved from positions that they did counter it. The first Black Knight we find is facing a corpse with the blue tear stone ring. Seemingly innocuous, but we would argue that this is the most compelling location correlated with the plot. The second is high upon a tower with an eye to what may be the exit for Andre and near the shrine for the firstborn son. One is near the corpses of those who failed in the plot against the gods. Another is close to the vicinity of Pinwheel and Vamos, the non-spirit Black Knights that roam Lordra and do Gwyn's bidding. Let us try and piece together what that bidding is. What is near the grass crest shield is the corpse of Faris. Additionally, there is a bonfire that connects down to the Valley of the Drakes. Other interesting points is that we are near the Hydra and where Havel is locked up, or where Havel is believed to be locked up. The lore revealed from the first Black Knight is quite a find if one looks carefully. First of all, we must remember that those with too much greed were banished to the depths. This was a very recent event, as we have shown previously. Given the reference to greed combined so frequently with the plot against the gods, we are inclined to believe that the planning of the plot against the gods was also largely carried out secretively in the undead burg. Our reasons for this are several. First of all, what is a normal house in the undead burg doing with a treasure chest full of lightning buff? This buff is specifically powerful against dragons. Is this too soon to cry Havel? Okay, what about this? The corpse that has been slain has been dragged backwards to where it currently lies, having a rather special and exclusive reign for a typical undead corpse. Indeed, the way the body is dragged relative to the bloodstain looks more like an assassination than a direct attack. A sneak attack. The next support that this was a location for plotting against the gods is a well-known joke. How do you get Havel into a watchtower? You can't. It's Havel the Rock. He does what he wants. His weapon is the tooth of a dragon. It is quite possible his poise makes him literally immovable. How Havel gets into the watchtower is, he goes in himself. Look at the watchtower closely. There is the exit at the bottom, and the exit at the top. The exit at the top is the one which we enter into Havel's staircase. However, is that all the entrances that ever existed? Let us go back to the bloodstain, to the sneak attack, to the back door of what we believe to be a house of plotting rebels. Just ahead of the bloodstain, there is a corridor that simply ends. Ahead and to our right is a hollow throwing fire barrels. Haven't we all as Dark Souls novices avoided it and fallen straight down to our death? A long way to kill us, to kill anyone. Even Havel. Now a drop like that could lock someone in as effectively as any door. So how can we make the fall from the staircase and not die? As many of us discovered by accident the first time, it is by falling or jumping to a small stone lip that juts out just enough. A peculiar little extension. Now look to the other side. There is another entrance. An archway that likely leads to one of the wooden floors on our way down into Havel's watchtower. And so it becomes clear. This used to be a stone walkway that connected the watchtower and the burg more directly. It is a stone walkway that Havel walked over, and which was smashed from above just after he had entered the watchtower. As the watchtower basement key states, the basement of the watchtower forms a stone cell. This means it acts as one, and its structure, or altered structure, manages to have the same form as a prison, though it was not built as one. Other members of the Dark Souls world who are locked up, Lautrec, Maidens, Logan, Twice, are in legitimate cells. Why put Havel in this huge place? Why use a watchtower? Again, because you can't put Havel in a cell. A man who wields dragon teeth cannot be made to do anything. He must be tricked. An unfortunate co-conspirator, whose identity we will get to in a moment, was slain too. Havel, most likely betrayed by one of his own, is trapped, and the plotting against the gods comes to nothing. For now. Finally, the watchtower basement key takes on a deeper meaning. It is not referencing Gwyn. nor is it referencing Seath. Rather, it is referencing the betrayal of a friend, one of the rebels and co-conspirators. There are rumours of a hero turned hollow, who was locked away by a dear friend, for his own good, of course. Perhaps the friend justified the action as saving Havel's life, as the plot would have gotten them all killed anyway. The real question is, who betrayed them? With this interesting location of the Black Knight shown to deeply correlate with the rebels' actions, and the location of the other Black Knight in the Tomb of the Giants, the other locations begin to fit the same pattern too. Perhaps Andre is being trapped and watched over, as the Black Knight also keeps an eye on the Shrine of the Firstborn Son for any stray followers. The Black Knight in the Tomb of Giants is obviously a vestige of the squashing of the plot against the gods, carrying out a similar task as the Black Knight or Knights who tracked Havel. And the Black Knight near the Grass Crest Shield may hint at a later time than the Black Knights who trapped him. Havel had many friends, many of whom were powerful. We believe the location of the Grass Crest Shield and the secretive bonfire hint at a plot to free Havel. It did not go smoothly, but we believe it may have been successful. First, let us take the fact that Havel's ring is described as being worn by Havel warriors. Second, that they have great faith in their leader. Faith as in the definition, complete trust or confidence in someone. Faith often means you will do a great deal for the object of your faith, and often to a degree that is beyond reason. Thirdly, the enemy we find at the base of the watchtower is rather easy to kill. Fourthly, Havel's weapons are found late in game in a chest in Anor Londo. Fifth, and perhaps the most important, is the most enigmatic of Havel item description changes in the Japanese. Once again, it is in the infamous Watchtower basement key item description, but this time the emphasis is not on the friend. What it is on, however, is something even more attention-grabbing. The Japanese translates as, "The basement of the Watchtower has become a stone prison. A hero who became hollow was confined there by the hands of a friend. It is said he has been shut in there ever since." In the English translation, rumours are referenced. This is helpful to put the locking up of Havel fairly recently on the timeline of Dark Souls, well after Gwyn has passed, as we have proven. However, the Japanese hints at rumours rather more subtly. "It is said" has rumour-like connotations. It implies information and potential misinformation, gossip, and most importantly, doubt. What does it express doubt about? That he has been locked in there ever since. Now, if someone is safely locked up, in prison, would there be rumours about if he's still in there? Surely not. It is entirely obvious if an inmate is still in his cell. However, if an inmate was clad in armour when he was locked up, and to see his face would mean beating him in battle, which may be a rather difficult thing to do, this might mean his identity would be harder to confirm. Indeed, rumour often spread in the lower echelons of society. It is unlikely that those in power would hear of such rumours. We believe that this description implies that there has been a plot to free Havel. A great escape. Rumours of the potential freeing of Havel have spread. Has he escaped? Is he still in there? Most think surely not. And so the phrase, "It is said he has been locked in there ever since," comes along. The combination of all these factors which cast doubt on the identity of the man in the watchtower leads us to believe that while Havel may have originally been locked in, now there is a faithful follower of Havel taking his place. Rather like the plot of the man in the Iron Mask, a different man has been locked up inside. Except this time, it is benevolent. It could even not be a follower of Havel's, but an enemy of Havel placed there as vengeance. Our bet is on a warrior of Havel's, doing his duty, staunchly showing his faith to his master throughout the endless years, never flinching, never retreating. It is stated that undead are afraid of fire, yet the man in the watchtower returns to his place, looks up, and stares at the torch. Hardly the behaviour of a typical undead. He looks instead like a man who strives to do his duty. So, other than rumour, where is the evidence of this escape plot? First is the collateral damage that may have been left behind. There is what is likely the corpse of Faris, his great bow left in a prime position to give covering fire during escape. A secretive bonfire mined in a tunnel gives access to replenishing Estus, and further down the tunnel, a lift to the Valley of the Drakes, which in turn gives access to New Londo and all the rogues that reside there. It also gives access to Blighttown and its entrance to Ash Lake. Similarly, there is a corpse which possesses the Grass Crest shield, which we have already shown is likely to be linked to the rebels. The Black Knight once again is involved. And the armour of Faris, who it should be pointed out is found in a Dark Chasm of Old in Dark Souls 2, alongside many other rebellious figures such as Havel, is worn by one of the followers of Alvina's Covenant. Dusk is also captured by a crystal golem, and we have reason to believe that she may have been involved with the plot against the gods as well. At least, there is evidence of Ulaseel's involvement. And finally, the evidence that a plot was carried off, the corpses of which litter the entrance to Nito's domain, would imply a time difference between the events of the Battle of the Rebels in Darkroot and the Battle of the Rebels in Nito's domain. There cannot be a raging battle in Darkroot at the same time when the same members are rebelling against the gods. Therefore, the battles must have been at different times, and we believe the rebels would rescue Havel, who was perhaps their leader, before launching the full assault against the gods. Andre also states that there is a divine blacksmith in Darkroot. However, this blacksmith is dead. This would imply that Andre either has not been into Darkroot in some time, or that both the plots and the escape of Havel are fairly recent events. Perhaps this divine blacksmith was also involved, incurring Seath's wrath here as well. After all, some divine blacksmith gone to the dark side had to work with occult weapons to provide them for the rebels, and no living blacksmith knows of the occult ember. Of course, there is the dead blacksmith in the Painted World as well. And who betrayed them in the first place? We believe, though it is a speculative guess, that Ricard may have been responsible for the betrayal against the rebels, ratting out the planned plot against the gods. There are a few reasons for this idea. First of all, he is undead, and this undeath may have led him to the likes of Havel and the fellow Dragon Covenant members. It is interesting to note that Velka is specifically described as heretical in the Japanese. Ricard is guarding a rare ring of sacrifice from Velka, in addition to a divine blessing. Therefore, we wonder if Ricard was a double agent, playing both sides of the field. Why else would the daughter of Gwyn, or perhaps the illusion of Guinevere, which is far more likely given the timeline, reward him? He may have betrayed his friends for a goddess that left long ago, and merely ratted them out to a sad Gwyndolin. Perhaps Ricard is now hiding out, as the crestfallen merchant does not include him in the list of those who have failed in Sens. Perhaps it is neither safe for him above or below, where the betrayed and surviving conspirators wish their revenge upon him. So now the rebels have Havel, who may be the leader. At some point, the conspirators make their way down into Ash Lake. To access Ash Lake, one first has to traverse two hidden walls. If we remember Dusk's dialogue, we are told quite clearly that the magic of Ulaseel relates to changing the environment. It is not so obsessed with oneself, or the caster of the spell. Hidden walls then would be a typical example. Rather interestingly, just as we find various hidden walls in Ulaseel, a hidden wall is used in a fireplace in Anor Londo to hide Havel's gear, and two hidden walls have been made to hide Ash Lake. Once again, the patterns keep cropping up. Hidden walls seem to be largely the domain of not only Ulaseel, but of plotters against the gods. Knowing what we know now, let us re-enter Ash Lake and keep our wits about us. There is the ring, the Chloranthy ring, but well before that there are other things that should catch our attention. One, which many people take advantage of in New Game Plus and so on, are the respawning crystal lizards. One must remember that these crystal lizards have been peeled from their slab and received a special power. Did they receive it from the nameless blacksmith deity? What is certain is that the highest concentration of crystal lizards is in the Great Hollow. In addition, at the base of Ash Lake are clam enemies, who also have the potential to drop Twinkling Titanite. We must remember for the rest of the video that shellfish are generally bottom feeders, the equivalent of water scavengers. These clams did not produce the Twinkling Titanite they have consumed, and perhaps rather like a pearl being formed around a grain of sand that could not be cleared out, this piece of Titanite was an irritating meal that could not be flushed out. This concept of a foreign body being eaten by clams will be relevant later. Also in the Great Hollow are mushrooms, giant mushrooms just like Elizabeth. We've already mentioned the likely collusion of some members of Ulaseel in the plot against the gods, and perhaps these mushrooms are not the dumb creatures we take them for. Finally, there are the cursing lizards, the same ones we find in the depths. Were both sets sent down to punish those plotting against the gods, or is their original habitat the Great Hollow? It is difficult to tell. Once again, however, there is evidence that someone has been here other than the worshippers of dragons. Seath has clams in his crystal caves, which are separated from Ash Lake by a huge geographical distance and are very different environments for the clams to live in, with the lake being far more likely since they are obviously water-based. In addition, the Hydra and the clams appear to live symbiotically in Ash Lake, with the clams burrowing into the sand to avoid the Hydra's water breath when it aggroes on intruders. Finally, we have a Hydra, a bonfire, a skull, and a dragon. The bonfires are made of a sword plunged in fire. The Great Hollow is littered with twinkling titanite that has to be peeled from a titanite slab. Slabs are heirlooms passed down from the blacksmith deity since his death. The Dragon Covenant, which was joined by the Firstborn Son, likely came down to Ash Lake, the same Firstborn Son who has demon titanite by his bedside. Close by the Firstborn Son's bedroom is one of the strongest titanite demons in the game. The Firstborn Son had respect only for arms. Perhaps he also had a great respect for the king among weapon craftsmen, the nameless blacksmith deity. There is one thing that certainly links them. They are the only two deities who are nameless. The nameless Firstborn Son fraternized with the Dragon Covenant. Perhaps the nameless blacksmith deity also fraternized with the Dragonland. Are all these close ties merely coincidence? The threads that link the nameless blacksmith deity to the Firstborn Son, the links with the nameless blacksmith deity to the Great Hollow, and all the little pointers, lead us to believe that the skull in Ash Lake is the head of the nameless blacksmith deity. The rune on a titanite chunk translates as yew tree, which in Norse mythology are the trees which hold up the earth and the heavens. If therefore titanite comes from arch trees, perhaps the nameless blacksmith deity would have to harvest slabs himself. Also, after he passes, what happens? From several slabs great beasts arise. Intimately connected with the blacksmith, the slabs being his heirlooms, perhaps the demons are in some manner related to him as well. Remember the choice of word, demon. One of the fears of fighting titanite demons is the range of their weapons, that they can use ranged attacks. But what form of ranged attacks? They can fire lightning. The only individuals capable of lightning are Gwyn or those intimately connected with him. This would again support the idea that the nameless blacksmith deity is related to Gwyn. Next, the shape of the weapon is remarkably similar to the tongs a blacksmith would have to use to take metal or weapons out of the forge. Next is the fact that the demons are crippled. One leg is dragged lamely across the floor as we fight them. This makes us think of the Greek god of smithing, Hephaestus. Hephaestus was also a cripple, a muscular blacksmith depicted with a crippled leg, hunched over with his tongs. Hephaestus was thrown out of Olympus at birth as he was shriveled of foot. He was often depicted with his feet backwards or with damaged legs. If the nameless blacksmith deity is in some way represented by the titanite demons, then he may have also been lame of leg. Also, the nameless blacksmith deity made and fixed the weapons of the gods. And what does demon titanite do? It is used to reinforce the weapons of the gods. The connections between the demons as having a design which likely correlates in some aspects to the nameless blacksmith deity is building. And finally, what is the other disfigurement which ails the titanite demons? There is a head without a body at the bottom of Ash Lake, and the demons that arise from the slabs are all described as faceless. A clean slice to the neck displays runes but no head. The titanite demon is faceless, and the skull in Ash Lake is bodiless. All of the living giants that we see have their faces covered. Perhaps at the bottom of Ash Lake is the uncovered skull of the giant nameless blacksmith deity. Also, listen to the description of the crystal ember. The crystal ember created by Seath the Scaleless, handled only by the giant gods blacksmiths. The interpretation of grammar here becomes very important. We cannot take it too literally because it could be a typo, but let's break it down. The giant gods blacksmiths. First of all, blacksmiths is plural, meaning unambiguously more than one. So, we must then move to the apostrophe. Gods. The apostrophe here means possession. i.e. the blacksmiths are possessed by the god, and it is God, singular. The grammar required if the blacksmiths were owned by plural gods would be gods blacksmiths, with the apostrophe after the s. Therefore, the only ambiguity left is to what noun giant applies. Does giant apply to the noun god, as in a giant god who has blacksmiths? Or does giant apply to blacksmiths, as in the giant blacksmiths of a single god? Common sense would argue that the placing would apply to God, as otherwise you would say the god's giant blacksmiths. Therefore, we would argue that if this is not a grammar mistake, the god of all the blacksmiths, likely referring to all blacksmiths who work in Lordran, is a giant. Even if the meaning is taken that all of the god's blacksmiths are giants, would it not be terribly likely that this god was a giant too? Next is the Chloranthy ring, bearing his enigmatic symbol and of ancient origin. Additionally, the Prism Stone item, arguably most useful in the Great Hollow, if exchanged with Snuggly, gives us none other than a demon Titanite. We will flesh out more of Snuggly later, and how her item trades are certainly not coincidence. The deity's namelessness does imply a similar fate to the firstborn son, but we cannot be sure. Either way, what we do believe is that his death precedes the presence of the stone dragon found in Ash Lake. If we once again take Hephaestus as the analogy, we learn that Hephaestus was married to Aphrodite, the troublesome goddess of love. It is well known that she was not especially attracted to her husband, and that she cheated on him habitually with other gods, most of whom had wives themselves. Could it be that the nameless blacksmith deity had the misfortune of being married to the troublesome Fina? Could also have Fina's alliance with Xanthus King Jeremiah hurt the nameless blacksmith deity as much as it did the Witch of Izalith? Perhaps the two wronged lovers found care in each other's arms, the Witch of Izalith and the nameless blacksmith deity finding each other out of hardship. Let us look at the locations of our Titanite demons. There are a great abundance of them at the base of Sen's fortress. Sen, interestingly, is a surname found in the east of the Indian subcontinent, derived from the Sanskrit word for army. This supports our idea that Sen's fortress, long before its usage very recently as an undead challenge, was a soldier's training ground. In Japanese it also means 1000, and interestingly, in Vietnam it means lotus flower. But the Titanite demons themselves are a challenge to explain. With the dozens and dozens of armours littered about the fortress, it is not unfeasible a great deal of smithing occurred here as well. Weapons and armour would break during the extensive practice that soldiers had to go through. Therefore, the slabs left behind from this smithing would have given rise to a number of demons. This is one idea. Another Titanite demon is before the entrance to Darkroot Garden. This is presumably evidence that perhaps Andre had a slab before we ever give him one. There is one outside of Nito's domain, which is once again an extremely peculiar position. Given that it's close to the Tomb of Giants, perhaps one of the nameless blacksmith deity's kin held onto a slab. And again, the location being close to a blacksmith, in this case Vamos, is again a pattern upheld with the previous location of the demon next to Andre. Now we get into the far more interesting locations. One is deep within Anor Londo, incredibly near the firstborn son's room. This is an incredibly strong Titanite demon. It is as though the residual elements of the nameless blacksmith deity's soul retain some resonance with places he was connected to. And the next is the only Titanite demon in the game that respawned, which squats almost in the centre of Izalith, just at the end of the route taken by the Covenant of Chaos. It sits as if it's guarding Izalith from someone who may have been close to her, perhaps the suspicious Quelana, or even the returning Jeremiah. It would seem that the true soul of the nameless blacksmith deity, and at least his most prized heirloom, resides within Izalith. How interesting also, as we mentioned before, that once he passes, demons arise. Not ghosts or embodiments, but demons. How fitting, if indeed there was a love affair, kindled by the violent mutual betrayal of their partners, that this connection is shown in-game by this violent Titanite demon. Furthermore, the youngest of Izalith's children, the Ceaseless Discharge, could begin to make more sense. If the smaller daughters are the offspring of Jeremiah, and then once the nameless blacksmith deity and Izalith are betrayed, the two of them have Ceaseless, the size of Ceaseless is more explainable, and the skull in Ash Lake more comparable to him than most others. In addition, beyond the Titanite demons and the slabs found in Izalith, the Stray demon, likely a rather powerful demon, perhaps trapped to do a certain service for Izalith, as the placement is more a mystery than most realise, carries a slab, an heirloom of the nameless blacksmith deity carried by a demon. The connections of the nameless blacksmith deity to Izalith seem stronger and stronger, and yet it goes further. The firstborn son holds a piece of demon titanite in a chest by his bed, and has pictures of Izalith in his room. There are sunlight medals, the symbol of the firstborn son dropped by chaos bugs down below. And there are also 2 divine blessings. These divine blessings, added to the fact that Guinevere ran away with the flame god Flann, who must surely be closer in relation to Izalith than those who occupy Laudren, pushes connections yet further to the land of Izalith. More and more, it seems as if the children of Gwyn have sided with Izalith, and perhaps so too did the nameless blacksmith deity. Given the red titanite chunk can reinforce chaos weapons, this certainly means that he passed after the chaos flame was created. Indeed, his connection with the realm of Izalith may be older than even that. The flower image can be found deep within Izalith, so perhaps this master architect and stonemason worked to build up Izalith as well as Laudren. Crystal lizards hold twinkling titanite, which has to be peeled from a slab. Aside from that, many of the crystal lizards in the Hollow also carry some likelihood of dropping a titanite slab, slabs being owned by the nameless blacksmith deity and after his death became heirlooms. Rather bizarre to pass to lizard creatures if he didn't pass in the vicinity. If he were to have died here, then this form of abundance would be expected, however. Additionally, we have argued before that the items traded by Snuggly are anything but random. The Great Hollow is one of the few places that prism stones are of true value. And what do we get from Snuggly when we trade in a prism stone? Demon Titanite, the form of titanite that arose on the death of the nameless blacksmith deity. But why did he die? Perhaps it was his time, mere old age. Perhaps, being a giant, he was a relation of Smough, further explaining the remarkable armour Smough wears. Smough is said in the Japanese to have ground the flesh and bones of his victims, this being an idiom for relatives. Perhaps this is a vague allusion to the death of the deity and to the absence of his bones in Ash Lake. Now for a bit of a breather from this marathon video. For this, we will look at some interesting lore speculation and potential depth, and also then provide you with a mystery we cannot begin to figure out. Snuggly, that cute little crow. As random as one might think, we think not. While there is plenty of speculation here, it does seem to be non-random to an extent. Let us look at some of Snuggly's items in the light of the lore insights that we have achieved. The first is Bloodred Moss Clump, Purple Moss Clump, and Blooming Purple Moss Clump. These are traded with Snuggly for Twinkling Titanite, and 2 Twinkling Titanites respectively. Now, this could be entirely random, but considering Dung Pie also gives Demon Titanite, implying the blacksmith deity's death, it could be implying that the poisonous traversal to Ash Lake may have killed him, or that his cause of death was poisoning. Next is the cracked red eye orb for a purging stone. This, along with the bite ring in New Londo, leads us to believe that Arstor the Earl of Kareem was a Darkwraith. The egg vermifuge gives a dragon scale. Once again, the connections between the base of Blighttown and Ash Lake and its dragons is very interesting. The pendant is a souvenir of reprisal. Rhea holds a pendant, and we will get to that in a moment. And what do we get for the Prism Stone? As we have already mentioned, Demon Titanite, the symbol of the dead blacksmith deity. Pyromancy Flame yields from Snuggly a red titanite chunk, a fairly obvious connection, but interestingly dates the demise, as we already knew, of the giant blacksmith deity as coming before the fighting of Izalith with Gwyn, as the blacksmith of the gods would not be working with their sworn enemies. The ascended Pyromancy Flame shows the same, as well as yielding a slab, an heirloom, which is interesting. Rubbish yields a titanite chunk, which is rather peculiar. Ring of the Sun Princess, a double divine blessing. A fairly obvious connection. What is interesting is this very much seems as though it is a reward from the goddess Guinevere herself. It is not a reward of Velka's. One can speculate if therefore Guinevere is on good terms with Velka, who will return her ring later. Perhaps the twin rewards of Ricard do not imply double dealing, but that Guinevere, the true Guinevere, and Velka have aligned interests. The sack is the mystery, which we'll get to in a moment. The Skull Lantern and the Ring of Fog is a peculiar one which we can't explain. The Soul of Manus and the Pursuer's item is obvious. The Sunlight Maggot and the Old Witch's Ring is remarkably interesting, and a clear connection. The Sunlight Medal receiving a white Titanite chunk also makes sense. Twin Humanities are the raw ingredients for a rare Ring of Sacrifice, a double sacrifice required for such an effect. The Xanthus Crown and the Ring of Favour and Protection likely shows a connection, as we have previously argued, between Xanthus King Jeremiah and Fina, the troublesome goddess. All this is quite compelling support for a pre-planned and lore-connected arrangement of Snuggly's items. And now for the one we missed. First we have to pose the mystery. There is one corpse amongst all the rest in Dark Souls which grabs our attention. Of all the undead bodies, this one is the most peculiar to us. It is one of many corpses in its area, one of many, and yet it is unique. Perhaps the needle in a haystack of bodies. We find it when we are disoriented and confused. Thrown into this new world, we are unlikely to have a great deal of lore in our heads. Upon arriving in the Undead Asylum, we first want to learn the mechanics and escape, but almost in the first 30 seconds of gameplay, there is something odd. Most notice, with fear, the hulking demon off to our right, but what on earth is it doing there? Locked up, sitting on a mountain of corpses that perhaps, if they are undead, have died many times. It may be the perfect punishment for an undead, to die at this demon's hands over and over. Of course, it is likely in the interests of the demons, as the demons' locations are largely related to the intentions of the surviving culture of Izalith. However, it is the dying prisoners that interest us. They are all uniform and horrific in appearance. Indeed, they do not differ from any other hollows we find in-game. Except one. One, in a daring and almost successful escape, has been killed just on the cusp of potential freedom. Bars bend outwards from the impact of the crushing killing blow the demon delivered, and this one body lies strewn over these bars. However, there is one peculiarity. Over the face of this seemingly irrelevant hollow, of this corpse that seems to be merely placed to set the tone of the asylum, is a sack. A sack, hiding the face of a nameless hollow. Sacks in-game have an interesting role. Indeed, it would seem that sacks are only worn by women. The wearers of other sacks in-game are Man-Eater Mildred and the Butchers. In the former case it may be shame, and in the latter case it is also used by the developers to hide the enemy's gender. But in general, it is to do with the concealing of some aspect of identity. It is therefore interesting that this corpse holds a sack, as though someone wished to hide the identity of the hollow, or that the hollow wanted to hide their own identity. Who could this be? Could it be one of the plotters against the gods? Could it be some enemy of the demons? Could it be Velka herself, with her minion waiting outside to collect her after her escape? Who is to know? But the identity of this hollow is very compelling. What is the most curious aspect of this sack, if indeed it was an accidental garment or design and nothing more, is the choice of Snuggly of what to return upon the gift of the sack. The curious item that Snuggly gives you on receipt of the sack is the Demon's Great Hammer. The Demon's Great Hammer. Such a worthless item as the sack yields such a great reward, and it is a pair of demons that seem to guard this unique hollow. If anyone is capable of explaining it, then they get the reward of another of the numerous mysteries still in Dark Souls. Now let us get onto another pillar of this mystery, the enigma at the centre of so much lore, Seath. It is a requirement with Seath to be as thorough as possible. This means going with the earliest information we have. Therefore, we must look at the introduction again. We are told that Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, yet it has been much debated what emotion grips Seath in the introduction. He sits atop a pile of his kin's corpses. Considering he betrayed them, one cannot help but feel that the emotion is a negative one. Perhaps it's a strong grief, or perhaps it's a strong frustration. One does not intuitively feel that it's a victory cry. We do not feel as though he is celebrating overcoming them. Also, an interesting aspect of this moment is that he is crushing something in his hand. The overwhelming obsession of Seath is immortality. He pillages the primordial crystal from the dragons, devotes great time and study into further understanding of crystals, and, as we will endeavour to show, strives to develop and understand true immortality. the form which was possessed by the dragons. It is said throughout Dark Souls that Seath developed a form of madness, largely focusing around his obsession with capturing maidens. However, occasionally, what can seem like madness on the outside can have a lot of reason. Sometimes an individual knows what he is doing. Certainly, Seath's plots and machinations would be private, and as such, the general rumours of Anor Londo or Laudren would not be privy to his true intentions. Consider the description of the Cage Key. This perfectly demonstrates how the activities of Seath themselves, let alone the intentions behind them, are very opaque. The description states, if a hapless adventurer becomes fatigued during an imprudent attempt to overcome the fortress, the Serpent Men will not kill him, but lock him up in a lonely cage. Eventually, unless they have forgotten, they drag the victim off to who knows where. As we find out later, the Serpent Men are lackeys of Seath. Therefore, the victim will be dragged off to Seath's archives. Logan himself takes advantage of the situation. Is it really likely that Logan was fatigued at so early a point in the fortress? Or is it likely he aims to reach Seath's and his stores of knowledge without all the risk that is entailed by facing the Iron Golem and the other risks along the way? Later, we find him locked in Seath's domain again. Perhaps he has used a similar tactic. Therefore, we can assume that the general public, and a great deal of item descriptions, are not aware of what Seath is up to. We shall take this tone going forward. Let us start with our position on Seath and then begin to flesh it out. We believe that Seath betrayed the dragons for one overwhelming reason: immortality. Intending on some technique, he expected to be able to utilize the scales of the dragons for himself and achieve immortality. What his planned methods were are difficult to say. What he intended to do once achieving his objective is also difficult to say. Once he acquired the immortality, would he slaughter the gods and the humans and thus become ruler of the world? Or was it merely survival? If considered carefully, one is forced to accept that Seath had a time limit. No other dragons are going to die. Seath is inevitably going to die. He is forced to take drastic action as his time is running out. He cannot attain immortality from the destruction of Gwyn, or indeed the destruction of any party, other than the dragons. So Seath takes a risk. We believe his intention involves robbing the scales of the dragons after the war, and the emotion we see in the introduction sequence is one of intense disappointment, of rage, of frustration, of an undoable action. Once peeled, the scales seem worthless. He crumbles some to dust. He has not only betrayed his brethren, but the payoff evaporated. Fortunately, there was a silver lining. He pillaged the primordial crystal from the dragons. Using this, he manages to survive until we defeat him. However, as we discover, despite his placing of the crystal in the deepest part of the crystal caves, guarded by all manner of beasts and invisible bridges, moonlight butterflies and crystal golems, we are able to destroy it in a moment. However well one guards it, it is an inherently fragile thing. However, if he could only achieve the scales of immortality, combined with the removal of Gwyn, with the firstborn son being outcast, perhaps having failed to receive his inheritance of the Sunlight Spear, and indeed the absence of all the powerful gods, all this combined would make him a fairly indisputable king of Laudren, and likely far beyond. Therefore, we believe that most of Seath's actions revolve around immortality. However, these of course occur in several forms. He is interested in crystals and their properties. Perhaps in similar fashion, as special titanite resolves into crystal lizards, it could be that crystals help with bonding and absorption. After all, it is stated that crystals are very linked to the nature of souls. However, there is one route which we believe he pursues doggedly since the time of his betrayal. This is the pursuit of the scales of immortality. While in the introduction we believe we see his great disappointment at the impotence of the harvested scales, we must remember that many dragons still survive. As time goes on, however, the numbers dwindle. What is certain is that due to Seath's lack of scales, he does at least require a dragon or dragons possessing them for either experimentation, grafting, or any other type of scale-based research. Now let us look into Seath's activities with a bit more care. Contrary to the general consensus, we believe that Seath's activities are incredibly rational. As Seath doesn't actively engage, but rather has minions to carry out his dirty work, it is to them that we have to look. First and foremost amongst them are the Channelers. Having 6 eyes that apparently compensate for Seath's lack of sight, they traverse Laudren carrying out Seath's demands, and these demands are ongoing. Just consider the disappearance of Rhea in late game. who is ferried directly to the archives. Therefore, we must assume that their duties haven't ceased, and therefore their placements in the rest of the game are not random. With this in mind, the placement of a channeler deep in the depths, a place of rebels and outcasts, full of poison and danger, has to be questioned. Near a number of rats is a channeler seemingly on its own and without purpose. Only when we fight the gaping dragon is its apparent purpose revealed. The channeler proceeds not only to attack us, but to buff the dragon. The fight is made immensely easier by killing the channeler before attacking the dragon. Why would a channeler, a minion of Seath, be concerned with an aged, vomiting dragon? The Dragon King Greataxe states that the Gaping Dragon is a distant, deformed descendant of the ancient dragons. However, in the Designworks interview and in the Japanese, it hints instead that he was an ancient dragon, and that it was the emergence of hunger, coming along with all the other disparities, that caused his shape to morph like this. At first we questioned if it was indeed a he, due to the vaginal imagery and the vague impression from its distended backbelly of pregnancy. While it does appear that both in the Designworks interviews and item descriptions the Gaping Dragon is described as he, this wrong idea still helped us hit upon future insights. Whether he is a distant descendant or merely morphed to be distant to what he once was, if one was intent on the discovery of the scales of immortality, a creature which may be the genetically closest living being to the ancient dragons other than Seath would certainly be worth keeping alive. Therefore, the channelers keep watch and attempt to preserve this creature. Bear in mind that the Gaping Dragon is actually in rather a safe place. To get up from Blighttown is difficult and indeed impossible without the key, and to get down through the depths is similarly a challenge. An interesting puzzle is where the Gaping Dragon comes up from. As we can go to Blighttown before the depths, it is obvious that he is not, visibly at least, in Blighttown. One wonders if he may be coming up from the deeper depths, the depths of the world, where water runs to, of what Ash Lake is just a tiny part of. So we have some of what Seath intends, the preservation of all dragons who possess a degree of similarity with the ancient dragons. At this point it's important to note that one of these includes Seath himself. Seath is an ancient dragon, he is just albino. According to the bequeathed Lord Soul Shard, he is an albino dragon. Apparently in dragons this manifests in a skin issue that is a lack of scales. One aspect of albino effects is a lack of sight. However, this is rarely full blindness, just some degree of vision impairment. We believe it is more likely that Seath is partially sighted, although likely to a high degree of impairment. Therefore, as the channelers help Seath's lack of sight, it could be said that this lack of sight is from the albino trait of Seath. It may not be that Seath is entirely blind, only partially sighted. Also, and this is important, an albino parent does not necessarily produce albino offspring. We move closer to the solution now. Another close to dragon creature is Priscilla, who is supposedly half dragon. She looks to have some scales, perhaps on her forehead, but she was locked up by the lords and was also in our opinion feared by Seath. And finally we have the stone dragon in Ash Lake, which at least to the eye is the closest to the ancient dragons. Ignoring some aspects such as size and the item description of the dragon greatsword, which states that the stone dragon is a descendant of the ancient dragons, one would be tempted to say that it is an ancient dragon, but this makes it clear that it is no such survivor. Note that it does not say distant descendant. We must remember that distance in descendants is not related to time, but to lineage. This means, purely as an example, if you are the son of Adam and Eve who happens to live for over 1,000 years, you are not a distant descendant of Adam and Eve in the later stages of your life. However, if the separation is many generations, perhaps spanning under 500 years, you may then be called a distant descendant. Distance in descendancy relates to intervening generations, not time. Superficially, the channeler's protection of the Gaping Dragon leads us to realize Seath's concern with the dragons, and again, on the surface level, it appears that the evidence of the Hydra in the lake and near the location of many crystal golems, including Dusk, a captured maiden, implies that Seath may be involved with the stone dragon too. And we again find Ash Lake creatures, most specifically the clams, deep in the crystal caves. However, it is Seath himself who strikes us as the most compelling dragon to look at first. What is Seath up to exactly, other than his quite understandable research into crystals? The most notorious of his activities, and that for which he was called mad, was the kidnapping of maidens. Even to the present moment he seems to be carrying it out, though not to any great extent. We only see it in action with Rhea, who may in fact be a person of interest to Seath. There still reside some Pisaka, some of whom were presumably Guinevere's maidens, at the foot of the archives. The Giant Tower cell key states, "The giant cell once imprisoned countless maidens, but is now empty, save for a few key persons. They struggle to uphold their sanity as the horde of mistakes writhe at a fearfully close proximity." So there is shown how countless maidens used to reside there. What is also interesting is that the number has dwindled and that mistakes writhe there. This could imply something. Mistakes are writhing there, but perhaps there were not only mistakes. Perhaps there were some successes. The number would therefore naturally dwindle if there were no need for more maidens. Another vital aspect of the nature of the maidens, if they are merely worthless failed experiments, is the behavior of the lizard men on the moment of your entrance. They do not attack you in the slightest, but merely run up the stairs and to the top of the ladder. Note that the ladder is something the Pisaka cannot get up. Now, the Pisaka are not especially challenging enemies, unlikely to cause death, but what is very likely, at least in our experience, is that a first-time encounter will cause you to get grabbed and spiked. So, it seems as though the lizard men are intending to preserve the Pisaka, but at the same time are not especially concerned with you. Let us also look at Priscilla. She resides in a painting not a few minutes gameplay away from Seath. If she is supposed to be the end result of his experiments, then why would he not experiment on her, or use her for whatever ends he intended? As the gods have locked her up indefinitely, one could presume the gods don't much care for her quality of life, and would be happy for Seath to do what he wishes. Instead, Seath seems entirely unconcerned with the capture of Priscilla. The painting guardians are hardly a force to be reckoned with for someone like Seath. The channelers are remarkably strong, and he also has many crystal soldiers who pack a punch. For living so close to a largely empty Anolondo, he seems to do very little to breach the painting's defences. We believe this is because Seath is concerned with the full dragon, not a half-dragon. Indeed, he may be far more aware of Priscilla's existence than we might expect. Let us look closely at this for a moment, and perhaps some things will come together. Seath is obsessed with immortality, and is likely working on the attainment of the scales of immortality. Due to his albino nature, he is scaleless. The albino condition is extremely unlikely to pass down to an offspring if only one parent is albino. The gaping dragon is also male. Maidens, presumably often of the church, were captured in great number, as Seath became obsessed with maidens during his madness. There are still some there at present. The lizards seem to be trained to not harm the Pisaka, as though they are some objects of value or of potential value. Priscilla resides nearby, apparently not interesting Seath in the slightest. A maiden is defined as an unmarried girl or young woman, or a virgin. A small, nested, feathery dragon is at the bottom of Ash Lake, with ample evidence that Seath or his minions have been down there. We find ourselves reaching the inevitable conclusion that Seath is concerned with the creation of a full dragon, not a half-dragon at all. Through some means he attempted to take human women and morph them into a dragon or dragon-like creature. Their serpent-like appearance caused them to be imperfect, but if they could be dragon-like enough to take his genetic information, it may be possible to create a full dragon. However, there was a mistake. Priscilla. Seath captured maidens not out of irrational obsession, but because he wanted to ensure that they were not pregnant, and a virgin cannot be pregnant. But one woman evidently had a lover out of wedlock, and was pregnant with an illegitimate child, one that will be born out of wedlock, or commonly known as a bastard child. Enduring the horrific experimentation of Seath, the scaleless dragon may have had his first success. However, it was only due to the pre-existing pregnancy. Much like the corruption of Guts and Casca's child in Berserk, the dragon influence of Seath welded semi-successfully, changing the nature of the child. Priscilla was the result. Bastardy or illegitimacy may be a reference to royalty or godhood, as the word is often used to describe the sons and daughters of such people who are not entitled to inheritance. But now it could simply mean that because it was out of wedlock, Seath was caught unawares and went ahead with his experiments. Indeed, the peculiar doll is just as likely to be owned by the mother of Priscilla as Priscilla herself. After Seath's experiments, she is likely to have been an abomination. Also, one must take note of the fact that at no point does the item description put an age or age range on the owner of the doll. The community has simply assumed it was owned by a child due to the fact it's a doll. Who knows? Priscilla's pale nature may be from growing up in a cold and lonely world, lacking in light. Indeed, there is no recognition of the peculiar doll by Priscilla, and it is unlikely her childhood would have had a place for such things as dolls. And if the peculiar doll does indeed refer to Priscilla, then the reason she would have no place in this world is because even her own creator didn't want her, as she represented a dangerous mistake. The rest of the world didn't want her either, fearing her abilities and her closeness to dragons. If she had had a purpose, and had been created deliberately and not by accident, then she certainly would have had a place. Indeed, Seath is just as afraid of Priscilla as the gods. Her capacity for life hunt and her potential superiority to Seath certainly would not have put a smile on his bony face. He was quite happy to deliver her up and lock her away. What if a creature such as Priscilla was able to wield not only life hunt, but use humanity's weapons in addition to the natural gifts of the dragons? If Seath had ambitions for ruling the future, he would want to seal her away. Destroying her may be foolish, after all, she is genetically unique, but firm quarantining is vital. However, what immediately becomes vitally important, now there is one of Priscilla's kind, is that there are never two. If two such creatures arose, then they could have children, and chaos would arise in Seath's planned world. Here, he becomes far more obsessed with maidens, and makes an especial focus on religious maidens. Guinevere's maidens, for example, may have been sent to convents at a young age. As Seath cannot risk a similar mistake, he cannot take much risk, and develops an obsession for this type of young woman, who have been overseen by an organization and thus have an extremely low likelihood of being pregnant. Finally, we believe Seath may have been successful in his ultimate goal. The number of maidens he experiments on drops drastically. He evidently has been in Ash Lake, and the stone dragon is not only a descendant of the ancient dragons, but looks like a youth. It still has a smallish head-to-body ratio, still has feathers and young partial fluff, and most importantly, it sits right in the middle of a nest. All this doesn't seem by accident. It seems instead to hint at the concept that this is a relatively young dragon. Its infinite health also implies it was successful in acquiring the scales of immortality at birth. We also believe the dragon is female, as it is near a bonfire, and it is a bonfire with 10 Estus uses. Classic evidence of a firekeeper bonfire. Firekeepers seem to be exclusively female. Even the proximity to a bonfire and the naming of the bonfire as Stone Dragon Bonfire is another signal. If so, Seath now has a direct and natural line into the rebirth of the dragon race, with him as the patriarch. This could explain the reason for the continued survival of the stone dragon. It has not yet been harvested of scales. It would be a very foolish thing after so much work, with what is perhaps the singular success of all his experiments, simply to kill and harvest this single creature, with so many potential dragons that can be created down the line. The fact that the Lord Vessel can be used to warp to this bonfire means it could be possible that Gwyndolin knows about the bonfire. Could then the elimination of Seath, surely an arbitrary thing for such a currently inactive dragon, be more about the elimination of one of a male-female pair, thus ensuring the dragons do not revive? However, one first has to find the bonfire before you can warp there. Perhaps Havel made it warpable, but it was only he and a few chosen others who both had the power to warp and knew of its location. This may even put Seath's success at a later point than even the Rebellion or the Dragon Covenant. Certainly, we do not find corpses or items anywhere near the stone dragon herself. Then again, the Japanese description of the dragon headstone states that the art of the transcenders who are trying to get closer to the ancient dragon, praying to it. Living is a weakness. Even the gods who are persons of fire are no exception. The goal of the Transcenders is apparently to be different from life, which implies that the stone dragon may have already been there. In addition, it again affirms the link between the rebels against the gods and the Dragon Covenant. Or what if, in an even more devious move, the dragon was delivered to the rebels and Dragon Covenant as if by accident? They proceed to take care of it and keep it safe, little knowing that they are doing a safekeeping job for Seath. What could be possible, and this is more speculation here, is that it could have been a happy escape. Consider the description of the Archive Tower extra key. It states that perhaps the Serpent Men were careless, for there are several keys scattered about which fit Archive Tower cells. Now, this is a very leading item description. The overwhelming impression is that they were not careless, and that it's a deliberate ploy to leave the keys. This would therefore imply that escape is a desired result. Combine this with the fact that the Serpent Men do not ever attack the Pisaka, and we have an interesting theory. It is that, for whatever reason, a direct dragon-to-human pregnancy is not possible, but a Pisaka, Called by the siren immediately once you escape, which, by the way, in and of itself makes our escape seem far less organic, considering it is discovered in an instance, almost as if they were waiting for us to do so, proceeds to act as a kind of parasite implanter and stabs the escapee in the abdomen. The escaping maiden is impregnated, or whatever one wishes to call it, and perhaps succeeds in killing the Pisaka or getting up the ladder. Unlike a maiden who knows she has been given a foreign body in her womb, who would either abort it if free, or perhaps attempt to kill herself in the prison to spite Seath, this maiden goes on to lead her usual life. If a pregnancy then arose, especially if she had since got married, she does not cancel it. Perhaps watched carefully by the channelers, the dragon child is stolen at the last moment. A wild theory, but certainly our wild escape seems too good to be true. Something is not entirely right. If this was a method that was carried out, what a devious one it would be, as a treasure of equal value to two enemies can be guarded by either. What if Havel ensured the safety and effective hiding of Seath's stone dragon against the eyes of the lords for him, only to have his plot and people destroyed, and Seath take back possession of the treasure? And finally, we turn back to Havel. The plot, some of its members, and the still resolving repercussions of all these schemes. Havel, whether he escaped the tower or not, has some unexplored aspects of his character. First of all, why does he hate Seath? It is with such a passionate intensity. If he was a leader of men, surely his hatred wouldn't extend to all dragons indiscriminately. Such a man could not be wise enough to inspire such faith in his followers. He was the sworn enemy of Seath. This is such a strong stance towards the creature that helped Gwyn win the war. And second, we shall look at the relationships of Havel, which are intimately connected with his relationship towards Seath. First, let us look at the location of his initial capture, an ingenious makeshift prison and surprise destruction of its entrance to capture the mighty Havel. There was a woman with him, dragged to the location we find her loot later, still guarded by her Black Knight assailant. A fellow conspirator for certain, but was she more than this? Presumably, with Bishop Havel's high position, if he was not tasked to be celibate as part of his faith, it is likely that he would have had a wife. This therefore makes it extremely likely that it was a mistress co-conspirator, or, less interestingly, just a co-conspirator. Now, Havel is in all likelihood the Bishop of Laurent caste. His wife, if he had one, would have likely been an arranged marriage, or one extremely suited to his high caste. We believe that if this was the case, it is highly unlikely she would be of a similar opinion to Havel, being of such high birth. Similarly, a husband and wife disappearing to an unknown location is far harder to achieve than merely Havel, a warrior, disappearing for a brief spell. Thirdly, this co-conspirator has the blue tearstone ring, which is from Katarina, and it is unlikely that Havel and his potential wife were from this region. We believe that this is not Havel's mistress or wife for several reasons. One is that it is someone else's mother and perhaps wife, and another reason is that Havel had a mistress elsewhere. So who is the dead corpse? We believe it is Siegmeyer's wife, or partner, the mother of Sieglind. She was part of the rebellion, as so too may have others in her family been. Her possession of the Tearstone ring, the only other ring of its kind, is also worn by Siegmeyer. This is already some evidence, but so too is the fact that Sieglind's mother is dead. The corpse is extremely close to the location of the plotters against the gods and Dragon Covenant worshippers, and, most vitally of all, the consequence of Sieglind's mother's last words to Siegmeyer. We shall get to her in a moment. Now for those Havel left behind. If he was a bishop and if he had a wife, presumably he may have had children. Or even if he didn't have children, no man is an island. He would have had relatives. We believe that Rhea is one such relative. First of all, she is from Tharaland, and Havel, if he is the bishop head of Laurent caste, was also a great royal of Tharaland. Certainly, Tharaland is the land of the Way of White, and Havel is a bishop of the Way of White at least. Let's look at why Rhea is likely a relative of Havel's, if not his daughter. We are told of Rhea that she is nothing without her family name. She seems to have been sent to be gotten rid of. Similarly, what if the quote, "she isn't worth her salt without her family name," does not mean that she is worthless in the general sense, and it is only her name which holds some protection over her, but that her family name is already mud? That because of Havel's involvement in the rebellion, his name and the name of his whole family has been put to shame. All those connected with him have fallen from grace. Considering this quote from Petrus is after you have already saved her, and presumably she could be returned to safety, it is highly likely that her name is already lost. Petrus is entirely confident of not having any comeuppance for his actions. This leads us to believe that her name is spoiled already, and she meanders up above without a home to return to. Rhea is also certainly royal, as Petrus says Your Highness in reference to her. This not only means that she is a high-up member of the Society of Thoroland, but that she is within the royal circles, which must be limited. She is also the youngest of the good house of Thoroland. The Bishop of Laurentius is one of the foremost royals. The distance is fairly close already. She is also a poor little purebred, according to Petrus. Is this not exactly the sort of thing to say about a daughter of the Guardian of Caste? When we attack her, she says, "Why on earth would you... Perhaps this is my punishment," as though there is some shame on her part. She feels as though she has something to atone for. Perhaps it is a general shame on her part of her family name, that Havel, so close to her, went against the faith and her community, leaving her to be disrespected. Finally, in her late dialogue, she says that she has lost all those who were close to me. Perhaps among those lost was her father, Havel, the royal bishop of Thoroland. Or maybe he is one lost, but perhaps not dead, or not confirmed dead, and she hurts all the more for this uncertainty. On her death, she says father, as though this is the person in her life she most cares for. And finally, the firm connection to Havel. Once we have earned her trust and saved her life, what does she sell? One of only 2 examples is a miracle of Havel. She sells you Magic Barrier, which is explicitly a miracle of Bishop Havel the Rock, one of only 2 in-game miracles that are explicitly his, the other being Great Magic Barrier found in Ash Lake. The connection is made all the more firm by this. What is an additional point is that it is only the Great Magic Barrier, presumably a later development, that the sworn enemy status of Seath is emphasized. Great Magic Barrier mentions how he was certain to devise means of counteraction. It is almost as though there has been a development in his magic and in the potential danger from Seath in the ensuing time since leaving Rhea. And remember the pendant? Rhea wears it, and in exchange for it you receive from Snuggly a souvenir of reprisal. If Gwyndolin cannot revenge himself on Havel for the plot against the gods, then upon his daughter revenge will have to be brought. After all, the sins of the father. So much for Rhea and Havel. Except one thing. Seath seems to take vindictive steps with Rhea, apparently mirroring Havel's hatred by stealing her away to the archives, and via some sort of harsh treatment quickly causes her to go hollow. Even if this is after Havel swore himself as an enemy to Seath, one can't help but be on Havel's side. But this may not be the first instance of Seath's injuries to Havel, and the initial injury may have been in just the same form. In the archives is something that most people disregard, a very rare kind of corpse. Most hollow corpses are very similar, other than being male or female. There are blacksmith corpses and various other kinds of enemy corpses, but generally they are quite consistent. Dead, practically naked, and aged, except for a couple of occasional variations. One of these variations is a far more alive form of the corpse. They appear occasionally and are fully clothed, and often in positions that are far more active than the fetal position of the majority. Without exception, the items on such corpses are interesting. In our quest for loot, we sometimes ignore the nuances of location and of the body that holds them. In mention after mention of Havel by the community, an item crops up, and in tutorial after item tutorial, its location is shown, and yet no real connection has been made. It is that, the white seance ring, the ring of the Bishop of Law and Caste, in all likelihood Havel the Rock, is held by the dead corpse of a maiden in the archives. What on earth is a man's ring, a bishop no less, doing in the hands of a lowly maiden? One has to presume that this ring was given to her. A lowly maiden being given a personal ring from the Bishop of Law and Caste is very peculiar. Indeed, we believe there must have been a reason for such favour. We believe this was Havel's mistress, transgressing not only from either his celibacy as a bishop or devotion to a wife, he also transgressed from his duty to uphold caste distinctions and involved himself with a low-born maiden. He even fell in love to the extent to give her his ring, a divine ring entrusted to him as the head bishop. one of the great royals fell in love with a low-born maiden. How long did this relationship last? We don't know. She certainly died long enough ago for the stairs or path to get to her to have moved. Perhaps this dates her death before the cogs at the base of the archives had been broken. It is likely the stairs rotated to the location of her resting place some time ago. What may be the case is that being a maiden, Seath inadvertently captured her, not knowing of her relationship to Havel the Rock. Having carried out some experiments, or perhaps simply having imprisoned her and been negligent, she died. This slaughter of a loved one of Havel's likely turned him against Seath, causing him to swear him as an eternal enemy. Perhaps it also caused Havel to realize what was happening within the archives and repulsed him. Not only was there a personal affliction, but it opened up the realities of Seath's experiments and increased his aversion to magic. Such is Havel, not quite so much of a rock, inert and unfeeling as we thought. Perhaps he was a man of passion, of family, of love. Now to the plot against the gods. We know it was remarkably recent, but there is a further set of connections which date it, as well as being interesting in and of themselves. But what was the plot against the gods? We know it was directed at Nito, who in some regard is intimately connected to the power of the gods as a whole. The evidence for this is the fact that there is a black knight near the entrance to Nito's domain, always evidence of anti-rebel defense. Second, and most importantly, is that of the effigy shield, which explicitly states that the followers of the occult attempted to steal the power of Nito, the first of the dead. Our belief that effigy refers to a real in-game character, and we argue it is Vamos, is backed up by the Japanese. In the Japanese version of the game, the shield is instead called a shield of a wicked god. This further reinforces that the image of the shouting face, kitted out with what looks like face tentacles, just like Vamos, is indeed the image of one of the plotters. Furthermore, the translation also states that the shield is sinister, and that the gang essentially gave everything they had in this attempt, and failed. There was hardly anything left of them after their failure, so damaging was the attempt. This is very interesting, as it implies that the deaths down in Ash Lake may have happened at the same time as the deaths up above, that it was in one final climax that the assault on Nito's domain was launched. Perhaps the betrayal that led to their discovery was just before their planned assault. Perhaps Ricard, rewarded and favoured by what he believed to be Guinevere, betrayed his other goddess, Velka, who had gifted him a rare ring of sacrifice. Or perhaps it was Eidas, captured and turned mad, who revealed it. What is certain is that they were surprised in their refuge, as there is evidence of Seath all around. All were either captured or killed, but perhaps some had time to climb the hollow of a different ancient tree, and in a last-ditch effort, attempt to steal the power of Lord Nito. Alas, the plot failed, but some surviving members were captured, and some evidence on the corpses adds more than only Havel to their number. One, and an extremely interesting one in terms of timeline mechanics, is the rebellious member of Kareem amongst them. The clams do not manufacture what they eat. They are scavengers, bottom feeders, and as well as the skulls within them, and the swallowed twinkling titanite, perhaps from the lizards they have swallowed up that arose from the body of the nameless blacksmith deity, they hold purging stones. Now, purging stones were invented by the Earl of Kareem, and they were also his secret treasures. We believe this places that devious member of the law as one of the plotters against the gods. This is almost necessity, due to the fact that the treasure was a secret. It does not state that he ever divulged it. It would therefore seem that it was his death that revealed the treasure. His death in the depths of Ash Lake, with his secret swallowed up by clams. And indeed, the stones are ash-coloured. It also wonderfully dates the plot against the gods. One cannot shop with any member of Kareem except to find a purging stone or a shotel. However, when we meet Chester, back in time, despite having a curse plastered on his face, which may or may not be taken literally, he does not sell a purging stone. He does not sell them despite needing it himself. If the curse is not to be taken literally, what is still glaringly lacking is either any bite rings or a shotel. The shotel was created by the Earl of Kareem as stated in its item description. This successfully places the plot against the gods once again after the fall of Ulasil. So, the Earl of Kareem was also among their ranks, and dates the plot as very late. What is also interesting is the distribution of his secret treasures. Not only does Oswald possess them, but the undead female merchant possesses them. They are even found in Seath's domain within the clans. Therefore, it is hardly so secret as it was before the Earl's death. If it was so secret, and the death was a controlled one, then surely the secret would have been passed down in a more controlled manner. Whereas, if it was lost on his person in a battle, the looters of a corpse would be far more likely to disperse it in a manner that would benefit them financially, leading to indiscriminate sale and spread of a previously secret object, which is what we see. Interestingly, we believe that the undead female merchant, if not actually one of the rebels, may have been down to Ash Lake. This is because to get there, it is required that you cross the poison swamp, and she sells a great deal in moss. She also holds prism stones, almost vital for going down the Great Hollow, homeward bones, dung pies, retrieved from the infested barbarians on the route to the poison swamp, and is the only retailer to have an unlimited supply of the secret ash-coloured treasure of Kareem, the Purging Stone. Even Oswald stocks a limited number, yet this devious madam somehow has an unlimited supply. Also, her mention that the gods are watching over us, as though they will punish us if we mistreat her, sounds like one who is a supporter of Velka, which the rebels were likely to have been. We believe that the great extent of hidden walls used by the rebels, in combination with the hidden walls deep within Anor Londo, which could only be reached and created by persons of importance, meant that Dusk was part of the plot against the gods. Captured in a crystal golem directly where the Hydra is, one wonders if she was the master of the Ulasil magic of the plot. What we find far more likely is that Sieglind was also captured. That's right, Sieglind. Captured. First is her name, directly taken from the Norse myths and the Volsung saga, about a man turning into a dragon. Siegmeyer's is also inspired from these characters' names. Second of all, she is also inside a crystal golem, of the infamous Seath variety. Then, at the moment she comes out of the golem, she says, "I don't know how I ended up in that crystal," with a pause, or a ... written in her dialogue subtitle. She then immediately manages to remember exactly what it was like in the crystal, and that she now desires to see her father. If she had been captured in the crystal garden we find her in, surrounded by golems, it would be obvious even if she had forgotten just where and how she came to be inside the crystal. Indeed, she manages to remember her reason for searching for her father just fine. It is instead precisely because of her desire for secrecy that she claims she does not remember, desiring to keep secret the fact of Ash Lake and its location. And what does she desire to tell Siegmeyer? She searches and searches for him, asking us to tell him to stay put. She searches and searches to tell him her mother's last words. When she finally has found him and informs us that she has successfully passed on what she said, Siegmeyer disappears. We find him in, of all places, Ash Lake. Now, this is so peculiar, yet no one has ever commented on it. You can pursue Siegmeyer's quest indefinitely, but if you do not free Sieglind, he will never ever get down to Ash Lake. Yet, not only immediately after hearing Sieglind's mother's last words does he succeed in finding it, but Sieglind, already deserted by her father to go on more adventuring, manages to find where he is by herself, in the whole of Lordran, and in an obscure and hidden a place as Ash Lake, no less. Before, she only manages to find him at the mundane hub of the Firelink Shrine. No, this is clearly proof that the mother's last words were related to Ash Lake, telling him of the plot. And what ring does Siegmeyer wear? The blue tearstone. And what ring does the corpse of the co-conspirator of Havel wear in the Undead Burg? The blue tearstone. The ring which is later described as representing the tears of those who have lost loved ones. The mother of Sieglind gave her last words to pass on to Siegmeyer during this surprise attack. These last words revealed all. He goes down on a final adventure to see the works of his wife and her rebel clan, and in the resting place of the nameless blacksmith deity, a girl connected with Ash Lake already, who is in fact revisiting it, gives us his heirloom. A titanite slab. Nito in love. It has long been questioned who occupied the tomb next to Nito. It is far too big for Pinwheel. Pinwheel may be slightly bigger than us, but he is far from being a giant, and the coffin in question is deep within the tomb of giants. Even with 3 bodies fused together, he is dwarfed by the size of the coffin. So, we have a true mystery on our hands. As Miyazaki says in the DesignWorks interview, there are a huge number of things that, while present in the game, we make no attempt to explain to the player, and many more that they simply have no way of finding out. This lore is one of those cases. Welcome to Hawkshaw's attempt to unveil this hidden lore as we try and turn no way of finding out into a challenge that might be overcome. To assess the question of the absent tomb, why don't we first think upon Greek mythology? That Dark Souls took great inspiration from Greek myths is apparent everywhere in the game. However, one specific tale comes to mind in this case. This myth is in fact pre-Greek and comes in many different forms. Let us look into the most widely known interpretation. It is the story of Persephone. The story goes that Demeter, the goddess of harvest, who looks over the grains and fertility of the earth, had a beautiful daughter called Persephone. This daughter, as she walked through the fertile land, under the sun, happy, caught the eye of Pluto, the god of death and the underworld. He was infatuated. Day by day he watched her and became mad with love. Unlike most other gods, Pluto was monogamous. No myths concern any other love interest other than Persephone. He was a true romantic. Persephone was, he believed, his soulmate. However, he went about winning her in a less romantic manner. Pluto abducted Persephone and took her down to his underworld. Demeter, furious and struck by grief, according to some myths laid a curse on the world so that the harvests withered and died. Or in most interpretations, the weather reflected her emotions of grief and sadness. Barren winter began for the first time. The grain stopped growing and plants did not bear fruit. Zeus, faced with a barren world to rule over, tried to retrieve Persephone in order to bring an end to this eternal winter, but it was too late. Persephone had eaten some pomegranate seeds while in Pluto's domain, and so was bound to the underworld, eternally. Zeus and Pluto managed to strike a deal, however. A portion of Persephone's time would be spent below, and a portion above. So forever after, when Persephone returns to her mother Demeter, and to the land of the living, the crops grow and the harvest comes. When Persephone goes back to Pluto, the plants wither and die. The land becomes cold and barren. There are some slight differences to the tale in different interpretations or from different cultures, such as Demeter and Persephone can be one and the same goddess, or that Persephone eats the pomegranate voluntarily or is tricked. However, the core is enough for our purposes. So much so ancient. But what about Dark Souls? Well, let's look at a feature around Anor Londo that has previously been missed. It is everywhere, in the building with the painting, where the giants guard the room before Ornstein and Smough in the cathedral. Carved all around the capital is an image. An image of a woman surrounded by wheat, with a basket of bread at the bottom of the image and a furnace in the middle. In front of her, she may be baking bread, or, perhaps, leaning over a cot. The wheat is clear, however. This is the goddess of harvest and grain. This is a start. Let us look at another blurring between worship of the dead and of harvest. The god Pluto is often confused with Plutos, the god of wealth. Since much wealth was stored underground both naturally, in the form of gold, silver and gemstones, but also by humans for storage, the domain of the two are blurred. Even in some cases, in order to avoid referring to Pluto, Plutos was aware of referring to the god of the underworld without naming the god of death, which was a bad omen. In this way they were one and the same. The wealth humans stored underground was also the wealth of the harvest. Pithos were jars used for storage in ancient Greece. Grain was put inside, and they were buried under the earth so that they would keep through the winter. Later, due to their great size, and because within the earth was believed to be closer to the realm of the dead, they were often used as coffins. Once again, if we look in Dark Souls, we find many such pots all over the catacombs, awfully close to the realm of Nito. Amongst shelves for corpses are pithos scattered everywhere. Pithos, brought down by those praising the god of grain, storing her harvest in the earth, or later used as coffins. And finally, in one room, without any shelves for corpses, with a pithos right next to our key item, what do we find? A great scythe. A scythe that can be reused as a weapon, but, as is stated in the item description, was originally a wheat harvesting tool. It is not a symbol of death, at least not originally. Instead, this very tool was used to harvest the bounty of the wheat crop and has been brought down below. What is a wheat harvesting tool doing down in the catacombs, away from light, fertility, and grain? Perhaps the daughter of the goddess of grain, with her scythe equipped for the harvest, was overseeing a group taking down pithos full of grain to under the earth. Nito, having seen her each autumn for years carry out this duty for her mother, had fallen in love. He abducts her, or has his Gravelord servants carry out the task, and takes her deep into darkness, making her his mistress of death. We know that Nito and his covenant specialize in luring others to the domain of the dead, as shown by the Eye of Death item, which shows that these Eyes of Death are used to lure phantoms from other worlds. Or perhaps, as the name Persephone means the thresher of grain, and it's Demeter, not Persephone, who is traditionally depicted with the scythe. The scythe is the sign of a mother's failed attempt at retrieving her daughter, having converted her scythe into a weapon and charging down, blind with rage, into Nito's domain. Who was the mother in Dark Souls? Who was the daughter? Was the daughter tricked, or did she fall in love? And where is Nito's love now, if his mistress's tomb is empty? Has she deserted both Nito and Laudren, as light and life fade all around us? And why do we hear what seems to be a woman's scream when Nito casts the Gravelord Sword Dance miracle? Nito lies alone and unconcerned with what happens in the world around him. Perhaps this is not because he is unconcerned about what is happening to the flame, gods and humans, as is often argued. Instead, it is because he is mourning the loss of his loved one, becoming depressed and idle in his tomb. Or later, once he has become the Rotten, obsessing only about building statues to remember her by. He disregards all that is around him, because all misfortunes pale in comparison to being alone in the darkness without the one he loves. The Dark Souls trickster, Domhnall. We've been fooled that he is a simple merchant. Who would have a different opinion? He is so pleasant. Who would think of investigating this peddler of sorts? That he is much more than a mere travelling salesman. All tricksters in all mythologies and reality are devious, hard to identify, and change the course of history in the world they inhabit. Let's find out what Domhnall is up to, and what has been his role so far in the world of Dark Souls. We never considered Domhnall important enough to make a video focused on him. There seemed to be not much to talk about, but recently one thing got our attention and made us look closer. If you attack him, he defends himself like any other NPC, and with all NPCs, once they defend themselves, something is revealed. The weapons they use. And what does Domhnall use? A crystal greatsword. Not a crystal greatsword in the form we can eventually make, but a fully and truly crystallized greatsword, as the sword item description describes. How this weapon was made is entirely unknown. Domhnall doesn't just wield it, he sells them. As the official community knows, and the wiki states, this sword is unobtainable through other means. After this, we decided to look a little closer at Domhnall, and how he could be such an effective collector, and this is what we found. Our first impression of Domhnall is of a bizarrely dressed, jolly individual, who meets us with a cheery Welsh greeting, Ai Shivai.
Aye, Shemai, and good day to you. I'm Domhnall of Xena.
He has a charming voice with a charming Welsh accent. We immediately decide to like him. He sells some items and is rather useful in terms of gameplay. Miyazaki certainly tries to downplay his relevance. Yes, a character like that is actually very easy to fit into the game. You can essentially place him anywhere and move him about wherever you want. But is Miyazaki doing his classic interview technique? Deviate and distract? Who is Domhnall really? The name Domhnall means world ruler, a peculiar name for a simple merchant, an odd choice for a throwaway gameplay device. So if there is a deeper truth, what is it? What is Domhnall's true nature? Let's try and look past his warm voice and friendly Welsh accent and see what we find. Let's jump straight to the Designworks interview, where this Miyazaki quote appears. Just before this quote, this distracting quote that downplays Domhnall's importance, the creators let slip something about Domhnall. In a discussion on interesting designs, armors, and weapons, Nakamura asks a question that in itself may tell too much. He asks, "What about the Trickster set?" To which Otsuka replies, "Domhnall of Xena's equipment, right?" No one corrects this, not even Miyazaki, and then they begin to talk about the character. So the creators of the Dark Souls universe, the creators of Domhnall, have chosen that the set of Domhnall is the set of the Trickster. But what would make Domhnall a trickster? He sells some boss armor and is very charming to us. He doesn't kick us off a ledge like Patches. Of course, a trickster is not a prankster, and a trickster is always harder to find. What is a trickster in lore and mythology? In the context of a creative work and character creation, it means more than a simple joker. That sort of role is not so consequential, with very small-scale actions. No, a trickster in stories and mythology, and even in history, are those who are devious, selfish, creative, and who affect the course of history enormously. One important aspect is that they are very hard to find at any given moment. They seem to slide in and out of events so cleanly. A trickster is often greedy, materialistic, covetous, selfish, deadly, yet easy to defeat in fair combat, unpredictable, thievish, and of course, dishonest. But let us not look at whether Domhnall is those things. That is bad thinking. Let's look at what Domhnall owns, says, and does, and then try to understand his nature. Let's go back to his armor, the Trickster set. Can we believe the wonderful things the armor says about its wearer? We can, after all, buy a copy, so it isn't as unique as Solaire's or Lautrec's. True, unique and earned sets that say something about the wearer. You cannot buy the hand-painted design or the time-worn, sharpened and cared-for Sunlight Straight Sword. If it was such a unique and special thing, surely he wouldn't be selling copies. If there are 100 wise, strong explorers running around, it stops saying anything important. His helmet, inspired from helmets of history, has glasses on it, and horns. Called the Helm of the Wise, it is from Xena, but the 2 horns are only believed to symbolize wisdom. The armor he wears follows the same pattern. Armor of the Glorious bears many medals believed to symbolize glory. The boots of the explorer have inlaid silver rings that do symbolize an explorer. It is interesting that there isn't a question on this point. After all, we can see in-game that he explores rather well. His gauntlets of the Vanquisher have gold bracelets, which symbolize a Vanquisher. Again, it is not believed, it is the case. This would seem to imply that he is an explorer, which we can see from his reaching the depths and Firelink. However, is he a Vanquisher? Who would he have vanquished? Vanquish means defeat thoroughly, yet he claims to be a man of peace when we attack him.
What problem do you have now? I'm a man of peace. Idiot.
Who do we know who has been defeated thoroughly? What we do know is that before we buy it, we have never seen armor like it. Immediately, Domhnall seems to fit someone who collects and owns rare things. He sells and therefore is likely carrying a bottomless box, in which he stores some of his collection. He sells a great deal of rare things, and also shares a great deal of rare insight. Let's look at his actions carefully for a moment. He talks to us and sells to us, but these are related. How does he talk to us? For the most part, it is inconsequential. Indeed, the only times it is not, it follows a pattern. A cold pattern. Domhnall never gives us advice without us spending souls. The more souls we spend, the more rumours we hear, the more advice we get. It is very valuable advice, but it is not for free. We only receive this gift after buying the armor. If we do not trade, we are in the cold.
I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
But if Domhnall profits...
Well, I'm certain we will make a good trade eventually, so I am willing to share some tips.
Is Domhnall a colder character than our first impression led us to believe? Compare this behaviour to the pyromancer Laurentius.
Oh yeah. By the way, I can share my spells with you. I think you have a knack for it. All you need are the materials. I'll be pleased to help you.
If you aren't the starting class of pyromancer, he even gives you a flame.
Here, first take this. A flame from the Great Swamp. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer.
This is a very meaningful thing for a pyromancer. Laurentius himself explains its significance.
When I gave you that flame, I gave you a part of myself. Please take good care of it.
He goes on to give great insight about pyromancy for free, to share and pass on knowledge for free.
A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame develops right along with his skill.
He also shows a lot of care and empathy for us.
Goodbye then. Be safe, friend. Don't you dare go alone.
He's a legend. Let's take Logan as another more moderate example. He says he owes us a favour for saving him, but he is far from businesslike. He cheers us up when he says he can't teach us sorcery due to lack of intelligence.
Oh, do not fret. Life isn't all about sorcery. You will find your own way. Don't frown with regret. Peer forward, with your head high.
Once we can learn, he imparts great pools of knowledge. He even has concern for us.
You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
All this from a man who is easily irritated by people and wears a big hat to concentrate. Let's go back to Domhnall and get a sense of his attitude towards us, his true nature. His voice is charming, but listen carefully to the thread of what he says.
Pray tell, what do you have for me? Found anything special for my good self? I certainly hope so. I'm afraid I don't see anything here. Well, I'm certain we will make a good trade eventually. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon, and we'll make another fine trade, of course. Not every trade was meant to be. There'll be more in store for us, someday, sometime.
There seems to be one thread here, one obsession. Unlike other non-hostile NPCs, there is no concern for us or for others, just our usefulness as a trading partner. Only after buying something do we hear those important words.
so I am willing to share some tips.
Even the wording, "so I am willing," implies he would not have been willing before we spent our souls. A tip, which costs the man 2 breaths, is behind a paywall. If we go on to be a good consumer and buy enough, we hear the most important of all tips, before which he says,
You are a fine trading partner.
Only after being a good trader and giving Domhnall enough profit do we achieve the great kindness, the great status of, in Domhnall's eyes, being a good trading partner. Even after this stage, however, there is no concern for our well-being in this dangerous world. At no point does Domhnall show any care or concern towards us. He doesn't wish us well or ask about us. The most we get is a good day. He doesn't communicate about anything other than trade, and if he does, it's because he has profited off us enough. Indeed, after noticing such business-like behaviour, we might be led to believe that his tips are again purely about his self-interest. Perhaps he wants us to loot and explore, slay and steal the areas, simply to improve his trading possibilities, to grow his collection, to further his access to rare items, in which case we have paid for an uncharitable tip. A final piece that shows the lack of emotion he holds for us is if we attack him. If he kills us, he says farewell, but in such a cold, mocking tone, like he is closing a business deal, and because it is closed, the truth comes out. We can hear his attitude to us in this word. We are nothing to him, a tool, a useful resource.
Enough of you, I say. Farewell.
So, if Domhnall doesn't seem to care about us, or about others in general, what does Domhnall care about? Again, his dialogue reveals it.
I adore trinkets and oddities. Found anything special for my good self? I certainly hope so.
And most importantly, the greatest proof of what Domhnall lives for, what does he say upon death? You can measure the cares, obsessions, loves, and hates of the characters in Dark Souls by their final moments. It is in saying goodbye to life that the desire hungers most for what it is losing. The devoted Ingi's strongest reaction to his death is concern for another. As his soul leaves his body, his final act is to warn the lady he loves.
My dear fair lady, you are in danger.
Ingi is not a fraud. His devotion is real. The truth always comes out when your time is up, when there is nothing left to lose. The final moments can bring up hateful emotions. The final act can be to spite those who have wronged you. The lonely Gwyndolin takes this opportunity, his final moments being spent in hate against us. He dies on wishing,
"Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee."
Many deaths in Dark Souls follow this pattern. Almost always it is what one most cares about, and the emotions around those things that show themselves in the final moments. Love.
My dear Artorius.
Passion.
My dear, dear son.
Regret.
How could I allow this? Forgive me, my countrymen.
And what does Domhnall reveal about himself in his final moments? What does Domhnall reveal of his cares, his past, his wants and desires?
By the Lords, why my precious collection?
Of everything he could care about, more than hate for us in our violence, or love for anyone he knows, any of all the deathbed possibilities, he laments the loss of his precious collection. His final words reveal what his words and actions were pointing at all along. He only cares about what he possesses, what he covets. He is addicted to the material, the rare, the special, the cold, hard coin and object, things of value with no life, things of value that have no soul. The voice actor will have been explained the true nature of his character, and his delivery of this final line, as well as the wording,
my precious collection,
reminds us of another character obsessed by a material object. It's unlikely any writer, and certainly any professional voice actor for whom Andy Serkis looms large, can deliver the line without the thought of Gollum. And this coveting and obsession moves us closer to Domhnall's true character. Under the surface of a warm voice and a cheery demeanour, there is a coldness, an obsession. Domhnall is consumed by his collection, by his treasures and by the treasures of others that he has yet to acquire. During the game, he roams Lordran after our boss slaying, harvesting corpses for their treasures, looting the dead to satisfy his uncompromising resolve to grow his collection. In the DesignWorks interview, Miyazaki shows us how central to Domhnall's character the obsession over possessions is. He says, "I was adamant that he should be carrying a lot of things. Even in this world where money has lost its value, he holds on to these precious objects and carries them with him." Here again we have the sense of coveting, of objects being precious to someone, perhaps too precious. People can go to great lengths to win possessions. They might strip corpses and take their possessions for their own. They might, as is common in the real world, rob from people, communities, cultures, and take what they want regardless of the damage, simply to satisfy their lust for possessions. This theme is in Dark Souls already. How does Domhnall carry around some of his collection? With a bottomless box. What is the description of a bottomless box? An interesting section states that some deride it as a symbol of unbridled avarice. Unbridled avarice, meaning uncontrolled greed for material gain. We have all felt this as humans. A strong desire for an object, or a tool, or a prize. Something material that we covet deeply, for which we would do a great deal, even too much for. If we attain these, they can consume us too, with obsession, real obsession. Not only emotions can consume us, the possessions themselves demand time, energy, keeping them safe, keeping them in a good condition, spending time with them. This can compound and become an addiction. 'Tis all around us in our culture, possessions ruling their owners, collections ruling their masters, beginning to consume them, until the collection grows beyond all use, beyond all enjoyment. What happens to the bottomless box if it is fed with such coveting, reached into and out of with such desire, protected with such care and cunning, worried that someone else comes to open the box? The box itself absorbs the emotions of the owner. As the owner begins to covet the box itself containing so many items of their precious collection, the box absorbs more than items. It begins to take life, drawing upon the emotions of the greed, of the coveting, of paranoia and worry over the collection, of the endless hunger and obsession for material objects, until, just as our own greed can consume our time and lives, we can drown in our own possessions and wealth, upkeep eating out time, the protection of them obsessing our thoughts. So too does the box become this nature of covetousness, protective paranoia, insatiable greed, and it takes life, turning on its owner. Its endless hunger cannot be sated, and it warps into a living thing. And finally, the collection consumes its owner once and for all. The symbol of avarice, the symbol of greed, is a mimic, and if you wear the symbol of avarice helm, it is a symbol of shame for those exiled for the sin of avarice, of extreme greed. Domhnall is in all likelihood on this path, being consumed by his own possessions, his own treasures, his desire to grow his precious collection. It certainly fits with his actions and his dialogue. He may look jolly and sound friendly, but his true soul, if we could see it, may be beginning to warp. Domhnall himself may reveal inadvertently his questionable methods. He is a peddler of sorts. Peddler, spelt as it is in the game, can mean someone who sells illegal goods. Now, of course, Domhnall means in the sense of a person who goes from place to place selling small items. He means to say he is a sort of travelling salesman. But the choice of words does push us to reflect. Where does he get his items? How? Honestly, We know a lot of what he sells comes after the death of the owners, but what of the rest of it? His choice to diminish himself as a mere peddler is also curious, given that his armor says otherwise, and he seems to gather the rarest of items with such ease. Let's examine some of the other items he sells. One is the Master Key, a rather peculiar item for a humble peddler to own. What is Domhnall doing with the tool of the trade for thieves? Next is that he sells crystal items. This reminds us that he wields them. He has an abundance of these, it seems. He wields a crystal greatsword and shield, and Crystal Magic Weapon states that the crystal medium creates a stronger bond between weapon and soul. Perfect for a collector who already has such a strong connection between his collection and his soul. A simple peddler doesn't have such emotional attachment to what he sells. All this seems to suggest that Domhnall is not a peddler. The items are too peculiar, his methods too exotic. Let us look at where we initially find him before he moves to the universal NPC base, the Firelink Shrine. We first meet Domhnall in the depths. What is a travelling salesman doing in the depths? His only company are sludge and cursed bodies. He hasn't even opened the shortcut for anyone, which would surely give him more clients. How can he be making good trades in such a location? Is he even trading down there in the first place? Why on earth is he here? Peculiarities start to align. We start to sense a uniformity in Domhnall's oddness. What is near Domhnall in the depths? Several other peculiar and rare characters and enemies. First, the Gaping Dragon is extremely near, a peculiar boss indeed. Next, there are bodies of cursed enemies very nearby. Third, there are basilisks, extremely rare creatures that can curse. And finally, there is a channeler. Amidst all this danger, Domhnall sits, uncursed, unattacked by the channeler, relaxed about the basilisks, right near an obsession of Seath's, the Gaping Dragon. Let's remind ourselves of what items Domhnall holds: a crystal greatsword and a crystal shield. If you give these to Frampt, he gives 1 soul. What does Frampt give 1 soul for? Any item associated with Seath. And finally, what do we have revealed in the Designworks interview? That Avalyn was intended to be wielded by Domhnall. Avalyn was originally Domhnall's weapon, says Otsuka. Miyazaki admits that, unfortunately, I had to move it to the Duke's archives. The Duke's archives. Domhnall is near Seath's channelers, who watches over the ancient, warped mineral dragon, the Gaping Dragon, and meanwhile Avalyn, which was going to be used by him, is placed in Seath's archives. Avalyn, a treasure of Eidas, who is now enslaved as a blacksmith by Seath. Eidas also wields crystal weapons. Seath owns the crystal ember, and it's used to arm Seath's minions by Eidas, and Domhnall has these weapons. How did he get these weapons? The greatsword is wielded by no one but Eidas. It cannot be gotten in-game anywhere else. The crystal hollows do not wield it, and even more interesting, Domhnall's crystal shield is upgraded. The true crystallized weapons cannot be upgraded in-game, even once the crystal ember is retrieved. Only Eidas can achieve such results with the crystal ember. Indeed, even the item description of these crystal greatswords, of which Domhnall sells an unlimited amount, states how such a weapon was made is entirely unknown. And here is Domhnall with upgraded true crystal equipment. How is it possible? So the connection with Seath, the archives, and the weapons from Seath's domains is very strong at this point. But why? What is their relation? Let us look at what Domhnall reveals after he has been satisfied as a collector and a businessman. Let us look at his tips and his rumours. The advice Domhnall gives also follows a remarkable pattern. They don't point at Seath directly. After buying something, the first piece of information Domhnall gives us is,
if you see kindling in the catacombs, use divine weapons. That will repel the reassembling skeletons.
Not only is it of interest that he has some understanding of kindling, which may be the power of the Gravelord, but primarily that he is knowledgeable about the catacombs, about how to navigate among the catacombs, knowledgeable about how to navigate the domain of death. What is his next tip? It is on curses. He advises us for the ghosts of New Londo.
The cursed ghosts of New Londo are formidable foes. To face them, you will require special arms, or a cursed body. The quickest way to be cursed? Try the bug-eyed lizards in the sewer. Desperate measures, to be sure.
Interestingly, this means he knows that the bug-eyed lizards from the depths can curse. He also therefore knows that a curse can be cured. What is most interesting is that the bug-eyed depths creatures aren't originally from the depths. Seath brought them there from somewhere else, and Domhnall may know it. Also, the world expert on curses was Arstor, the Earl of Kareem. And his final piece of Bible advice?
You are a fine trading partner. Rumour it may be, but I have heard of a surviving ancient dragon who resides in this land. A coterie of undead serves the dragon, as they train to become dragons themselves. Sounds unlikely, but you never know, do you?
Unlikely, and yet Domhnall has heard of it. No one in-game mentions it. The omniscient narrator of items occasionally makes some vague mention, but often only with items found in the secret domain of these worshippers. Only Sieglind, carefully guarding the secret last words of her mother, who was part of the plot against the gods, tells Siegmeyer, who goes on to follow the last words to end in Ash Lake. Other than this, it is the absolute secret of the game. So Domhnall feigns to have heard rumours of Ash Lake, as though it was a common rumour that the general residents of Lordran might pass it around. A rather unlikely thing given its total absence in every other NPC's dialogue. Every other image, painting, drawing, rumour, tale, even Izalith is drawn in Anor Londo. So he knows about fighting in the domain of death, of preventing reconstruction of corpses. He knows about kindling and potentially the power of the Gravelord. He knows about curses. He knows that basilisks curse, basilisks who live in the Great Hollow on the way to Ash Lake. And he happens to know rumours about Ash Lake and a coterie who serve dragons. A coterie of undead who happen to form a plot against the gods, attacking up into Nito's domain, attempting to steal the power of the Gravelord, needing to fight in the domain of the dead with the reassembling skeletons, needing to survive past the cursing basilisks, and a plot against the gods which was foiled by Seath after a betrayal. Tricksters always are tough to unmask, but a universal feature are actions that totally change the course of events, and betrayal is just like a trickster. We believe Domhnall was a member of the plot against the gods, learning alongside how to fight in the catacombs, learning about the power of the Gravelord, learning from the Earl of Kareem, an expert on curses and their influence even in New Londo, and whose anti-curse items still litter Ash Lake, learning to navigate the bleed risk, poison risk, curse risk of these domains, using armor with high poison, bleed, and curse resistance, learning about giant mushrooms and cursing basilisks on the way to Ash Lake, until, after all this, he betrays the plan and its members to Seath. Seath uses this knowledge to surprise the plot at the last minute, and many die literally in the domain of Nito, inside the tree that leads to his domain. Others, surprised in Ash Lake, are slaughtered, or indeed vanquished, thoroughly defeated. Seath harvests clams and basilisks, placing them in tactical positions to protect things he cares about. Why was Domhnall with the plot against the gods? Perhaps he was only with the plot for the potential treasures of Nito, of the gods. With the fall of the gods, a whole realm of treasure and an age of wealth is open for him to plunder. After all, it is something lacking from his collection. After every death of the lords, he sells their items, from Ornstein to Gwyn. But Seath must have recognized Domhnall's true nature and tempted him with something very rare. After all, the loot of the gods may always be there after death, but the genius of Seath has to be gifted. Competence lives and dies with him. Amongst all the treasures in the archives and crystal inventions, Seath won Domhnall over. Domhnall was interested by the potential profit of the deal. Just like a trickster, his loyalty can be bought. After all, Seath knows the value of betrayal, how it has a price. He lived through it. He has a shard of a Lord's soul and the library of the archives to prove it. He tempts Domhnall with what the man craves, the rarest of possessions to add to his collection. Weapons, books, treasures, crystals, loot from his fallen comrades, and the consequences of his actions echo down ages. In the future games, in the dark, the members of the failed plot appear, but Domhnall is never amongst them. Havel, trapped in a tower through a devious understanding of the world, a keen sense of navigation leading to a clean imprisonment, the dead members of the plot, their rare loot stored in cunning areas reached by jumps and death-defying falls, prism stones stored for use to navigate his world, gold pine resin dropped by giant mushrooms, ready just in case the relationship with Seath turns sour, ever the businessman, ever the collector, to whom little matters but his collection and growing it. Domhnall may not only be connected to Seath and the archives, in fact there may be evidence that he visits and even stores things there. Indeed, maybe he doesn't wield Avalyn, but it still belongs to him. Domhnall guards his precious treasure. Domhnall the world ruler. It is remarkable in how he steps across the world. Perhaps his name meaning is thanks to his competence at travel. He gets everywhere, he seems to navigate the world with ease, and in this sense, rules it. Perhaps he does keep Avalyn in a safe place. Sometimes the evidence in Dark Souls is so delicate you need to feel it to access the truth. Perhaps we can feel that Domhnall has taken Avalyn and stores it safely in the archives. Safely in that only a world ruler, someone with the competence of movement of Domhnall, someone with his sharpness of mind can reach. Perhaps the style of its security can be like a fingerprint of who placed it there.
Aye, Siegmeyer, I didn't expect to meet anybody here. I suppose great minds think alike, eh?
Avalyn is his treasure, the most precious of his loot from betraying the plot against the gods. He can't risk it falling into the hands of a thief carrying it around Laudren. He places it somewhere unreachable, except to those capable of traversing the whole of Laudren. A world ruler. In Domhnall's eyes, that means only his good self.
What is Solaire looking for? A sun. The sun in Dark Souls isn't the same as the sun in our world. In Dark Souls, there can be light in one place, but not in another, even though both places are under the same sky at the same time. The light of Gwyn's sun is not powered by the energy of a burning star that makes its way across the sky. In Dark Souls, the light of the sun is connected with what happens on the earth. So, if Solaire is trying to find his own sun, what does he mean? First, let's look at what he does. He is questing. Not only that, but his quests lead him to places where the sun couldn't possibly reach. If the sun was the same as in our world, we would have to admit he was crazy before his encounter with the maggot. Indeed, from the moment we met him.
You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time.
Which is possible, but let's assume that Solaire's ambition isn't crazy, that it's possible to find his own sun. What could it mean? The world of Dark Souls is fading. The Age of Fire was a time of plenty, but now there are only embers. We can still see this fire at various points in the game. Our quest revolves around fire, and we even burn ourselves at the first flame. Who is the Lord of the Age of Fire? Gwyn. What is the name of his soul? The soul of fire? No. His is the soul of light. The fire is what burns fuel, which then gives light, providing the sunlight with which all can see. Except in Dark Souls, what is burning is the sacrifice of the living. Unlike in our world, where sacrifice in service of society mostly takes the form of time, energy, and resources, in the world of Dark Souls, the sacrifice to bring light to the world is a bodily sacrifice. Look at the bonfires. There are human bones at the base. When we kindle the flame, we burn a sprite at the bonfire, the sprite of humanity. We must sacrifice a little of our soul. Solaire is looking for a son that he can sacrifice to. There can be many sons. The gods have departed Anor Londo, which is dark, but wherever Guinevere is, there is surely a son above her. The exiled firstborn son seems to have a son, according to Solaire.
Now, just say a prayer at the altar of sunlight, right there. Then you shall know the brilliance of our sun.
Solaire is just a beginner. He may be confused himself just how to begin a sun, but he understands that one can be started, and he knows that it will take sacrifice, just as Gwyn's son takes sacrifice. Solaire has already been sacrificing himself. He is sacrificing his time, energy, and blood on his quest. He risks his life in every battle, and each time he loses it, he risks going hollow. But he knows this is just the beginning, for to find his own son will only be the beginning of a lifetime of sacrifice. As Solaire searches, he begins to lose hope. He becomes so desperate for a son that deep in the Chaos realm, he will accept an imitation. When a Chaos bug latches itself onto Solaire and feasts on his golden head, he sees a beautiful light, just like a sun, come into form. In his desperation, he believes that the sunlight maggot is the answer to this fading age, but he is only wrong, not crazy. Do we not use the sunlight maggot ourselves when in the dark? And is a parasitic maggot that gives the benefit of light any different to the parasitic bonfires that feed on our flesh to provide the light of the sun? Gwyn knows this dark truth as well as Solaire, and this maggot, in its small way, is a perfect analogy for the society of Gwyn, and Miyazaki knows it too. Once again, the symbolism in his designs shows the depth of his message. Look at Gwyn's crown. Gwyn's crown is very unimpressive. It's in need of a polish even back when he was young. It isn't symmetrical, it isn't even gold. It has a very unique and bizarre shape, points that taper unevenly at asymmetric distances, a shape that is very reminiscent of Solaire's sunlight maggot. Now, we are not suggesting that Gwyn's crown is literally a sunlight maggot fashioned into a crown, just that the design similarities are remarkable and most likely deliberate. If the prongs weren't similar enough, look at the face of the sunlight maggot at the position of the forehead, and then look at the same place on Gwyn's crown. They are designed to be remarkably similar because to wear either means sustaining the life of light with your own sacrifice. Even if you save Solaire, what happens? He will fight Gwyn and eventually give himself as fuel for the flame to sustain the light. This act is the same process as the sunlight maggot, just much more effective. Miyazaki's message is clear. Society is sacrifice, a parasite of sorts, but with benefits like a sun for all. And it is not just the followers who sacrifice themselves for society. Leaders are compelled to live a life of sacrifice too. Miyazaki's representation of society is captured perfectly in these two crowns, and in the tragedy of Solaire's quest. Solaire wasn't crazy, he just understood all this before we did, and accepted a shadow of the real thing.
But when I peer at the sun up above, it occurs to me, what if I am seen as a laughingstock, as a blind fool without reason? Well, I suppose they wouldn't be far off.
Laurentius the Pyromancer. Who is he really? We know him as the friend to all adventurers, the coolest guy with the coolest voice, a big hit with the ladies, and perhaps our favourite NPC. But has this best boy of Dark Souls had enough attention from the community? Laurentius is such a kind character that the community has never examined him closely. Everyone likes this neighbourhood pyromancer so much that he has never had a dedicated video. Laurentius deserves justice. So let's bring him closer to the light of the bonfire and see what we discover. Laurentius, the lad. We can piece his story together from descriptions and dialogue. Laurentius himself is quite talkative about his past. He doesn't say if he was born in the Great Swamp, but he clearly states that it's now his home. He speaks very warmly of the place.
My home, the Great Swamp, is an abundant store of nature.
Laurentius was a pyromancer before he came to Laudren. In fact, he was the student of an old master.
My teacher, whom I imagine still resides in the Great Swamp, had a funny way of putting it. He said that pyromancy is the ultimate fantasy. We are born into dark and warmed by fire, but this fire we cannot touch. Those whose fascination with fire persists learn to hold it in their own hand. He rather had a way with words, the old withering frog.
But it's very possible that this wasn't just any teacher. Laurentius possesses some pyromancies of Carmina. It is very likely that the art of modern pyromancy, which originated from Isolith and her daughters, has been passed down from Quelana to Salamon 200 years ago, and then to Carmina. Laurentius possesses two of Carmina's unique spells, Iron Flash and Flash Sweat. The name Carmina is probably female, and Laurentius refers to his teacher as male, but because this game is Japanese, we cannot be certain that Carmina is being used as a name for a woman. Could Carmina be Laurentius's teacher? What is most likely, considering the years that have passed, is that the withered old frog is one of the students of Carmina. This is highly probable, as the spells of Carmina seem to have been developed independently and are not known to most pyromancers. So Laurentius enjoyed his home and appreciated his teacher, but his blessed life took a turn. One day, and we don't know how it happened, he became undead. Laurentius as an undead would have to say goodbye to his home and his teacher. Laurentius was stoic, however. Perhaps more than those things, Laurentius loved pyromancy. Laurentius didn't see becoming undead as a curse because the undead go to the land of the ancient gods.
In this land, pyromancers earn a certain respect. The Witch of Isolith, one of the legendary lords, is the godmother of pyromancy. So the day I became undead, I was ecstatic. I felt as if I'd been chosen to attune myself to the ancient arts.
Now he could explore this strange world, questing to advance his flame arts, to make his mark upon the great history of pyromancy. And this is where we meet Laurentius. Before we meet him, his journey through the world of Laudren is not as wonderful as he expected.
Of course, it wasn't all that romantic in the end.
It is a cruel and empty world. The Great Swamp, full of nature, was inviting compared to Laudren, which is austere and dangerous. Most of its inhabitants are crazy, and fellow pyromancers are almost impossible to find. We don't know how long Laurentius adventured before we find him, but without us his adventure would have come to an end. We come across him in the depths, on the way to Blighttown, and we hear his unforgettable voice for the first time, panicking. He is begging for help with an imploring tone, almost like a child.
You, yes, you, here, over here, please, you must help me. Oh, there you are. You must help me. Break the urn, or else she'll have me for lunch. You're my only hope. Oh, please.
We can guess that he was searching for the ancient pyromancers. After all, he is on the road to their home, but he gets stuck with a butcher. These circumstances are difficult to explain away. He is trapped by a woman who thought he looked good enough to eat. But his history is not our concern, and we don't ask him any questions. We free him with care. Do not use your sword, your axe, or any weapon. This is very important, even if 98% of you have already completed the game. Take care with Laurentius. Roll into the barrels, please. After we free him, he immediately expresses gratitude.
Thank you. I would have been at supper without you. Been eaten alive. I shudder to think. Thank you. Thank you dearly. I am Laurentius, of the Great Swamp. I will not forget my debt to you.
His voice is so charming. Just hearing his thanks felt like the debt was paid. If we ask him if he can make it home or to safety, he reassures us.
Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thanks to you.
Later, probably after we have defeated the demon Quelaag, we find him back at the warm and familiar Firelink Shrine. He confidently explains how he managed to make it there.
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah, I made it out safely too. I have my pyromancy of the Great Swamp, so I can usually manage with a bit of care.
Our pyromancer has set up in a comfortable spot and immediately shows us he wants to be friends.
Oh yeah, by the way, I can share my spells with you. I think you have a knack for it. All you need are the materials. I'll be pleased to help you.
His voice is even nicer than before, no longer shaken with panic. He wants to repay his debt, and he starts to share his pyromancy. First, he shares a flame.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure that they'll be of some use, some assistance. Here, first take this. A flame from the Great Swamp. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer.
And then follow his teachings.
Why, let's get started right now.
Buffs, offensive spells, and explanations of what pyromancy is.
Pyromancy is the art of casting fire. Produce flame, then channel it, just as our ancestors did. A pyromancer must be in tune with nature herself. You will understand one day. It only takes time.
Everything he provides us is truly enlightening. But much more memorable to us than a merchant or a pyromancy teacher was the friend Laurentius becomes in-game. He cares about us sincerely. He looks out for us.
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you safe.
He trusts us.
I definitely trust you.
Any person should help another trapped in a barrel, and so should that debt be repaid. But Laurentius went much further.
Goodbye then. Be safe, friend. Don't you dare go alone.
Who could not like this man? And on top of that, the spells he shares are unbelievably powerful. Many of them were so game-breaking they needed to be nerfed, and even then they were still overpowered. Oh, to play with Iron Flesh in version 1.0, to be a pyromancer god, impervious to hits, founded as the rock, unshakable by Smough! Throughout his warm and friendly company, he slowly upgrades our pyromancy flame and also tells us more of the history of pyromancers.
Pyromancy has a, rather primitive aspect to it. It messes poorly with advanced culture, and pyromancers are considered rather unsavoury, which is fine as I never got along with anybody anyway. So, for me, turning undead didn't change a thing.
And this may be why he is so friendly. He wants us to like him because of a long history of rejection. Pyromancers, and all those from the Great Swamp, are outcasts, on the fringes, outcasts in a literal sense. Tattered Hood, part of the Pyromancer set, says, "Hood worn by pyromancers of the Great Swamp. Though it appears tattered, it is actually quite strong. Their attire offers substantial protection against poison, fire, and other forces of nature out in the hinterlands where they were driven. They were literally violently chased from society into the wilds of the Great Swamp. For Laurentius, there is always the shadow of rejection, the chance he might offend with his magic, that we will feel such revulsion we won't want to deal with him. Even when we attack him, which could be for any reason in Laudren, the most common being madness, his mind turns to embarrassment.
Whoa! What are you doing? It is I, Laurentius! I've no bone to pick with you! Curse the effort! Are you mad? I owe my life to you! This is wrong! You were my friend! You detest my pyromancy! That must be it!
Because while Laurentius seems cool, he actually possesses a great deal of doubt in himself. While he talks about not getting along with others or being on the fringes and that it makes no difference to him, he does care that we like him. He wants to be our friend. Being undead may have made no difference at first, but Laurentius likely misses his teacher, the old frog. And in Laudren, friends are hard to come by. You want to value them if you find one.
Wait, friend, where are you off to? Be safe, friend. Don't you dare go alone. In any case, I definitely trust you. Apologies, my friend. This is wrong! You were my friend!
Pyromancy is not regarded well in advanced culture, and Laurentius claims people haven't got along with him. But Laurentius is so damn nice, we don't think it can have been his fault. It must be hard to do everything right and still have people reject you because of your fire magic, or because you call the Great Swamp your home. So, we become his friend, and as cool as he may seem, he values this a lot. He misses us when we are gone, and is happy when we remember him.
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you safe, as always. If If you provide the materials, I can teach you pyromancy. Wait, friend, where are you off to? That was rather abrupt. You are an odd one.
Slowly, we progress with Laurentius, until one day, on our adventures, we meet a new teacher, Quelana.
Are you too one who seeks my pyromancy? Very well. You shall be my pupil.
With Quelana, we go even further than with Laurentius. After all, she was there in the early days of pyromancy, and Eidas has come far since. She teaches us techniques to conjure great firestorms and to weave whips of flame in the air, pyromancy which Laurentius could never dream of. And after we embark on this great adventure of learning, the quest of Laurentius's dreams, we return to the quiet Firelink shrine, with Laurentius sitting in the same old position. Our friend welcomes us, and then notices something different.
Oh, hello there. You've been a stranger these days. Why? What's spectacular pyromancy? Tell me about it. I have never seen anything like it.
This is Laurentius's dream, the reason the world turned him undead. Do we tell him the truth and risk losing our friend? He nearly died on the way to Blighttown the last time, though he has helped us a great deal. But he has only stayed in Firelink, so has he actually grown stronger? Does his pyromancy flame burn more fiercely? Will he be safe if he actually pursues his quest? If we deny that our pyromancy is special, we hear in his voice that he knows it's not true.
I see. I suppose I was mistaken. In any case, I definitely trust you. Apologies, my friend. Forget that I said anything.
And yet, he trusts us. This is because, perhaps deep down, he knows we are doing it to save him from himself. But most of us will have told Laurentius on a blind first playthrough. It's hard to lie to our friend. Laurentius assures us that he is an able pyromancer, like every time before.
I have my pyromancy of the Great Swamp, so I can usually manage with a bit of care. Why, yes, of course. Thank you for sharing. I'm still an able pyromancer. I shall locate her myself. I'm in your debt, once again.
And this shows his insecurity goes further than in our friendship. He is worried that his pyromancy is not strong enough. He must have been embarrassed to be found trapped in a barrel, as a butcher's lunch. He must be embarrassed when his knowledge seems mundane to a fellow pyromancer.
A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame develops right along with his skill. Oh, sorry, you're a pyromancer yourself. You already know this.
And in helping us progress, he must be concerned that he is stalling in Firelink.
I've decided to rest here for a while. It's not as if we'll be dying anytime soon.
Isn't his acceptance of our lie some proof of his mindset?
I see. I suppose I was mistaken.
And his bravado when we tell the truth, doesn't it betray nervousness?
I'm still an able pyromancer.
Laurentius continues in his dream, and though we love him, we know the ending.
How did that raggedy old chum end up? You know, the one who idolized some godmother of pyromancy. He left for Blighttown, but never came back. Whereas most flee from sickness, he dives right in. Well, nothing will harm him once he goes hollow.
At the bottom of Blighttown we find him. His face is sunk in shadow, his body weakened. He has lost his mind in the ravages of this swamp, far from home. He misses with his hand axe, stumbling in the mud. His pyromancy flame glows in his hand, the last, truest part of himself left. We end Laurentius's suffering. He deserves rest. Laurentius's tragedy was that he was right. He wasn't strong enough. Perhaps if he had been more selfish, he might have achieved his dream, but he wasn't. He spent his time being our friend and guide, and he ends with a weaker pyromancy flame than ours. Both flames were of his body, but his kindness was such that ours advanced further. Laurentius searched the swamp, dying in its poison over and over, until it became too much. He must have walked past Quelana so many times, but his flame wasn't strong enough. Sadly, Laurentius wasn't gifted enough to see her.
A mere undead, yet you can see me. Fascinating. I am Quelana of Izalith. I am not often revealed to walkers of flesh. You have a gift.
He was, after all, not a master pyromancer, but simply a learner on the path. Perhaps if we left Laurentius to find his own way, he would reach Quelana with a stronger flame. Without our shortcut, perhaps he might have learnt and grown enough to see the great teacher of pyromancy himself. Laurentius may not have enough confidence under the surface, but he may not need it. The great Salomon was, in the beginning, bungling.
Long ago, I accepted another pupil like yourself. Over 200 years ago, there was a man almost as bungling as you. In your world, he was called Salaman, the master pyromancer. The little rascal really made something of himself.
Even if we lie to keep him safe, and he still does nothing with his time, he is always a hero to us. He never wants anything from us. He is genuine and full of respect, and just so damn cool. Dead or alive, he survives in our flame, because it's a part of him.
When I gave you that flame, I gave you a part of myself. Please take good care of it.
Ascended Pyromancy Flame, something Laurentius was yet to achieve, says, "A flame is a precious thing indeed, to be nurtured, often for an entire lifetime. When the flame is shared, it creates an eternal bond between the parties." Laurentius, in his kindness, showed he knew the fundamental truth of flame, even if he didn't ascend. From first meeting him, to years later, we have only come to appreciate him more. Laurentius the Pyromancer did create an eternal bond. He is one of many things from Dark Souls that stays with us forever.
Thank you. Thank you dearly.
Who was Eidas? Many Souls players may not even know this character. The master weapon craftsman who cherished the triple crossbow Avalyn is more important to Dark Souls than it at first seems. To understand Eidas, we must first understand his master. Eidas was an apprentice and became a master craftsman under the guide of one who came before him. Eidas was lucky enough to be taught by the Nameless Blacksmith deity. The Nameless Blacksmith deity, a giant god, is the Hephaestus figure of Dark Souls. Just like Hephaestus, he was a master blacksmith, stoneworker, and architect. He was lame in one leg, and the demons that grew from his heirlooms bear warped blacksmith tools and must move by pulling themselves around with their healthy leg. He was a stoneworker, like Hephaestus. He worked with titanite slabs and shards, imbuing them into metal. He was a master craftsman, as he made both weapons and armor for the gods, on all of which he printed with his symbol of craftsmanship